Chapter 66. Chapter 66. The Affection of an Older Man. Zhou Zhongshan's gaze remained silently fixed for a long time. Xiaochuan and Xiaohua were also very capable. They helped me pick a lot today. I just got back and haven't had time to make dinner yet. Zhongshan, which one do you like? We can make it for dinner tonight. Jiang Rou had already started planning the evening meal in her mind. However, the man in front of her remained in a daze. He stared at her as if lost in thought. Zhongshan. Jiang Rou tugged at Zhou Zhongshan's arm. I'm asking you, what do you want for dinner? Zhou Zhongshan snapped back to his senses. He swallowed his dry throat and spoke. You're letting me choose? Of course. Jiang Rou nodded without a second thought, seeing nothing unusual about it. Little did she know. In Zhou Zhongshan's heart, a warm and restless breeze had begun to stir. In the Zhou family, Zhou Zhongshan was the third child. He had an elder brother and sister above him and a younger brother below. His elder brother, as the eldest son, was highly regarded by the elders. His younger brother, as the youngest child, was especially cherished by their parents. Zhou Zhongshan, stuck in the middle, was someone dispensable, easily overlooked. When he was a child, aside from his elder sister occasionally asking, Zhongshan, do you like this? No one else cared about his preferences. Moreover, in a poor rural family, they ate whatever was available. There was never a chance for a child to be picky. As he grew older, Zhou Zhongshan joined the military. The military was an even more disciplined and rigid place. Whatever the canteen served, they ate. Meals were simply to fill the stomach. As long as it was edible, he would eat it. That was a luxury. But he liked Jiang Rou's braised pork belly. It was fragrant and delicious. Jiang Rou lifted her head and looked at the man beside her, asking once again. These are wild vegetables after all. Some people might be allergic and some might not like them. Zhongshan, what do you like the most? This time, Zhou Zhongshan had an answer in his heart. I like that. Zhou Zhongshan pointed at the tender, vibrant green pea shoots. Because he remembered earlier when Jiang Rou spoke, she had said, I really like these. He likes Jiang Rou. And he likes the food that Jiang Rou liked. For the first time, the heart of this rugged, iron-willed man was stirred by a deep and lingering emotion. Jiang Rou, however, was unaware of the twists and turns in Zhou Zhongshan's thoughts. Oh, pea shoots are best when they're fresh. They don't taste as good if left overnight. Eating them tonight would be just right. She picked up the pea shoots, preparing to take them to the courtyard to wash. As the two of them walked outside, Zhou Xiaochuan had just finished his bath and stepped out. This time he had spent a full half-hour bathing. That was enough time to lather himself twice with soap and scrub off a whole layer of dirt. The hot water cascaded over him, washing away the grime. It was a thoroughly refreshing feeling. Except the soap smelled too fragrant. Now his whole body carried the strong scent of soap, just like a girl's. The little wolf cub felt uncomfortable. Jiang Rou glanced at Zhou Xiaochuan. After the bath, the young boy looked much cleaner and even more handsome. Droplets of water clung to his short, spiky hair, dripping down without being dried. The water trickled down his neck and slid further down. It's getting dark soon, and the evening breeze will start. Why didn't you dry your hair? Jiang Rou was naturally the type to worry about everything, always meticulous in her care. Without hesitation, she grabbed a dry towel from the clothesline nearby. Only this time, Jiang Rou did not rush to dry Zhou Xiaochuan's hair. Instead, she shoved the dry towel into Zhou Zhongshan's arms. Zhongshan, hurry and dry Xiaochuan's hair. Make sure he doesn't catch a cold. After saying this, she did not wait for Zhou Zhongshan's response and went straight to wash the vegetables. From the very beginning, Jiang Rou had felt that the way this father and son interacted was not quite right. Zhou Zhongshan undoubtedly loved both children, but his love was too silent, too authoritative. Most of the time, his interactions with Zhou Xiaochuan resembled those between a military unit commander and a young soldier. Zhou Xiaochuan held admiration for Zhou Zhongshan as a father and genuinely liked him. After all, at his age, boys were at the stage where they idolized their male role models the most. He had almost instinctively taken Zhou Zhongshan as an example, subconsciously mimicking his words and actions. Thus this father and son. One was reserved and taciturn, not skilled in expressing emotions. The other followed suit, keeping silent as well. How could such a father-son relationship ever be truly close? That was why, when Su Chuanxiang did so many terrible things in secret, Zhou Xiaochuan had remained silent, enduring everything through clenched teeth. As for the tragic fate of the two children in the original novel, even in his final moments, Zhou Xiaochuan had never spoken a word of truth to Zhou Zhongshan. He had only felt deep regret, believing himself unworthy of being Zhou Zhongshan's son. Whenever Jiang Rou recalled this part of the story, she could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. She might not have been a professional child psychologist, but she understood the significance of childhood and a healthy family environment in a child's development. That was why she had done this on purpose. This gave Zhou Xiaochuan an opportunity where he had no choice but to get closer to Zhou Zhongshan. In the courtyard, after seeing Jiang Rou's actions, Zhou Xiaochuan's dark, bright eyes naturally turned to Zhou Zhongshan. This was his father now. Zhou Zhongshan stood there so tall, so imposing, like a towering tree. He wore a military uniform, and on his shoulders there were stars. Those were Zhou Xiaochuan's favorite. There had been a time when he had secretly reached out and touched those epaulets when Zhou Zhongshan wasn't paying attention. The gleaming five-pointed stars were particularly beautiful. The little wolf cub stood there in a daze, water dripping from his hair, trickling down into his collar, soaking the fabric around his neck. "Xiaochuan, come here." Zhou Zhongshan beckoned him over. Only then did Zhou Xiaochuan take a few steps forward. As soon as he reached Zhou Zhongshan, a sun-warmed soft towel suddenly descended from above, covering his head. Immediately after, a broad steady hand followed. With his palm spread open, Zhou Zhongshan could easily cover Zhou Xiaochuan's entire head with just one hand. Pressing the towel gently against the boy's damp hair, Zhou Zhongshan began to rub it dry. In a low voice he reminded him, "When you wash your hair, make sure to dry it properly." His voice was muffled through the layer of fabric. Zhou Xiaochuan listened to Zhou Zhongshan's voice. Seemed different from usual. It felt softer, closer. The low voice echoed right beside his ear. "Mm." Zhou Xiaochuan responded. He dared not say too much, afraid that the lump in his throat would betray him. His eyes felt hot, and so did the strands of hair on his head. That warmth came from Zhou Zhongshan's palm. With each gentle motion the warmth seeped into him. The little wolf cub was at a complete loss when faced with such tender affection. He clenched his teeth, silently enduring the storm of emotion surging within him. Just then, a tiny, adorable face suddenly appeared under the towel. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. The Kiss Beneath the Blanket. Curious after seeing Zhou Zhongshan drying Zhou Xiaochuan's hair, Zhou Xiaohua had toddled over to his side. She bent forward, her little backside sticking out slightly, then lifted her small head to look up, and saw Zhou Xiaochuan's slightly reddened eyes as he struggled to hold something back. "Brother, are you about to cry?" Zhou Xiaohua blinked in confusion. Zhou Xiaochuan gently shook his head, touched Zhou Xiaohua's cheek, then raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. This was a secret. That evening, with Zhou Zhongshan's help, Jiang Rou prepared dinner much faster and more smoothly. She made quick and simple dishes. A bowl of egg and pea shoot soup. The method was similar to making wakame egg soup, except that pea shoots were tender and required no boiling at all. She simply placed the washed pea shoots in a large white bowl, and then poured the steaming egg soup directly from the iron pot over them. The heat of the soup was enough to blanch the pea shoots until they were just right. The golden egg and vibrant green pea shoots made the dish look especially appetizing. A plate of stir-fried water celery. The water celery was cut diagonally into short sections and seasoned with minced garlic, salt, and a dash of soy sauce. Simple and convenient. If not for the two children at home, she would have added some chili peppers to enhance the flavor. The most complicated dish was stir-fried bracken with pork. After being thoroughly washed, the bracken had to be blanched first, then cooled in cold water before being drained and cut into small sections. The rest of the cooking process was similar to a regular stir-fry with meat. However, Jiang Rou had her own tricks. She first sliced off the fatty layer of the pork belly, skin included, and rendered it in the pan over high heat, allowing the fat to cook out. Only then did she add the lean meat and bracken. With this layer of pork fat coating the ingredients, the stir-fried dish became even more fragrant. The family of four enjoyed a hearty and satisfying meal. Not a single leaf of the vegetables remained. They had nearly licked the plates clean. Thinking about how these wild vegetables had been handpicked personally made them taste even better. During the meal, Jiang Rou picked up a piece of vibrant green pea shoots with her chopsticks and placed it into Zhou Zhongshan's bowl. Little did she know, this was the first time in Zhou Zhongshan's life that he had ever eaten tender pea shoots. He had no idea what they tasted like. But after today, he had grown to like them. After finishing the meal, Zhou Zhongshan took it upon himself to clear the table and wash the dishes, sparing Jiang Rou from the trouble. Though rough in appearance, the old man could be considerate at times. Jiang Rou carried Zhou Xiaohua to the bathroom for a bath. The little girl had rolled around in the mountains earlier, getting herself extremely dirty. She needed to be scrubbed thoroughly. Night fell. A dim yellow electric light illuminated the room. Jiang Rou took out the bottle of Yumiajing fresh milk lotion she had bought from Tao Duo Mall for just 1 yuan. The pale pink cream carried a faint pleasant fragrance. She scooped out a generous amount, rubbed it between her palms to warm and emulsify it, then cupped Zhou Xiaohua's little face with her hands. "Xiaohua, close your eyes." Zhou Xiaohua obediently shut her eyes. Her lowered eyelids framed long, delicate eyelashes. Jiang Rou gently rubbed the little girl's soft cheeks with her warm palms, spreading the cream evenly over her skin. After finishing her face, she applied it to her hands as well. Her entire body smelled fragrant. It was Zhou Xiaohua's first time having her face wiped like this, and she found it fascinating. She lifted her small hands to sniff, so fragrant. Even more fragrant than when she used soap. She beamed at Jiang Rou, revealing her tiny white teeth in a joyful smile. Who wouldn't love such an adorable, soft, and sweet-smelling little girl? Jiang Rou couldn't resist for a moment. She cupped Zhou Xiaohua's smooth little cheeks and planted a firm kiss on them. So soft. So plump. "Xiaohua, this is a good night kiss time to sleep." Jiang Rou tucked Zhou Xiaohua into the blanket, effectively passing her over to Zhou Xiaochuan as well. After doing so, she looked up and suddenly realized that the two men in the bedroom were both staring at her. Zhou Zhongshan and Zhou Xiaochuan shared similar features, the same deep dark eyes. She had no idea what was going through their minds, but they just stood there wide-eyed staring at her. It was just a simple goodnight kiss. What was there to make such a big deal about? Jiang Rou didn't think anything of it, but being watched like that by the two of them made her feel oddly uncomfortable. She spoke up. "Zhongshan, it's time to turn off the lights." The lights went out. Sleep. Once the four of them lay down, there were still faint rustling sounds coming from the children's side. Zhou Xiaohua was probably holding up her little hand again, letting Zhou Xiaochuan smell the fragrance. But Zhou Xiaochuan, who had washed twice with soap today, also carried a fresh, clean scent. The two children sniffed at each other. "You smell me, I smell you." Before long, everything quieted down. The children had followed Jiang Rou over so many mountain trails today, running up and down the slopes. They were truly exhausted. They fell asleep almost instantly. But while the children slept soundly, someone else lay awake. In the darkness, Zhou Zhongshan opened his eyes. With every breath he took, the faint fragrance from Jiang Rou lingered in the air, drifting toward him in an endless stream. His mind kept replaying the moment when Jiang Rou had cupped Zhou Xiaohua's little face and pressed a firm kiss onto her soft cheeks. Her pink lips, naturally upturned. It made Zhou Zhongshan unconsciously recall the sweetness of the kiss he had once stolen. That time when Jiang Rou had been fast asleep, she had been like sticky rice candy, soft, sweet, completely at his mercy. And now, Jiang Rou was lying right beside him. So close. This was his wife. Since she was his wife, what was there that he couldn't do? Zhou Zhongshan's gaze darkened. "Wife." His low, husky voice broke the silence. Jiang Rou, though keeping her eyes closed, was still awake. She had been running around all day and was exhausted. At this moment, she was already in a dazed, half-asleep state. "In," she murmured drowsily, her body instinctively snuggling closer to Zhou Zhongshan's warmth. And right then, a scorching, searing kiss landed firmly on her lips. Zhou Zhongshan had planned this crime well in advance. In the darkness, he used a sniper's instinct to aim at Jiang Rou's lips. At the same time as he leaned down, he pulled up the thin blanket covering them both. In an instant, the moonlight streaming in from the window disappeared. When Jiang Rou opened her eyes in panic, everything before her was pitch black. Also concealed was the sound of their lips and tongues entwining, sticky and intimate. For a long, long time. Finally, the blanket was pulled down. Huff, huff. For a moment, the quiet room was filled with Jiang Rou's gasping breaths. She was nearly suffocated. Her mouth had been sealed so tightly that even her nose couldn't draw in fresh air. In the small space beneath the blanket, Zhou Zhongshan held the back of her head, adjusting the angle several times, just to kiss her more deeply. Not only was the air thin, but it was also hot. A layer of damp stickiness formed on Jiang Rou's fair face from the stifling heat. Only when she finally felt the touch of the cool air did she feel as if she had come back to life. However, Jiang Rou furrowed her brows. What kind of strange habit did this man have? They were a legitimate married couple, yet every time he kissed her, it was either while she was asleep or hidden beneath a blanket. How bizarre. Truly bizarre. Egg and pea shoot soup. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Still hard at work in the night. At this moment, Jiang Rou was not the only one feeling overheated and breathing heavily. Zhou Zhongshan's eyes were darker and more intense than ever before. He was burning with heat. Just like the palm he tightly held, coated in a thin layer of damp sweat, yet he still refused to let go. Zhou Zhongshan had never imagined that his marriage would be like this. In this old man's expectations, marriage was simply a man and a woman living together. He would take on the responsibilities of a husband and father, while his wife only needed to be a proper wife and mother. Mutual respect, self-restraint and adherence to decorum. That was the ideal state. But Jiang Rou's arrival had shattered that illusion completely. This seemingly delicate and somewhat spoiled woman was actually a reckless little rabbit, charging straight into Zhou Zhongshan's heart without hesitation. By the time Zhou Zhongshan realized it, it was already too late. All those times he had spoken about sending Jiang Rou away, how much of it was true, and how much was just an excuse? No one knew better than he did. Now, he had no intention of letting go. He wanted to claim Jiang Rou completely to make her his. Just moments ago, when he saw Jiang Rou give Zhou Xiaohua a goodnight kiss, an utterly absurd thought had flashed through his mind. What about me? Where's my goodnight kiss? Getting jealous over a 4-year-old girl was certainly not something a 30-year-old man should do. Yet Zhou Zhongshan just couldn't let it go. He waited for the lights to go out. Waited for both children to fall asleep. Waited for Jiang Rou to lower her guard completely. Finally, he got his goodnight kiss. The adult version of a goodnight kiss. Completely different from the little peck given to a 4-year-old girl. Zhou Zhongshan let out a deep breath of heat, pushing down all the unnecessary thoughts that shouldn't have accompanied the goodnight kiss. In the dimness of the night, he spoke. Wife, it's my turn for duty this coming week. I have to stay at the military camp and won't be able to come home at night. After my shift ends, it'll be Qingming. The regiment commanders, including Zhou Zhongshan, took turns on duty. At any given time, one of them had to be stationed at the military camp 24/7, responsible for overseeing everything. This week it was Zhou Zhongshan's turn. As for Qingming Festival, it was a special day for ordinary people. One Qingming Festival is also known as Tomb Sweeping Day, but even more so for the soldiers and officers in the military camp. Throughout history, countless revolutionary martyrs had sacrificed their lives with honor. This was a time for remembrance and tribute. Though there was no martyr cemetery on the island yet, the military unit still held commemorative events on Qingming each year. Zhou Zhongshan told Jiang Rou about this matter. At the same time, after the ceremony, the military unit would give the soldiers half a day off. That was the main point Zhou Zhongshan wanted to bring up. Wife, our house is too small. Xiaochuan and Xiaohua are growing up soon. They can't keep squeezing in with us to sleep. Once I'm on leave, I'll call Song Yan and find a few more people to help build a house. All right. Since you're asking people to help build the house, we should treat them to a meal. Let me know the number of people, and I'll prepare something hearty. Jiang Rou made a mental note of it. The new house was supposedly for Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua's bedrooms, but in reality it was also for the couple to have their own space. After all, the rice had yet to be fully cooked. Both Jiang Rou and Zhou Zhongshan understood this clearly. But at this moment, lying in the same heated bed, their bodies still warm, having just shared a lingering, passionate kiss. If they continued this conversation any further, it would be all too easy for things to spiral out of control. Understanding each other without words, they stopped at just the right point, treating it as nothing more than a serious discussion. Zhou Zhongshan briefly described the location of the new house and which direction the door would face. Jiang Rou, being meticulous, considered that the house was for the children and needed to be planned carefully. She thought of the details Zhou Zhongshan might have overlooked and offered some suggestions. Zhou Zhongshan listened attentively and committed everything to memory. Wife, it's late. We should sleep. Husband, good night. After finishing their discussion, they once again closed their eyes in quiet understanding. This time, Jiang Rou did not dare to lean directly against the old man's chest and nestle in his arms to sleep as she had before. She feared that the fire, which had just been extinguished, would be rekindled again. Moreover, she was not sleepy, and she believed that Zhou Zhongshan was not sleepy either. In truth, both of them were merely closing their eyes and pretending to sleep. Jiang Rou did not want to just stare into the darkness. Since she could not sleep, she decided to find something to do. She closed her eyes and reached out to touch the jade bracelet on her wrist. A flash of white light appeared before her eyes. When she opened them again, she was already inside the Lingbao space. Lush green mountains and clear waters surrounded her, with a gentle spring breeze brushing against her face. Jiang Rou had not entered the Lingbao space for an entire day. She first harvested the mature rice and wheat, then immediately replanted them. This time, she did not fill all the fields with crops. Instead, she left a small patch of empty land. She had set this area aside for wild vegetables. Earlier, when she was on the hillside, she not only picked wild vegetables but also dug up some with intact root systems. There were plants like cudweed, mugwort, water celery, and wild mountain onions. If it were not for the fact that the Chinese tun tree was too large and digging it up would have been too conspicuous, she would have wanted to transplant one into the Lingbao space. That way, whenever she wanted to eat it, she could simply pick some without worrying about the limitations of spring, summer, autumn, or winter. It would no longer be a seasonal delicacy. Standing in the field, Jiang Rou held a small hoe, digging holes one by one and carefully planting the wild vegetables into the soil. Now she had finally resolved a part of the problem perfectly. Next, once she planted tomatoes, eggplants and loofahs, the variety would continue to grow richer. In the vast and empty Lingbao space, the sound of Jiang Rou huffing and puffing as she worked diligently echoed all around. Late at night it was indeed exhausting and strenuous. After finishing her tasks, Jiang Rou immediately took off her clothes and jumped into the spiritual spring water stream, enjoying a comfortable soak. Under the miraculous effects of the spiritual spring water, the fatigue in her entire body instantly melted away. Even her skin became fairer and softer. This delicate and tender skin would eventually be ruined by the old man. Zhou Zhongshan was truly a lucky man. Jiang Rou narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, letting her thoughts drift freely in her relaxed state. Suddenly a thought struck her. The Lingbao space could produce so many agricultural products, there was no way her household could consume them all. Could she possibly sell them in Tao Duo Mall? One system produced while the other facilitated sales. Weren't these two systems the perfect match? If she could establish a seamless supply chain, she would never have to worry about running out of money in her balance again. At this thought, Jiang Rou's eyes suddenly snapped open, her clear pupils shimmering with excitement. Rather than just thinking about it, it was better to take action. She casually plucked an apple from the orchard and immediately began her experiment. Chapter 69 Qingming Rice Cakes. Want to try one? Jiang Rou first exited the Lingbao space. Holding an apple in one hand, she reached up to touch the jade ring on her neck with the other. In the blink of an eye, she entered Tao Duo Mall. Dear Master, welcome to the space system. Your Tao Duo Mall is now open and running stably. You may use it at any time. Jiang Rou opened Jiangshower General Store and began creating a product listing. Tao Duo Mall had an incredibly advanced big data recognition system. Any uploaded product did not require the store owner to input any information manually. The system would automatically generate all the necessary details. All Jiang Rou needed to do was place the product, an apple, into the designated scanning area. After placing the apple, Jiang Rou clicked Next. System notice: upload failed. The product was not placed in the designated location. Please check. System notice: upload failed. The product was not placed in the designated location. Please check. System notice: upload failed. The product was not placed in the designated location. Please check. Jiang Rou tried several times in one go, but each attempt resulted in the same notification. She looked at the product slot where the apple was placed, then glanced at the persistent system alert popping up. In the end, she had no choice but to give up. It seemed that the two systems were not compatible. It was just like trying to run an iOS app on an Android system. It simply could not be recognized or used. Any product sold in Tao Duo Mall had to come from the real world. It seemed that while fate had granted her a golden finger, it had not allowed her to take shortcuts or achieve success without effort. Though Jiang Rou felt a bit disappointed, she was not overly disheartened. Late at night, after all the tossing and turning, Jiang Rou was utterly exhausted. She exited the system, let out a sleepy yawn, and drowsily drifted off to sleep. Even as she slept, she still held a big rosy red apple in her hands. The next day, Zhou Zhongshan had recently been in charge of the soldiers' morning training, so he had to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Outside, the sky was still pitch black without a trace of light. He did not turn on the lamp and instead got up in the darkness, moving with practiced ease. After dressing neatly, he glanced at the 3 people on the bed: his wife, son, and daughter. Normally, Zhou Zhongshan would simply adjust the blankets, ensure they were sleeping soundly, and leave without a second thought. But today, this rugged man showed an unexpected moment of tenderness. Before leaving, he kissed Jiang Rou's forehead and then did the same for Zhou Xiaohua. The little girl was still sprawled out in all directions, sleeping in a completely unrestrained manner, even exposing her tiny belly. Zhou Zhongshan gently tucked Zhou Xiaohua back under the covers and carefully pulled the blanket over her. Perhaps these movements had disturbed Zhou Xiaochuan, who was sleeping nearby. Zhou Xiaochuan groggily opened his eyes and saw the blurry figure of Zhou Zhongshan. "Dad!" "Shoo!" Zhou Zhongshan lowered his voice and gestured for silence. He touched Zhou Xiaochuan's forehead, then lowered his own to feel it as well. Speaking softly, he said, "Xiaochuan, Dad has to go out. Go back to sleep." Dad." Zhou Zhongshan watched as Zhou Xiaochuan closed his eyes. He waited a little longer before turning and leaving. However, the warmth he left behind lingered on the boy's forehead for a long time. Over the following week, the absence of Zhou Zhongshan in the household seemed to make no difference to Jiang Rou's daily life. Yet at the same time, everything felt slightly different. During the day, she busied herself with handling the piles of wild vegetables and bamboo shoots. Whenever no one was paying attention, she would slip into the Lingbao space, diligently working on her farming efforts. Even without a mobile phone for entertainment, she remained occupied. At night, there was no nightlife to speak of in the 1970s, and darkness fell early on the island. Moreover, the electrical system was unreliable, with sudden blackouts occurring from time to time. As a result, every household turned in early. During these nights, as Jiang Rou lay alone in bed, her thoughts churned restlessly. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop thinking about Zhou Zhongshan. Had she really missed him this much? This kind of emotion was something Jiang Rou had never expected. In a relationship, feelings should be mutual. The most touching emotions arise from a connection that flows both ways. She really was starting to miss that rough man. In the blink of an eye, Qingming festival arrived. Jiang Rou had been planning all along to make qingtuan and Qingming rice cakes on this day. So early in the morning she began bustling about both inside and outside. She tied her sleek jet black hair into 2 braids that hung over her shoulders. A white triangular headscarf rested atop her head, and she wore a pair of white sleeve protectors on her arms. With this attire she looked like a chef working in a restaurant. The sense of ceremony was more than enough. The first step in making qingtuan and Qingming rice cakes was preparing the filling, pickled mustard greens and bamboo shoots. The pickled greens she used were zulahong, also known as shuetsai in some places, a common southern-style preserved vegetable found in nearly every household. Jiang Rou's pickled greens had been a gift from a sister-in-law in the courtyard. After fermenting all winter, the pickled greens carried a tangy, fresh aroma, making them especially refreshing and appetizing. The bamboo shoots were wild ones that Jiang Rou had gathered herself. She peeled off their outer shells, revealing the tender, pale green flesh inside. Before using them, she blanched them briefly in hot water with a pinch of salt. This process helped remove any residual bitterness from the wild shoots. Once cooked, the bamboo shoots became even more tender and delicious. Next, she finely diced the pickled greens and bamboo shoots. At the same time, she prepared a few additional ingredients. Finely chopped scallions, only the white part near the root, as it had the freshest flavor. Diced dried tofu, purchased from Taoduo Mall, costing just 1 yuan per piece. It was convenient and simple. The small white cubes blended seamlessly into the filling, so unless someone had an exceptionally sharp palate, they wouldn't even notice it. And most importantly, pork. The 3 caddy of pork belly originally bought from the supply and marketing cooperative had already been used up. 1 caddy was exchanged for millet, and the remaining 2 caddy had been eaten day by day. This time the meat was purchased from Taoduo Mall. Lately pork had been cheap, just 15 yuan for top-quality manhwa, pork shoulder. Jiang Rou took the entire piece of manhwa and meticulously diced it into evenly sized minced meat. With all the ingredients prepared, she lit the stove, heated the pan and poured in some oil. Once the oil was hot, she added the minced pork. Over high heat, the meat sizzled, and the fat slowly rendered out bit by bit. The minced pork rolled in the pan, turning glossy and fragrant. A rich aroma instantly filled the entire house. Zhou Xiaohua had been happily playing with little chicks in the courtyard. The moment she caught a whiff of the enticing smell, she immediately wobbled on her short legs, scurrying toward the kitchen. She was so small that she couldn't even see over the stove. Standing on tiptoe, she strained to peek at what delicious food Jiang Rou was making. Jiang Rou glanced over and called out to Zhou Xiaochuan. "Xiaochuan, bring a stool over for Xiaohua to stand on. Keep it a little farther back. Be careful not to let her get splattered by the oil." "I got it." Zhou Xiaochuan immediately fetched a small stool and lifted Zhou Xiaohua onto it. At last, Zhou Xiaohua no longer had to crane her neck. She could see everything clearly. It seemed as though Zhou Xiaochuan was staying close to protect Zhou Xiaohua, afraid she might fall. In reality, the little wolf cub's gaze had been locked onto the wok the entire time. Their eyes sparkled with the same eager curiosity. Qingtuan. Qingming rice cake. Chapter 70. Chapter 70 Qingming rice cakes. Would you like a taste? Part 2. In front of Jiang Rou, the large iron wok sizzled as the glistening oil crackled. The minced pork was fully cooked. The next step was to add the other ingredients in order. First, the diced bamboo shoots stir-fried. Then the diced dried tofu stir-fried. Finally, the pickled greens stir-fried. If pickled greens were cooked at high temperatures for too long, they would lose their crisp and refreshing texture. That was why they had to be added last to retain the best flavor. These small details might seem insignificant, but sometimes, the difference between a good dish and a great one lay precisely in these little nuances. Jiang Rou had a natural talent for cooking. Once she made a dish, she could remember the process effortlessly. Moreover, in her previous life with the convenience of advanced internet technology, she had learned and absorbed a lot of culinary knowledge. Now, in the 1970s, she navigated the kitchen with ease. Once all the ingredients had been stir-fried, it was time to season the dish and add the final touch, the scallion whites. In the blink of an eye, a large fragrant bowl of stir-fried pickled greens and bamboo shoots was ready. Jiang Rou transferred the dish into a big, beige-colored enamel basin. Then, noticing the two children beside her, who were practically drooling, she spoke soothingly. At the moment, using a high-speed blender was out of the question. She had to rely on traditional methods instead. Jiang Rou first used a knife to finely chop the wild herb balls into small pieces. Then, she placed the minced mouse-ear hawkweed and mugwort into a stone mortar, and continued grinding them into a paste. This step required a lot of physical effort. Jiang Rou spent quite some time working on it, her arms growing sore, but she finally completed the task. After being thoroughly ground, the mouse-ear hawkweed and mugwort were mixed with a small amount of purified water, forming a thick green paste. Now it was ready for use. The last ingredient Jiang Rou took out was glutinous rice flour. She poured the green paste into the snow-white flour, and the next step was similar to kneading dough. If there was too much water, she added more flour. If there was too much flour, she added more water, adjusting until the perfect consistency was achieved. Before long, a smooth, pale green dough infused with the fresh fragrance of mugwort was complete. Jiang Rou placed the dough into a wash basin and covered it with a damp cloth to prevent moisture loss and keep it from drying out. Straightening her back, she revealed a delicate face glistening with sweat. Her lips curled into a bright smile. Finally, everything is ready. Let's go to the courtyard and wrap the qingtuan. The small kitchen was too cramped and unbearably hot. Now that all the preparations were complete, Jiang Rou led the two children to the sunlit courtyard. A basin of stir-fried pickled greens and bamboo shoots, a bowl of green dough, and a large bamboo tray for placing the finished qingtuan, everything was set. Standing on either side of Jiang Rou were Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan. Their bright, round eyes stayed fixed on the process, unwilling to look away even for a moment. Jiang Rou's hands were fair and delicate, her fingers slender and agile as she worked. Jiang Rou pinched off a small piece of dough and quickly rolled it into a smooth ball in the palm of her hand. Then she pressed it down with both palms, flattening it into a round disc. Holding the small, circular dough in one hand, she used her thumb to press along the edges, gradually shaping it into a small hollow pouch. With a spoon, she scooped a generous amount of pickled greens and bamboo shoots, stuffing the pouch until it was full. Then she carefully pinched the opening shut, pressing the edges together. Rolling it back and forth in her palms a few times, she shaped it into a perfect, plump qingtuan. A round, chubby qingtuan, smooth and flawless. Jiang Rou's hands moved swiftly, her motions fluid and uninterrupted. The two children watched in wide-eyed amazement. Especially Zhou Xiaohua, who was both fascinated and anxious. She was desperate to try. Her eyes had learned the technique, but her hands hadn't caught up yet. Her tiny face scrunched up in frustration, looking utterly adorable. Only after making a third of the batch did Jiang Rou finally let the two children try. Yes, just like that. Knead it slowly, no need to rush. Xiaohua, your hands are small, so make yours a little smaller. If you can't seal it properly, don't put too much filling, or it'll spill out. That's right. Just like that. You're doing great. Very well done. The qingtuan made by Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan were lopsided, uneven, and far from perfect. But Jiang Rou still beamed at them with genuine praise. Zhou Xiaohua instantly grinned, delighted by the encouragement. Zhou Xiaochuan, on the other hand, kept his face tense, treating the task like a serious challenge. His hands, covered in the sticky dough, felt clumsy, and he had no idea how to apply the right amount of pressure. Xiaochuan, you can be gentler. You don't need to use too much force. Let's take our time. The more we make, the better you'll get at it. I got it. Zhou Xiaochuan lowered his head, carefully considering Jiang Rou's words. Bit by bit, he relaxed his fingers and instantly, his work looked much better than before. A qingtuan that was about 60% perfect was completed. Among all the ones he had made so far, this was by far the best. Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes lit up with excitement. He couldn't wait to lift his head. But this time he didn't look at Zhou Xiaohua. He looked at Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou had been watching them the entire time, her face glowing with a warm smile. When Zhou Xiaochuan met her gaze, his face suddenly flushed. Panicking, he quickly lowered his head again. Without another word, he buried himself in making more qingtuan. Seeing that the two children were getting the hang of it, Jiang Rou let them continue making the qingtuan on their own. Meanwhile, she started preparing the qingming rice cakes. The ingredients for qingming rice cakes were exactly the same as those for qingtuan. The only difference was that instead of being round and plump, qingming rice cakes were shaped similarly to northern dumplings. Jiang Rou first used the method for making dumplings to wrap a plump, round dumpling. Then, holding the dumpling in one hand, she used the pad of her thumb on the other hand to push the semicircular edge inward, forming evenly sized pleats along the edge. The pleats resembled delicate lace, encircling the dumpling. It was both intricate and beautiful. With that, A perfectly made Qingming rice cake was completed. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Delivering food to the military camp. Jiang Rou worked swiftly, making more than 30 Qingming rice cakes in one go. Zhou Zhongshan and Zhou Xiaohua were also full of enthusiasm, continuously rolling small green rice balls. Though their sizes varied at first, they gradually became more uniform and appealing. While the mother and her 2 children were busy, Zhao Guifan from the neighboring house knocked on the door and stepped into their courtyard. Sister Rou, what delicious food are you making? I've been smelling the aroma coming from your house for ages. Oh, it's making me so hungry. You have no idea how long I tried to hold back at home. But I just couldn't resist anymore, so I had to come over. Quick, let me see. Let me see. What exactly are you working on? Zhao Guifan was as fiery and straightforward as ever. As soon as she stepped in, she spoke like pouring out beans, saying everything on her mind without the slightest reservation. Then her eyes shifted, and she immediately noticed the bamboo tray filled to the brim. On the tray, rows of neatly arranged green rice balls sat side by side. There were also beautifully crafted Qingming rice cakes, plump and round like little moons, all lined up in order. Jiang Rou had even placed a perilla leaf under each green rice ball. This way the green rice balls would not stick to the bamboo tray, and could be lifted easily. Jiang Rou rubbed her hands together, stood up and greeted Zhao Guifan. Sister Guifan. At that moment, Zhao Guifan was completely stunned by the sight before her. This was just a single morning's work, yet Jiang Rou had made so many in one go. And what in the world is this? Zhao Guifan stared at the green round ball-like things, clicking her tongue in amazement. She was a true northerner. After coming to the south, she had gone straight to an island, never getting the chance to learn about the customs and traditions of the southern regions. For someone like Zhao Guifan, who had come from a remote village, everything before her was completely unfamiliar. She was utterly shocked and intrigued. Jiang Rou did not think Zhao Guifan was ignorant. It was simply because the country was vast, with significant differences between the north and the south. People's eating habits varied, which was entirely normal. Jiang Rou explained. Sister Guifan, the round ones are called qingtuan, and the ones shaped like dumplings are Qingming rice cakes. Qingtuan? Qingming rice cakes? Zhao Guifan's eyes widened in astonishment. They're so green. Are these even edible? The dough, soaked with wormwood and mugwort juice, had a deep green color, making it look very different from typical foods. That was why Zhao Guifan found it so perplexing. They're edible. Just like steamed buns, they only need to be steamed for 15 minutes. The green color comes from the juice of cudweed and mugwort. The filling inside is made of pickled vegetables and diced bamboo shoots. Jiang Rou carefully explained all the ingredients and the method for making qingtuan in detail. Her voice was clear, her tone gentle, and she spoke neither too fast nor too slow. As she explained, Zhao Guifan kept nodding repeatedly. Jiang Rou then added, Sister Guifan, I'm almost done. It's about time to steam them. Would you like to try one? Zhao Guifan hurriedly waved her hands. Oh, that would be too embarrassing. 20 minutes later. In the Zhou family's courtyard. A circle of small wooden stools. Seated around them were Jiang Rou, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua. Beside them were Zhao Guifan and her 2 children, Dehuzi and Erhuzi. Each person held a freshly steamed, piping hot green rice ball in their hands. Ow, ow, ow. It's so hot. Ah, this smells amazing. Mother, this thing is so green. Are you sure we can eat it? We won't get poisoned, will we? Dehuzi and Erhuzi had never seen qingtuan before. Holding them in their hands, they looked at them and sniffed their aroma, but they hesitated to take a bite. After all, children growing up in the mountains knew that the brighter the color of a wild mushroom, the more poisonous it was, something never to be eaten carelessly. The moment Zhao Guifan heard this, she reached out and smacked Erhuzi on the head. Erhuzi, your Aunt Jiang made these with so much effort, and she's sharing them with you. How can you not even say thank you and instead spout such nonsense? Erhuzi, having been scolded, shrank his neck and lowered his head, not daring to make another sound. Dehuzi, being the older brother, was more mature and bolder. What poisoning? At most, it'd just give you an upset stomach. Something this fragrant. Whoever doesn't eat it is a fool. Chomp. With that, Dehuzi took a big bite. The moment he bit down, his face instantly twisted as he sucked in air through his teeth. Ah, so hot. So hot. Even though the outer layer had cooled slightly, the inside of the freshly steamed qingtuan was still scorching. Dehuzi kept exhaling rapidly while rolling the rice ball around in his mouth, chewing furiously. Despite the heat, he simply couldn't bear to spit it out. Through the burning sensation, his tongue tasted pure deliciousness. It's so good. Wow. Mother, this is amazing. Swallowing in a hurry, he immediately turned to Zhao Guifan and shouted. Hearing that, Zhao Guifan grew anxious, Was it really that delicious? She held her qingtuan, blew on it a few times and took a bite. The outer layer, made from glutinous rice flour, was soft and chewy after steaming. As she bit into it, it felt like sinking her teeth into a tender, sticky sweet paste. The qingtuan itself had little flavor, only carrying a light and refreshing aroma of mugwort. Just as she thought it might be too plain, the filling of pickled vegetables and diced bamboo shoots burst forth with an incredible umami taste. The sour salty tang of the pickled greens, the crisp crunch of the bamboo shoots, and the rich, savory flavor of the meat. It was simply irresistible. Jiang Rou had specially added diced spiced tofu to the filling, giving it an extra layer of flavor. The softness of the qingtuan combined with the tangy crunch of pickled bamboo shoots created a rich and delightful texture, making it incredibly delicious. There's meat. Sister Rou, there's actually meat in this dumpling you made. Zhao Guifan was a straightforward person. She couldn't describe the chewy yet soft and glutinous texture, so she could only exclaim excitedly about her favorite flavor, meat. Jiang Rou gave a faint smile. Guifan, I only added a little minced meat, not too much. Zhao Guifan couldn't hide the smile on her face. It's delicious. So good. Sister Rou, your cooking is amazing. With Zhao Guifan's continuous praise, the others also began eating the qingtuan. Jiang Rou, however, was taking care of Zhou Xiaohua. She carefully tore open the middle of the qingtuan and blew on it a few times before feeling at ease letting her eat. Zhou Xiaochuan was eating the one he had made himself. Small, ugly, and lopsided. The little wolf cub was secretly eating his own, wanting to destroy the evidence. But with just one bite. So soft, so tasty. A texture he had never experienced before spread across his tongue. Even though his qingtuan looked ugly, the dough and filling were still handmade by Jiang Rou, just as delicious as the others. One by one, the whole group couldn't stop eating. Zhao Guifan, feeling a bit embarrassed to eat too much, stopped after having two. She looked at the remaining qingtuan and inhaled deeply, savoring the lingering aroma still drifting from the small kitchen. She sighed with admiration. Sister Rou, your qingtuan is so delicious, but it's such a pity that Regiment Commander Zhou doesn't get to eat any. How about this? We go to the military camp at noon to deliver food. Jiang Rou was momentarily stunned. She looked up, her expression filled with both hesitation and excitement. She asked doubtfully, "Can we deliver food to the military camp?" Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Everyone knows about Regiment Commander Zhou's beautiful wife. Zhao Guifan immediately became enthusiastic and eagerly explained. On normal days it wouldn't be allowed, especially when they're conducting those secret training exercises. The security is so tight that they don't even let us near the camp gate. But today is different. Recently, the military unit hasn't had many training missions, and since it's a holiday, I heard they're even holding events and giving soldiers time off. At times like this, going there won't be a problem, and no one will say anything. Sister Rou, you've been here for so long, but Regiment Commander Zhou still hasn't taken you around the military camp, has he? Come on, sister-in-law, I'll take you for a tour. That last sentence deeply piqued Jiang Rou's interest. Ever since she had crossed over to this world, the only time she had been to the military unit was that stormy night when she carried Zhou Xiaochuan to the medical room. It had been dark with only the moon high in the sky, and she had been in such a panic that she hadn't even gotten a proper look at the military unit, let alone the military camp. She hadn't even caught a glimpse of the red flag. What did a military camp in the 1970s look like? She was genuinely curious. Sister Guifan, then I'll trouble you to take me for a visit. Zhao Guifan laughed heartily. It's nothing. No trouble at all. I'll also take the chance to see my old Zhao. These men can't manage without us women. After finalizing their plan, the two of them went their separate ways to prepare. Since they were going to deliver food, lunch had to be well prepared. Jiang Rou immediately got busy cooking. Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua ate several qingtuan in one go, their little bellies round as they sat on the stools, burping contentedly. Because of that, Jiang Rou only prepared lunch for Zhou Zhongshan that day. Although it was just for one person, he was a rough man with a big appetite, one who could eat as much as 3 people, so Jiang Rou made a generous portion. She packed a rectangular lunchbox full of rice and placed steamed egg with minced meat on top. The savory juices from the steamed egg seeped into the rice. When mixed with chopsticks before eating, it became incredibly fragrant and delicious. Besides that, Jiang Rou also steamed the qingtuan she had made that morning. She found a bamboo basket and carefully lined the bottom with layers of perilla leaves before placing the steamed qingtuan and qingming rice cakes inside. Before long, the basket was filled to the brim. Just then, Sister Rou, are you ready? Zhao Guifan's loud voice rang out from outside the house. All done, Sister Guifan. I'm coming out now. Jiang Rou hurriedly covered the bamboo basket with a towel, swiftly removed the sleeve she had been wearing for cooking, and pulled off the triangular headscarf tied around her hair. She didn't even have time to fix her messy hair. With the lunchbox in one hand and the bamboo basket in the other, she rushed outside in a hurry. Zhao Guifan was also carrying a lunchbox, along with 3 large steamed buns, which looked much simpler in comparison. She had also brought De Huzi and Er Huzi along. The 2 boys were older, just the right age to stay home and watch over Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua. Xiaochuan, Xiaohua, play in the courtyard and listen to your 2 older brothers. I'll be back very soon. Before leaving, Jiang Rou gave them careful instructions. Zhao Guifan watched from the side and chuckled. Sister Rou, you're really good to these 2 kids. I've seen so many biological mothers who aren't as attentive and loving as you, a stepmother. It was meant as a compliment. However, the moment the word stepmother was spoken, Zhou Xiaochuan's expression changed slightly. Jiang Rou was in a hurry to leave and didn't notice. She simply patted the child's head before picking up the bamboo basket and heading out. When they arrived at the military camp gate once again, things were slightly different from before. Zhao Guifan greeted the sentry soldier. We're here to deliver food. I'm the wife of Zhao Guosheng, the deputy regiment commander of the 2nd Battalion, and this is... Before she could finish, the sentry soldier interrupted her. We know. This is Regiment Commander Zhou's wife. He pulled out the registration book. Sisters-in-law, just sign here and you can go in. Jiang Rou smiled at the other party before bending down to sign her name. Zhao Guifan, on the other hand, pulled the person aside and spoke. I remember the last time someone else was on duty. You haven't seen Sister Rou before, so how did you know she is Regiment Commander Zhou's wife? Sister-in-law, you don't know this, but word has already spread throughout our military unit. What are they saying? We all know that Regiment Commander Zhou married a beautiful wife. Everyone says she looks especially stunning, so fair-skinned, with long hair tied into 2 thick braids, just like the girls in the cultural troupe who play the white-haired girl. There's no doubt she must be Regiment Commander Zhou's wife. The sentry soldier spoke with great enthusiasm. Hearing this, Zhao Guifan burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, that's quite right. Our sister Rou is indeed beautiful. She's even prettier than the girls in the cultural troupe. Amidst the hearty laughter, Jiang Rou finally stepped into the military camp. Given the era, the facilities inside the military camp were not much different from those in the military family quarters. The training ground was covered in yellow earth, with a track encircling it. Around the track there were a few horizontal bars, the only training equipment available. Under the scorching midday sun, a group of soldiers continued their training. One by one they stood shirtless, sweat streaming down their bodies as they shouted synchronized slogans in unison. The scene was truly a sight to behold. The buildings inside the military camp were all single-story houses for the most part, with only a few 2-story structures scattered here and there. At the very center of the entire military camp stood a flagpole, with a battle flag waving proudly in the wind. This was a simple and unadorned place, yet it was filled with faith and devotion. Ever since entering the military camp, Zhao Guifan no longer spoke in her usual loud and carefree manner. Instead, she lowered her voice, speaking softly and walking close to the edges of the path. Perhaps she had been influenced by the solemn atmosphere that permeated the military camp. As they walked, they passed by a squad of soldiers. The young soldiers marched in a perfectly orderly formation, their footsteps synchronized. The soldier leading the group was likely the squad leader. He even gave them a proper military salute as they passed. All of this was an entirely new experience for Jiang Rou. Her heart pounded violently in her chest. At that moment, she finally understood why some people dedicated their entire lives to becoming soldiers. The ever-present seriousness, the passion that radiated from their very bones, and the unwavering sense of duty to protect their country, it was truly something to admire. Jiang Rou and Zhao Guifan continued walking through most of the military camp until they finally reached the office area in the rear. Sister Rou, their office is right here. Once you go inside, turn right. It's the 2nd room on the left. My old Zhao and your Zhou Zhongshan, they share an office. Zhao Guifan led the way, carefully explaining the directions to Jiang Rou. She was still talking when, all of a sudden, the office door they were heading toward swung open. As the door opened, Zhou Zhongshan's figure appeared before them. At the same time, an unpleasant stench wafted out. Jiang Rou immediately frowned, instinctively raising her hand to cover her nose and mouth. Zhao Guifan, however, reacted far more dramatically. In a fit of anger, she shouted, Zhao Guosheng, I was wondering why I couldn't find your filthy socks when I was doing laundry these past few days. You little... Did you secretly stash all your stinking socks in the office? Chapter 73. Chapter 73. A husband and wife quarrel, how exciting! Military camp? Discipline? Courtesy? Forget all that. As Zhao Guifan's anger surged, all reason vanished from her mind. She shoved past Zhou Zhongshan in a fit of fury and stormed into the office. Inside, 2nd Regiment Commander Zhao Guosheng stood there, completely dumbfounded. Upon hearing his wife's furious roar, he failed to react and remained frozen in place. Zhao Guofen charged in and slammed the lunchbox onto the desk with a loud thud. The sturdy-built man from the northeast flinched, his muscular frame trembling slightly. Without hesitation, Zhao Guofen reached out, grabbed Zhao Guosheng's ear, and unleashed a relentless torrent of scolding. Jiang Rou stood outside the door, peering curiously inside. A husband and wife quarrel. How exciting! Such juicy drama. Though the smell was still a bit unbearable, her enchanting eyes sparkled with curiosity as she watched the scene unfold. But before she could enjoy more of the show, Zhou Zhongshan closed the door. He then took the bamboo basket and lunchbox from Jiang Rou's hands and gently pulled her aside. Wife, what brings you here? Sister Guofen said we could come deliver food today and asked if I wanted to join, so I came along. It's also Qingming today, so I made some Qingtuan and Qingming guozi for you to try. At that, Jiang Rou's eyes curved into a smile, her expression warm and bright. She lifted the towel covering the bamboo basket and showed Zhou Zhongshan. Look, this is Qingtuan and this is Qingming rice cake. The children and I made them together. They're still warm, so eat a few more later. They're really delicious. All right. Zhou Zhongshan responded in a deep voice. From the moment Jiang Rou appeared, his gaze had never left her delicate and radiant face. His dark eyes burned with intensity and sincerity, just like the scorching midday sun. Ever since that kiss in the middle of the night, Zhou Zhongshan had returned to the military camp early the next morning. 7 days had passed since then. This was already the 7th day. In these 7 days he hadn't seen Jiang Rou even once. Whenever he missed his wife, he would take out her old 1-inch photo, look at it, and gently run his fingers over it. For half his life, Zhou Zhongshan had never truly understood the meaning of longing. But over the past few days, that restless feeling before sleep, tossing and turning in bed yet unable to drift off, this must be what longing felt like. Zhou Zhongshan had been sleeping on the folding steel bed in his office. Each time he turned over, the simple steel bed let out a creaking sound, echoing in the silent night. A wave of sweetness rippled through Jiang Rou's heart. Before long, Zhao Guofen and Zhao Guosheng's marital war came to an end. Zhao Guofen emerged with a flushed face, waving toward Jiang Rou and Zhou Zhongshan. Sister Rou, Regiment Commander Zhou, come on in. I'm really sorry about this. You've just arrived, and we've already made a spectacle of ourselves. Inside the office, Zhao Guofen had already cleaned up the mess. Zhao Guosheng's ears were bright red, and he had opened the windows wide. With both the windows and the door open, fresh air circulated through the room, quickly dispelling the lingering stench. Zhao Guofen turned to Jiang Rou and explained, my old Zhao is already in his 30s, a regiment commander no less, yet he's still as unkempt as a farmer. I've been nagging him at home, complaining about how filthy he is. He got tired of hearing it, so he came up with his own solution, hiding his stinky socks in the office. These past few days it was Regiment Commander Zhou on duty, sleeping in the office at night, and that's when he caught the smell. What happened next was simple. Zhou Zhongshan had discovered Zhao Guosheng's secret stash of foul-smelling socks. Just as he was uncovering the entire hideout, Jiang Rou and Zhao Guofen happened to walk in, witnessing everything firsthand. And to think, a grown man like you isn't even embarrassed to let Sister Rou see this joke. You've dragged me down with you and made me lose face too. Zhao Guofen was truly exasperated, growing angrier the more she thought about it. Zhao Guosheng, however, remained grinning from ear to ear. He didn't feel embarrassed at all, nor was he the least bit upset. She's our neighbor now, and she's also Zhongshan's wife, she's one of us. There's no such thing as losing face in front of family. Don't be mad anymore, or your chest will start hurting again tonight. Hearing this, Zhao Guofen raised her eyes and shot Zhao Guosheng a fierce glare. This couple had known each other since they were running around bare-bottomed as children. From young sweethearts to now being married for over a decade, they had spent years bickering back and forth. Yet they knew each other inside out, understanding one another's temperaments and never truly taking things to heart. Their constant quarreling had instead become a unique kind of marital affection. After all, without these little squabbles, wouldn't life become unbearably dull? Jiang Rou watched Zhao Guofen and Zhao Guosheng before commenting, Sister Guofen, you and Commander Zhao share such a deep bond. As soon as she said this, Zhao Guofen suddenly froze. Her already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red from embarrassment. She muttered under her breath, who has a deep bond with this stinky man? Zhao Guosheng, however, was delighted to hear this. He pulled a chair over to sit beside Zhao Guofen and nodded enthusiastically. That's right, that's right. Our bond as husband and wife is truly strong. After all the commotion, Jiang Rou reminded everyone to wash their hands before they finally sat down to eat. As soon as Zhou Zhongshan opened his lunchbox, he was met with a container filled to the brim with white rice and steamed egg with minced meat. Today's lunch was made in a rush, so I didn't have time to prepare more dishes. Zhongshan, just make do with this. I also brought qingtuan. Jiang Rou had brought plenty of qingtuan, so not only did she give some to Zhou Zhongshan, but she also shared them with Zhao Guosheng. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. This is the new comrade Lin Yuyao. Zhao Guosheng gnawed on his cold steamed bun while eyeing Jiang Rou's warm, freshly made qingtuan. A wide, delighted grin instantly spread across his face. "Oh, this is too kind of you," he said. Though his mouth expressed reluctance, his hands did not hesitate in the slightest as they reached out for the qingtuan. Zhao Guifan, unable to bear watching any longer, smacked the back of Zhao Guosheng's hand. Eat, that's all you know. You don't even have the decency to say thank you. Today Dehuzi Aruzi and I ate quite a bit of Sister Rose's food too. We owe her now. Thank. Of course I have to thank her. Zhao Guosheng immediately followed up. Sister-in-law, on behalf of my entire family, I thank you. My Guifan sauerkraut pork stew with glass noodles is a masterpiece. Next time you and old Zhou, along with the children, must come over for dinner. As he spoke, he stuffed the qingtuan into his mouth and took a big bite. The moment he bit down, the salty and crunchy pickled bamboo shoots mixed with the glutinous rice, creating a flavor comparable to his beloved sauerkraut pork stew. Delicious. This thing looks a little odd, but I never expected it to taste this good. Zhao Guosheng exclaimed in excitement. He then shot Zhou Zhongshan a few meaningful glances, his expression full of implications as he remarked, "Old Zhou, you're one lucky man, aren't you?" The message behind his words was crystal clear. Having such a new wife, one who was not only beautiful but also an excellent cook, truly was a blessing. In such a situation, most people might have responded with a few polite refusals. After all, humility had always been a deeply ingrained cultural trait. But Zhou Zhongshan was not like most people. He nodded toward Zhao Guosheng, his expression serious, and said in a deep voice, "I am indeed fortunate." The man responded to Zhao Guosheng's teasing with a solemn and earnest tone. Everyone else had been engaged in casual conversation, but Zhou Zhongshan treated the matter with utmost sincerity. Two completely different emotions clashed in that moment, creating an absurd yet astonishing sense of bewilderment. Zhao Guosheng and Zhao Guifan were momentarily stunned. Even Jiang Rou raised an eyebrow in surprise when she heard Zhou Zhongshan's words. For a few seconds the entire office fell into silence. Then suddenly, Zhao Guosheng and Zhao Guifan burst into laughter. As they laughed, they exchanged a glance. Having been married for over a decade, they instinctively knew what the other was thinking. It was as if they were saying, "Look at this young couple. Their love is so strong, how enviable." Zhao Guifan playfully patted Zhao Guosheng on the shoulder and complained, "Listen to what Regiment Commander Zhou just said. We've been married for over 10 years, and you've never said anything this sweet to me. Can't I say it now? I'll say it right now. I, Zhao Guosheng, am truly fortunate. Marrying you, Zhao Guifan, is a blessing cultivated by my ancestors over 18 generations." Is that how you're supposed to say it? A perfectly good sentence, and somehow coming from your mouth it just sounds off. The couple went back and forth, one sentence after another, as if they were about to start bickering again. Jiang Rou's face felt warm. She lowered her head and looked at Zhou Zhongshan, who was eating. She asked softly, "Do you like the qingtuan?" "It's delicious." The answer was obvious. Even if there had been sand inside the qingtuan, Zhou Zhongshan would have swallowed it whole and still said it was good. But when he answered with such a serious expression and a gentle gaze, Jiang Rou couldn't help but feel happy. Her heart filled with sweetness. Zhou Zhongshan added, "Not only is it delicious but it looks good too. Wife, you have such skillful hands." He was speaking the absolute truth. The qingtuan Jiang Rou made were all uniform in size, with beautifully crafted edges. Even restaurant chefs wouldn't have such refined skills. Zhou Zhongshan, in all seriousness, praised his wife. Then he pulled out a chair. "Wife, sit down. Standing too long is tiring." He poured hot water into his enamel cup. "Wife, have some water. Be careful, it's hot." He picked up another qingtuan for Jiang Rou. "Wife, are you full? Do you want another one?" Zhao Guosheng and Zhao Guifan were completely dumbfounded by the sudden change in this old man. Neither of them spoke anymore, but Zhao Guifan secretly shot a few glances at Zhao Guosheng. After all, this rough man had never even poured her a cup of tea. She had never thought much of it before. But now, with this comparison, how could the gap between old men be so vast? Zhao Guosheng, inner monologue, "Old Zhou, I beg you, please put away your divine skills. Thanks to you, I won't be able to sleep at home tonight." The four of them sat in the office having lunch. From the corridor outside, footsteps echoed. Then, a familiar voice called out, "Commander Zhao, Regiment Commander Zhou, you're both here? Having lunch?" Everyone instinctively looked up and saw Yang Hongping. Yang Hongping's rank wasn't high, but her seniority was. At the sight of her, not only did Jiang Rou and Zhao Guifan stand up, but even Zhao Guosheng and Zhou Zhongshan quickly got to their feet. They all greeted her in unison. "Sister Hong, you're here. Sister Hong, have you eaten yet?" Their voices overlapped as they welcomed her. Yang Hongping's face carried a kind smile as she waved her hand. "Sit, sit. Keep eating, no need to fuss over me." As she spoke, Jiang Rou caught sight of a figure following behind Yang Hongping. Her gaze suddenly froze. The faint smile on her face stiffened. It was a young woman dressed in a white and blue military uniform, someone Jiang Rou had never seen before. Logically speaking, seeing a woman in uniform at the military camp wasn't unusual. But the moment Jiang Rou's eyes landed on her, she found herself unable to look away. A sudden intense chill surged through Jiang Rou's heart. Her chest felt heavy. Her limbs turned ice cold. It was a terrible feeling, as if her sixth sense had detected the approach of danger. In an instant, the expression on Jiang Rou's face underwent a subtle shift. Zhou Zhongshan noticed it. "Wife." He spoke softly, his eyes filled with concern. He reached out and touched Jiang Rou's fingers. They were cold. I'm fine." Jiang Rou snapped back to reality and hurriedly shook her head. She adjusted her breathing, trying to suppress the strange sensation in her chest. While the couple whispered to each other, Zhao Guosheng and Zhao Guifan had already started chatting with Yang Hongping. Behind Yang Hongping stood two people, a young man and a young woman. The young man was the guard of political commissar Lu Weiguo. Today, he had been temporarily assigned to assist Yang Hongping with some matters. As for the young woman, Yang Hongping smiled warmly, holding the young woman's hand as she introduced her to everyone. "This female comrade is a new member of our military unit. She was transferred from the cultural troop of the regiment and will be working as an operator in our military camp's liaison department. You might have heard of her name before, Lin Yuyao." Chapter 75. Chapter 75. The timeline was moved up, and the reborn female protagonist appeared. Boom! Something exploded in Jiang Rou's mind. Lin Yuyao. She was actually Lin Yuyao. Jiang Rou was all too familiar with the name Lin Yuyao, because Lin Yuyao was the reborn female protagonist in the original story, the true, dazzling heroine. Had she not transmigrated into this book and unexpectedly appeared in this era, then Lin Yuyao would have been the one and only. She had come with memories of her past life. She was also cherished by the original author like a beloved daughter, truly possessing the strongest protagonist's halo. Jiang Rou had known from the very beginning that Lin Yuyao would inevitably appear. Their meeting was bound to happen because it was a predetermined fact. However, not now. Not at this point in time. The original owner of Jiang Rou's body was supposed to die in a storm 6 months later, leaving no remains behind. Lin Yuyao, knowing about this event, had deliberately chosen to arrive on the island only after the original owner's death, when Zhou Zhongshan had become a widower, in order to avoid arousing suspicion. That should have been months later. The original owner and Lin Yuyao were never supposed to have met. So why now? Why had Lin Yuyao appeared ahead of time? Jiang Rou's thoughts were now a tangled mess, like a ball of cotton in chaos, impossible to sort out. Where had things gone wrong? Had Lin Yuyao encountered something unexpected? Or was it because of her own transmigration into this book that a series of butterfly effects had been triggered in this world? Had Lin Yuyao's actions changed as a result? This was the only explanation Jiang Rou could barely come up with amidst the chaos in her mind. A deep sense of unease surged within her, like turbulent waves crashing in her heart. Zhou Zhongshan silently furrowed his brows, his gaze filled with concern as it landed on Jiang Rou's slightly pale face. He tightened his grip on her hand once again. Still ice cold. Following Jiang Rou's gaze, Zhou Zhongshan cast a quick glance at Lin Yuyao before swiftly withdrawing his eyes and returning his attention to Jiang Rou, his worry intensifying. His little wife. Even on the first day she arrived on the island, when she saw him stark naked wrestling a sow, she hadn't shown such a panicked expression. Yet now, it was just a strange woman, someone who didn't appear threatening in the slightest. Why was Jiang Rou looking so terrified? Could it be that they knew each other from before? The young couple, one in shock and disbelief, the other in anxious concern, were completely immersed in their own little world. Meanwhile, Zhao Guosheng and Zhao Guifan didn't notice the subtle changes in their expressions, and continued chatting with Yang Hongping with smiles on their faces. The moment Zhao Guifan heard the name Lin Yuyao, she immediately remembered. Lin Yuyao. Oh, I know. Isn't she Lin Yulan's cousin? I've heard her mention her so many times. Just recently Yulan was saying that her cousin joined the cultural troupe. She's beautiful, a great dancer, and incredibly talented. Such a wonderful girl. And now she's joining our military unit. That's right. She's Yulan's cousin and will be part of our military unit from now on. She just arrived today, so I'm showing her around to help her get familiar with the environment and meet people. That way, we can arrange her accommodations more smoothly. Yang Hongping responded with a smile. A newly arrived telephone operator being personally guided by the political commissar's wife and the women's director Yang Hongping. This alone spoke volumes about Lin Yuyao's background and family connections. Though Zhao Guosheng and Zhao Guifan seemed straightforward and carefree, they had the necessary social awareness. Exchanging a glance, they immediately adjusted their attitude toward Lin Yuyao, becoming even more courteous and warm. Yang Hongping continued with the introductions. Yuyao, this is 2nd Battalion Commander Zhao Guosheng, and this is his wife Zhao Guifan. This is 3rd Regiment Commander Zhou Zhongshan, and his wife Jiang Rou. Lin Yuyao had delicate features, a refined appearance, and was undoubtedly a natural beauty. As the female protagonist, her looks were, of course, exceptional. She smiled politely and warmly as she greeted everyone. Commander Zhao, Sister Guifan, hello, I'm Lin Yuyao. Then, she turned to face 3rd Regiment Commander Zhou Zhongshan. Regiment Commander Zhou, hello. I look forward to learning from you in the future. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Lin Yuyao had ever seen Zhou Zhongshan. It wasn't the man from the photos, nor the one from the newspapers. It was a real living breathing man standing right in front of her. Lin Yuyao's first impression of Zhou Zhongshan was that he was very tall and very intimidating. He stood over 1.9 meters with rugged and sharp features. A distinct, menacing scar ran above his temple. At this moment, his expression was grim, his face darkened, and the aura he exuded was downright hostile. This was their first meeting. But for some reason, Lin Yuyao could feel a sense of animosity from him. That shouldn't be. The smile on her face stiffened slightly. As for Jiang Rou, it wasn't that Lin Yuyao deliberately ignored her. It was simply because she knew that in a few months, Jiang Rou would meet a tragic end. To Lin Yuyao, someone who was destined to die was nothing more than an insignificant existence. That had been her initial belief. But that belief was about to change. Zhou Zhongshan merely gave her a brief nod in response to her greeting. Then, almost instantly, the fierce look on his face softened as he lowered his head slightly, his expression shifting into one of unmistakable gentleness as he gazed at the woman beside him. Anyone could tell at a glance, this couple shared a deep bond. Zhou Zhongshan, a man of iron and steel, held Jiang Rou in the highest regard, treating her with undeniable tenderness. But that didn't make sense. That wasn't what Lin Yuyao had heard in her past life. Back then, her cousin, Lin Yulan, had clearly said that there was no love between this husband and wife. At this moment, Zhou Zhongshan lowered his voice, speaking with nervous concern. Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Your face doesn't look too good. No, Jiang Rou shook her head. In the small office, not only were Zhao Guosheng and Zhao Guifan present as a couple, but also Yang Hongping and her group. Most importantly, Lin Yuyao was there too. After all, Lin Yuyao was the reborn female lead. She carried memories of her past life. Could she possibly notice something unusual about her? Everything had happened too quickly, too suddenly. Jiang Rou was completely unprepared. She pressed her lips tightly together, a rare trace of unease flickering in her eyes. When she looked up, her gaze met Zhou Zhongshan's deep, dark eyes. This man, who had walked out of the flames of war stained with blood, now had worry and concern written all over his face. So intense, so overwhelming. It almost completely enveloped Jiang Rou, wrapping around her so tightly that not a single gap remained. As if he wanted to offer her an unprecedented safe harbor. When had Zhou Zhongshan become like this? Was it when she had just been flustered and at a loss, her heart in turmoil? And her hand? When had it been firmly grasped by Zhou Zhongshan? And that too, in front of so many people. Jiang Rou had been too caught up in her own emotions earlier, and had been completely unaware of Zhou Zhongshan's changes. She lifted her head slightly, meeting the man's deep, pitch-black eyes. For some reason, the uneasy feeling in her chest gradually faded away. She slowly calmed down. It was just Lin Yuyao, so what? Lin Yuyao might have been reborn, but she had transmigrated into a book. Not to mention she was from a future era. Even with the simplest arithmetic, she had an entire lifetime more of memories than Lin Yuyao. She was Jiang Rou after all. If soldiers came, she would counter with generals. If water flooded in, she would block it with earth. There was nothing to fear. T/N. I really don't like how Lin Yuyao acted. Even the OG Jiang Rou would die in a few months. She's still alive right now? A short greeting would hurt you? Anyway, fighting Jiang Rou. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. As if showing off affection on purpose. After figuring this out, the chaotic emotions in Jiang Rou's heart gradually settled. Her complexion was no longer as pale. However, beside her, Those deep, dark eyes, filled with suppressed intensity, were still watching her with concern. A sudden warmth spread in Jiang Rou's chest. She placed a hand over her heart and spoke softly. Zhongshan, I'm fine. Just now I suddenly felt a bit stuffy in my chest, like I couldn't catch my breath. But now that I've recovered, it's all good. As soon as she said that, Zhao Guifan immediately chimed in. Chest tightness and shortness of breath? That must be from the heat. The weather has been getting hotter lately, and it was especially stifling at noon. Quick! Let Sister Rou sit down and drink some water to ease it. Hearing this, Zhou Zhongshan immediately followed Zhao Guifan's advice. He made Jiang Rou sit down and urged her to drink some water. Jiang Rou hadn't wanted to make such a fuss. Her body was perfectly fine. There was no need to blow things out of proportion. However, Zhou Zhongshan's persistent look of concern made it hard for her to do anything but go along with him. Jiang Rou took a sip of water, then discreetly gave the man's palm a light squeeze. She spoke in an embarrassed tone. Zhongshan, Sister Hong is still here. Yet Zhou Zhongshan remained unfazed, his deep voice steady. It's fine. Sister Hong is one of us. Ha ha ha. Yang Hongping burst into laughter upon hearing that. She grinned and said, That's right, that's right. I was the one who personally submitted your marriage report. If you think about it that way, I'm basically a witness to your marriage. At these words, Jiang Rou let out a light chuckle as well. But out of the corner of her eye, she was glancing toward Lin Yuyao. It wasn't Yang Hongping's presence that made her feel awkward. It was Lin Yuyao. Everything that had just happened made it seem as though she was deliberately showing off her affection in front of Lin Yuyao. It all just felt strange. Jiang Rou looked at Lin Yuyao. Lin Yuyao was looking at Jiang Rou as well. She had observed the entire exchange from start to finish. Jiang Rou had merely furrowed her brows slightly, and yet everyone's attention had immediately turned to her. Zhou Zhongshan's worry and concern, Zhao Guifan's attentive care, and even Yang Hongping's open fondness for Jiang Rou, everything was so obvious. Even she, the newcomer whom Yang Hongping had personally introduced to everyone, had been reduced to complete insignificance. Was Jiang Rou the same kind of person in her past life? If Jiang Rou had been so well-liked in the military family compound, then why had her cousin Lin Yulan spoken of her in such a distant tone in their past life, as if she had barely known her at all? Lin Yuyao's gaze lingered on Jiang Rou, filled with deep confusion and concern. Zhou Zhongshan's devotion to his wife was undeniable. So, after Jiang Rou's death, could Zhou Zhongshan really let go just like that? Lin Yuyao had come here with firm determination. She was set on marrying Zhou Zhongshan 6 months from now. But on her very first day on the island, at her very first meeting with Zhou Zhongshan, Lin Yuyao had already begun to realize that her plan would not be so easy. Jiang Rou noticed the shifting expressions on Lin Yuyao's face. At this moment, it was as if their emotions had swapped. The one feeling uneasy now was Lin Yuyao. Jiang Rou saw through it but chose not to say anything. Instead, under Yang Hongping's watchful gaze, she took the initiative to speak. Comrade Lin, hello. This is our first time meeting. It's a pleasure to get to know you. I feel the same. Lin Yuyao was still caught off guard. Her response was delayed, and she spoke in a daze. Just like that, they exchanged their first formal greeting. With the task of introducing the new comrade, Lin Yuyao, now complete, Yang Hongping finally noticed the bamboo basket that Jiang Rou had brought, placed on the desk. Inside the basket were half-eaten qingtuan and qingming rice cakes. This is this qingtuan? Sister Hong, you recognize this. Of course. Decades ago, I worked in the southern base areas. At that time when the villagers brought us food, this was among them. They said it was something only eaten during the Qingming festival. Yang Hongping reminisced about the past. Zhao Guifan immediately followed up. Sister Hong, you are amazing. You even know about this. When I saw Sister Rou making it this morning, I thought it looked so green that it might be poisonous. I almost made a big joke out of it. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongping's eyes lit up. She looked at Jiang Rou in surprise and exclaimed, Sister Rou, did you make this qingtuan? Jiang Rou nodded. Yes, I made it. Zhou Zhongshan picked up a qingtuan and handed it directly to Yang Hongping. Sister Hong, have one. My wife made it. It's very delicious. His words carried an unmistakable sense of pride. The usually stern and serious expression on Zhou Zhongshan's face softened for once. Not only did he give a qingtuan to Yang Hongping, but he also distributed them to Lin Yuyao and the guard standing behind. Lin Yuyao hesitated for a moment before saying, Thank you, Regiment Commander Zhou. The guard was visibly surprised. Ah. I get one too. Thank you, Regiment Commander Zhou. Thank you, sister-in-law. As soon as Yang Hongping and the guard took a bite, the fresh aroma of mugwort and the crisp, tender flavor of pickled bamboo shoots filled their mouths. This is delicious. So good. Regiment Commander Zhou, sister-in-law's cooking is truly amazing. The guard devoured the qingtuan in just a few bites. Yang Hongping, however, ate more meticulously. After taking a bite, she examined the filling inside and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "This tastes exactly like the ones I had decades ago." Lin Yuyao had been holding her qingtuan without eating it. Seeing everyone praise its taste one after another, she finally picked it up and took a doubtful bite. The moment she tasted it, it was delicious, truly delicious. Even better than what the professional chefs at her parents' home had made. Her gaze toward Jiang Rou became more complicated. After finishing her qingtuan, Yang Hongping looked at the beautifully made qingming rice cakes beside them. She turned to Jiang Rou and asked, "Sister Rou, what did you use to make the qingtuan?" Jiang Rou replied, "The dough is made from glutinous rice flour, and I also use some pickled vegetables. The rest are wild greens I gathered from the mountains like mugwort, cudweed and wild bamboo shoots. Sister Yulan and Sister Guifan took me there to collect them." After listening, Yang Hongping nodded in understanding, and then continued speaking at length. "Just the other day, Political Commissar Liu and I were discussing how, since it's already Qingming Festival, we should improve the soldiers' meals. They've been eating the same old 3 staple dishes from the canteen every day. If it's not steamed buns, it's steamed cornmeal buns. But since it's difficult for supplies to reach our island, the only things we can transport easily are those basics. Even if we wanted to improve the meals, we don't have the ingredients. This qingtuan is excellent, it's a local specialty, and it uses wild greens from the mountains. The soldiers from the north should have a taste of some southern food." Standing beside her, Zhao Guosheng nodded repeatedly. "Sister Hong is absolutely right. I've lived for over 30 years and this is the first time I've even heard of this thing. It's called, what was it again? Qingtuan. Green little dumplings. How can you not remember something so simple?" Zhao Guifan complained teasingly. With the Zhao couple stirring things up, the atmosphere in the office became even livelier. Yang Hongping, smiling warmly, looked at Jiang Rou and asked, "Sister Rou, do you have time this afternoon? I'd like to trouble you to visit the military unit's canteen and teach the mess squad soldiers how to make qingtuan." Chapter 77. Chapter 77. An honorable task. Since Yang Hongping had personally made the request, Jiang Rou naturally agreed. For a military wife to be invited to the military unit's kitchen team, especially to teach the soldiers how to cook, was an extraordinary honor. If word got out, it would be something to take pride in. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guifan's eyes had already lit up with excitement, unable to contain her joy. She was thrilled on Jiang Rou's behalf. Being recognized for her culinary skills made Jiang Rou happy as well. However, she felt that this situation was drawing too much attention. If word spread back to the residential compound with so many people and so much gossip, who knew if someone with ill intentions might take issue with it? As the saying went, the tallest tree catches the wind. Jiang Rou was just a newcomer to the residential compound. Standing out too much wouldn't be a good thing. With that thought, she quickly came up with an idea and shifted the attention onto Zhao Guifan. "Sister Hong, there's no such thing as trouble or not. Being able to contribute to the soldiers makes me happy. Sister Guifan knows how to make qingtuan as well, so let the two of us go together." "Me? I don't know how. Why am I suddenly involved in this?" Zhao Guifan looked utterly confused, unable to process how she had been dragged into the situation. "Sister Guifan, you watched me make qingtuan this morning, didn't you? You must have learned it by now. If I make a mistake, you can help remind me." Jiang Rou subtly praised Zhao Guifan in her words. Zhao Guifan was momentarily dazed by the flattery, but at the same time, a hint of joy crept onto her face. It almost felt like, "Sister Rou, the way you put it, I do sound quite important. In that case, I'll go too." Yang Hongping listened to their exchange and then glanced at Jiang Rou, who remained calm and composed. Understanding flickered in her eyes. Not trying to steal the spotlight, looking out for her comrades, and having a strong sense of collective honor. This was a good comrade. Yang Hongping made her decision. "Then the two of you will go together." "All right, Sister Hong. We'll make sure to complete the task." "A task? This is a task now. This is the first time I've ever received an assignment from the organization. It almost feels like we're about to fight the enemy or something. I'm getting nervous." Zhao Guifan kept touching her hair and tugging at her clothes. Normally, she was a straightforward and generous person, but at this moment she appeared nervous and uneasy. Zhao Guosheng complained about his wife. "Enough, stop fussing. No matter how much you fix yourself up, it won't make a difference. Zhao Guosheng, you can sleep on the floor tonight." Amid the bickering, Zhou Zhongshan spoke softly to Jiang Rou. "Wife, I have something to take care of, so I can't go with you. I'll have Song Yin accompany you. If anything comes up, just let him know." Song Yin was young, But he was quick-witted and capable. Jiang Rou nodded. All right. With that, the matter was settled. At the military camp canteen, the cooking was handled by the kitchen team. Although they were responsible for preparing meals, their duties extended beyond just cooking. They also had to undergo military training regularly. When marching with the military unit, they even had to carry heavy cooking equipment on their backs while keeping up with the pace, making their workload even more exhausting than that of ordinary soldiers. So when Jiang Rou arrived, the first thing she saw was 7 burly men from the northeast, all of them muscular and broad-shouldered. These men could slice potatoes into thin shreds at an impressive speed. However, when it came to southern cuisine, they knew absolutely nothing. No wonder Yang Hongping was so concerned and had arranged for Jiang Rou to come and teach them. After Jiang Rou and Zhao Guifan arrived at the kitchen team, Jiang Rou first used a pencil to sketch out detailed illustrations of Chinese mugwort and Nephalia affine, carefully explaining every detail to ensure they wouldn't mistake them for other wild herbs. As for wild bamboo shoots, they were easy to distinguish and would never be mistaken. The kitchen team's squad leader had the surname Tao. He was the oldest among them and was called Old Tao. Old Tao immediately assigned 3 young soldiers to head up the mountain and return to the military camp by 3 o'clock. In the meantime, they were to gather as many wild vegetables as they could. The reason for this urgency was clear. Old Tao understood Yang Hongping's intention. She wanted the soldiers to have something special to eat on Qingming Festival, both to improve their meals and to provide some comfort for their homesickness. Next came the process of making green rice balls, qingtuan. Instead of explaining everything herself, Jiang Rou let Zhao Guifan take the lead. That morning, Zhao Guifan had observed Jiang Rou making qingtuan and had already learned most of the steps. She could explain things fairly well, with only occasional reminders from Jiang Rou for the finer details. Everything proceeded smoothly. Both Jiang Rou and Zhao Guifan felt a strong sense of participation and accomplishment. In Jiang Rou's bamboo basket, there were still a few qingming cakes left. She gave them all to the soldiers of the kitchen team. The soldiers split a few among themselves to taste, while saving some as samples. Once they finished making their own, they could compare the results. After everything was done, Old Tao, as the squad leader, stood at attention and gave Jiang Rou and Zhao Guifan a respectful military salute. Sisters-in-law, on behalf of all the soldiers in the kitchen team, I thank you for your guidance. Rest assured, we will remember everything and make the best qingtuan possible. It had originally been a simple task, but with Old Tao's salute, the atmosphere instantly shifted, carrying a different weight altogether. On the way back from the kitchen team, Zhao Guifan was still in a daze. She held onto Jiang Rou's hand, her voice filled with disbelief. Sister Rou, pinch me quick. Pinch me. Is this real? Really? Why does it feel like I'm dreaming? Jiang Rou understood Zhao Guifan's emotions deep down. As a military family member, Zhao Guifan naturally had a special attachment to soldiers and the military camp. She saw it as her second home. And since it was home, she naturally wanted to contribute to it. However, as a woman, her usual contributions were limited to washing clothes, cooking and cleaning the house. At most, she could deliver meals to the camp. When soldiers saluted her, it was only because she was Zhao Guisheng's wife. But today was different. Today, it was her own efforts, her own dedication, that had earned the soldiers' recognition. Zhao Guifan was absolutely overjoyed. Sister Guifan, you're not dreaming, it's all real. Back at the kitchen team, you weren't flustered at all. You were calm, organized, and explained everything so well. Haha. I actually think I did pretty well too. When it really matters, I'm just as capable as the men. That's right. We're just as good as the men. Let's hurry back. I wonder how the kids are doing at home. Let's go. Time to check on the kids. Sister Rou, one of these days I'll make qingtuan using your method. The ones you made today were absolutely delicious. All right. Laughing and chatting, the two of them walked toward the military family courtyard not far away. As Jiang Rou left, someone was watching her figure, gazing for a long while. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. They built a new house. Days swiftly passed to the holiday. The sun rose and sunlight spilled over the island. In the courtyard of the Zhou family, a lively scene unfolded early in the morning. Zhou Zhongshan had just returned from the military camp, having completed his last shift. He did not come back alone. He brought along quite a few people. All of them were tall men dressed in military uniforms. Among them, the man Jiang Rou recognized most was Song Yan, since he was the first person she had seen on her first day on the island. As for the other men, they were all comrades of Zhou Zhongshan, who had come to lend a hand. In the courtyard, this was how they helped one another. Whenever someone needed to build a house or do something else, they would just call out, rallying 7 or 8 people to join in the work. Previously, Zhou Zhongshan had assisted several families in building their houses. Now it was his turn, and naturally, Others were happy to return the favor, coming together cheerfully to help. Moreover, of course, they were also there to catch a glimpse of the rumored beautiful wife of Regiment Commander Zhou. Have you seen Regiment Commander Zhou's new wife? I haven't seen her yet, but I heard from the sentries at the military camp entrance that she's an absolute beauty, even more stunning than the girls in the performing arts troupe. Is that true? It's true, it's true. Sister-in-law came to the military camp yesterday to bring Regiment Commander Zhou a meal. I caught a glimpse of her from afar. She's genuinely beautiful, even prettier than the village belle from our hometown. Didn't you say your village only has a few hundred people? There are at most a dozen young women. Your village belle doesn't count. Even I look better than her. Hey, how can you say that? Sister-in-law is truly beautiful. Even if our village belle is slightly less attractive than her, she's still fresh and charming. What are you arguing about? Aren't we about to reach Regiment Commander Zhou's house? Once we see for ourselves, we'll know the truth. Jiang Rou had already heard from Zhou Zhongshan in advance that everyone would be coming. So before dawn, she got up early to prepare. She started kneading dough in the morning to make steamed buns, boiled several pots of hot water, and took out the pickled vegetables she had made earlier with bracken fern. Although the food was simple, it was guaranteed to fill the stomachs of all these men. While Jiang Rou was busy, the sounds of her work woke up Zhou Xiaochuan, who was sleeping in the bedroom. After waking up, Zhou Xiaochuan quietly got out of bed, tucked Zhou Xiaohua in properly, and then silently walked to the courtyard, picking up the broom placed to the side. He also knew that guests would be arriving today. So while Jiang Rou was bustling in the kitchen, Zhou Xiaochuan thoroughly cleaned the courtyard. He also watered the plants, pulled out weeds, and fed the chicks. All sorts of little chores. Back when Zhou Xiaochuan lived with his biological parents, he had to start working in the fields as early as 4 or 5 years old. Now these small tasks were effortless for him. After Jiang Rou finished her work in the kitchen and set the steamed buns in the iron pot, she stepped outside and was immediately greeted by the sight of a freshly cleaned courtyard. She felt both delighted and relieved. "Xiaochuan, you've worked hard," she said with a gentle smile. At the same time, she placed 2 freshly steamed buns into Zhou Xiaochuan's hands. "There isn't much meat left at home, so I could only make 2. Xiaochuan, go wake up Xiaohua. Then eat the buns before coming out. Don't let anyone see." After saying that, Jiang Rou thought for a moment and added, "You and Xiaohua each get 1. You are not allowed to give both to her. I'll ask her later." Zhou Xiaochuan held the steaming hot buns in his hands. The rich aroma of meat filled his nose, and his empty stomach growled in hunger. He pressed his lips together and said, "I understand." Jiang Rou watched as Zhou Xiaochuan walked into the bedroom. The next moment, she heard footsteps approaching from outside. From the sound of it, quite a few people had arrived. Jiang Rou quickly smoothed her hair and adjusted her clothes before stepping out. In the blink of an eye, a group of tall, sturdy men had already entered the small Zhou family courtyard. Zhou Zhongshan led the way at the front. As soon as he stepped inside, he naturally called out, "Wife." Then he walked to Jiang Rou's side. The young couple stood shoulder to shoulder, their figures bathed in the warm golden light of the morning sun. Facing his comrades, Zhou Zhongshan introduced her. "This is my wife," Zhou Zhongshan introduced. "Her name is Jiang Rou, Jiang as in river, and Rou as in gentle." Jiang Rou lifted the corners of her lips into a radiant smile. "Hello everyone. I'll be troubling you all today. Thank you so much for your help." At that moment, a warm spring breeze swept through, gently stirring the strands of hair at Jiang Rou's forehead, making them sway lightly. This scene, just like her name, was the very embodiment of gentleness. These rugged men had seen plenty of fiery, strong-willed women like Zhao Guifan, but someone like Jiang Rou, as soft as water, as warm as a spring breeze, was something they had never encountered before. With just that one smile, she made people unconsciously want to smile too. Everyone stood there dumbfounded. For a moment no one spoke. Among them, a scholarly-looking man wearing glasses stepped forward. He nodded at Jiang Rou and took the initiative to greet her. "Hello." Following his lead, Song Yan also chimed in. "Hello, sister-in-law." Only then did the others snap out of their daze and begin greeting her one after another. With that, the little moment of awkwardness passed in a lively, cheerful manner. However, the way these men looked at Zhou Zhongshan had completely changed, now filled with envy, jealousy, and even resentment. How could they not be jealous of a man with such a beautiful wife? They were all from the countryside, so how was it that Zhou Zhongshan managed to find a wife back in his hometown, while they remained single? Zhou Zhongshan, unwilling to back down, shot them a glare in return. "This is my wife, no use being jealous." Before everyone started working, Jiang Rou brought out the steamed buns she had prepared, making sure everyone ate before getting busy. The men didn't stand on ceremony. After expressing their thanks, they eagerly dug in. A bite of a fluffy steamed bun, followed by a bite of tangy pickled vegetables. There was nothing more satisfying. As they ate breakfast, they started chatting about yesterday's events. Sister-in-law, the military camp canteen upgraded our meals yesterday. I heard from the soldiers in the cooking squad that you went over to teach them how to make those green dumplings. Yes, I went with Sister Guifan from next door. Jiang Rou replied while pouring water for them. Sister-in-law, those things were delicious. Sister-in-law, there's no way old Tao from the cooking squad could have come up with something so creative. Thanks to you we got to enjoy them. Sister-in-law, even these steamed buns taste better than the ones from the cooking squad. A flood of praise showered over Jiang Rou. She couldn't help but smile shyly. Then she asked, so you all really like the green dumplings? Yes. They were amazing. Especially the one stuffed with pickled bamboo shoots. It was so good. The only problem was we only got one each. A few bites, and it was gone before I could even properly savor it. You didn't even pound it properly to bring out the flavor. And yet you can still taste that it's delicious? Do you mean to say it's not good? Then why don't you just give me yours? TCH, I barely have enough for myself. Who'd be willing to give it to you? They were all comrades who knew each other well, spending day and night together. Their banter flowed effortlessly, one remark following another. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. The Tough Men's Construction Site Show. Jiang Rou took the initiative to suggest, since you all like it, I'll make more for you today. I guarantee you'll have as many as you want. But it's made from glutinous rice flour. And eating too much isn't easy to digest. It can't replace a proper meal. You should still eat steamed buns as your main food. Sister-in-law. You're really going to make them for us? Yes. It's not troublesome to make, and I'm happy that you enjoy eating them. As soon as Jiang Rou said that, the group of rough men became excited. Sister-in-law, don't worry. We'll make sure to build your house beautifully. The moment they heard about delicious food, these men got so thrilled that they nearly stood at attention and saluted right then and there. During the conversation, Jiang Rou noticed something. The man who had first spoken to her earlier, the one with glasses and a steady demeanor, had not participated in the lively discussion at all. However, his gaze had fallen on Jiang Rou more than once. Although the entire group was looking at her, only this man's gaze felt different. It was as if he had words left unsaid. It seemed like he wanted to say something to Jiang Rou, yet in the end he said nothing. He chose silence. He quietly ate the steamed bun in his hand. Jiang Rou took note of this and glanced at the man with glasses a few more times. She heard the others calling him company commander. But she never caught his actual name. Before long someone called out, "Bricks! The bricks have arrived!" The moment the group of men heard this, it was as if they had heard a battle horn. They stuffed the remaining steamed buns into their mouths, stood up at once, and rushed out in a flurry of movement. Once everyone had left, Jiang Rou caught a glimpse of something from the corner of her eye. Behind the door a pair of big round black eyes peeked out. She beckoned with her hand. "Xiaohua, come out." Hearing Jiang Rou call her, Zhou Xiaohua finally stepped forward on her short little legs. Jiang Rou gently patted her head and softly asked, "Too many people? Were you scared?" Zhou Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before lightly nodding her fair little face. So many people. She had never seen so many people all at once before. And every single one of them was so tall and big. So she had been too scared to come out and had hidden in the bedroom instead. Jiang Rou crouched down, took out a handkerchief from her pocket, and gently wiped Zhou Xiaohua's greasy mouth from eating the meat bun earlier. "Xiaohua, you don't need to be afraid. Those uncles are all Dad's comrades and friends. They came to build our house, they're all good people. Not only will they never hurt you, but they will also think you're adorable and beautiful." Hearing Jiang Rou praise her, Zhou Xiaohua's lips twitched slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. At that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. One of the men had rushed back. "Aya! My ruler, my ruler!" The man stormed in from outside, quickly spotting the ruler he had left on the ground. Picking it up, he scratched his short buzzcut hair with an embarrassed look and turned to Jiang Rou. At the same time he noticed Zhou Xiaohua, who had darted behind Jiang Rou in a flash. "Sister-in-law, my bad. I'm always so forgetful. This little one must be Xiaohua, right? Regiment Commander Zhou's daughter. They said before that she was just a tiny baby, but I didn't expect her to have grown this big. And so beautiful." From outside a loud voice shouted, "Laoli, what's taking you so long just to grab a ruler? Are you sneaking food again? Shut up. I'm not like you stuffing your face with steamed buns all day. Why don't you just choke on one already?" The man yelled back while dashing out of the house at full speed. In an instant the room fell silent again, leaving only Jiang Rou and Zhou Xiaohua. Zhou Xiaohua's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked up at Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou simply smiled gently, her eyes curving into crescents. At that moment, there was no need for words. Their little Xiaohua was the most adorable and beautiful girl, loved by all, admired by everyone. Otherwise, why would the neighbors' boys Dahu and Eru always clamor to come over and play? They were just one step away from giving Zhou Xiaohua their most prized glass marbles. Jiang Rou had noticed it all. In the days to come, she would need to slowly nurture the children's confidence. Not just Zhou Xiaohua's but also the little wolf cubs. Outside the courtyard gate, when Jiang Rou stepped out again, she was surprised to see a tractor. This was the first time since arriving on the island that she had seen a tool that could be considered somewhat technologically advanced. Zhou Zhongshan had even managed to borrow a tractor. His planning was truly meticulous. However, the tractor could only be parked on the main road further away. The narrow paths inside the courtyard still required manual labor for transportation. The group of men, however, were not foolish enough to carry the bricks back and forth one by one. Instead, they opted for an assembly line method. They stood in a row, leaving some space between each person. The first man started by tossing a brick to the person behind him. The next person caught it and passed it to the one after him. Then the next. And so on all the way down the line. By simply standing in their designated spots, they could efficiently transport the bricks into the courtyard. Though this method seemed simple in reality, it was a true test of their coordination and teamwork. If a force was not controlled properly, whether it was thrown too lightly or too heavily, the result would be unpredictable. They were all soldiers who had come from the same trench, and their coordination was instinctive and unspoken. At first, they only threw 2 bricks at a time. As they became more skilled, it increased to 4 or 5. These men had an endless supply of strength, making the task effortless. Jiang Rou stood on her tiptoes, watching this human assembly line with great admiration. She was amazed by the diligence and simplicity of people in this era. At the same time, she also appreciated the strong and sturdy men. Could this be considered a rugged men's construction site showcase? At that moment, Sister Rou, come over here. Zhao Guifan from the neighboring courtyard suddenly waved at Jiang Rou. She called Jiang Rou over. Trailing behind Jiang Rou were 2 little tagalongs. As soon as they stepped inside, the 2 boys, Dahuzi and Xiaohuzi, who had been lying on the ground playing with glass marbles, immediately rushed toward Zhou Xiaohua. However, they were blocked by Zhou Xiaochuan, who stood in the middle and shot them a fierce glare. Jiang Rou, on the other hand, was pulled by Zhao Guifan. Sister Rou, let's stand here and watch. Underneath the courtyard wall of Zhao Guifan's house were 2 thick, wide benches. As long as she stood on one of them, she would be a head taller than the wall. Earlier, when Zhao Guifan had watched Jiang Rou make qingtuan in her own courtyard, she had stood on one of these benches. Now, she pulled Jiang Rou up as well. The 2 of them leaned over the wall together, watching the group of men outside, drenched in sweat as they worked. From this vantage point, Jiang Rou could look down and see their backs, as well as the way their biceps bulged when they swung their arms. It was truly the best viewing spot. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Braised chicken with scallion oil. How is it? Not a bad spot, right? Zhao Guifan admired the scene while asking Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou nodded meaningfully. She understood instantly. Zhao Guifan was a kindred spirit. The 2 of them lay on the wall like this, watching for a while. These soldier men had all been tempered in war and fire, and their physiques were exceptional. There was nothing to criticize. Especially when compared to some men who had gained weight after marriage sporting round bellies, these men were on an entirely different level. However, Jiang Rou still believed that the most outstanding one among them was Zhou Zhongshan. Zhou Zhongshan had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a perfect inverted triangle ratio, truly 1 in 10,000. Thinking of this, Jiang Rou's red lips curled into a proud smile. Her man was indeed the best. Perhaps it was because Jiang Rou's gaze had landed on Zhou Zhongshan too many times, carrying an undeniable heat. From a distance, the man lifted his head. His dark eyes locked onto Jiang Rou's, and their gazes met instantly. Being caught leaning over the wall, peeking at handsome men, made Jiang Rou feel a little embarrassed. Her face flushed slightly. She quickly withdrew her gaze and turned to step down from the wide bench. As she turned around, she noticed that at some point Zhou Xiaohua had walked up to the bench. The little girl tilted her head up, looking extremely eager, as if she also wanted to climb onto the bench and take a look at the scenic view beyond the wall. Her dark, round eyes were filled with curiosity. After Jiang Rou had stepped down and stood firmly, she patted Zhou Xiaohua's head and gently advised her. This bench is too high. Xiaohua is still a child, and if a child stands on it, you might fall. It's too dangerous. You can't climb up high, understand? Zhou Xiaohua listened and obediently nodded. However, her big, glistening eyes still shone with curiosity. Jiang Rou smiled faintly. She certainly wasn't going to tell a 4-year-old the real reason. Appreciating men was something that should wait until at least 16. No, until 18 years old. As the days passed, Jiang Rou increasingly saw Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan as her own children. Like a real mother, she didn't want them to grow up too fast. Outside the house, a full cart of bricks had been completely unloaded in no time under the coordinated efforts of the men. Next came the process of mixing yellow sand with cement and water, which would then be used to plaster the walls brick by brick. On the island, many villagers still lived in mud brick houses. A courtyard like this, built with bricks and cement, was already quite remarkable. In the blink of an eye, a square-shaped foundation was constructed, gradually taking form. At this moment, Jiang Rou did not remain idle. Earlier, she had mentioned making qingtuan again for everyone. She planned to prepare them in the afternoon as a snack for the break. A light treat that wouldn't be too filling but could still replenish energy. For lunch, they were having steamed buns. Zhao Guifan, an expert in northeastern cuisine, had already agreed to help Jiang Rou. With both of them making the buns together, it would be much easier. However, since they had invited people to help build the house, even if they were not paying them, they couldn't just serve plain steamed buns with pickled vegetables. That would be far too harsh. Even if others didn't mind if word spread, it would reflect poorly on Zhou Zhongshan's reputation. So Jiang Rou had made preparations in advance. Yesterday she had sought out Lin Yulan. Lin Yulan had previously worked alongside Yang Hongping, traveling deep into the surrounding rural areas to engage in community work. As a result, she was the one in the courtyard most familiar with the villagers. Jiang Rou asked Lin Yulan to help her purchase a free-range chicken from the villagers. It was a large plump hen. Villagers typically kept hens at home for laying eggs, so even if they were willing to sell, the price was not cheap. But Jiang Rou still bought it. Zhou Zhongshan's allowance was generous, and they had substantial savings at home. Indulging in a bit of luxury once in a while was not a problem at all. Before noon, the villager who sold chickens delivered the old hen that Jiang Rou had ordered. As per her request, it had already been slaughtered and plucked. If it were a live hen, Jiang Rou would not have been able to bring herself to do it. The villager was an honest and simple person. He even collected the chicken blood in a small bowl and brought it along with the hen. Once the blood solidified, it could be stir-fried and used in dishes. Wasting it was not an option. Jiang Rou paid for the chicken and thanked the villager before heading into the kitchen. Today she planned to cook waterless scallion oil braised chicken. Earlier, when she had gone up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables, she had dug up a good amount of wild mountain scallions. These scallions were fragrant and tender. Jiang Rou had already made a lot of scallion oil for storage, which would make preparing scallion oil noodles more convenient in the future. However, she still had plenty of scallions left. Today they would finally come in handy. Jiang Rou first cleaned the slaughtered hen thoroughly. Using a knife, she removed some of the excess fat that was not edible, then placed the chicken into a large basin and poured hot water over it. Scalding the chicken with hot water caused the skin to shrink and tighten quickly, making it easier to absorb color during the marination process later. After just 2 minutes, she poured out the boiling water. Next came the marinade ingredients: light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, salt, and a generous amount of ground pepper. Jiang Rou's Tao Duo Mall account now had money in it, so buying small ingredients like these was an effortless task. She could have even purchased pre-mixed salt-baked chicken seasoning and used it without anyone noticing. However, she believed that industrially blended seasonings were not as delicious as her own mix. She trusted her own skills more. Then came the marination process. The light soy sauce and dark soy sauce had to be evenly rubbed over the surface of the chicken. This process took about an hour. During this time, the chicken needed to be flipped multiple times to ensure an even coating of color. While waiting for the chicken to marinate, Jiang Rou and Zhao Guifan worked together to make tray after tray of steamed buns. By the time the buns were placed in the steamer, an hour had passed, and it was time to prepare the chicken. A thin layer of oil was poured into the iron pot. There was no need to wait for the oil to heat up. First, a few key ingredients were added: chopped onions, ginger, garlic, and the most important of all, wild mountain scallions. The wild scallions didn't even need to be chopped. The long green stalks were simply tied into loops. All the ingredients were spread evenly across the bottom of the iron pot. Once that was done, the whole hen was placed into the pot. The chicken's cavity was opened, its legs spread apart, ensuring that the inner side of the meat was fully in contact with the ingredients at the bottom. Then, the marinade from earlier was poured into the pot as well. And just like that, all that was left was to cover the pot with a lid and let it braise over medium heat for 30 minutes. After that, it would be ready. Zhao Guifan watched Jiang Rou cook from the side. When she saw her place the lid on the pot and wipe her hands, looking as if the job was done, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Sister Rou, you're not adding any water?" Jiang Rou replied. No. Huh. Zhao Guifan was stunned. She waved her hands anxiously. How can that be? Won't the chicken burn without water? In Zhao Guifan's mind, dishes like iron pot stewed chicken and iron pot stewed goose always required a large amount of water to simmer, bubbling away as they cooked. But in Jiang Rou's cooking process just now, not a single drop of water had been added. A perfectly good hen. She couldn't bear to see it ruined. This was meat after all. If it burned, wouldn't that be such a waste? Chapter 81. Chapter 81. Thank you, Regiment Commander Zhou. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhao Guifan tugged at Jiang Rou, trying to persuade her to add some water. However, Jiang Rou shook her head and firmly said, Sister Guifan, don't worry. The dish I'm making is called waterless scallion oil braised chicken. The name itself has waterless in it. It doesn't require any water. Not a single drop. Not even a single drop? Not even a single drop. Trust me. Jiang Rou nodded seriously, her expression unwavering. This dish relied on the pure, natural flavor of the chicken. Adding water would dilute its taste, making it less authentic. Zhao Guifan hesitated, torn between trusting Jiang Rou and worrying about the chicken. In the end, she chose to trust Jiang Rou. Sister Rou, since you say so, you must have a reason. You can read and have studied, you definitely know more than I do. I'll trust you. No water then. Sister Guifan, just relax. By noon we'll be enjoying this chicken together. Hearing this, Zhao Guifan's eyes lit up. She was getting a share of the chicken too? The 30 minutes of braising over medium heat passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Rou returned to the stove and lifted the lid. First, a swirl of steam rose into the air. As the mist dissipated, it revealed the hen, now coated in a glossy soy sauce-infused glaze. It glistened under the light, shimmering with oil. A rich, mouth-watering aroma filled the kitchen. It was incredibly enticing. As for Zhao Guifan's earlier concerns, not a single one had come true. The whole hen remained perfectly intact, without the slightest sign of burning. The ingredients that had been placed beneath the chicken, however, had gradually broken down during the long braising process. With the bubbling oil and sauce, the onions, ginger, garlic, and wild scallions had completely dissolved into the liquid, eventually charring into a deep blackened layer. At that moment, Zhao Guifan finally understood. Because the heat had been kept at medium, and there was a thick layer of ingredients lining the bottom, there was no way for the chicken to burn. Jiang Rou took the initiative to explain. When I covered the pot earlier, I deliberately placed something on the lid to keep it sealed. That way the steam wouldn't escape. The chicken itself contains water, and there's also moisture in the marinade and ingredients. As long as the steam stays trapped inside, the chicken won't burn. In this high-temperature, sealed environment, the flavors of the scallions, ginger, and garlic gradually infuse into the chicken with the rising heat. There's no need for boiling water. It absorbs the flavors just the same. Even the remaining scallion oil sauce won't go to waste. It's perfect for mixing with rice. It tastes amazing. Zhao Guifan, upon hearing this, suddenly had a look of realization on her face. Clicking her tongue in amazement, she couldn't help but exclaim, Brilliant! Sister Rou, your method is simply brilliant. No wonder the aroma is so rich and intense. At that moment, the small kitchen was filled with the fragrance of wild scallions and chicken. The rich aroma was enough to make one's mouth water. However, the fragrant, water-free scallion oil braised chicken was not yet fully completed. There was still one final step. Jiang Rou once again took out some wild scallions. With a single cut, she sliced off the green parts, then turned them sideways and cut them into thin, long strands. The finely sliced green scallions were then placed on top of the chicken, forming a thin, even layer. Since there was no small pot in the kitchen, Jiang Rou used an enamel cup as a substitute. She poured cooking oil into the enamel cup and placed it over the fire to heat. Once the oil began to smoke, it was ready. The steaming hot oil was then poured directly over the scallions and chicken. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Like the sound of lively musical notes, a wonderful sizzling sound filled the air. The aroma of wild scallions and the tenderness of the chicken, under the stimulation of the high-temperature oil, fused together completely once more. Zhao Guifan watched from the side, unwilling to look away for even a second, her mouth constantly swallowing saliva. This was simply too fragrant. Jiang Rou had made a total of 2 waterless scallion oil braised chicken. The larger chicken was meant for the men who had come to help. The smaller one had grown from a chick that had been raised in the courtyard. Because the chick had been fed with food and water that Jiang Rou had brought from her spiritual spring water space, it had grown at an unusually fast rate. In less than a month, it had already taken on the appearance of a small meat chicken. Jiang Rou had asked Zhao Guifan to help slaughter one, which was why there were 2 chickens in total. The smaller chicken was prepared for the children and Zhao Guifan to eat together. Though it was smaller, its meat was actually more tender and even tastier. At lunchtime, Jiang Rou carried out the scallion oil braised chickens in a large basin, without cutting them apart. She served them whole. After all, the group of men were all rugged workers. Eating a whole chicken this way would only make it taste better to them. To make sure the men could eat more comfortably, Jiang Rou brought the food to Zhao Guifen's courtyard next door, where they had their meal. Even with a courtyard wall separating them, the sounds of astonishment and excitement from the men in her own courtyard could still be heard clearly. Wow! Chicken! We have chicken today. Regiment Commander Zhou, you're too generous. So fragrant. My mouth is watering. I've never seen chicken cooked like this before. It smells incredible. Step back, step back. You're spraying saliva everywhere. If you dirty the chicken, how are we supposed to eat it? Though the men were loud and rowdy, they were actually quite disciplined. None of them rushed to be the first to grab a piece. Everyone was waiting for Zhou Zhongshan to speak. Zhou Zhongshan looked at the group and said, "Why are you all looking at me? Eat. My wife made this for you, so don't be polite, just dig in. But in the afternoon, put in some extra effort and get the roof done as well." "Thank you, Regiment Commander Zhou. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, Regiment Commander Zhou. Thank you, sister-in-law. Don't worry, Regiment Commander Zhou. We'll definitely finish building your house today." Their rough voices were full of enthusiasm and determination. Meanwhile, Zhao Guifen, along with her two sons Dehuzi and Erhuzi, were also holding chopsticks, looking somewhat embarrassed as they stared at Jiang Rou. Every time Dehuzi or Erhuzi tried to reach out for food, Zhao Guifan would slap their hands. She truly felt like she was taking advantage of Jiang Rou. After all, she hadn't contributed any labor to building the house, yet she was sitting here enjoying a meal for free. Jiang Rou noticed Zhao Guifan's awkwardness. Smiling, she tore off a small drumstick and handed it to Dehuzi, while Erhuzi got a chicken wing. Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua received the same portions. One got a small drumstick, and the other got a chicken wing. "We're eating too." As soon as Jiang Rou picked up her chopsticks, the lively lunch under the warm sun finally began. And oh, how fragrant it was. Zhou Xiaochuan held his chicken leg but hesitated to take a bite. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat. It was just that he had never experienced something like this before. He had never imagined that one day, he could actually hold a chicken leg in his hand and take big bites out of it. In the past, he wouldn't even have gotten a chicken feet. Now, he had a large piece of meat in his grasp, and the rich aroma filled his every breath. For the little wolf cub, all of this felt too unreal. Jiang Rou glanced at him, and a mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. She looked at the dazed Zhou Xiaochuan and gave his wrist a little push. Immediately, the juicy chicken leg in his hand smushed against his lips and cheek, leaving his entire mouth smeared with dark soy sauce glaze. Jiang Rou quickly turned her head away, pulling Zhou Xiaohua along with her as she chuckled. "Xiaohua, look. Your brother has turned into a little cat." Waterless scallion oil braised chicken. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. His little wife looking at him was enough. No one had expected Jiang Rou to pull a prank at this moment. Not only did she do it herself, but she also pulled Zhou Xiaohua into the fun. Zhou Xiaohua froze for a moment. Then she broke into a bright, toothy grin. Her small mouth opened slightly, her eyes curved into crescent moons, and her laughter was filled with pure joy. Jiang Rou laughed along with her. On the side, Zhao Guifan, Dehuzi, and Erhuzi laughed even louder, their laughter hearty and unrestrained. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaochuan was completely flustered. In the past, whenever people gathered around to laugh at him, it was either because he had no parents, or because they mocked him for being the child of a lunatic, calling him a little crazy one. His body tensed, and his dark eyes tightened with wariness. But in the midst of the cheerful laughter, he slowly realized. This time the laughter wasn't ridicule. And the way everyone looked at him was filled with nothing but warmth. The little wolf cub slowly relaxed, his face inexplicably turning red. Amidst the cheerful laughter, he grabbed the chicken leg in his hand and took a big bite. That day's lunch. On both sides of the courtyard, separated by the wall. On one side laughter soared. On the other astonishment filled the air. Jiang Rou's waterless scallion oil braised chicken was devoured in just a few bites. They wished they could even chew the bones and swallow them along with the meat. At the bottom of the large bowl that held the chicken, a layer of glossy sauce remained. The men tore apart their steamed buns, dipping the soft, snow-white bread into the sauce before eating it. Not only did it carry the rich flavor of the chicken, but also the unique aroma of wild scallions. In the end, the large bowl was wiped completely clean, as if it had been washed with clear water. After a satisfying lunch, the men did not rest. Under Zhou Zhongshan's leadership, they continued working with great enthusiasm, building walls and constructing the new house. Gradually, the surrounding walls took shape. Next came the most challenging part, the roof. To build the roof, the beams had to be installed first. The beams were the backbone of the entire house. If this part was not done well, a slight mistake could cause the entire roof to collapse. Jiang Rou sat in the courtyard making green rice cakes. From time to time, she lifted her head to glance at the men working not far away. She noticed the glasses man who had first caught her attention. He had taken out a notebook and some blueprints. Zhou Zhongshan stood side by side with him. From time to time, the two gestured toward the roof of the new house, discussing something. The distance was a bit far, making it impossible to hear what they were saying. However, it was still clear that Zhou Zhongshan and the glasses man were the ones leading the project. Zhou Zhongshan held the highest military rank among them, and was also the head of the household. It was not surprising that he took the lead. But this glasses man, he seemed to hold considerable authority as well. Jiang Rou was just feeling curious when someone suddenly called out, "Company Commander He, is this the right position?" Song Yan had already climbed onto the roof, and was adjusting the placement of the wooden beam. As soon as the glasses man heard this, he immediately looked up and began discussing with Song Yan, who was on the roof. Jiang Rou, who had been kneading the green rice cakes, suddenly froze mid-motion. A thought flashed through her mind. Zernimi, and a company commander. Jiang Rou quickly recalled someone, He Donglai. He Donglai, the husband of Song Qingqian. Jiang Rou had once lamented Song Qingqian's unfortunate situation, so she naturally had some memory of He Donglai. But something was wrong. Something was very wrong. In the original story, as a contrasting figure to the female lead, the description of He Donglai was quite similar to that of Zhou Zhongshan. Both came from rural backgrounds, both were rugged men, and both were clueless when it came to romance. However, the He Donglai in front of Jiang Rou, though possessing the physique of a soldier, was entirely different in style compared to the rugged Zhou Zhongshan. He could hardly be called a rough man. Wearing glasses and dressed in a white navy uniform, He Donglai even carried a refined, scholarly elegance. A man like this paired with Song Qingqian, who was born into a wealthy family, seemed like a perfect match. A talented man and a beautiful woman. How could their marriage have ended in such a tragic way? Jiang Rou couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in her heart. It seemed that everything in this world, the real living people in particular, was vastly different from what she had read in the original text. She needed to understand things more deeply. Before long, Jiang Rou had made a full steaming tray of green rice cakes, ready to be cooked. She picked up the tray and walked toward the kitchen. On the other side, the men on the new house's roof were working tirelessly, their energy burning as fiercely as the afternoon sun. Under the hottest part of the day, they sat high in the air, handling the heaviest tasks. Large beads of sweat streamed down their foreheads. Not a single one of them uttered a complaint about being tired. Instead, they worked harder, their momentum only increasing. But the scorching sun was relentless, making their whole bodies feel unbearably hot. One man, unable to endure the heat any longer, simply took off his shirt and continued working bare-chested. However, the moment he did, Zhou Zhongshan immediately shouted, "Put your shirt back on. Commander Zhou, working with our clothes on is uncomfortable. This isn't a military camp. There aren't any dress regulations here." The shirtless man complained. Zhou Zhongshan, exuding his natural authority, repeated firmly, "Put your shirt back on." Standing beside them was He Donglai. He adjusted his glasses and quickly understood. He explained on Zhou Zhongshan's behalf. "Regiment Commander Zhou has a wife and child at home. It's inappropriate for you to be shirtless here. Put your clothes back on." "Oh, I totally forgot. Sister-in-law is here." The man suddenly realized and hastily put his shirt back on. Then, without another word, he threw himself back into work with renewed effort. This small incident was nothing noteworthy in the grand scheme of the day. Only Zhou Zhongshan was aware of the brief surge of displeasure in his chest, one that flared up and then quickly faded. He had no desire for Jiang Rou to be staring at another man's bare chest. Though Zhou Zhongshan was a rough man, he could be surprisingly meticulous when it mattered. From the very first day he met Jiang Rou, he had noticed that the soft, delicate girl, who blushed so easily, would openly stare at his chest. And not just a fleeting glance, her gaze carried an unmistakable look of appreciation. Later, after they became husband and wife, sharing the same bed, his little wife not only snuggled against his chest every night but also, in the haze of sleep, often reached out to touch him. Especially his abs. More than once, deep in the night, Zhou Zhongshan had to grab Jiang Rou's small hand and pull it out from under his shirt. Yet, even in her sleep, she would stubbornly hold on tight. Jiang Rou would only behave herself for a while. Otherwise, her restless nature was bound to make a comeback. Faced with one piece of irrefutable evidence after another, Zhou Zhongshan gradually came to understand that his little wife was different from ordinary people. Moreover, she had a particular fondness for strong and well-built men. Just like this morning, Jiang Rou had been leaning over the wall, staring at their group of men. From that moment on, an inexplicable sourness had settled in Zhou Zhongshan's heart. His little wife only needed to look at him, and that should be enough. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. So she's the regiment commander's sister-in-law. After Jiang Rou finished making the green rice cakes, the hard-working men took a short break to drink water and have some snacks. During this time Jiang Rou appeared nonchalant, but her gaze would occasionally flicker toward He Dong Lai. Someone nearby even called out, "Dong Lai." Jiang Rou became even more certain. This bespectacled man was indeed He Dong Lai. He Dong Lai held the green rice cake in his hand, his eyes slightly lowered as he stared at it. He seemed deep in thought and did not eat it right away. Jiang Rou asked, "Company Commander He, do you not like green rice cakes?" No, that's not it." He Dong Lai was momentarily stunned. He snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head. Holding the green rice cake, he looked at Jiang Rou again, as if he had something to say but hesitated. However, after glancing around at the others, he ultimately chose to remain silent. "Thank you, sister-in-law." He Dong Lai thanked Jiang Rou, and then fell into silence once more. This man would step forward at critical moments, but in daily life he was quite taciturn. Jiang Rou carefully observed He Dong Lai's reaction and subtly picked up on something. A vague suspicion formed in her mind. After an afternoon of hard labor, the sun set. The newly built small house was finally completed. It was a beautiful little bedroom, complete with a door and windows. It was built right next to the original house. A door had been opened inside, making it convenient to move in and out freely. As long as the house was exposed to sunlight for a few days, properly ventilated, and all the cement had dried completely, it would be ready for someone to live in. The men who had worked together to build it all wore smiles on their faces. Just as everyone was feeling satisfied, a small commotion broke out in the courtyard. "Who are you? What are you sneaking around in front of Regiment Commander Zhou's house for?" Song Yan's youthful and impassioned voice came from outside the courtyard gate. There was a tense edge in his tone. The entire house was filled with soldiers, each one highly alert by nature. As soon as they heard Song Yan's voice, they all rushed out like a swarm of bees. "This is the military family compound. Who's the blind fool daring to cause trouble here?" The thunderous roar filled the air. As the men charged out, they instinctively grabbed their work tools, their imposing stance resembling warriors about to storm onto the battlefield. Jiang Rou, worried that something might go wrong, immediately followed them. When the group rushed outside, what they saw was quite a comical scene. Song Yan, a tall and sturdy young man over 1.8 meters, was holding a young woman in his hand as if he were carrying a small chicken. The young woman looked frail and was clearly no match for Song Yan in terms of strength. She was also in a state of panic after being suddenly discovered. "Let me go. Let go of me." The young woman struggled desperately. But Song Yan, with a resolute and unyielding expression, refused to release his grip. "You'd better behave. Stop moving. I know all the sisters-in-law in this courtyard, but I've never seen you before. You were sneaking around outside Regiment Commander Zhou's house like a thief. Who exactly are you? Don't tell me you're with Su Chuanxiang's people, coming to take revenge on Regiment Commander Zhou's children again." With that, his reaction was fully explained. He had learned from past mistakes. Song Yan had always been fond of Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua. When he had learned about Su Chuanxiang's abuse of the two children, he had been so angry that he couldn't sleep well for several nights. So the moment he saw a suspicious and unfamiliar woman lurking around the courtyard, his first instinct was to assume she was connected to Su Chuanxiang. "I'm not. Stop slandering me. I don't even know who Su Chuanxiang is. Let me go now. Do you even know who I am? If you mess with me, you won't have a good outcome." The young woman's face turned slightly pale, revealing a hint of guilt. At the same time she raised her voice, her words filled with unmistakable arrogance. By then all the men had arrived. Jiang Rou also saw the scene of Song Yan arguing with the young woman. She was instantly shocked. "Lin Yuyao." Jiang Rou blurted out the name. The woman Song Yan was holding turned out to be Lin Yuyao. This was bad. Lin Yuyao's brother-in-law was none other than Regiment Commander Liang Guangming, and her parents were also military personnel. If they offended this young lady, Song Yan could kiss any future promotions goodbye for the rest of his life. Jiang Rou was immediately filled with anxiety. She hurriedly rushed over. "Song Yan, let go of her now." Jiang Rou urged Song Yan to release his grip. The moment he let go, she quickly stepped forward to support the slightly unsteady Lin Yuyao, and even helped smooth out her wrinkled collar. Lin Yuyao wasn't wearing a military uniform today, which explained why Song Yan had mistaken her for an ordinary civilian. "I'm so sorry, Comrade Lin. I sincerely apologize on Song Yan's behalf." He didn't mean any harm. It's just his professional instincts. He was too on edge. Lin Yuyao, who had just been grabbed by the collar, could finally breathe freely again. Her expression was extremely unpleasant. In her past life, she had been deceived by a scumbag and met a tragic end. But now that she had been reborn, she was still the young lady of the Lin family, their cherished treasure. Those damn soldiers, how dare they treat her like this? Lin Yuyao fixed her gaze on Song Yan, her expression anything but friendly. Jiang Rou, upon seeing her demeanor, immediately knew that Lin Yuyao was still holding a grudge. She quickly urged Song Yan. Song Yan, hurry up. Apologize and say sorry. Sister-in-law. I saw it with my own eyes just now. She was peeking through the crack of the door, sneaking around and spying inside. The moment I caught her, she tried to run. I grabbed her in just a few steps. She must have been up to no good, that's why she panicked. If she wasn't guilty, why would she run? Song Yan, full of youthful arrogance, argued with conviction. Jiang Rou could guess why Lin Yuyao had been peeking and understood why she had tried to flee. But now was not the time to discuss such matters. She turned her head and gave Song Yan a series of meaningful looks before reminding him. Comrade Lin here is also a member of our military unit. She's the new operator in the communications department. And she's the younger sister of Lin Yulan, the wife of Regiment Commander Liang Guangming. Stupid boy. Now do you realize who you're dealing with? As soon as Jiang Rou finished speaking, not only did Song Yan suddenly come to a realization, but the other men around them also understood. So, she's the regiment commander's sister-in-law? I heard about this yesterday. Her parents are acquainted with political commissar Liu and Sister Hong. Their families are quite close. Now that you mention it, she does resemble Sister Lin a little. Look, don't you think so? The group started murmuring amongst themselves. Jiang Rou discreetly kicked Song Yan. Song Yan seemed to grasp the situation a little. He finally spoke. I apologize. I misunderstood just now. But you were in the wrong too. Since you're from the compound and have a proper identity, why did you run when I called you? You made me misunderstand you. You. Hearing Song Yan's words, Lin Yuyao became even angrier. She almost raised her finger to point at him in frustration. Just then Zhou Zhongshan and He Donglai arrived. The moment Zhou Zhongshan appeared, Lin Yuyao's expression subtly changed. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Teaching Zhou Xiaohua to sing. Zhou Zhongshan was half a head taller than everyone else. As soon as he showed up, he immediately drew the attention of those around him. Lin Yuyao also saw him. The fury that was about to erupt on her face was forcefully suppressed at that moment. Zhou Zhongshan was her future golden ticket. There was no way she could leave a bad impression in front of him. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding, nothing serious. Lin Yuyao forced a smile, trying to appear composed and graceful. However, Zhou Zhongshan's gaze never landed on her. The tall man walked straight to Jiang Rou's side. Seeing her small face filled with anxiety, he lowered his voice and asked, "What's going on?" Jiang Rou, noticing Zhou Zhongshan's arrival, also observed Lin Yuyao's shift in emotions. She knew that the situation was finally coming to an end. She looked up and briefly explained the entire sequence of events to him. After listening, Zhou Zhongshan's expression remained largely unchanged. He turned to Lin Yuyao and asked, "Comrade Lin, are you hurt?" Lin Yuyao's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time Zhou Zhongshan had taken the initiative to speak to her. She immediately responded with excitement. No, I'm not hurt at all." Seeing this, Zhou Zhongshan withdrew his gaze at once and turned to glance at Song Yan, who was standing there dumbfounded. Ever since Song Yan had learned of Lin Yuyao's identity, he had been completely stunned. He simply couldn't understand. How did this sneaky, suspicious woman suddenly transformed into a comrade in their military unit? Zhou Zhongshan's sharp gaze swept over him. Song Yan shuddered on the spot. His young mind spun rapidly, trying to process the situation. Without hesitation, he stood at attention and saluted Lin Yuyao. "Comrade Lin, I apologize. I misunderstood you just now. I sincerely offer my apology here. But you should also be more mindful of your behavior. Since you are one of us, you shouldn't be doing anything sneaky or suspicious." Song Yan was, after all, a hot-blooded young man as stubborn as a rock. Even now, he refused to back down completely from his own perspective. Lin Yuyao's mouth twitched at his words. Her smile stiffened, barely holding together. This kind of apology, she didn't want to accept it at all. But Zhou Zhongshan was standing right in front of her. Even if she didn't want to endure it, she had to. Forcing a casual expression, she repeatedly said, It's fine. Since Lin Yuyao had already said it was fine, Zhou Zhongshan took Jiang Rou's hand and turned to leave. Jiang Rou, however, still managed to nod at Lin Yuyao as she was pulled away, as if offering a brief greeting. In an instant, the men who had been gathered around Lin Yuyao scattered like startled birds and beasts. Instead, they quickly reassembled around Jiang Rou, chatting with enthusiasm. Lin Yuyao watched their retreating figures from a distance. It was like a small world of its own. A world she simply couldn't step into. Would her plan still go smoothly? Zhou family's house. The new house had already been built. The men, having just finished their work, washed their hands and wiped away their sweat. Now that their task was done, they were preparing to return to the military camp. Jiang Rou wanted to keep them for dinner, but all of them politely declined. They had already indulged at noon, enjoying Jiang Rou's scallion oil-braised chicken, and in the afternoon each had eaten several qingtuan. They had already taken full advantage of the good food. Staying for dinner would simply feel too shameless. Since they insisted, Jiang Rou didn't press any further. She simply told them that if they ever wanted to eat again, they were welcome to visit. Most of these men were still unmarried. After witnessing Zhou Zhongshan and Jiang Rou's affectionate relationship today, their hearts were stirred with longing. Really wanted to get a wife. As the crowd dispersed, company commander Jiang Rou secretly glanced at the man with glasses, He Donglai. He Donglai turned around, adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and slightly furrowed his brows. His calm face showed a hint of doubt as he looked at Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou gestured for him to come over. Then the two of them walked to the side, finding a quiet spot to talk. As He Donglai approached, Jiang Rou took out a bamboo basket from her hands and handed it to him. Company commander you've been running around all day helping our family build a house. It must have been exhausting. Please take this as a token of my gratitude, bring it home and eat it. He Donglai accepted the bamboo basket from Jiang Rou, whose face was filled with a warm smile. Lifting the cloth covering the basket, he saw neatly arranged green rice balls inside. His eyes froze for a moment. When he looked up again, his gaze was filled with disbelief as he stared at Jiang Rou. How could she know? The shock in He Donglai's heart was immeasurable. He had always believed that he had hidden all his emotions well, yet this seemingly harmless Jiang Rou had seen right through him. The composed and steady man suddenly felt a little flustered. However, He Donglai quickly regained his composure. He shook his head and refused. Sister-in-law, I can't accept this. He Donglai had his principles. Among all the men who had come to help today, none had received anything, only he was being offered a gift. It didn't feel right for him to accept it. Jiang Rou was rejected, but she still smiled lightly. She spoke softly. Company commander don't you want to take it home for your wife to try? At those words, He Donglai's pupils trembled ever so slightly again. She had completely seen through him. That afternoon when he had been eating snacks, he had hesitated while holding the green rice balls. He had wanted to ask Jiang Rou for a few to bring home, but he wasn't thick-skinned enough. He couldn't bring himself to say it. And now, Jiang Rou had said it for him. Company commander your wife is from the south. She will definitely like these. Besides, I borrowed some millet from her last time. Consider this my way of returning the favor. Just take them home. In the end, the bamboo basket was firmly placed into He Donglai's hands. His palm tightened around it. After hesitating a few times, he finally nodded. Thank you, sister-in-law. He Donglai's voice was low. He accepted the green rice balls, but in his heart, he knew he would have to return the favor someday. Jiang Rou watched as He Donglai walked away with the basket in hand. She hoped that this would help bring a little progress between him and Song Qingqian. On the other side, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua were running in and out of the new house. The joyful sound of the children's footsteps, bouncing and hopping around, replaced laughter and filled the Zhou family's courtyard with liveliness. That evening, inside the bedroom under the dim yellow light, Jiang Rou and Zhou Xiaohua sat on the bed in their underclothes, not yet ready to sleep. A small table had been placed on the heated brick bed, with several small bowls neatly arranged on top. Each bowl contained a different amount of water. They were lined up in a row. Jiang Rou held a chopstick in her hand, gently tapping the bowls while adjusting the water levels, adding or removing small amounts. After a few attempts, she was done. Xiaohua, listen. Jiang Rou sat cross-legged, pulling Zhou Xiaohua into her lap. Then holding the chopstick, she lightly tapped the bowls. Do re mi fa sol la ti. She was teaching Zhou Xiaohua to sing. Just as she had mentioned before, singing didn't necessarily require the mouth. Could be done with the hands too. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. The rough man gets jealous. Every time Jiang Rou tapped a bowl, a different sound rang out. The tones varied in pitch, naturally forming a melody. Jiang Rou tried them one by one. From the moment Zhou Xiaohua heard the sounds, her eyes sparkled with excitement. With each different note that played, she blinked once. Her pupils were filled with an undeniable glow of fascination. After playing the notes a few times, Jiang Rou placed the chopstick into Zhou Xiaohua's hand. "Xiaohua, give it a try." Zhou Xiaohua eagerly leaned forward, brimming with excitement. She held the chopstick in her small hands. At first, she struggled to control the strength needed to tap the bowls properly. But after a few tries, she quickly managed to produce the same sounds as Jiang Rou. Do re mi fa sol la ti. She tapped each of the 7 small bowls one by one without making a single mistake. Every note was perfectly accurate. At that moment, Jiang Rou was astonished. Zhou Xiaohua was only 4 years old and had never been exposed to music or musical theory before. Yet she grasped it instantly. Could it be that our little Xiaohua is a genius? Jiang Rou exclaimed in amazement. She had read before that children who couldn't speak often had heightened hearing sensitivity. Perhaps that was the case with Zhou Xiaohua. Without hesitation, Jiang Rou continued teaching. "Xiaohua, next I'll sing a note, and you try to tap the right one, okay?" Zhou Xiaohua understood and nodded. Re. Ding. Fa. Ding. Do. Ding. After a series of trials, Jiang Rou was now completely certain. Zhou Xiaohua was a genius, at least in this area. She possessed an extraordinary ability. She had memorized all 7 bowl tones in an instant. When tapping with the chopstick, she never hesitated even for a second. After mastering this, Jiang Rou began singing a song she had sung before. Returning from target practice, the song had a lively melody and a simple rhythm. Some of the lyrics were purely phonetic sounds. Miso la miso. La so mi do re. Zhou Xiaohua's eyes were fixed on Jiang Rou, while her hands never stopped moving. She tapped her chopsticks against a small bowl, keeping rhythm with the melody. For a moment, the cheerful music filled the bedroom. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhongshan and Zhou Xiaochuan were cleaning the courtyard. They had just finished feeding the chickens and clearing out the weeds that had grown. The two, one older and one younger, heard the music, washed their hands, brushed their teeth, and returned to the bedroom. As soon as they stepped inside, they were met with Jiang Rou's proud voice. "Chongshan Xiaochuan, come quickly and listen. Xiaohua must be a little genius. She can sing." Jiang Rou was beaming with pride. She held Zhou Xiaohua in her arms, gently caressed her cheek and said softly, "Xiaohua, don't be nervous. Just like before. Let's start over from the beginning." Zhou Xiaohua nodded obediently. She held a chopstick and lightly tapped the small bowl, beginning again from the first line. The setting sun descends beyond the western mountains, and the clouds glow in the sky. This time Jiang Rou did not hum along. It was Zhou Xiaohua's solo performance. Each note that leaped into the air was like the wings of a butterfly, fluttering gracefully. The notes replaced Zhou Xiaohua's voice, dancing along with the music. Just as Jiang Rou had said, she could sing. Zhou Zhongshan and Zhou Xiaochuan were stunned. They had never expected the timid and shy Zhou Xiaohua to have such a talent. When the song ended, Zhou Xiaochuan sighed in amazement. "Xiaohua, you're incredible." Zhou Zhongshan patted Zhou Xiaohua's head. "Xiaohua is amazing. You could become a musician one day." Zhou Xiaohua blushed shyly. She wriggled out of Jiang Rou's embrace and walked over to Zhou Xiaochuan. Burying her little head into his chest, she hid her flushed cheeks. She was so happy. It was the first time she had received so much praise. She was not little mute. She could sing. The small table was moved to the side. Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan sat around a few small bowls, tapping on them as if they were playing a game. When it came to music theory, Zhou Xiaochuan had absolutely no talent. Jiang Rou had only taught Zhou Xiaohua once, and she was already able to produce a smooth melody, as if she were singing. But Zhou Xiaochuan, after following along and practicing over and over again, still couldn't get it right. The tinkling and clinking of the chopsticks against the bowls continued. "Brother, that's wrong. Not like that." Zhou Xiaohua grabbed Zhou Xiaochuan's hand, which was tapping randomly. Her little cheeks puffed up in frustration. Her watery eyes stared at Zhou Xiaochuan. "Brother, you're so dumb." The little wolf cub had never faced such a frustrating challenge before. To him, all these tinkling and clinking sounds seemed the same. There was no difference at all. He tried hard to listen, but he still couldn't remember the sequence. For the first time, Zhou Xiaochuan found himself being taught by Zhou Xiaohua instead. His face flushed slightly. Zhou Xiaohua held onto Zhou Xiaochuan's hand. Her small hand wrapped around his larger one, and together they held a single chopstick. Gently they tapped. "Miso la miso. La so mi do re." The familiar melody rang out once again, light and cheerful. On the other side of the room, Jiang Rou and Zhou Zhongshan watched the two children playing their game. Their eyes filled with the same gentle affection. As they watched, they chatted idly. Thinking back to something from earlier that day, Jiang Rou asked, "Zhongshan, that company commander, he doesn't quite seem like a soldier." Zhou Zhongshan glanced at Jiang Rou and continued, "He really is different from us. He Donglai, like Zhou Zhongshan, was born in a rural village. However, while Zhou Zhongshan had earned his position as a regiment commander by risking his life on the battlefield, leading charges and exchanging blood for merit, He Donglai had taken a different path. He Donglai had relied on his intelligence. From a young age he had been a genius. Even though his family was poor and couldn't afford to send him to school, 3-year-old He Donglai had learned to recognize words just by watching people write letters on the roadside. He could memorize their content flawlessly after just one glance. Such remarkable intelligence in a child quickly caught the village chief's attention. Later, it was the village chief who personally paid for He Donglai's education, sending him to study in the city. The village chief hoped that one day, Hajia village would produce an extraordinary figure. And He Donglai did not disappoint. From primary school to middle school, from high school to military academy, he remained at the top of his class every step of the way. He was always the best. After joining the military unit, He Donglai didn't just focus on academics anymore. He shifted his efforts toward weapons and ammunition research. Zhou Zhongshan continued. Several years ago, we were in a battle on the front lines. As the fight dragged on, we ran out of weapons and ammunition. The supply lines were delayed and we had nothing left, while the enemy kept charging in wave after wave. It was in that desperate moment that company commander he came up with an idea. He figured out how to make improvised explosives. Thanks to him, we managed to hold the enemy off for several more days, buying precious time until reinforcements and supplies arrived. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. Wanting to take her to the city for fun. As he spoke, admiration and respect for He Donglai filled Zhou Zhongshan's voice. It was the kind of unspoken camaraderie that only men who had fought side by side could understand. While Jiang Rou was completely absorbed in the story, unable to hide her excitement. Her eyes gleamed with fascination, and she listened intently, hanging on to every word. Noticing her expression, Zhou Zhongshan's gaze toward her subtly shifted once again. But Jiang Rou, lost in the story, failed to notice. She eagerly pressed on. And then? What happened next? She couldn't wait to hear more. But suddenly Zhou Zhongshan fell silent. For a moment, the small room was filled only with the crisp sounds of clinking and tapping. Zhou Xiaohua's and Zhou Xiaochuan's improvised music continuing in the background. Jiang Rou lifted her eyes in confusion, just in time to meet Zhou Zhongshan's intense gaze staring straight at her. The man's eyes were deep and dark. When he looked at someone directly, it had a way of making their heart momentarily flustered and uneasy. Jiang Rou's heart. For no apparent reason, it skipped a few beats in disorder. It was like a wrong note struck by Zhou Xiaochuan. Then, she heard Zhou Zhongshan's deep, hoarse voice as he asked in a raspy tone. Wife, you seem to care a lot about company commander he? Care. That word. He bit down on it heavily between his lips and teeth. It carried an obvious sourness. Jiang Rou was stunned for a moment. Then realization dawned. This rough man was jealous. The corners of her lips unknowingly curled upward, and a smile bloomed on her delicate face. Zhou Zhongshan watched the smile on Jiang Rou's face, and a soft warmth spread in his chest. The stifling frustration he had been holding on to just melted away. After all, his little wife was so sweet and lovely, how could he bear to stay angry? However, Zhou Zhongshan had noticed that Jiang Rou's attention toward He Donglai wasn't limited to their conversation at night. It had lasted the entire day. Her eyes frequently drifted toward He Donglai, as if she were trying to figure something out. She had even secretly given He Donglai something. He had seen it with his own eyes. Zhou Zhongshan was not a petty man, nor did he believe that Jiang Rou could have anything with He Donglai, whom she had only met for the first time. But simply from the perspective of a husband, seeing his wife care so much about another man, it made his heart feel sour and stifled. Besides that, there was also a trace of inferiority hidden in Zhou Zhongshan's heart. This sense of inferiority stemmed from his background. From childhood to adulthood, he had nothing to do with the word genius. The only reason he was selected by the military unit was because of his outstanding physical condition. It was only after joining the military that he started learning academic subjects, receiving literacy training, and gradually becoming able to read. But that was the extent of it. He Donglai, on the other hand, was a proper university graduate, an outstanding student from a military academy. Jiang Rou herself had also attended high school, where she consistently ranked among the top in her class. From a worldly perspective, Jiang Rou and He Donglai were the ones who truly matched. A talented man and a beautiful woman. The gap between him and He Donglai was immense. This inferiority hidden beneath his jealousy was something Zhou Zhongshan deeply buried in the farthest corner of his heart. Even if it made him feel stifled, as long as he suffered alone, it was fine. Thinking this, a soft force suddenly bumped into his chest. His chest felt warm. Jiang Rou had unexpectedly thrown herself into his arms. With both hands wrapped around his chest, she lifted her head, her beautiful face beaming at him with a bright smile. She was so happy that her eyes sparkled with joy. With a sweet, coquettish voice she asked softly, "Zhongshan, are you jealous? Right? You're jealous, aren't you?" I knew it, you're definitely jealous." As Jiang Rou spoke, she suddenly let out a light laugh. Then, as she listened to the clinking sounds of a small bowl nearby, she suddenly lifted her head. Her soft, rosy lips landed on Zhou Zhongshan's chin. It was quick. A fleeting moment. She was afraid the two children would see. After the kiss, Jiang Rou pursed her lips, her smile growing even more radiant and alluring. At some point, Zhou Zhongshan's arms had already wrapped tightly around her back. The stifling frustration in his chest vanished the moment Jiang Rou threw herself into his embrace. At this moment, all that lingered in his mind was the soft sensation on his chin. Zhou Zhongshan glanced to the side and saw that Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua were still focused on their game, tapping their bowls without paying them any attention. Jiang Rou nestled against Zhou Zhongshan's chest. In a soft voice she said, "Zhongshan, you don't need to be jealous at all. I don't like someone like Company Commander He. I like someone like you, manly and handsome." Her words were so sincere and direct. The one who spoke them, Jiang Rou, showed no trace of shyness, yet the one who heard them, Zhou Zhongshan, suddenly felt his ears burn. "You saw me giving something to Commander He this afternoon, didn't you? That was just a few green rice cakes. I was actually giving them to his wife. Earlier, the millet Xiaochuan ate was something Commander He's wife exchanged with me, so I prepared a little extra for her in return. More than Company Commander He, I'm actually more interested in his wife. I think she's a very interesting woman, and I'm sure we'll become good friends in the future." As Zhou Zhongshan listened to Jiang Rou's explanation, especially when she mentioned Song Qingqian, everything Jiang Rou had done today suddenly made sense. And the last thorn in his heart was finally removed. Zhou Zhongshan knew a bit about He Donglai, including his wife Song Qingqian, the young lady from a capitalist family. After thinking it over, perhaps Jiang Rou was right. The two of them had some shared experiences and they might really become friends. With a friend, Jiang Rou's days on the island would be much more stable and joyful. Unknowingly, Zhou Zhongshan began to imagine the future. Jiang Rou, still murmuring softly, added, "But, husband, seeing you jealous makes me really happy." She laughed happily, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Zhou Zhongshan thought back to how he had acted jealous earlier. His throat tightened with heat, an awkward embarrassment creeping in. He had no idea how to face the teasing glimmer in Jiang Rou's gaze. The embarrassed man had no choice but to look away. Ahem. Zhou Zhongshan cleared his throat, his face secretly flushing red, and changed the subject. "Wife, do you want to go to the city?" "Go to the city? What for?" Jiang Rou was stunned for a moment, not immediately understanding Zhou Zhongshan's words. Zhou Zhongshan explained, "There's a transport ship tomorrow. We can go to the city. I took marriage leave." His words were simple and straightforward. As a rough and straightforward man, he was never good with words. There were some soft and affectionate phrases he might never be able to say in his lifetime. But Jiang Rou was a perceptive person. She immediately understood. Zhou Zhongshan had likely been planning this for a long time. That was why he deliberately took his marriage leave when there was a transport ship heading to the city. He wanted to accompany her on a trip to the city. Besides, in the past few days, the new house had been built and was still airing out. There was nothing much to do at home. It was the perfect time to go out. They could also buy some daily necessities along the way, and once they returned they could move into the new house. It was a flawless plan. Jiang Rou stood up excitedly, her eyes lighting up as she eagerly asked, "Let's go. Let's take the boat to the city. We'll bring Xiaohua and Xiaochuan with us. We'll go shopping and buy things in the city." Chapter 87. Chapter 87. An unexpected guest. "Let's go. Let's take the boat to the city. We'll bring Xiaohua and Xiaochuan with us. We'll go shopping and buy things in the city." Jiang Rou was overjoyed, rarely revealing such an excited, youthful side. She suddenly mentioned Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua's names. The two children, who had been happily playing, suddenly paused and looked up in confusion. They turned to Jiang Rou and Zhou Zhongshan, not knowing what was happening. Jiang Rou walked over and, in her excitement, hugged the two children tightly. She joyfully announced, "Xiaohua, Xiaochuan, we're going to the city tomorrow. We'll take a boat to the city. There are so many things to buy in the city, and so many delicious foods." Zhou Xiaohua was still a little confused. Her big eyes blinked repeatedly in curiosity. Zhou Xiaochuan's expression froze slightly. He hesitated, rubbing his hands together before cautiously asking, "Can Xiaohua and I go too?" "Of course. Our whole family is going together," Jiang Rou announced loudly. Since they had already decided to go to the city the next day, the whole family went to bed early that night. However, after lying down, everyone's thoughts were different. Zhou Zhongshan was thinking about Jiang Rou's earlier reaction. Seeing her so happy, he finally felt like he had done something that truly pleased her. The man felt a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Rou's happiness became his own. Jiang Rou, with her eyes closed, was already planning what to buy when they got to the city. Ever since she had traveled to this world, she had woken up to find herself on this remote island. She had yet to see what a city in the 1970s looked like. A mix of anticipation and curiosity filled her heart. She felt like an excited child about to go on a spring outing the next day. On the other side of the room, Zhou Xiaohua, who usually fell asleep the fastest, was still wide awake. Her tiny hand clutched Zhou Xiaochuan's clothes, occasionally tugging at them. The little girl had so many things she wanted to ask Zhou Xiaochuan. What was the city like? What were delicious foods? Could they be as tasty as candied hawthorn? Was the city really as good as people said? But in the end, her questions remained unanswered. Because at that moment Zhou Xiaochuan's mind was not on Zhou Xiaohua. Even he was wondering, could he really go to the city? For a child who had grown up in the countryside, the big city was a faraway place, so distant that it felt like somewhere he might never reach in his lifetime. After all, Zhou Xiaochuan was a bit older. He had overheard the adults talking about their longing for the city. It was a place they wouldn't even dare to dream of. And now, could he really go to the city? Even if it was just to take a walk and have a look. And more importantly, Jiang Rou was the one taking them there. The next morning, perhaps because they hadn't slept well the night before, both Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan looked exhausted. Dark circles hung under their eyes, and their whole demeanor resembled withered saplings, lifeless and droopy. Even during breakfast, they didn't show their usual energy. Could they be coming down with a fever? Jiang Rou touched their foreheads, but fortunately, their temperatures were normal. Zhou Zhongshan, who was standing nearby, said, "Once we get on the boat, let them sleep for a while. They'll feel better after some rest." "That's the only thing we can do." Jiang Rou nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. After breakfast, Jiang Rou packed some essentials for the journey and slung a water flask over her shoulder, preparing to leave. Before heading out, she made a quick stop at Zhao Guweifan's house. First, to let Zhao Guweifan know that they would be away for a few days on a trip to the city. Second, to ask her to keep an eye on their house and take care of the little chicks in the courtyard. There wasn't much else to worry about. When Zhao Guweifan heard that their entire family was going to the city, her face was full of envy. "Sister Rou, don't worry about a thing. Have a great time. It's not every day you get a chance to go to the city, so make the most of it. Leave the house to me." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Zhao Guweifan hurried into her house. Moments later she rushed back out. She shoved 3 cloth tickets into Jiang Rou's hands. "Sister Rou, since you're going to the city, could you bring back some fabric for me? Pick some nice patterns suitable for kids. My Dahuzi and Heir Huzi have grown again, and they need new clothes." "Sister Guweifan, don't worry. I'll definitely bring some back for you." "Great, great. Be careful on the road and enjoy your trip." Jiang Rou waved at Zhao Guweifan and then, together with Zhou Zhongshan, took the 2 children to the dock. The dock was bustling with activity. That day was a transport ship day, and many villagers from the island would take the opportunity to travel to other places. When Zhou Zhongshan and Jiang Rou boarded the ship, they were surprised to see that the guard on duty was Song Yan, Commander Zhou's sister-in-law. As soon as Song Yan saw them, he immediately stepped forward to greet them, and even helped Jiang Rou carry Zhou Xiaohua onto the ship. He took care of them all the way to the cabin and helped them find a place to sit. After that, Zhou Zhongshan and Song Yan walked to the side to talk. It seemed that Zhou Zhongshan was giving some instructions on what Song Yan should pay attention to while he was away. Song Yan listened attentively, nodding continuously. Inside the cabin, Jiang Rou gazed through the glass window at the vast, endless sea outside. The blue seawater, stirred by the wind, rolled in layers of waves. It was a bright and sunny day, and even the waves sparkled brilliantly. Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan found everything around them incredibly fascinating. When they had first arrived on the island, they had been brought over by fellow villagers. At that time they had no relatives by their side, and as 2 children traveling far from home for the first time, they had huddled fearfully in a corner, not even daring to go near the window. The entire journey had been filled with anxiety, leaving them no mind to appreciate the scenery around them. But now, with Zhou Zhongshan and Jiang Rou by their side, their moods had completely changed. Cautiously, yet curiously, they shuffled their little bodies closer to the window. "Xiaohua, Xiaochuan, come sit over here." Jiang Rou beckoned to the 2 children and pulled them to sit by the window. "Don't be afraid. We are inside the ship. It's very safe. Look, this is the ocean. Isn't it enormous? See over there, over there. Did you spot that flying bird? That's a seagull." Jiang Rou pointed with her hand. Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua followed her gestures, their eyes constantly shifting as they took in the new and exciting sights. After Song Yan left, Zhou Zhongshan turned his head and saw Jiang Rou and the two children leaning against the window together. The sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow on their faces, illuminating their bright smiles. At this very moment, the now empty Zhou family courtyard welcomed an unexpected guest. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Why is the gap between people so huge? Lin Yuyao held a box of walnut pastries in her hand. She had been lingering outside the Zhou family courtyard for a long time. Should she knock? Or should she not? That was the question. Ever since the misunderstanding yesterday and her departure from this place, Lin Yuyao had not slept well all night. She was a member of the military unit, but she was still in the process of transitioning and had not yet been assigned a dormitory. For the time being, she was staying at her cousin Lin Yulan's house. After returning yesterday, she had felt uneasy. So, she began asking Lin Yulan for information, especially about Zhou Zhongshan and Jiang Rou. What she heard was Lin Yulan's deep sighs, mixed with a hint of envy. Sister Roshi and Regiment Commander Zhou had a marriage agreement before. Later they filed a report and got married. Their relationship is really good. Their relationship is really good. Those words weighed heavily on Lin Yuyao's chest. That wasn't how it was supposed to be. In her previous life, things had been completely different. Back then, whenever Lin Yulan mentioned Zhou Zhongshan's marriage, let alone saying their relationship was good, she wouldn't even call it harmonious. But now everything had changed. Lin Yuyao couldn't shake the memory of the way Zhou Zhongshan had looked at her yesterday afternoon. So indifferent. As if he were looking at a complete stranger who had nothing to do with him. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Yuyao had always been beautiful. Any man who saw her would inevitably glance at her a few more times. In school, in the military compound, she had always been surrounded by boys. When it came to appearance, Lin Yuyao had never felt that she had lost to anyone. Yet, when it came to Zhou Zhongshan, all the advantages she possessed seemed to vanish completely. If that were truly the case, even if Jiang Rou were to die, would she still be able to get close to Zhou Zhongshan? As Lin Yuyao thought about it, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Being reborn was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She had finally freed herself from that scumbag and set her sights on Zhou Zhongshan, determined to make up for the regrets of her past life. She couldn't give up just like this. Absolutely not. Tossing and turning the entire night, Lin Yuyao still couldn't let it go in the end. She had to work hard to restore her image in Zhou Zhongshan's eyes. Only then could she smoothly become his lover after Jiang Rou's death. And so, Lin Yuyao appeared outside the Zhou family courtyard. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. Yet no one came to open the door. Instead, from the neighboring courtyard, there was a creaking sound as a door was pushed open. The person who stepped out was someone Lin Yuyao recognized, Zhao Guifan, whom she had met once before in the military unit office. Upon seeing Lin Yuyao, Zhao Guifan greeted her warmly. "Comrade Lin, are you here to see Sister Rou?" Lin Yuyao's lips pressed tightly together before she nodded. "Yes. Yesterday, I had a small misunderstanding with Regiment Commander Zhou's wife. I brought something to apologize." She couldn't say she was here for Zhou Zhongshan. She could only use Jiang Rou's name as an excuse. Zhao Guifan didn't notice anything unusual about Lin Yuyao. After hearing this, she smiled and said, "Then you won't be able to see Sister Rou. She went to the city early this morning." "Did they go to the city?" "Yes, their whole family went. Regiment Commander Zhou, along with his two children. His whole family together. Regiment Commander Zhou just got married, and the military unit gave him a few days of marriage leave, so he took Sister Rou to the city. Regiment Commander Zhou really cherishes his wife. I've been married to my old Zhao for over 10 years, and not only has he never taken me to the city, he doesn't even like going out with me. Not like Regiment Commander Zhou." Zhao Guifan's words were filled with envy and sighs, almost overflowing with emotion. As Lin Yuyao listened, her expression grew darker and darker. She had never imagined that Zhou Zhongshan would voluntarily accompany Jiang Rou to the city. That rough and fierce-looking man, who seemed as rigid as a block of wood. How could he possibly be willing to do such a thing? The shock in Lin Yuyao's heart was overwhelming. She gritted her teeth secretly. Beyond the shock, her determination to marry Zhou Zhongshan only grew stronger. A man like him was far better than the scumbag she had encountered in her past life, countless times better. She had already been blind once. She absolutely could not be blind a second time. She could wait, and wait. Wait for a few months, wait for that storm that would take Jiang Rou's life. As long as Jiang Rou died, Zhou Zhongshan would become a widower. At that time, she would have the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Yes, That was it. That was exactly how it should be. In her heart, Lin Yuyao repeated these thoughts over and over again. Comrade Lin, Comrade Lin. Zhao Guifan had been talking but suddenly realized that Lin Yuyao had gone completely silent. Then, she saw Lin Yuyao suddenly turn around and just walk away. She left? Without saying goodbye, without even nodding. As if, in Lin Yuyao's eyes, Zhao Guifan did not exist at all. Even someone as carefree and straightforward as Zhao Guifan couldn't help but feel ignored at that moment. Comrade Lin and Sister Rou, they are both city girls, both educated. So why is the difference between people so vast? Zhao Guifan mumbled a few words, then turned around and went back inside the house. The transport ship drifted on the sea for a long time. On one hand it was slow. On the other hand there were still several small islands where it had to stop. This sea area was dotted with numerous islands. Some of the larger islands had more inhabitants, and since there was only one transport ship, every journey required stopping at these islands to pick up passengers. At first, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua were filled with curiosity about everything unfamiliar, constantly looking around in excitement. However, as time passed and the ship continued to sway, drowsiness crept up on them. The two children, who had not slept well the night before, slowly closed their eyes in a daze. Jiang Rou and Zhou Zhongshan each held one child in their arms, keeping them close to ensure they slept more comfortably. In the hazy lull of drowsiness, Jiang Rou's eyelids drooped unconsciously. Zhou Zhongshan noticed and reached out, gently pressing her head onto his shoulder. Wife, get some sleep too. It'll be more than an hour before we reach the shore. Jiang Rou, eyes closed, rubbed against Zhou Zhongshan's shoulder, adjusting to a more comfortable position before slowly drifting off. The ship's swaying was just like a cradle. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. She is the true miss of the Jiang family. She is Jiang Rou. 2 hours later. It was midday. The ship finally docked at the pier. They had arrived in the city. Jiang Rou and Zhou Zhongshan stepped off the boat with their children. The moment their feet touched solid ground, their minds became instantly clear. They had entered the city. They had finally made it to the city. Jiang Rou looked at the scene before her, both familiar and unfamiliar. Outside the dock, the roads were bustling with traffic. Blue and white public buses, black Phoenix brand bicycles. Everything appeared so lively and prosperous. Every era had its own kind of excitement. Jiang Rou saw people riding bicycles, their faces beaming with joy, no less content than those driving imported cars decades later. Wife, let's go eat first. Okay. Jiang Rou immediately nodded happily. Zhou Zhongshan asked the dock workers for directions to the nearest state-owned restaurant. Meanwhile, Jiang Rou lowered her head and reminded Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua, this is the city. There are many cars and many people here. It's completely different from the village and the islands. You must hold hands at all times and never wander off. Do you understand? Always hold on to an adult's hand. Zhou Xiaohua immediately clenched her small hands tightly and nodded seriously. Even Zhou Xiaochuan, who rarely showed nervousness, nodded earnestly. After her safety lesson, Jiang Rou softened her tone. There are lots of delicious foods and fun places in the city. Today we're going to explore properly. But first let's eat. We'll have braised pork and braised fish. Let's go. By the time the four of them arrived at the state-owned restaurant, the peak mealtime had already passed. There weren't many customers inside. Jiang Rou immediately noticed a blackboard with chalk-written words displaying the day's menu and prices. In those years, state-owned restaurants were still quite expensive. Ordinary families could hardly afford to eat there. However, Jiang Rou's family had come to the city specifically to enjoy a good meal, so they didn't worry much about the cost. Zhou Zhongshan walked in front. With his tall stature and military uniform, he stood out no matter where he went. Several people turned their heads to glance at him. But the moment they saw the military uniform on his body, the curiosity in their eyes faded, quickly replaced with respect. Jiang Rou held onto the children's hands and followed behind Zhou Zhongshan. Under the shadow of the man's figure, the number of gazes falling on her lessened significantly. However, Zhou Xiaohua still could not get used to the constant flow of people in the city. She became extra cautious, tightly clutching Jiang Rou's hand, unwilling to let go. The four of them walked into the restaurant. They chose a quiet spot and sat down. Zhou Zhongshan ordered 3 dishes and then asked Jiang Rou, Wife, is there anything else you'd like to eat? Jiang Rou glanced at the menu. Her gaze shifted and she noticed something else. Her eyes lit up. Softly she said, I want soda. Orange-flavored soda in a glass bottle. The golden yellow soda sat in a plastic crate, looking incredibly tempting. It seemed that just by looking at it, one could almost hear the fizzy sound of bubbles popping the moment the bottle was opened. Jiang Rou happened to be thirsty. She licked her lips, full of anticipation. All right. Zhou Zhongshan responded. He added 3 bottles of orange soda to the order. Since the restaurant wasn't very busy, both the sodas and the dishes were served quickly. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Rou would not have allowed the 2 children to drink too many beverages before eating. But this was a rare visit to the city, and soda was a rare treat as well. When the golden yellow glass bottles were placed on the table, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua stared at them unblinking. Soda. Yet another thing they had only heard of but never tasted before. Have you ever had soda? Jiang Rou asked. Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua shook their heads vigorously, like little rattles. They had never even seen such beautiful glass bottles before. Jiang Rou smiled and said, "It's all right. After today, Xiaochuan and Xiaohua will have tasted soda too." She picked up the bottle opener, applied a slight force to her wrist, and popped the metal cap off the soda bottle. With a crisp pop sound, the bottle opened. Then PFF, PFF, PFF. From the soda bottle, a string of tiny bubbles surged upward, gurgling as they rose. The moment Jiang Rou heard this sound, she couldn't help but like it. After all, who wouldn't love a bottle of fizzy happiness? The 2 children were even more mesmerized, their eyes shining with excitement. Especially Zhou Xiaohua. She wiggled her little feet, nearly standing up on the chair in anticipation. Jiang Rou handed the open soda to Zhou Xiaochuan. When she opened the second bottle, she brought it close to Zhou Xiaohua's ear, gave it a slight shake and then pop. This time the bubbling sound was even more intense than before. Countless tiny bubbles continuously emerged from the bottom of the bottle. The moment they met the air, they let out soft crackling bursts. Tiny droplets splashed into the air. Some landed on Zhou Xiaohua's cheek, cool and refreshing. It was an experience unlike anything she had ever felt before. Jiang Rou placed the open soda into Zhou Xiaohua's small hands. "Hold it and drink." Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan held their glass bottles, their bright, glistening eyes meeting in silent excitement. At this very moment, the little wolf cub, after all, was only 6 years old. Curiosity, anticipation, delight, and pure wonder were all written in their eyes. They lifted their sodas carefully and took a small sip. The moment their lips and tongues touched the fizzy liquid, pop, crackle. Countless bubbles danced inside their mouths, playfully bursting against their tongues. The sound was light and cheerful. PFF, PFF. Wow! Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua's eyes widened in astonishment. Soda. So this was soda. A wave of fizz rushed from their mouths down to their throats, so magical. Who? On the other side, Jiang Rou took a big gulp of soda, letting the refreshing sensation travel from her mouth to her throat and down into her stomach. A wave of comfort spread through her entire body. She squinted her eyes as she smiled, looking utterly content and relaxed, like a little fox basking in the sun. Satisfaction filled her heart. Once she had fully savored that soothing sip, she handed the glass bottle to Zhou Zhongshan. "Zhongshan, you should have some too." Zhou Zhongshan hesitated briefly before taking the bottle from Jiang Rou's hand. Lifting it to his lips, he took a sip. A wave of sweet fruitiness carried by tiny fizzy bubbles flowed smoothly down his throat. Zhou Zhongshan was no stranger to soda. Back in his days on the battlefield, when seizing spoils from the enemy, he had come across not only soda but even whiskey at times. However, he was never someone who cared much for indulgences like these. He never paid them much attention. "How is it? Tastes good, right?" Jiang Rou's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled and asked. The sweetness lingered in Zhou Zhongshan's throat. In a low voice he replied, "It's good." Jiang Rou smiled in satisfaction. See, who wouldn't like a bottle of fizzy happiness? Even Zhou Zhongshan couldn't resist. Everyone loved it. With the addition of the orange soda, the lunch became especially enjoyable. However, regarding the food at the state-owned restaurant, Zhou Zhongshan commented, "Wife, this pork belly isn't as good as yours." Zhou Xiaochuan, sitting beside him, subtly nodded in agreement. Jiang Rou raised an eyebrow proudly. "I think so too. Mine is still the best." The dishes were mediocre. But the orange soda, that was unforgettable. Hic! Zhou Xiaohua suddenly clutched her small chest, her lips parting as she let out a soft hiccup. Everyone froze. 3 pairs of eyes immediately turned to look at Zhou Xiaohua in unison. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. She is the true miss of the Jiang family. She is Jiang Rou. Feeling nervous under their gazes, Zhou Xiaohua quickly covered her mouth with her small hands. Her large black eyes, round and shiny like grapes, darted about anxiously. But, hic! Another one. Covering her mouth didn't help. A small stream of air rushed from her stomach to her throat and then burst out. It was the first time Zhou Xiaohua had experienced such a situation, and she found herself being stared at by 3 people around her. The little girl's cheeks instantly turned bright red. She became even more nervous. But the more nervous she was, the stronger the hiccups became. Hic! 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 Woo! One after another. Zhou Xiaohua panicked. Her eyes turned red as if she was about to cry. Jiang Rou, seeing this, quickly picked up Zhou Xiaohua and held her in her arms, gently soothing her. It's okay, it's okay. Xiaohua, don't be scared. Hiccups happen when you drink soda. It's completely normal. Just now, I almost thought Xiaohua was speaking. How could such an adorable little one suddenly make a sound? Xiaohua, it's all right. Let's take a deep breath, and the hiccups will stop. As Jiang Rou spoke softly, she reached out and patted Zhou Xiaohua's chest, helping her regulate her breathing. After a while, Zhou Xiaohua slowly relaxed. However, her stomach still felt bloated, and small bursts of air continued to rise from within. She tilted her head back, her big watery eyes looking pitifully at Jiang Rou. It was as if she was asking, really? Will the hiccups really stop? At that moment, hic! A loud hiccup sounded from the side. Both Zhou Xiaohua and Jiang Rou turned their heads at the same time. Their bright, curious eyes landed on Zhou Xiaochuan, who had just covered his mouth with his hand. It was real. Xiaohua, look, even your brother is hiccuping. Drinking soda makes everyone hiccup, so you don't need to worry. Under the gaze of Zhou Xiaohua and Jiang Rou, Zhou Xiaochuan's face instantly turned bright red. When it came to hiccups, the more nervous one got, the more likely they were to continue. So, hic! Hic! Zhou Xiaochuan kept hiccuping nonstop, looking exactly like Zhou Xiaohua had just moments ago. It was so amusing that no one could help but chuckle. With this little episode behind them, the four of them finished their meal and took a short break before finally stepping out of the state-owned restaurant. As they walked outside, suddenly hurried footsteps echoed down the street, accompanied by a commotion not far away. The noise drew the attention of many people nearby, who poked their heads out to see what was happening, eager to watch the excitement unfold. Even the restaurant staff joined in. One of them hastily removed their apron and stepped outside with great interest, loudly asking, "What's going on? What happened this time? Trouble every other day. Can't we have even one peaceful day?" Passerby responded, "That's what I'm saying. Lately it's been chaos every day, no peace at all. What else could it be? It's that whole down to the countryside policy stirring up trouble again. Those people keep rounding up folks, checking household registrations, and sending young people off to the countryside. I heard even the high school students have been sent away. Of course, not everyone is happy about it. Some even tried to escape halfway through. The inspection team has been dispatched to capture them." Though no one had confirmed the exact situation yet, the crowd was already discussing it in vivid detail, as if they had seen everything with their own eyes. Jiang Rou, who had initially intended to leave, unknowingly slowed her steps. She gazed into the distance. And as fate would have it, at that very moment, she spotted a figure dashing toward them in a panic. A few steps behind him, several inspection team officers in blue uniforms were in hot pursuit. Jiang Rou furrowed her brows slightly. She thought that this person trying to escape was simply too foolish. Typically, when someone fled, they would run into narrow alleys, weaving through twists and turns to make their way to safety. Who in their right mind would dash straight onto the busiest main street? Wasn't that just walking into a trap? Jiang Rou shook her head helplessly and was just about to turn around. But at that moment her expression froze. She watched as a woman came rushing toward her in a panic, terror written all over her face. A memory that did not belong to her suddenly surfaced in her mind. The person she had just thought of as foolish was Lin Xiu'er. Or, to be more precise, her current name should be Jiang Xiu'er. For the sake of clarity, she would still be referred to as Lin Xiu'er in the following. Lin Xiu'er, the real heiress of the Jiang family, was the woman originally engaged to Zhou Zhongshan. She was also the one who had knocked Jiang Rou unconscious and sent her to the ship bound for the island. When Jiang Rou had opened her eyes, she had already been inside the cabin, so she had never actually seen Lin Xiu'er with her own eyes. All her memories of that event came from the original owner of this body. Back then, Jiang Rou had already understood that the tides of the times were unstoppable, more terrifying than any storm on that island. Lin Xiu'er, who had been so determined to stay in the city, might not have met a good end. Since Jiang Rou had been on the island, even though she knew that the real heiress had harbored ill intentions, she had never thought of taking revenge. Each person had their own life to live. Who would have thought that fate would play such a bizarre trick? The two women, who had once switched lives, were now meeting again at this moment, when Lin Xiu'er was at her most desperate and wretched. It was as if Jiang Rou was witnessing karma unfold. Heaven truly had eyes. Jiang Rou stared at the commotion not far away, momentarily lost in thought. Wife. Beside her, Zhou Zhongshan noticed that Jiang Rou had stood still for a long time and called out to her. Jiang Rou withdrew her gaze from Lin Xiu'er and shook her head. Nothing's wrong. Let's go. Jiang Rou had already decided that her fate and Lin Xiuer's would completely diverge from this moment on. For the rest of their lives they would likely never cross paths again. However, Lin Xiuer, who had been fleeing in a panic, was caught by the patrol officers just a few meters away from Jiang Rou. She screamed in rage, struggling fiercely, unwilling to accept the reality before her. Lin Xiuer had endured 20 years of hardship in the countryside. She had only been in the city for a few months, and her good days had barely lasted a handful of them. She had worked so hard to get rid of that eyesore of a fake heiress, and was finally about to enjoy the privileges of being an only daughter. But then, everything changed. Her highly educated parents were dismissed from their jobs, her family suffered a devastating downfall, and even the house assigned to them by their workplace was about to be reclaimed. With no monthly income, they were burning through their savings just to survive. And now even she was about to be dragged down. They were sending her back to the countryside, forcing her to feed pigs and sheep. Lin Xiuer's dream of being a noble lady was completely shattered. The village she was about to be sent to wasn't even as good as the one she had originally come from. No, don't take me. Don't take me. I won't go. I won't go to that godforsaken place. Lin Xiuer shrieked in fury. Just when she had fallen into the depths of despair, she saw a familiar figure, a face she could never forget for the rest of her life. Jiang Rou. It was her again. Hadn't Jiang Rou been sent to the island? Hadn't she been forced to marry that crippled old man? Why was she in the city? Why was she walking out of a state-owned restaurant? Why did she still look as elegant and radiant as before? Why was she the one in such a miserable state? A storm of rage and disbelief roared inside Lin Xiuer's heart. Then, in a flash of inspiration, she had it. Comrades. Officers. You've got the wrong person. It's not me. It's her. She's the real Jiang family's daughter. She's Jiang Rou. She's the one who should be sent to the countryside. You've arrested the wrong person. Lin Xiuer used all the strength in her body, desperately struggling to free one arm. Then with that freed hand, she pointed straight at Jiang Rou, her eyes filled with sinister calculation. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Investigation. That's the regiment commander's wife. Comrades of the patrol team, hurry up and arrest her. My name is Lin Xiuer. My surname is Lin, not Jiang. I am Lin Xiuer, not Jiang Rou. It's not me. I swear it's not me. If you don't believe me, just go and ask. Just ask and the truth will come out. I'll prove it to you. I'll call her name. Jiang Rou, Jiang Rou. As soon as I call her, she will turn around. Lin Xiuer clung to Jiang Rou like a drowning person grabbing onto the last straw, screaming desperately at the top of her lungs. She shrieked Jiang Rou's name, her voice raw and hoarse. Comrades. Look, look. She turned around. I told you she's Jiang Rou. She's the real daughter of the Jiang family. It's not me. I swear it's not me. Lin Xiuer kept defending herself frantically. At the same time, Jiang Rou, who had just reached the street corner, instinctively turned back when she heard the shouting behind her. The moment she turned, her eyes locked onto Lin Xiuer, who now looked utterly deranged. Like a venomous snake, Lin Xiuer was staring at her with a cold, ruthless gaze. Damn it. This was bad. A flicker of unease rose in Jiang Rou's heart. A deep, ominous feeling surged through her chest. She could even see the triumphant smirk curling at the corners of Lin Xiuer's lips, a smile of success, of manipulation. Just as the unease spread through her, Zhou Zhongshan silently grasped her hand. At some point, Zhou Xiaochuan had also stepped in front of her, shielding her without a word. Not far away, the patrol officers had not believed Lin Xiuer's nonsense at first. However, the message they received was to find a girl named Jiang Rou, who was approximately 19 or 20 years old. Every detail matched Jiang Rou perfectly. It was as if everything Lin Xiuer had said had come true. This left people wondering. Half of the inspection team held on to Lin Xiuer, while the other half approached Jiang Rou. They walked up to Jiang Rou and spoke up. Comrade, where are your documents? Please present your documents, we need to check. Before Jiang Rou could respond, Lin Xiuer was still chattering behind her. It's her. It really is her. She is the daughter of the Jiang family. If anyone should be taken away, it should be her. You all should hurry and arrest her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Rou frowned, and a realization dawned on her. Lin Xiuer had taken advantage of her after marriage, and was now preparing to exploit her once again. She had indeed treated the identity of the daughter of the Jiang family like a mere toy, something to be used or discarded as she pleased. A cold smile blossomed in Jiang Rou's heart. After understanding Lin Xiuer's intentions, Jiang Rou calmed herself. Just as she was about to speak up, Zhou Zhongshan was a step ahead of her. Comrade, hello. She is my wife. If there's anything to discuss, just speak to me directly. At first, the inspection team did not recognize the relationship between Jiang Rou and Zhou Zhongshan. However, once Zhou Zhongshan spoke and they noticed the tall man dressed in a blue and white military uniform, their expressions immediately changed. When they spoke again, even the tone of their conversation shifted. "Comrades, we need to check the documents for both of you." Zhou Zhongshan nodded. He opened the pocket of his uniform, taking out his documents along with Jiang Rou's, and handed them over. The comrades of the inspection team opened the officer's certificate. The first thing they saw was the military unit number, followed by the rank regiment commander. For people like them, encountering small squad leaders or company commanders was quite common, but coming across a battalion or regimental officer was no easy feat. The comrades of the inspection team turned Zhou Zhongshan's certificate over and over, examining it multiple times. Finally, with slightly trembling fingers, they returned it. "Zhou, Regiment Commander Zhou, our apologies. We made a mistake and caused you trouble." Zhou Zhongshan's expression remained cold and stern. As he took back his certificate, he did not utter a single word. He was already tall, with rugged features, and the addition of a ferocious scar made him look exceptionally intimidating when he kept a straight face. The surroundings fell into complete silence. No one even dared to take a deep breath. The comrades of the inspection team became visibly nervous as well. Only Lin Xiu'er, who had not understood the situation at all, continued shouting loudly. "Did you see clearly? She is Jiang Rou. Hurry up and arrest her. Let me go. Hurry up and let me go. It's not me. The person you should be arresting isn't me." The comrades of the inspection team were already holding back a belly full of frustration. Hearing Lin Xiu'er's reckless shouting only made them angrier. Immediately they snapped at her. "Shut up. That is Regiment Commander Zhou's wife. She just had the misfortune of sharing the same name as you. If you dare spout nonsense again, watch out. I won't be so polite." Regiment Commander's wife. The comrades' shouting was heard by everyone in the crowd. They had all seen Zhou Zhongshan in his military uniform, but none of them could tell what rank he held. After all, he was dressed in simple attire and had no guards accompanying him. Most people had assumed he was just an ordinary soldier. Who would have thought that he was actually a regiment commander? The onlookers were stunned. Lin Xiu'er was also stunned. Her eyes widened in terror as she stared at Jiang Rou and Zhou Zhongshan in disbelief. Regiment commander? How could he possibly be a regiment commander? Even if Jiang Rou had gotten married, she should have ended up with a crippled old man, or at most just an ordinary soldier. But, as she stared at Zhou Zhongshan, scrutinizing him over and over again, something about his rugged face gave her a sense of familiarity. Zhou. This man's surname was Zhou. Zhou Zhongshan. Note: after Lin Xiu'er switched identities with Jiang Rou, she never changed her name. She still thought Jiang Rou sounded nice. So on the household registry, the daughter of the Jiang family was still listed as Jiang Rou. And the person the inspection team was looking for was also Jiang Rou. Chapter 92. Their lives had completely diverged. "Oh, are you really Brother Zhongshan?" Back in the countryside, before Zhou Zhongshan joined the army, Lin Xiu'er had met him before. But back then, Zhou Zhongshan had been a thin young man, completely different from the imposing and fierce man he had become now. That was why she hadn't recognized him at first. Even after confirming Zhou Zhongshan's identity, Lin Xiu'er still couldn't believe it. Impossible. It's impossible. Zhou Zhongshan was just a crippled old man. How could he be a regiment commander? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Xiu'er's eyes were wide with shock as she shook her head frantically in denial. But she didn't just see Zhou Zhongshan. She also saw Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan. She might not recognize Zhou Zhongshan after more than 10 years apart, but there was no way she wouldn't recognize Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan. She had interacted with both of them before. Back then, Lin Xiu'er had refused to fulfill her marriage agreement with Zhou Zhongshan no matter what. On one hand, she coveted the comfortable life in the city. On the other hand, she didn't want to become a stepmother to 2 children at such a young age. But now, Lin Xiu'er saw the 2 children tightly gripping Jiang Rou's hands, never letting go. Jiang Rou had married Zhou Zhongshan. She had become their stepmother and, more than that, the wife of a regiment commander. The so-called crippled old man was actually completely healthy, strong, and on top of that, a regiment commander. She had been deceived. How could this happen? This is impossible. Jiang Rou, you already stole the first half of my life, and now you're stealing the second half too. This should have been mine. I should be the commander's wife. I should be. Arrest her. Hurry and arrest her. She is the real Jiang Rou, not me. I'm Lin Xiu'er. My name is Lin Xiu'er. Brother Zhongshan, it's me. I'm Lin Xiu'er. I was the one who lived next door to you. I am your real fiancée. She isn't. She's a fake. I am. I am. Lin Xiu'er screamed hysterically as she tried with all her strength to charge at Jiang Rou. But Zhou Zhongshan had already pulled Jiang Rou behind him, shielding her carefully. He would never give anyone a chance to hurt her. As for Lin Xiu'er's frenzied accusations, Zhou Zhongshan knew exactly what was going on and couldn't care less. At this moment, the most tense people were actually the inspection team comrades, who were struggling to restrain Lin Xiu'er as she thrashed and scratched at them. Their faces darkened as one of them growled in a low voice. Spouting nonsense like this. You dare to slander the regiment commander's wife? You must have a death wish. With so many people watching, they couldn't use excessive force, but they tightened their grip on Lin Xiu'er as much as possible. Someone even stuffed a cloth into her mouth, silencing her completely. At the same time, Jiang Rou had already sensed what was coming. So before anything could happen, she reached out and covered Zhou Xiaohua's eyes, making sure the young child wouldn't witness anything too distressing. After Lin Xiu'er's shouting stopped, everything instantly became quiet. The matter had finally come to an end. The inspectors took Lin Xiu'er away. Wife, let's go. Zhou Zhongshan took Jiang Rou and the two children, then turned around and left. Their lives had completely diverged from that moment on. The commotion caused by Lin Xiu'er's sudden appearance had somewhat affected everyone's mood. The family had originally planned to stroll around the city, but in the end, no one was in the mood for it anymore. It was only when they bought candied hawthorns on the way that smiles returned to their faces. Besides, they were not just staying in the city for a single day. Since no one was in the mood, Zhou Zhongshan decided to take them back to the guest house to rest first. In those years, there were no hotels or inns. All travelers stayed in guest houses, and registration with proper documents and letters was required for accommodation. Although the guest house's environment was quite basic, it was exceptionally safe. After nightfall, having spent the entire day walking around an unfamiliar city, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua were already dozing off at dinner. The moment their heads touched the pillows, they immediately closed their eyes and fell asleep, even without taking off their clothes. Jiang Rou fetched hot water and poured it into a wash basin, then used a warm towel to gently wipe the children's little faces and hands. Their fingers were still sticky with sugar residue from the candied hawthorns. It was all sticky and messy. Jiang Rou had to wipe them several times before they were finally clean. Then she helped the two children undress. Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua were sleeping so soundly that even with all the fuss they didn't wake up. Jiang Rou nudged them into the blankets. After taking care of the children, Jiang Rou turned around and saw Zhou Zhongshan entering the room. The man had just come back upstairs carrying hot water again. With a thermos in each hand, he placed them on one side of the bedroom. Then he walked over to Jiang Rou and sat down on the bed beside her. He lifted his eyes, his dark pupils locking onto Jiang Rou. Wife, do you want to talk? Jiang Rou's heart trembled slightly. This rugged man was not someone who paid much attention to details in daily life. Yet, at certain moments his attentiveness was almost frightening. Most of the time, Jiang Rou's emotions never escaped Zhou Zhongshan's notice. She placed the towel back into the wash basin and then returned the basin to the stand. Jiang Rou walked back to Zhou Zhongshan's side and sat down beside him. Her fingers clutched at her clothes, gently rubbing the fabric between her fingertips. It was rare to see Jiang Rou looking nervous instead of her usual composed self. The events of the afternoon, there was no way they hadn't affected her. But it wasn't Lin Xiu'er that she feared. Rather, Zhongshan, Lin Xiu'er ended up like this, yet I didn't step in to help at all. Do you think I was too cold-hearted? Jiang Rou's voice was soft as she asked. Zhou Zhongshan watched her small movements and noticed the fleeting unease that crossed her delicate face. His voice was low as he responded. You had nothing to do with her in the first place. Why should you help her? Jiang Rou was stunned, her eyes widening in surprise. She had never expected to hear such an answer from Zhou Zhongshan. After all, her relationship with Lin Xiu'er was complicated. To most people, it would indeed seem that the original owner owed Lin Xiu'er something. Zhou Zhongshan reached out and gently took Jiang Rou's slightly damp, slender hand. He opened his palm and enclosed hers within his broad, warm grasp. A comforting warmth surrounded her. Wife, from the moment you took Lin Xiu'er's place and went to the island, the ties between you two were already settled. She is her and you are you. This has nothing to do with your names or backgrounds. I don't know what happened between you two in the past, but judging by what I saw this afternoon, Lin Xiu'er never once considered you in her words. Someone like that, why would you need to help her? You are just Jiang Rou. That Jiang family, their people have nothing to do with you anymore. You are my wife. I Xiaochuan Xiaohua, we are the ones who make up a family, the ones who should support each other. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Fried dough stick and glutinous rice roll. Zhou Zhongshan's voice was not loud. Yet, when his words fell into Jiang Rou's ears, they were as deafening as a thunderclap. She had never thought that, in Zhou Zhongshan's understanding, the matter was so straightforward. It was she who had overcomplicated things. But thinking about it the other way around, it made sense. Back when Jiang Rou had first arrived on the island, Zhou Zhongshan had seen her, a delicate beauty, yet he had still righteously declared that she should be sent away. His world had always been so simple and decisive. He drew clear boundaries: comrades, friends, family, and everyone else. He treated two children who weren't his by blood as if they were his own. He gave everything he had to the woman he recognized as his wife without hesitation. And when he saw Lin Xiu'er that afternoon, he hadn't even blinked. No matter how much Lin Xiu'er shouted, Zhou Zhongshan acted as if she was a stranger he had never met before. This was the kind of man he was. His stance was always clear, with no room for ambiguity. At this moment, Jiang Rou felt as if she had taken a calming pill. She let out a deep breath, and the weight on her chest instantly disappeared. Zhongshan, I understand now. I was overthinking. Those matters, those people, they have nothing to do with me anymore. You Xiaochuan Xiaohua, we are the ones who are truly a family. Jiang Rou gently rubbed her fingers against Zhou Zhongshan's palm. His hand was rough, covered with calluses and scars, yet it was scorching hot. A warm, gentle smile spread across Jiang Rou's face. Zhou Zhongshan gazed at her with dark eyes, and unknowingly, the heat in his gaze deepened. The fingers that had only been lightly caressing at first, without realizing it, had intertwined tightly, locking together. Zhou Zhongshan slowly leaned down. His broad shoulders blocked the light from the ceiling, plunging Jiang Rou's vision into a dim shadow. Before her eyes were Zhou Zhongshan's enlarged features, followed by a searing deep kiss that fell upon her lips. Her lips were thoroughly claimed. With every breath, all she could sense was Zhou Zhongshan's presence. Her waist went weak, and she collapsed onto the bed behind her. A kiss in the deep of the night. It lasted for a long, long time. The next day, the sky was clear, the air crisp. It was a perfect day to go out. Since waking up in the morning, Jiang Rou had been full of energy, entirely different from how she had been the afternoon before. She was like a little spirit freshly bathed in the warmth of the sun. Even when urging Zhou Xiaochuan and the little Zhou child to wake up and get dressed, she seemed particularly lively. Zhou Zhongshan and Zhou Xiaochuan were washing their faces and rinsing their mouths on the side. Jiang Rou dressed Zhou Xiaohua, gently patting the little girl's chubby bottom with her palm. You're all dressed. Go wash your face now. We're going out for breakfast. Jiang Rou had been thinking about breakfast for a long time. She had been craving fried dough sticks with glutinous rice rolls. The rice roll was made from steamed glutinous rice, which was relatively easy to prepare. Fried dough sticks, on the other hand, were deceptively simple yet required a master's skill to make properly. If the dough wasn't prepared right, no matter how hot the oil was, the dough sticks wouldn't puff up properly in the fryer. Even with Jiang Rou's skills, there were times when she failed at making them. So now that they had finally come into town, of course she had to give it a try. The family of four left the guest house early and headed straight to the breakfast canteen. Not only did the breakfast canteen have the fried dough sticks with rice rolls that Jiang Rou had been craving, but it also offered multigrain porridge and savory tofu pudding. The local style of tofu pudding was served salty, with a small drizzle of soy sauce and some pickled mustard greens. Paired with fried dough sticks and rice rolls, it was the perfect combination. The canteen was bustling with people, steam rising in the air. Zhou Zhongshan had Jiang Rou and the two children sit at a table while he went to buy breakfast. The steaming hot food was placed on the small wooden table, releasing an enticing aroma. Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua stared at the breakfast, gulping heavily. Their dark, round eyes flickered before turning toward Jiang Rou. In their clear, bright gazes there was both longing and confusion. For two children from the countryside, their knowledge of food extended to steamed buns, dumplings, and cornmeal buns. The most recent new food they had encountered was green rice cakes. As for fried dough sticks, rice rolls, and tofu pudding, these had never been part of their world before. Jiang Rou picked up a fried dough stick wrapped in sticky rice. The freshly made rice roll was still a little too hot to hold. She cradled it in her palm, gently pressing it to make it firmer. Once the round rice roll was slightly compressed, she placed it into the small hands of the two children. This is a rice roll. There's a fried dough stick inside. It's like a rice ball. Just hold it in both hands and take big bites. Don't be too reserved, just relax and eat. Following Jiang Rou's instructions, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua held the rice balls with both hands, opened their mouths wide and took a big bite. The rice roll was both firm and soft, creating a unique texture. At the very center, the fried dough stick was crispy and flaky, making a satisfying crunch with each bite. The combination of the soft rice and the crispy dough stick created a rich contrast in texture. It tasted a little salty, yet also a little sweet. Whatever it was delicious. As for the tofu pudding, it was even simpler to eat. They just had to scoop it up with a small spoon and bring it to their mouths. The smooth, tender tofu pudding melted effortlessly on the tongue. With a single slurp, it slid right down their throats. The meal left Jiang Rou and the two children completely satisfied. It had been a long time since Jiang Rou had enjoyed such a warm, flavorful breakfast, rich with the simple pleasures of daily life. The only one who didn't seem accustomed to it was probably Zhou Zhongshan. Having been used to the rough and plain food of the military unit, he didn't particularly enjoy such refined dishes. After taking only a few bites of the tofu pudding, he ended up giving the rest to the children. Jiang Rou noticed this and softly asked, "Zhongshan, you don't like it? It's just a bit unfamiliar to me." Zhou Zhongshan replied in a low voice. Jiang Rou immediately reached into her pocket and, to his surprise, pulled out a large steamed bun. Her smile was both gentle and playful with a hint of triumph. Her eyes sparkled. "I already figured you wouldn't be used to it, so I secretly bought a big steamed bun earlier. You can eat this, it's more filling." Zhou Zhongshan took the steamed bun from Jiang Rou's hand. It was still warm. A little surprised, he asked, "You already thought of that?" Of course. I'm your wife after all. How could I not know what you like to eat?" Jiang Rou spoke with her mouth still full of rice roll. Her words slightly muffled but still clear enough to understand. Her already soft voice carried an extra touch of intimate warmth. After breakfast, the four of them hurried to the department store. They had to catch the boat back in the afternoon, so there wasn't much time left. They needed to make good use of every moment. Jiang Rou still had many things to buy. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. This is a gift for you. As soon as they entered the department store, Jiang Rou headed straight for the candy counter. She looked around but didn't see any White Rabbit creamy candy. It seemed that this kind of candy wasn't available in regular department stores, only in larger cities. However, the counter was still full of colorful candies wrapped in red and green paper. Jiang Rou took out the money and ration tickets she had prepared in advance. "Comrade, hello. These loose candies are mixed together. I need 10 caddy in total." The shop assistant was taken aback. 10 Jean. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Rou a few more times. Candy was still expensive. Most families would buy half a caddy at most. Someone like Jiang Rou, who asked for 10 caddy in one go, was undoubtedly a big spender. After receiving the money, the shop assistant immediately started packing. Jiang Rou watched the weighing process while speaking to Zhou Zhongshan. "The sisters-in-law in the courtyard gave us so much food and daily necessities before. We haven't returned the favor yet. Let's buy more candies to distribute among the families. Half of it will go to the courtyard, and I'll keep the other half. You can take some to the military camp. People like Songyan should also get a share. Once we distribute these, they won't pester you for wedding candies anymore." Jiang Rou was generous with her spending, but she never spent money without a reason. Her careful calculations were laid out clearly. Zhou Zhongshan watched as Jiang Rou made her purchase, not even blinking. He didn't mind at all. It was just candy. He could afford it even if it were for himself. What surprised him was that Jiang Rou still had the wedding candy matter in mind. Zhou Zhongshan asked, "Did you hear them talking about it?" "No, but I can imagine. You're their leader and this is your first marriage. We didn't hold a wedding banquet, so we can't skip giving out wedding candies. Otherwise, it wouldn't sound good if word got out." The young couple leaned in close, whispering to each other. While Jiang Rou was buying candy, the two children weren't idle either. Zhou Xiaohua was being carried by Zhou Zhongshan. Her small hands wrapped around his neck. Perched high up, she curiously looked around, her gaze sweeping over the many counters. There were so many strange and fascinating things she had never seen before. Everything was unfamiliar, yet full of wonder. Zhou Xiaochuan, on the other hand, stood beside them, holding hands with someone. He wasn't very tall, just about the same height as the counter. To see things properly, he had to stand on his tiptoes. Zhou Xiaochuan strained to balance on his toes, stretching his neck as far as possible, his eyes fixed on the candy counter in front of him. There were about a dozen types of candies, red, green, and all sorts of colors. But after scanning the selection, Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't find the familiar blue and white candy wrapper. The White Rabbit creamy candy he had eaten before was nowhere to be seen. For some reason, he frowned slightly. After buying the candies, Jiang Rou continued shopping, picking up various daily necessities like soap, toothbrushes, and towels. Everything she chose was practical, easy to carry, and affordable. Next, they headed toward the fabric counter. That side was even more crowded. A large counter was neatly stacked with different fabrics, arranged in batches. From a distance, the perfectly aligned stacks were a satisfying sight for anyone with a perfectionist streak. Since there were so many people, they had to queue. Jiang Rou waited for a while before it was finally their turn. She remembered Zhao Guifan's request, so she first bought the fabric Zhao Guifan needed. Then she moved on to her own selections. "This floral fabric is pretty. It would make a lovely dress for Xiaohua," Little girls look best in dresses. Our Xiaohua won't have to wear dull, old clothes anymore. 2 feet should be enough. This light blue one looks similar to the color of a military uniform. Xiaochuan, do you like it? We could make you a little shirt. You'd look so handsome in it. Let's get 3 feet. This fabric seems to be pure cotton. Feels really soft. It would be perfect for pajamas. Let's buy 5 feet. Jiang Rou swiftly picked out everything she needed. After scanning the counter one last time, she noticed a light brown fabric that caught her eye. She asked the shop assistant to take it down so she could feel the texture. Then, she held the fabric up against Zhou Zhongshan, as if picturing how it would look on him. Her eyes lit up. Zhongshan, you'd look good in this. Zhou Zhongshan was momentarily stunned. I get some too? Then he quickly added, I always wear my military uniform. I don't need anything else. Of course you'll need it. You're not always in the military camp, you have rest days too, like this trip to the city. Next time you go out, you won't have to wear your uniform all the time. As Jiang Rou spoke, she waved over the shop assistant. She wasn't sure how much fabric would be needed to make a full set of clothes for Zhou Zhongshan, so she asked the assistant for help in estimating the amount and bought a little extra, just in case. With all the selecting and measuring, they ended up spending more than half an hour at the fabric counter. Jiang Rou finally emerged from the crowd, arms full of fabric, a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead. She looked completely satisfied, though her smile carried a hint of shyness. Glancing at Zhou Zhongshan and the 2 children, she said, I've never made clothes before. Once we're back at the courtyard, I'll learn from the other sisters-in-law. If they don't turn out well, you all can't dislike them, okay? We won't. Zhou Zhongshan looked at Jiang Rou's slightly flushed cheeks and couldn't help but smile. What she was doing wasn't just about making clothes, it was an act of care and devotion. How could anyone possibly dislike that? They continued shopping for another hour before finally leaving the crowded department store. As soon as they stepped outside, Jiang Rou took deep breaths of fresh air. She had been so used to online shopping in her past life that she wasn't quite accustomed to this kind of in-person shopping rush. It had been exhausting, but at least she had bought everything she wanted. Feeling around in her pocket, Jiang Rou took out 2 small items. Here. This is for Xiaochuan, and this is for Xiaohua. Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua froze, momentarily stunned. Jiang Rou had bought so many things earlier that neither of them had noticed when she had picked out something extra. These are gifts for you. The word gift instantly made the small items in her hands feel all the more special. Zhou Zhongshan put Zhou Xiaohua down from his arms. He took a pile of things from Jiang Rou's hands. Jiang Rou, in turn, gently patted the heads of the 2 children and placed the gifts into their palms. For Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan, receiving gifts was something unimaginable. In their short lives, they had never truly owned anything of their own. But Jiang Rou's gifts even came in beautiful boxes. They were specially prepared for them. In Zhou Xiaochuan's palm, a small paper box was placed. There were words written on the box, but he couldn't read them. He lowered his head. The young boy's delicate face was tense with unease. When his fingers lightly touched the paper box, his movements were careful and cautious. Slowly he opened the box. What appeared before his eyes were glass marbles. The marbles were transparent, with streaks of color running through them. There were red ones, green ones, blue ones, and yellow ones. All kinds of colors with several of each type. They looked exactly like the glass marbles that the other children in the courtyard played with. Chapter 95. Chapter 95, Shortcut to Wealth. The neighbors' boys, Dehuzi and Erhuzi, loved to dig small holes and build little dirt mounds on the ground, using glass marbles to play a game. They would compete to see who could aim and shoot their marble into the target. Anyone who didn't have marbles couldn't participate in the game. Dehuzi and Erhuzi had even tried to tempt him with glass marbles, attempting to trade them in exchange for a chance to get closer to Zhou Xiaohua. But Zhou Xiaochuan had coldly refused them. They're just glass marbles. He had thought firmly to himself. I don't care for them. Little Wolf Cub had once convinced himself so. But Jiang Rou. She had placed in front of him the very thing he had once rejected yet secretly longed for, and had even given it to him as a gift. They were his. All of these glass marbles belonged to him. Zhou Xiaochuan held the marbles in his hands, his small face taut, his expression complicated. For a long time he remained silent. He lifted his eyes and looked at Jiang Rou. The boy's gaze was still clear and bright, but it was now completely different from the coldness and wariness it had held before. And yet, thank you. The 2 words rolled in his throat, but still he couldn't say them out loud. Jiang Rou didn't mind. She simply smiled gently. Xiaochuan, now that you have glass marbles, you should play well with the other children. Her true intention was to help Zhou Xiaochuan become less withdrawn. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaochuan nodded firmly. He worked hard to swallow the lump in his throat. Then, It was Zhou Xiaohua's turn to receive her gift. Unlike little wolf cub, the young girl's thoughts were much simpler. She was overjoyed, her bright eyes sparkling as she eagerly tore open the paper box. Inside was a silver harmonica. The harmonica had a shiny metallic exterior, with green plastic in the middle. There were 2 rows of small holes. Zhou Xiaohua had never seen such a thing before. She turned it over and over in her small hands, examining it curiously. But how was it supposed to be used? Was it something to eat? A big question mark appeared in her little head. Jiang Rou took Zhou Xiaohua's hands and guided the harmonica to her lips, positioning it properly. She said, "Xiaohua, blow into it." Zhou Xiaohua immediately obeyed, taking a deep breath and blowing as hard as she could. In an instant, a musical note rang out. Zhou Xiaohua's small face filled with wonder. Her dark, round eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Jiang Rou. "It makes a sound. This thing can actually make a sound." Jiang Rou adjusted the harmonica's position and had Zhou Xiaohua blow into it again. D. The different positions and the varying strength of her breath produced different tones. It was just like the small bowls she had tapped before, creating a melody with high and low notes. This was the first time Zhou Xiaohua had learned that such an instrument existed. The sound was light and cheerful. More importantly, now that Xiaohua has a harmonica, she can speak. These melodies will be your voice. Zhou Xiaohua gripped the harmonica tightly and nodded enthusiastically. Then she took a deep breath and blew hard again. Yes. She could speak now. Jiang Rou's gifts had truly touched the hearts of the 2 children. Their smiles, already full of joy, became even sweeter. Zhou Xiaochuan carefully tucked the glass marbles into his pocket. His small hand remained firmly in place, gripping the fabric of his pants as he walked, afraid they might accidentally fall out. Zhou Xiaohua, on the other hand, kept her harmonica in hand, occasionally blowing into it as they walked. Between the 4 of them, a lively and cheerful melody now accompanied their steps. As they made their way toward the dock, Jiang Rou's gaze landed on a green sign by the roadside. It was the post office. At first she passed by without much thought. But in the very next second, a familiar scene suddenly flashed through her mind. Her steps came to an abrupt halt as she turned to look at the post office again. Those flashes weren't memories. They were fragments of a novel's plot. In similar era novels, one of the golden-fingered female protagonist's best shortcuts to wealth was postage stamps. Stamps! How could she have forgotten about this? In this era, aside from rare antiques that were difficult to authenticate, the most valuable items were undoubtedly stamps. Small, easy to store, and incredibly valuable. Jiang Rou stared at the post office, her eyes growing brighter with excitement. The golden glimmer sparkled brightly. At the same time, noticing that Jiang Rou was momentarily distracted, Zhou Zhongshan and the 2 children also stopped walking. Zhou Zhongshan followed Jiang Rou's gaze. He too saw the post office. "Wife, do you want to write a letter or send a telegram?" "Huh, a letter? Yes. I want to write a letter. Zhongshan, wait for me here. I'll go into the post office and buy a few stamps so I can use them later. You guys wait for me, okay?" As she spoke, Jiang Rou had already strode toward the post office. Along the way, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips, as if she were walking toward a bright future. A few minutes later, Jiang Rou came out of the post office with a few stamps in her hand. "All right, I've got them. Let's continue to the dock." She patted her pocket. Her expression was as joyful as Zhou Xiaohua's when receiving a gift. Her eyes curved into crescents, filled with happiness. Zhou Zhongshan didn't know what had happened, but it seemed a little too easy for her to be this happy over just a few stamps. Should he ask someone about this? Was there something special about these stamps? A rough man like him probably wouldn't know, but he Donglai might have some idea. Zhou Zhongshan silently made a mental note of it. Inside the cabin on the return journey, after 2 days and 1 night, everyone's mood had changed from when they departed. Looking out through the glass window at the vast endless sea, their hearts were filled with the weight of a rewarding journey and the joy of returning home. No matter how good the city was, it could never compare to their own home. Rocked by the motion of the ship, Jiang Rou leaned against Zhou Zhongshan's shoulder and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Zhou Zhongshan gently covered Zhou Xiaohua's harmonica and made a shushing gesture. Shoo! Zhou Xiaohua slowly lowered the harmonica. She turned her head and glanced at Jiang Rou, who was already asleep. Immediately, she became quiet and well-behaved. Zhou Xiaochuan was also silent. However, his hand hanging by his side would occasionally reach into his pocket to touch something. Inside the cabin, a warm silence filled the air. Only the sound of the ship's whistle could be heard as it moved forward. However, Jiang Rou was not actually asleep. She had entered the system space and was in the middle of something big. "Dear Master, Welcome to the system space. Your Tao Duo Duo Mall is now open and running stably. You can use it at any time. Harmonica. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. 1 million RMB. Jiang Rou was not a collector, nor did she have any knowledge of the famous and expensive stamps in history. Not long ago, when she entered the post office, she had simply followed the little theoretical knowledge she had and bought this year's zodiac stamps first. The stamp set contained 4 pieces, each featuring a traditional Chinese-style animal illustration. Besides that, Jiang Rou also purchased a set of stamps featuring famous landmarks of the capital, consisting of 8 pieces in total. Because that set was the most beautiful. Judging purely by artistic aesthetics, it looked the most valuable, so she chose that one. She entered the Zhongshan General Store backend, clicked on Create New Product, and uploaded them. Whether they were valuable or not depended on the system's appraisal. Ding! Product successfully uploaded. Product name: Zodiac Stamps of 197X. Set of 4. Product grade: well-preserved, vibrant colors, excellent quality. Appraisal result: outstanding. Suggested retail price. The system continued running, but the price Jiang Rou cared about the most still hadn't appeared. After waiting for a few minutes, it was still stuck on the loading status. Could the system space have a bug? That shouldn't be possible. After all, in her previous life, Jiang Rou had used this system for so many years and had never encountered such a situation. Maybe re-uploading the item would fix it. With that thought, Jiang Rou was about to try again. Just then, Dear Master, a friendly reminder from the system. The item you uploaded is classified as a rare and highly collectible treasure. Since its grade is outstanding, it is not suitable for regular sales. We recommend sending it to the auction house for bidding. Auction house. Jiang Rou was stunned. This system space actually had a function she hadn't known about? She had never heard of an auction house existing before. As she processed this revelation, a flash of white light flickered before her eyes. When the system space stabilized again, Jiang Rou noticed that in her Tao Duo Duo system, a new section called Auction House had appeared. The interface was similar to before. She only needed to upload the product as usual. Jiang Rou tried again. Ding! Item successfully uploaded. Item name: Zodiac Stamps of 197X. Set of 4. Item attribute: rare collectible. Item grade: outstanding. Suggested starting price: 1 million RMB. Wait, how much? Jiang Rou rubbed her eyes, but the number in front of her remained the same: 1 million renminbi. In her previous life, after working tirelessly for so many years, she had only managed to earn 1 million before she transmigrated. Now she had casually bought a few stamps, and they were already worth 1 million. And that was just the starting price. With the auction model, the final sale price would likely multiply several times over. As Jiang Rou pressed the confirm upload button, her fingers trembled slightly. Although the balance in the system could not be converted into real-world cash, it could still be used to buy things. From now on, there was no need to worry about running out of money. She could buy whatever she wanted. For the first time, Jiang Rou experienced what it meant to become rich overnight. Feeling elated, she immediately uploaded a set of stamps featuring the famous landmarks of the capital. This time she had gained experience and chose to upload them directly to the auction house. Ding! The item has been successfully uploaded. Collection name: 1970s Capital Landmark Stamps, set of 8. Collection rarity: common rare collectible. Collection grade: excellent. Suggested starting price: 500,000 renminbi. The price for this set was slightly lower, but the starting bid was still 500,000. It was equally astonishing. The auction was scheduled to take place in 3 days. By then she would receive the money. A millionaire just around the corner. Zhou Zhongshan lowered his head upon hearing a sound. It seemed that he had just heard Jiang Rou laughing. The laughter was soft, almost unreal. Lowering his gaze, he saw the fair and enchanting face resting on his shoulder. Her lips slightly curved into a gentle smile. She must have been having a beautiful dream. Otherwise, why would she look so happy even while sleeping? Zhou Zhongshan silently watched her, and without realizing it, a faint smile appeared on his rugged face as well. At the Zhou family's courtyard, returning to the familiar house made everything feel warm and comforting. Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua ran back and forth in the courtyard, rushing first to check on the little chicks. Then they went to water the vegetables and fruits, earnestly reminding them to grow well. Meanwhile, Jiang Rou busied herself inside and out. The house had been empty for a few days and needed cleaning, and the newly purchased items had to be sorted and organized. There was also their new house. A wooden bed, wooden cabinets, some furniture had already been placed. Jiang Rou still had to arrange the mattress, quilts, and pillows. A small home, yet an endless list of tasks. As for Zhou Zhongshan, as soon as he stepped off the boat, Zhou Zhongshan was hurriedly pulled away by Song Yan, who had been waiting for him at the dock. He didn't even have a chance to go home. There was probably something urgent that needed to be dealt with at the military camp. Sorry, sister-in-law, I'm borrowing Regiment Commander Zhou for a bit. I'll return him as soon as I'm done using him, Song Yan said hastily. It was as if Zhou Zhongshan had Jiang Rou's name neatly written all over him. Jiang Rou didn't even have time to react. In the shortest moment possible, she stuffed the candy she had bought into Zhou Zhongshan's hands. She reminded him, make sure to share them. And then just like that he was hurried away. After Jiang Rou finished all the chores inside the house and stepped out again, the sky had already begun to darken. The setting sun had dyed half of the sky red. On the island, the sunset had a unique charm. In the small courtyard ahead, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua were lying on the ground at some point, holding glass marbles in their hands. One eye was squeezed shut while the other remained open as they carefully aimed. Then with a flick of their fingers, the transparent glass marble rolled forward, tumbling over the yellow earth. It rolled and rolled for a long distance. Then, clink! The rolling marble collided crisply with another one that had been sitting still in the distance. Squatting on the ground, Zhou Xiaohua immediately jumped up, waving her hands excitedly. She looked as if she wanted to scream. She bounced up and down on the spot, absolutely thrilled. After a while, Zhou Xiaohua suddenly remembered that she still had a harmonica with her. So she reached into her pocket, pulled it out, and started blowing into it with enthusiasm. The light and cheerful melody drifted through the small courtyard, swirling in the air. The sea breeze blew in waves, carrying the unique salty scent of seawater, along with its warmth. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Go take a bath, wash thoroughly, I'll be waiting for you. Night fell. The once lively little house was now enveloped in the quiet tranquility of the evening. After dinner, the two children had already taken their baths. Jiang Rou led them into their new bedroom. Xiaochuan Xiaohua, from now on this will be your room. The room was neither too big nor too small. Jiang Rou had cleaned every inch of the walls, making sure everything was spotless. Even the quilts on the bed had been laid out under the sun earlier, carrying a warm and fresh scent. In the center was a modest-sized double bed, just the right size for the two children to share. You two are still young, and Xiaohua can't be away from Xiaochuan yet, so for now you'll sleep together. When you're a little older and Xiaohua becomes a big girl, we'll ask Dad to get you a bunk bed. Do you know what a bunk bed is? It's a bed with one on top and another on the bottom, like this. Jiang Rou used her hands to gesture roughly, making it easier for the children to understand. This way you'll have your own beds but still be close to each other. And when you grow even older, when Xiaochuan becomes a young man, and Xiaohua is a big girl, by then we'll move into a bigger house. It won't just have 2 bedrooms, we'll have 3 or 4 bedrooms. Not only will everyone have their own space, but we'll also have a guest room for visitors to stay in. Doesn't that sound nice? As Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua listened to Jiang Rou's vision for the future, their eyes wandered around their new bedroom. Inside their small bodies a warm sensation bubbled up. It was an indescribable feeling, like the moment before letting out a burp after drinking soda. A swelling full sensation. A deep sense of contentment. Jiang Rou could see the joy on their little faces. She crouched down and asked softly, Xiaochuan Xiaohua, do you like this bedroom? Zhou Xiaohua was the most obedient and immediately nodded. Zhou Xiaochuan pressed his lips together, then opened his mouth and said, I like it. The little boy had far too few things of his own. Even the parents who had given birth to and raised him no longer belonged to him. But now, not only did he have glass marbles that he liked, but he also had a bedroom of his own. So in the future would he have more and more? Something inside Zhou Xiaochuan's heart was quietly breaking through the soil, sprouting unnoticed. It made his dark eyes shine brightly. Jiang Rou finally heard a rare, positive response from the little wolf cub. Even though it was just a few short words, it was already a very good start. She patted Zhou Xiaochuan's head, revealing a satisfied smile. All right, it's getting late. Hurry up and get into bed. Zhou Xiaochuan darted onto the bed, then turned around and pulled Zhou Xiaohua up with him, lifting the little girl onto the bed as well. The two children lay side by side. Soft pillows rested beneath their heads, fluffy blankets covered them warm and cozy. Okay, close your eyes. I'm going to turn off the light. Jiang Rou pulled the cord hanging in midair. With a click, the electric light went out. The bedroom instantly plunged into darkness. Jiang Rou did not leave right away. She looked at the two children clutching the blankets tightly around them and gave them one last reminder. This is your first night sleeping in your own room. If you get scared in the middle of the night, just come next door. Okay. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's response, Jiang Rou finally felt at ease and walked out. When she closed the door, she didn't shut it completely, leaving a small gap. After Jiang Rou left, the quiet bedroom was soon filled with rustling sounds. Zhou Xiaohua kept turning over in bed, tossing and turning restlessly. She was simply too happy to sleep. Her big bright eyes kept darting around. Zhou Xiaochuan pulled her into his arms, his palm resting familiarly on her back as he gently patted her. Xiaohua, go to sleep. Otherwise you won't be able to get up in the morning, and if you can't get up, you won't have breakfast to eat. At the mention of breakfast, Zhou Xiaohua immediately quieted down. She blinked, pulled the blanket up, sniffed it, and then in the darkness turned to look at Zhou Xiaochuan. Brother, you smell it too. It's fragrant. The blanket smells so nice. Not only was the blanket fragrant, but it was also soft and warm. Just like the feeling Jiang Rou gave them. Was this person really going to be their mother? On the other side, when Jiang Rou returned to her bedroom, she saw Zhou Zhongshan, who had just come home. Under the warm glow of the light, their eyes met. Xiaochuan and Xiaohua went to their new bedroom? They went to bed. I stayed with them for a while and only closed the door after they got used to it. They exchanged a few brief words. Then silence fell between them. The bedroom was filled with a strange kind of quiet. But it wasn't distant or cold. Instead, it was burning. Neither Jiang Rou nor Zhou Zhongshan spoke. Yet their gazes remained locked together. No matter what, they couldn't look away. Instead, the connection only grew tighter, more tangled. Some things didn't need to be said out loud. Both adults understood. A room without children. And what was about to happen next. Especially the way Zhou Zhongshan's deep, dark eyes burned scorching hot. Jiang Rou felt as if her entire body was about to catch fire, heat rising restlessly from within. The air in the room felt as if it had been completely sucked dry. It made her breathing tense and rapid. You. Wife. Their voices overlapped the moment they spoke, both carrying a dryness and impatience that was impossible to ignore. Jiang Rou trembled from the heat. Why was this so embarrassing? Wasn't it just her first time in 2 lifetimes? She might not have eaten pork, but it wasn't like she'd never seen a pig run before. As a former internet surfing girl, was there anything she hadn't seen? She had even been on P-Site. Hardening her resolve, she decided to just go for it. Jiang Rou clenched her teeth in determination. You go take a shower. Wash up properly. I'll wait for you. She didn't dare look at Zhou Zhongshan's reaction. Plus, without hesitation, she placed both hands on his chest and shoved the big, burly man straight out of the bedroom. With her back to him, she immediately began tidying up the bed. Zhou Zhongshan's chest rumbled with laughter. All right, wife. I'll go shower now. I'll make sure to wash extra clean. And then, the sound of his footsteps retreating. Once Zhou Zhongshan had gone far enough, Jiang Rou clutched the blanket and buried her entire face into it, trying to hide her burning cheeks, red enough to drip blood. How could he say something like that? What did he mean by wash extra clean? It wasn't like he was actually about to eat pork. The more she tried to act calm, the more shameful it felt. Jiang Rou, get a grip on yourself. It was just sleeping with a man, Some time later, a freshly showered man appeared. When Zhou Zhongshan returned to the bedroom, he found the room completely dark. The light had already been turned off. Only the bright moonlight from outside streamed in faintly through the window. After closing the door, he saw a small raised lump on the bed. Zhou Zhongshan pulled back the blanket and climbed into bed, gathering Jiang Rou into his arms. He could clearly feel the tension and slight trembling coming from her soft body. Wife. He spoke softly once again. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. She was really fed to an old man. Wife. Zhou Zhongshan spoke softly once again. But the little wife in his arms lifted her head, and before he could say another word, her soft, red lips came forward and sealed his mouth. Jiang Rou closed her eyes and kissed him impulsively. Seriously. This man was usually so silent and reserved. But at this moment, why was he talking so much? Wouldn't it be better to just get on with it? Jiang Rou thought indignantly in her heart. As soon as the thought formed, a pair of large hands, radiating the heat of a man, pressed against her head and pulled her tightly into his embrace. In an instant, Jiang Rou was drawn into a scorching hot chest. What awaited her was a fierce storm. Jiang Rou had kissed Zhou Zhongshan a few times before. Each time her heart raced, her legs went weak, and her whole body felt soft and powerless. She had thought that was already the limit. But on this night, Zhou Zhongshan used actions to tell her that those past experiences were merely appetizers. Before, he had been restraining himself from start to finish. But tonight, the darkness became the perfect cover, allowing all the suppressed desires in his heart to be completely unleashed. Possession, plunder, devour, swallow. It was the instinct of a beast, the primal nature ingrained in a man's bones. After an intense breath-stealing kiss, Jiang Rou's clothes had long been stripped away, leaving her completely bare. In the haze of her senses, she even heard the sound of fabric tearing. It was definitely ruined. But at this moment she had no time to care about her clothes, because it felt as if she was going to die. Wait a minute. Let her catch her breath, or else she really was going to die. But Jiang Rou only had the chance to utter a few broken syllables. Zhou Zhongshan, with an even more ferocious aggression, once again sealed her lips with his own. It was over. Jiang Rou heard the sound of her resolve shattering in her heart. She knew that tonight's storm was not going to stop. She also knew how strong and powerful the man she loved truly was. A man like Zhou Zhongshan, who could march 30 kilometers overnight without showing a hint of exhaustion, torturing a delicate and soft-bodied woman like her was as easy as turning his hand. The long night stretched on, sleepless and relentless. The next day, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua waited, but Jiang Rou never came to wake them up. The two little ones dressed themselves and obediently stepped outside. Zhou Xiaochuan held Zhou Xiaohua's hand, helping her wash her face, wring out her towel and even brush her teeth. Both of them were now neat and clean. Yet, Jiang Rou was still nowhere to be seen. Could she be sick? Zhou Xiaochuan frowned, glancing worriedly toward the bedroom. Just then, creak, the front door opened. The two children turned their heads in unison, only to see Zhou Zhongshan stepping inside, carrying 2 silver food containers in his hands. Ever since Jiang Rou had come to their home, it had been a long time since they had seen Zhou Zhongshan carrying food containers like this. A thoroughly satisfied Zhou Zhongshan had barely slept. Just before dawn, he had finally let go of an utterly exhausted Jiang Rou. Still savoring the wonderful memories of the night, he had only closed his eyes for a brief moment before quietly getting out of bed and slipping out the door. Zhou Zhongshan had gone to the military canteen and brought back breakfast. Xiaohua, Xiaochuan, come inside and have some breakfast. He called to the two children, gesturing for them to come in. The three of them, 1 adult and 2 children, walked into the house and sat around the square table. But something still felt off. Someone was missing. Zhou Xiaohua tugged lightly at Zhou Xiaochuan's sleeve, her big round eyes darting toward the closed bedroom door. Zhou Xiaochuan's small face was slightly tense. He pressed his lips together, hesitating. After a moment of deliberation, he finally looked up at Zhou Zhongshan and asked directly, "Where is she?" Jiang Rou was their stepmother, but she had never made them call her mom. At the same time, Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't bring himself to call her Ann either. And so, somehow, she had simply become she/her. This home couldn't be home without her. Zhou Zhongshan opened the food containers and took out the steamed buns and cornmeal buns. "She's tired. She'll sleep in today. When you play in the courtyard later, keep it quiet so you don't wake her. I'll come back at noon to check on her and bring lunch for you too." Zhou Xiaohua only half understood. But from Zhou Zhongshan's tone, she could tell that Jiang Rou was probably fine. The little girl was carefree, so she quickly shifted her attention to the food in front of her. Although this breakfast wasn't as delicious as Jiang Rou's cooking, it was enough to fill her belly. She cupped a steamed bun in her small hands and took careful bites. Zhou Xiaochuan, however, was more mature for his age and thought more deeply about things. Still feeling uneasy, he pressed further. "She's not sick. She's not sick. She's just tired and wants to sleep a little longer." Zhou Zhongshan replied calmly, his expression unchanging. If Jiang Rou had seen him like this, she probably would have been shocked to realize that this man was capable of lying. But Zhou Zhongshan didn't think of it as lying. Jiang Rou was indeed exhausted. Jiang Rou wasn't just tired. She had completely passed out from sheer exhaustion. Even if she could barely hold on in the end, she would still find a way to enter the Lingbao space and soak in the spiritual spring water to recover. But the relentless man never gave Jiang Rou that chance. She couldn't even catch a single breath unless she pitifully pleaded for mercy from Zhou Zhongshan. It was truly a torturous, and yet incredibly pleasurable night. When Jiang Rou finally passed out, she was filled with both anger and haziness, her thoughts drifting as she closed her eyes and fell into darkness. Then, in a daze, she felt as if she had slept for a very, very long time. Everything around her was silent, the bed beneath her was soft, and her mind was blank, free from any thoughts. Her whole body felt exhausted yet light at the same time. It was the perfect state for deep sleep. And so, time passed unknowingly. When she finally opened her eyes in a daze, all she saw was the bright sunlight streaming in from outside. She had no idea what time it was. Jiang Rou blinked, finding the sunlight a bit too dazzling. Dazzling? Wait. What time was it? Jiang Rou suddenly snapped to her senses. With a sudden motion, she attempted to spring up from the bed like a carp flipping out of water. But just as she moved, "Wasi," the beautiful essence of the Chinese language culture was nearly blurted out. Even after sleeping for such a long time, The soreness in her limbs and bones had not faded. It would likely linger for several more days. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed together. In this situation, Zhou Zhongshan must have gone to the military camp, and she did not know how Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua were doing. Jiang Rou was genuinely worried about the two children. She pushed herself up from the bed, feeling the aches in her body, and then proceeded to change her clothes. Another moment of silence passed. In the bedroom, Jiang Rou looked down at the various bruises and marks on her body, purple, red, all over, evidence of having been pampered by an older man. Truly, she had been fed to an old man. Chapter 99. Sleep Eat. Jiang Rou tidied her clothes and collected her thoughts, adapting to the discomfort between her legs before slowly stepping out of the bedroom. At that moment, she truly understood why so many novels like to depict the female lead nearly tumbling to the ground the moment she got out of bed after her first time. This cliché was all too real. Taking a deep breath to maintain her composure, she pushed open the door and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Zhou Xiaohua was playing while Zhou Xiaochuan, donned in a straw hat, was diligently working the land with a small hoe, pretending to farm. A few days ago, Jiang Rou had planted some peas, which needed to climb up to grow. Before leaving, Zhou Zhongshan had left some bamboo sticks behind. Zhou Xiaochuan was currently relying on his strength to plant the bamboo sticks into the ground, piecing them together to form a trellis for the climbing plants. The two children were engrossed in their own worlds and did not notice Jiang Rou's presence. Clearing her throat, Jiang Rou called out in her slightly hoarse voice, "Xiaochuan, Xiaohua." Hearing the call, both children quickly looked up. The moment Zhou Xiaohua saw Jiang Rou, her eyes lit up. She immediately ran over excitedly, dashing to Jiang Rou's side. She lifted her head, her big eyes staring at Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou reached out and gently patted her head. Zhou Xiaochuan was momentarily stunned before slowly walking over. The courtyard has already been cleaned, the chicks have been fed, and the plants have been watered. Just give me a little more time, and I can finish building the trellis, he said to Jiang Rou with a serious expression. Everything in the household had been managed in an orderly and proper manner. His words implied that Jiang Rou didn't need to worry. Jiang Rou felt comforted by this. Then have you and Xiaohua eaten? She asked. We have. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded. Dad brought breakfast and lunch. We both ate. Hearing this, Jiang Rou felt more at ease. But, lunch? She looked up at the sun again. Judging by the angle, it was already afternoon. She had actually slept for so long that she had missed lunch. At noon, Zhou Zhongshan had brought lunch home. He had once pushed open the door and stepped inside to check on Jiang Rou. At that moment, the man had hesitated, unsure whether he should wake her up. But seeing Jiang Rou curled up in the blanket, sleeping so soundly, Zhou Zhongshan ultimately decided to let her rest a little longer. He quietly left the bedroom. And so, Jiang Rou slept straight until the afternoon. And Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua both knew about it. Even though Jiang Rou had a strong mentality, she couldn't help but blush at that moment. How embarrassing it was, especially in front of the children. For once, she felt flustered and nervously swallowed. What did Dad say? Dad said to be quiet and not wake you up. Not that. I mean, did he say anything about my condition? Dad said you were tired. Zhou Xiaochuan answered both of Jiang Rou's questions in succession, his dark, bright eyes continuously glancing at her, noticing the redness on her face. Was she running a fever? When he had a fever before, his whole body felt hot, his face turned red, and he felt dizzy and sleepy. No wonder she had slept for so long. Without Jiang Rou realizing it, Zhou Xiaochuan had already come up with a reason for her in his mind. After hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's response, Jiang Rou finally felt completely at ease. Tired. That was indeed a very good reason. Zhou Xiaochuan added. Dad also saved a meal for you. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaohua immediately understood. She quickly reached out, grabbed Jiang Rou's hand, and pulled her along toward the meal. Sleep, sleep, eat, eat. On this day, the two children were exceptionally well behaved. After Jiang Rou finished eating, she rested for a while. Taking advantage of the children's inattentiveness, she secretly entered the spiritual space to recover her energy. If she had waited for her body to heal naturally, she might have needed to sleep for several more days. The effects of the Lingbao space were extraordinary. By the time Jiang Rou came out, her whole demeanor had improved significantly. Her energy, spirit, and vitality all restored. She then busied herself with handling the matters ahead. Jiang Rou first went to Zhao Guifen's house next door, bringing the fabric that Zhao Guifen had entrusted her to get. This looks great. Sister Rou, you have such a good eye. The fabric you picked is really beautiful, and it feels nice to the touch. Zhao Guifen exclaimed. Holding the brand new fabric, she was overjoyed, her face beaming with a radiant smile. But the things Jiang Rou brought were not just fabric. She also gifted some candy and even brought paper and pens for Dehuzi and Xiaohuzi. Zhao Guifan was so delighted that she grabbed Jiang Rou's hand, eager to acknowledge her as her own sister. After leaving Zhao Guifan's house, Jiang Rou immediately headed to Lin Yulan's home. Sister Yulan, it's me, Jiang Rou. Are you home? I'm here, Sister Rou. Just come in directly. Lin Yulan's voice came from inside the house. Jiang Rou walked in with the candy. This was not her first time visiting Lin Yulan's home, but this time she seemed especially cautious, glancing around as she walked. She was looking for Lin Yuyao's presence. Sister Rou, come sit down. After making a trip to the city, you must find our little place here unbearable now, right? Lin Yulan had been writing a letter earlier. There were some sheets of paper, a fountain pen, and a bottle of ink on the table. She quickly put them away before pouring Jiang Rou a glass of water. The two of them sat facing each other chatting. Jiang Rou smiled and shook her head. Sister Yulan, every place has its own charm. The city is convenient for living, but the air isn't as fresh as on our island. I still prefer life here, simple and joyful. Hearing Jiang Rou's words, Lin Yulan was somewhat surprised. But at the same time she also felt a bit happy. Sister Rou, it's really great that you think this way. I also love life on the island, so simple, and with fewer people around. Lin Yulan said with a smile, a hint of emotion in her tone. If only Yu Yao could think like you, that would be wonderful. At the mention of Lin Yuyao's name, Jiang Rou discreetly glanced around once again. She followed along with the conversation and asked, Sister Yulan, I haven't seen your cousin today? Her dormitory is ready, so she's still staying at the military camp. If she lived with me all the time, people would start gossiping. Jiang Rou nodded after hearing this. The person she was most wary of at the moment was Lin Yuyao. After all, she had been reborn and was still the original female lead. Now that Lin Yuyao had entered the military camp, she couldn't come and go as she pleased. Moving forward, she wouldn't be appearing in the compound frequently. Upon realizing this, Jiang Rou felt significantly more at ease. She took out some wedding candies. Sister Yulan, take these. Consider them wedding candies for me and Chongshan. Oh, wedding candies. Then I'll gladly accept them. I can see that you and your husband are becoming more and more loving. Lin Yulan teased Jiang Rou with a few playful remarks before asking about her recent experiences with the two children. Chapter 100. She genuinely loves the children. As women, we all know that being a stepmother is the hardest role. But I can tell that you have a kind heart, and those two children are good kids. With time, they will understand your kindness toward them. As she spoke, Lin Yulan patted Jiang Rou's hand. A gesture of encouragement. Jiang Rou responded, That's what I believe too. After spending so much time with Zhou Shaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua, she could clearly sense the purity and sincerity in their hearts. People often said that time revealed true intentions. Jiang Rou believed that by treating them with genuine care, she wouldn't just change the children's future, but also improve their relationship, truly becoming a family. As they chatted idly, Jiang Rou's attention was drawn to the stack of letters and envelopes that Lin Yulan had put away earlier. Among them was a small, neatly folded square paper packet. The way it was folded strongly resembled a medicine packet. In this era, Western medicine was not sold in boxes but prescribed by doctors. The medicine would be placed in small, neatly folded square paper packets, containing tiny white pills inside. On the outside of the paper packet, the dosage instructions, how many times a day and how many pills per dose, would be written. Lin Yulan had been writing a letter earlier, so why was a medicine packet mixed in with her letter paper? Jiang Rou furrowed her brows slightly in concern. She asked worriedly, Sister Yulan, is your body still not fully recovered? It was only then that Lin Yulan realized Jiang Rou had such a keen eye and had noticed the medicine packet. Her expression immediately tensed with panic. She wanted to hide the packet but quickly realized that doing so would only make things more suspicious. After a brief moment of flustered hesitation, she thought of an excuse. Oh, it's just an old issue. My health has never been good, so I take medicine often. I'm used to it, it's nothing serious. What Lin Yulan said matched the details Jiang Rou had read in the original novel. But there were too many differences between the novel and the reality she was experiencing. Now that something was finally aligning with what she had read, it only made Jiang Rou feel even more uneasy. Because after gradually understanding the patterns of this world, she could now say with absolute certainty, Lin Yulan was lying. However, this was ultimately Lin Yulan's personal matter. If Jiang Rou were to ask about it directly, it would definitely be inappropriate. As she was trying to figure out a roundabout way to get closer to Lin Yulan's inner thoughts, Lin Yulan unexpectedly changed the subject first. How have Xiaohua and Xiaochuan been lately? Getting to visit the city must have made them really happy, right? The children were so happy. There were so many new things in the city and they loved it. Xiaohua, though she's still young. When she saw the tram for the first time, She was so frightened that she almost burst into tears. Really? Well, little girls tend to be timid. She'll get used to it with time. I've seen Xiaohua recently. She looks different every day, getting prettier and prettier. I almost didn't recognize her. When it came to children, the two of them had endless things to talk about. As Jiang Rou chatted with Lin Yulan, she carefully observed her reaction. Lin Yulan spoke Xiaohua's name in a gentle voice. The panic and paleness from before had completely disappeared. Instead, a look of relief and warmth spread across her face. Women understood women. The only thing that could make a woman reveal such a soft expression was a child. At that moment, Jiang Rou was certain Lin Yulan liked children. And not just liked them, she liked them very, very much. Even though Zhou Xiaohua was merely a neighbor's child, she cared so much about her. How much must she love children? Thinking of the Lin Yulan from the original story, Jiang Rou couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. Suppressing her emotions slightly, she steered the conversation back to the topic at hand and asked, Sister Yulan, I went to the city this time and bought a lot of fabric. I want to make clothes for Zhongshan and the children, but I'm alright at cooking, but making clothes is really beyond me. Do you know if any of the sisters in the courtyard can sew? I'd like to learn from them. Sewing, huh? I'm not very good at it either. Lin Yulan shook her head and then thoughtfully considered Jiang Rou's request. She said, I did think of someone. I heard that she studied at a fashion institute before, but Jiang Rou's eyes immediately lit up. Could it be that this courtyard was full of hidden talents? Someone here had actually studied fashion design? She quickly pressed further. Who is it? Which sister? Lin Yulan hesitated for a moment before finally saying a name. It's Song Qingqian. Song Qingqian was an outlier in this courtyard. She never socialized with the other women, always kept her doors shut, and remained completely aloof. The only reason Lin Yulan knew about her background was because she had heard it from Sister Hong. After speaking, Lin Yulan shook her head again, her expression filled with regret. Song Qingqian's situation is unique. You've probably heard a little about it. The people here don't like associating with her, and she herself is extremely withdrawn. Ever since she came to the courtyard, she stayed inside, never stepping out. Sister Rou, let me ask around a bit more. We can find someone else to learn from. It's fine, Sister Yulan. I'll go with Song Qingqian. Jiang Rou nodded firmly. She vaguely recalled that Song Qingqian's family used to run a department store, and she had even appeared in fashion magazines. To think that she had also studied at a fashion institute. That meant she didn't just know how to sew. She could design clothes as well. With Song Qingqian's sense of style, her taste was bound to be exceptional. Jiang Rou had made up her mind. She would learn from Song Qingqian. Her eyes grew resolute, and a bright smile spread across her face. This in turn left Lin Yulan stunned. She hesitated before asking worriedly, Are you sure? I'm sure. Song Qingqian, she's not the person the sisters think she is. I know her. Jiang Rou spoke with confidence, a hint of mystery in her expression. After all, she knew that Song Qingqian had once been a high society lady in Shanghai City, always surrounded by her circle of well-dressed friends. How could someone like that possibly be naturally withdrawn? Jiang Rou had already decided to learn sewing from Song Qingqian, but she didn't act on it immediately. First she went out and bought a duck. On the island, water was abundant, and small ponds were everywhere, so many farmers raised ducks. Getting one wasn't difficult. In the north there was Beijing roast duck. In the south there was Wenzhou sesame oil duck. Since Song Qingqian was from the south, Jiang Rou didn't hesitate to choose Wenzhou sesame oil duck. The process of making Wenzhou-style braised duck was far more complicated than preparing an ordinary duck dish. So Jiang Rou spent a long time carefully preparing everything. One early morning, it was finally time for Jiang Rou to showcase her skills once again. The duck she had bought from the farmer, once plucked, was evenly balanced between fat and lean meat. Plump and round, its skin was smooth and white. Truly good duck. Jiang Rou didn't throw away the feathers she had plucked. Instead, she carefully packed them into a cloth bag. Once the sesame oil duck was done, she could use the feathers to make shuttlecocks for the two children to play with. Chapter 101. The fragrant and dangerous Wenzhou sesame oil duck. After removing the internal organs, the fresh and clean duck was ready. The first step in the preparation process was straightforward: blanching. Since omnivorous poultry meat had a certain gamey odor, blanching was essential. The duck was placed in a pot of cold water, along with scallions, ginger, and a small amount of cooking wine to help remove any unpleasant smell from the meat. As the water gradually heated up, a layer of foam began to form on the surface. These were the impurities and blood residues that were not visible to the naked eye. After boiling for a few minutes, Jiang Rou flipped the duck over in the iron pot. The bubbling water continued to roll for another few minutes, ensuring the entire duck was evenly heated. During this process, the duck would also start to cook slightly. Once the blanching was complete, she took out the steaming hot duck and rinsed it under running cold water. The cool water washed away any remaining foam and blood on the surface of the duck. Not only did this step clean the meat, but the sudden change in temperature also tightened the texture of the meat, enhancing its firmness and overall mouthfeel. Every one of these meticulous steps was indispensable. Next, Jiang Rou brought out an assortment of ingredients. Ginger slices. They could be cut into larger pieces since they would be simmering in the marinade for a long time. If cut too thin, they would disintegrate easily, affecting the texture of the sauce. Scallions. The snow-white stalks and vibrant green leaves were kept whole, just like the ginger. Then came the spice bag. For convenience, Jiang Rou had purchased a pre-mixed spice bag from Taoduo Mall this time. The spice bag contained a variety of aromatic ingredients, including fennel, cinnamon, star anise, and Sichuan peppercorns. There was even a small amount of Chinese medicinal herbs to enhance the flavor further. Aside from these ingredients, the key element of the dish was sesame oil. As the name sesame oil duck suggested, an abundance of sesame oil was essential. In the small kitchen at the stove, while Jiang Rou busied herself with preparations, Zhou Xiaochuan had already taken the initiative to sit by the stove, diligently fulfilling his role as her little assistant. Zhou Xiaohua, as always, carried her small stool, stood on tiptoes and craned her neck. Her wide, curious eyes darted around as she peered into the iron pot. Even before the aroma of the food had filled the air, she was already licking her lips and swallowing her saliva in anticipation. This kind of instinctive reaction was the best proof of Jiang Rou's culinary skills. However, today, Jiang Rou's next step was not suitable for spectators. "Xiaohua, today you have to watch from a safe spot," Jiang Rou said. She walked over, slipped her arms under Zhou Xiaohua's armpits, and lifted the little girl up with ease. Carrying her to the doorway of the kitchen, she gently patted her head and instructed, "Be good, Xiaohua. You can only watch from here. You're not allowed to step inside the kitchen." Zhou Xiaohua was always an obedient and well-mannered child. Although her big, round eyes were filled with confusion, she still did exactly as Jiang Rou had told her. Her small body was mostly hidden behind the doorframe, but her bright, black eyes peeked out, watching intently. Jiang Rou wasn't just being cautious with Zhou Xiaohua. Even she herself went to the wardrobe and pulled out one of Zhou Zhongshan's old jackets. Zhou Zhongshan's old clothes were usually so worn out that they weren't even fit to be cut into rags, barely good enough to be used as mop cloths. But men's jackets were large and loose, allowing Jiang Rou to wear them comfortably over her own clothes. Jiang Rou put on the old jacket inside out, pulling it up to cover her face. The worn-out shoulder area had 2 small holes, just the right size for her eyes to see through. She tested it, her vision was clear. Dressed in this strange getup, she returned to the small kitchen. Before proceeding, she gave Zhou Xiaochuan another reminder. "No matter what sounds you hear next, don't stick your head out. Just sit still and behave." Jiang Rou treated Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua differently. With Zhou Xiaochuan, she gradually revealed the firm authority of an elder. After all, if she didn't, how could she keep this restless little wolf cub under control? With unnecessary personnel cleared from the scene and her protective gear in place, Jiang Rou was finally ready to continue making sesame oil duck. At this moment, anyone who knew her would understand she was just cooking. But for those who didn't, they might think she was developing some kind of experimental weapon. The iron pot was heated until it started smoking. Jiang Rou first poured in some rapeseed oil, about a small bowl's worth. Then, she opened the sesame oil she had purchased from Taoduo Mall. It came in a glass bottle with an old-fashioned rubber stopper, filled to the brim. After peeling off the label, it revealed a plain 1970s style design. Nothing about it suggested it was a product from the future. Gurgle gurgle. Jiang Rou poured the sesame oil into the iron pot as well. The ratio of sesame oil to rapeseed oil was about 1:1, each about a small bowl's worth. Soon, as the oil temperature rose, she dipped a chopstick into the pot. Tiny bubbles immediately formed and clustered around it. At this point it was ready. Jiang Rou took a deep breath. She put on a cloth glove on her left hand and held a long-handled ladle in her right. Then, gripping the duck's neck with her left hand, she lifted the blanched and slightly dried duck high. With her right hand, she dipped the ladle into the hot oil, scooping up the blended rapeseed and sesame oil together. Then, she gently drizzled the hot oil over the duck. Jiang Rou had already tried to be as careful as possible, but the moment the scorching oil touched the duck's surface, sizzle, crackle, pop. In an instant, blazing hot oil splattered everywhere in the small kitchen. Because the duck had been blanched and rinsed with cold water earlier, no matter how thoroughly it had been dried, there was still a thin layer of moisture on its surface. And when moisture met hot oil, the result was obvious. It was like dropping a single drop of water into a pot of burning oil. Like throwing a stone into a calm stream. The splash was inevitable. Sizzle. Sizzle. Pop. Tiny droplets of hot oil, carrying intense heat, shot out in every direction. If even a single drop landed on bare skin, it would immediately raise a blister. Extremely dangerous. This was exactly why Jiang Rou had taken so many precautions. The sudden chaotic explosion of sound startled Zhou Xiaohua. Her shoulders trembled, and she shrank her neck in fear. Luckily, she had been standing far away. If she had been next to the stove like before, she would have been burned by the flying oil for sure. Zhou Xiaohua, still trembling, shrank further behind the door. But the loud popping and cracking didn't stop. A few seconds later, still clutching her ears, she peeked out with her wide, dark eyes, unable to resist her curiosity and concern. Zhou Xiaochuan was also taken aback. But, being the stubborn little wolf cub that he was, he refused to show it. He froze for a moment, gripping a piece of firewood in his hands, his sharp eyes locked onto the scene. His brow furrowed. A thought flashed through his mind: what about her? Even though Jiang Rou had strictly ordered that no one should peek no matter what sounds they heard. In the next instant, as Zhou Xiaochuan's gaze darkened, he clenched his teeth and stuck his head out anyway. At the stove, at the heart of danger, the violent crackling and splattering showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it intensified. Jiang Rou, however, stood steady as a rock, ladle in hand. Scoop after scoop of hot oil. She continued to drizzle it over the duck. Chapter 102. Another explosion coming. In such a thrilling and intense scene, Jiang Rou not only poured hot oil over the duck, but also gently rotated it to ensure the oil coated the entire surface evenly. This step was similar to roasting a chicken in an oven, where turning the meat helped it cook uniformly. As the crystal-clear hot oil slowly cascaded over the duck's surface, it sizzled with tiny bursts, releasing the rich aroma of sesame oil that seeped into every fiber of the duck's flesh. At the same time, under the intense heat, the rough skin of the duck began to shrink continuously, becoming tighter and firmer. It was almost like undergoing a thermal skin treatment. Fragrant, crisp, and bouncy. Jiang Rou remained fully equipped, with the splattering hot oil landing on her protective gear. However, no matter how careful she was, there were always moments of oversight. For instance, the area around her sleeves. She had to lift the heavy ladle repeatedly, raising and lowering it over and over again. With each lift, her sleeve would slide up slightly. Her slender, fair wrist was exposed to the air. Tiny droplets of scalding oil splashed onto her wrist. Hiss! She furrowed her brows and took a sharp breath. It was burning hot. Stung. But she couldn't stop. She couldn't put the duck down just to rinse her hand under cold water. Cooking always came with injuries. Jiang Rou was already used to it. She remained steady and proceeded with the next steps. Once she finished pouring the hot oil, she could finally place the entire duck into the oil pot. At this moment, the hot oil not only coated the duck's surface but also seeped into its cavity, into its internal organs. There was still moisture inside, causing the oil to crackle and pop. Fortunately, since the sound was trapped within the duck's body, it was much quieter than before, and the oil no longer splattered everywhere. For a moment, the noise in the kitchen subsided significantly. The chaotic scene seemed as though it was finally coming to an end. Outside the door, Zhou Xiaohua, and on the other side of the stove, Zhou Xiaochuan were both growing restless. They craned their necks, trying to get closer, eager for a clearer view. What exactly was this delicious dish? Why did cooking sound like setting off firecrackers? At that moment, Jiang Rou's warning rang out. Don't stick your heads in. Step back. Because the second explosion was about to begin. The duck had already been placed into the iron pot. Standing in front of the stove, Jiang Rou put down the ladle and the duck. She switched to holding the pot lid with her left hand and a bottle of cooking wine with her right. She used the pot lid as a shield, positioning the cooking wine underneath it. Then, catching the duck off guard, she swiftly poured in the cooking wine and with lightning speed, slammed the lid shut. The iron pot was covered with a wooden lid. As soon as it was sealed, muffled explosions erupted beneath it. The crackling and popping sounds were even fiercer than when she had poured the hot oil earlier. Had the lid not been in place, the scene would have turned even more chaotic. Whoosh! Reaching this step, Jiang Rou finally let out a long breath. She removed her old outerwear and took off the scarf from her head, finally able to breathe comfortably. In just that short amount of time, she had been sweating under her layers of clothing. The strands of long hair near her temples were damp with sweat, sticking to her cheeks. But Jiang Rou didn't even have time to wash her face. There were still many steps left to complete. She wiped her sweat with her sleeve and continued working. Outside the door, Zhou Xiaohua, who had been peeking with half of her small head inside, witnessed everything. She blinked thought for a moment. Then with a quick step, she turned and ran off, her little feet pattering against the floor. After covering the pot with the lid, Jiang Rou occasionally lifted it slightly, leaving a small gap to pour in more cooking wine in a steady stream. As the amount of cooking wine increased, the ratio between the hot oil and wine changed, gradually reducing the intensity of the sizzling explosions. Once the noise had nearly faded, Jiang Rou fully lifted the lid. At this moment, inside the iron pot, the duck, bathed in hot oil, had already developed a faint golden hue. The mixture of rapeseed oil, sesame oil, and cooking wine formed a rich, golden brown broth with no trace of water, bubbling vigorously in the pot. It was time to add the prepared ingredients. Ginger slices, green onions, and a spice bag all went in. At the same time, she added soy sauce to bring out the salty flavor. A dash of dark soy sauce was included to deepen the color of the sesame oil duck, making it more visually appealing. Once all the seasonings were in, Jiang Rou took a ladle and stirred the soy sauce into the hot oil, blending everything together. The high heat intensified the fragrance of the soy sauce, enhancing its rich aroma. She scooped up the hot mixture and drizzled it over the duck. Very soon a glossy caramelized layer of soy sauce coated the plump duck, making it glisten under the light. The final seasoning, white sugar. Just like brushing honey onto Beijing roast duck, white sugar was an essential ingredient in sesame oil duck. People from the south preferred a sweeter taste, so she added a slightly more generous amount. After years of experience, Jiang Rou had mastered the mysterious appropriate amount mentioned in recipes to perfection. Nothing more. Just the skill of a seasoned hand. The remaining steps were much simpler. It was time to add water. Jiang Rou took a kettle of hot water and poured it into the pot in a steady stream, until the water level completely submerged the duck. The originally thick sauce became diluted. But that wasn't a problem. As the duck simmered over low heat, the liquid would gradually reduce, and the sauce, blended with melted sugar, would turn even richer and more velvety. Once again she covered the pot with the lid. At last Jiang Rou could relax. Her sweat-dampened face lit up with a satisfied smile. Just from the mouth-watering aroma in the air, she was almost certain this batch of sesame oil duck would be perfect. Chapter 103. Chapter 103. Do you want to call me Mom? Xiaochuan, no need to add more firewood. Lower the flame and you don't have to stay in the kitchen all the time. If you want to play, go to the courtyard. As Jiang Rou spoke, she walked out of the steamy kitchen. After working for so long, she could finally take a deep breath and relax. Just as she stepped out of the small kitchen, a sight not far away made her eyes well up with warmth. Outside, near the door leading from the courtyard to the living room, stood Zhou Xiaohua. Her small body carried a large basin, which was filled about 1/3 with water, with a towel floating inside. The basin was made of iron, so big, so heavy, and filled with water. A 4-year-old child could barely hold it. Zhou Xiaohua gripped both sides of the basin with her tiny hands. Because she couldn't bear the weight, her steps were unsteady, and she wobbled as she walked. She struggled to move her short legs, looking more and more like a little penguin. She did not call out, nor did she ask for help. Relying only on her small strength, she had fetched the water and taken the towel from the drying rope. Step by step, she staggered toward Jiang Rou. As she walked, the water inside the basin sloshed from side to side. With each sway, some of the water spilled over the edge. Along the way, there were not only Zhou Xiaohua's tiny footprints, but also scattered water droplets marking her path. Her clothes were already wet, but she did not frown even once. She remained determined and kept moving forward. Just like that, the small figure finally reached Jiang Rou. With a loud thud, Zhou Xiaohua set the basin down on the ground. She had trouble controlling her strength, so the sound was heavier than expected. Fortunately, the water she had worked so hard to carry did not spill out. She stared at the basin and revealed an innocent, satisfied smile. Then Zhou Xiaohua stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Rou's hand. With her small strength, she tugged at Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou followed Zhou Xiaohua's pull and slowly squatted down. Zhou Xiaohua continued to hold her hand and gently placed it into the basin of water. The water in the basin was cool and refreshing. Jiang Rou had just been holding an iron ladle and a pot lid. Her fingers had been gripping tightly for a long time, leaving her fingertips red and sore. Now, as she soaked her hands in the icy water, a wave of relief washed over her. But Zhou Xiaohua wasn't done speaking yet. She continued to hold Jiang Rou's hand, guiding her toward the towel. Since she couldn't articulate her thoughts clearly, she resorted to gestures. She made a few movements, but when she saw that Jiang Rou wasn't responding, she became anxious. Her small mouth opened slightly but no sound came out. Her tiny face filled with urgency as she looked back and forth between Jiang Rou and Zhou Xiaochuan. Take the towel, wipe. Wipe the sweat. Brother, say it. Help me say it. Jiang Rou could feel the little girl's eagerness. At the same time, she could also sense something bubbling up inside her chest, like an open bottle of orange soda, fizzing with countless tiny bubbles. Her chest felt full warm. The tip of her nose tingled slightly. It was all because of the deep emotion welling up in her heart. Back when Jiang Rou had first met Zhou Xiaohua, the very first thing she had taught her was to always wash her hands before eating. She had gently held Zhou Xiaohua's tiny hands, washing them clean bit by bit, even using a towel to wipe her face. And now, after all this time spent together, things had reversed. It was Zhou Xiaohua who was worrying about Jiang Rou. It was Zhou Xiaohua who was taking care of her. The room was silent. Just as Zhou Xiaohua became overwhelmingly anxious, Jiang Rou softly spoke. Xiaohua, you saw me working in the hot kitchen, sweating a lot, so you fetched water for me to wash my hands, wipe my face and cool down. Is that right? Zhou Xiaohua immediately nodded with determination. The little pigtails on her head bounced wildly with her movement. You also thought I must be very tired from cooking, that it was hard work, and you wanted me to feel more comfortable. That's why you carried the basin over, didn't you? Zhou Xiaohua's eyes sparkled, and her fair little face was filled with a bright smile, revealing her tiny, adorable teeth. Then, do you want to call me Mom? Jiang Rou tentatively asked the question. Zhou Xiaohua nodded vigorously again. But after nodding, she suddenly realized the meaning behind Jiang Rou's words. She froze for a moment. Her big, round eyes carried a hint of confusion and nervousness. Zhou Xiaohua didn't know what to do. She lifted her head once more and looked toward Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan was her older brother, the person she trusted the most. She always listened to her brother. Zhou Xiaochuan had also heard Jiang Rou's words. He pressed his lips together. The stubborn young boy naturally understood the weight of Jiang Rou's question. That's Mom we're talking about. Mom! Zhou Xiaochuan remained silent, his dark eyes deep in thought. After a moment, he quietly made a hand gesture toward Zhou Xiaohua. It's up to you. This was the silent understanding between the siblings. They could always understand each other without words. After receiving Zhou Xiaochuan's answer, Zhou Xiaohua's bright black eyes swirled with thought before she turned back to look into Jiang Rou's gaze. This time she no longer hesitated. Just as before, she nodded again, firmly and resolutely. It's Mom. She had a mother now. A mother who wouldn't disappear. The smile on Zhou Xiaohua's face became even more radiant. At the same time, Jiang Rou couldn't help but smile as well. Even though Zhou Xiaohua's mom was silent, it was the loudest sound in Jiang Rou's heart. But in Jiang Rou's heart, she had already heard it. A little girl with a tender yet cheerful voice was calling her Mom. Xiaohua, thank you. I will definitely be a very, very good mother. Jiang Rou had chosen Zhou Xiaohua as her daughter, and in return Zhou Xiaohua had chosen her, granting her the identity of a mother. People always said that parents couldn't be chosen. But between Jiang Rou and Zhou Xiaohua, they had run toward each other, forming a bond of mother and daughter from both sides. Today's sesame oil duck was absolutely worth making. Jiang Rou's heart felt as sweet as if she had just eaten honey. Her hands, still soaking in the water, held the towel as she pulled Zhou Xiaohua's hands along, washing them together. The sound of water splashing filled the air, light and joyful. However, the aftermath of the fragrant yet perilous sesame oil duck had not yet ended. Sister Rou, where are you? Where are you guys? Are you all okay? Is there any danger? Where are you? In an instant, Zhao Guifen's voice rang out. Her figure rushed into the Zhou family's courtyard, storming toward the house in a panic. Despite her frantic arrival, she still carried a hoe in her hands, fully prepared, looking both cautious and dramatic. Sister Rou, Xiaochuan, Xiaohua, are you all? As soon as Zhao Guifen charged into the house and saw the three of them safe and sound, their faces filled with smiles, she froze in place. Jiang Rou didn't even have time to finish washing her hands and face. She quickly put down the towel and turned toward Zhao Guifen, who was pale-faced and in a state of alarm. Confused, she asked, Sister Guifen, what's wrong with you? Oh my, you nearly scared me to death. Zhao Guifen stretched out her hand and thumped her chest heavily, finally managing to catch her breath. It's all because of that air who's in my house talking nonsense. He said he heard some kind of explosion from your place. Pili pala, just like that. And the moment I heard the word explosion, I nearly lost my breath right then and there. Chapter 104. Chapter 104. Crisis on the Island. Zhao Guifen, who was usually a bold and carefree person, showed genuine fear and nervousness as she spoke these words. Her whole body was tense. Especially when she mentioned the word explosion. She trembled slightly. She gripped the hoe tightly in her palm and said with an embarrassed expression, Sister Rou, I must have made a fool of myself. I was just too scared. Zhao Guifen was in her 30s. If one did the math, she had been a child during the war-torn 1940s. During that turbulent era, what she remembered most vividly was the relentless bombings in the sky. She had to hide in caves from time to time. Sometimes a single hideout would last for several days. They couldn't even make fire to cook food. They could only drink cold water and eat dry rations. That was how she got through those days one after another. As she grew older, life finally improved, and the times became peaceful. But peace did not mean safety. Because of that period of war, countless bombs and explosives had been left behind on the land of Huagua. Some had already exploded, but others remained deeply buried in the soil. At certain times, a single careless mistake could lead to another heart-wrenching tragedy. Having lived through all of that, Zhao Guifan panicked the moment she heard Hubby mention an explosion. That was why she had been so terrified. But why did Hubby say such a thing in the first place? In Zhao Guifan's household, she had a habit of eavesdropping when she had nothing to do. Her two sons followed her example, often standing on wide wooden stools, peeking around and listening in on conversations. Today Hubby was not at home. Hubby was bored alone, so he stood on a stool, playing with his slingshot trying to shoot birds. As he played, he suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. It was the fragrance of sesame oil. Unlike ordinary rapeseed oil, sesame oil had an especially rich and strong aroma that could travel far. Not to mention, Jiang Rou had heated the sesame oil, making the scent even more intense. Hubby, who was in the neighboring courtyard, smelled the fragrance and immediately started salivating. He also heard the crackling sound of cooking. Right away, he knew that the Zhou family was making something delicious. He remembered that a new aunt had moved into the neighboring courtyard. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, but she also cooked exceptionally well. Hubby, feeling greedy, wanted Zhao Guifan to go over to Jiang Rou's place and hopefully bring back some food. However, Zhao Guifan was busy tidying up the house and had no time to entertain this troublemaking rascal. After a few failed attempts, Hubby came up with a terrible idea. He directly shouted, "Mom, Uncle Zhou's house next door exploded." That sentence nearly scared Zhao Guifan out of her wits. She felt as if her soul had left her body. As she rushed over, she grabbed a hoe in her hand, probably already preparing to dig through debris to search for survivors. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Jiang Rou quickly pieced the situation together. She helped Zhao Guifan sit down on a nearby chair and poured her a cup of water to calm her nerves. "Sister Guifan, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. The moment you heard explosion, you rushed over without even thinking about your own safety. That just means you care about us. I'm truly grateful. Having you as a neighbor makes me feel so much more at ease." With Jiang Rou's comforting words, a few sips of water, and a deep breath, Zhao Guifan finally started to recover from the shock. She clenched her teeth and said angrily, "It's all because of my Hubby and his nonsense. Just wait until I get home. I'll smack his little butt." Jiang Rou covered her mouth and chuckled. As for how Zhao Guifan chose to discipline her child, Jiang Rou had no intention of interfering. The two of them sat and chatted for a while. Zhao Guifan set down her cup and sighed. "Sister Rou, to be honest, I wasn't overreacting. I was really terrified. Just a few days ago, there was an explosion on our island." Jiang Rou frowned, puzzled. An explosion? How had she not heard about this? She truly had no idea. Zhao Guifan was momentarily stunned, then counted on her fingers. "It was during the 2 days when Regiment Commander Zhou took you and the children to the city. You weren't on the island at the time, and Sister Hong didn't allow us to talk about it, so it's no wonder you didn't hear anything." "Explosion, was it a bomb?" Jiang Rou's brows furrowed slightly as she asked in a hushed voice. As someone from modern times, she had lived in an exceptionally peaceful and safe country, protected by those braver than herself. She had never experienced this kind of danger before. The most perilous situation in her life had only been when Lin Xiu'er knocked her unconscious and threw her into the ship's cabin. The word bomb was entirely foreign to her. Completely foreign. At this moment, Jiang Rou finally saw the tension and seriousness on Zhao Guifan's face. Zhao Guifan nodded. She glanced at Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan, who were nearby, and lowered her voice. "Yes, it was a bomb. It landed in the fields, probably had been there for decades. The production brigade was farming in that area and accidentally triggered it, which caused an explosion. After all these years, the bomb's power wasn't as strong anymore, and since it was buried in a pit, thankfully, only one person got injured. It was just a superficial wound, no one died. But this problem needs to be solved. Otherwise, how can we farm if we have to worry about stepping on bombs all the time? Hasn't your old Zhou been going out early and coming back late recently? He's probably busy with this issue too. My old Zhao is also involved, which is why I've been so scared." After hearing this, the uneasiness in Jiang Rou's heart deepened. She recalled the day they returned from the city, how Song Yan had been anxiously waiting for Zhou Zhongshan at the dock. And yet, for the past few days, Zhou Zhongshan had left early and returned late, but he hadn't mentioned a single word about it. If Zhao Guifan hadn't told her today, Jiang Rou would still be completely in the dark. This kind of worry and fear didn't just weigh on Jiang Rou's heart. It was something every wife in the compound carried. That day, even though Zhao Guifan had smelled the rich aroma of sesame oil duck lingering in Jiang Rou's house, she didn't have the mood to mention it. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Zhao Guifan left, still carrying a heart full of unease. Jiang Rou stood in the courtyard, watching Zhao Guifan's departing figure. Then suddenly, Huzi, you little rascal. Let's see where you can hide now. I swear I'm going to smack your butt today. Humph, that'll teach you to spout nonsense. Zhao Guifan's furious shouts, along with the sound of Huzi's frantic footsteps, echoed from the other side of the courtyard wall. A full-blown commotion ensued. Chickens flapping, dogs barking, chaos unfolding. This lively, everyday scene made the heaviness in Jiang Rou's heart lighten just a little. Then, she felt a soft touch on her fingertip. Lowering her head, she saw Zhou Xiaohua standing beside her, tilting her adorable little face up with a worried expression. Jiang Rou quickly hid the emotions in her heart and replaced them with a warm, radiant smile. Come on, let's go inside. We only washed our hands earlier, we still need to wash our faces. Xiaohua worked so hard to fetch that water, we can't let it go to waste. Zhou Xiaohua immediately smiled along with her. Chapter 105. Praised by Little Wolf Cub. After washing her hands and wiping her face, Jiang Rou finally came back to her senses. Half an hour had already passed. The iron pot was still bubbling. Jiang Rou returned to the stove and lifted the lid. In an instant, the rich aroma carried by the rising steam rushed toward her. It felt as if she had just applied a sesame oil facial mask. This time, Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan were finally allowed to step into the kitchen. They stood on their tiptoes, peeking over the stove, and saw the duck inside the iron pot. It had turned a deep, rich soy sauce color. At this stage, the sesame oil duck was still not fully completed. Jiang Rou picked up a chopstick and pierced the duck meat. It slid through effortlessly from one end of the duck's skin to the other. This level of tenderness meant that the braising process was nearly complete. Next, Jiang Rou fished out the ginger slices, green onions, and spice packet that had been added earlier. The braising liquid was now pure. She then poured in another half bowl of sesame oil. The stove's low flame was adjusted to medium heat. This was the final step, reducing the sauce. At this stage, there was no need to rush. To ensure the duck absorbed the sauce evenly, she continuously ladled the thickened sauce over the duck's surface, just as she had done at the start when pouring the hot oil. However, this time there was no danger. Only patience was required. As the sauce reduced, the sesame oil-infused liquid gradually thickened. From a runny consistency, it slowly turned into a sticky glaze, with countless tiny syrupy bubbles rising to the surface. Bit by bit, the braising liquid diminished, and the duck's color grew even more beautiful. A glossy soy sauce hue evenly coated the entire duck, emitting an intense sesame oil fragrance. At last, it was completely done. Jiang Rou carefully lifted the sesame oil duck from the iron pot and placed it onto a large serving plate, letting it cool. Unlike Beijing roast duck, which was served hot, this Wenzhou-style sesame oil duck was a cold dish meant to be eaten chilled. During the cooling process, the duck's skin would shrink slightly, making the meat firmer and chewier. By the time it was ready to eat, each bite would be packed with rich, aromatic flavors. As Jiang Rou worked, a single drop of thick, fragrant sauce slid off the duck and landed on the table. Zhou Xiaohua, who had been following Jiang Rou closely without moving a step away, saw the droplet and her eyes sparkled. She reached out a finger, dipped it into the sauce, and quickly brought it to her mouth. Delicious. So delicious. The sauce was sweet and salty, infused with the rich aroma of duck. Even though there was no actual meat, the taste was so full-bodied that it felt like she was eating it. She could hardly believe how delicious the real duck would be. Just at that moment, gurgle. The rumbling of a stomach echoed through the quiet little house, making it especially noticeable. Jiang Rou lowered her head instinctively and looked at Zhou Xiaohua. Zhou Xiaohua immediately denied it with her expression. Not me, not me. My tummy is very obedient. It didn't make a sound. The little girl shook her head vigorously from side to side. Since it wasn't Zhou Xiaohua, then it could only be. Jiang Rou and Zhou Xiaohua turned their heads simultaneously, their equally clear eyes landing on Zhou Xiaochuan. The stubborn boy stood to the side, looking visibly nervous and uneasy. His not yet prominent Adam's apple moved slightly as he swallowed, trying to do so quietly. Usually at times like this, Zhou Xiaochuan would immediately turn his head away, press his thin lips together, and use all his willpower to resist Jiang Rou's concern. He would never let anyone witness such a moment. But this time, though his face still carried embarrassment and discomfort, he did not turn away. He did not avoid their gazes. He did not resist. Even though his stomach's growling was awkward, he accepted it without trying to hide. Meeting Jiang Rou's eyes, Zhou Zhongshan finally relaxed his tense lips and said, "The duck you made smells really good." He wasn't actually that hungry. It was just that the aroma was so overwhelming that even his insides were protesting. Jiang Rou raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Was she just praised by the little wolf cub? Even when she became the top food blogger, she hadn't been as happy as she was now from hearing Zhou Xiaochuan's compliment. If she weren't afraid that he might resist, she would have hugged him right then and there. In the end, Jiang Rou did as always, gently patting the top of Zhou Xiaochuan's head. "Since it smells so good, that means Xiaochuan wants to eat it, right? But we have to wait a little longer. If we cut it while it's hot, the duck meat will fall apart easily. Once it cools, it will be firmer and taste even better. Is there anything else Xiaochuan wants to eat? You can tell me. I can make anything." That night, Jiang Rou took the now cooled sesame oil duck and split it in half. She kept the wings, feet, and legs intact, while the rest of the body was cut into bite-sized pieces. Half was left at home. The other half was packed into a lunchbox, reserved for an important purpose the next day. Of the portion left at home, they ate a quarter of it during dinner. Another quarter was placed on a plate and covered with an upside-down bowl. Because that day, once again, Zhou Zhongshan had not returned home for dinner. That remaining quarter was set aside specifically for the old man. "All right, let's eat." At the dinner table, Jiang Rou placed a piece of sesame oil duck onto Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua's plates. The two of them stared intently at the duck, their eyes following its every movement. After smelling the enticing aroma all day, they could finally taste it for themselves. Since Zhou Xiaohua wasn't skilled with chopsticks yet, Jiang Rou had already washed her hands in advance, allowing her to eat with her fingers. A piece of duck meat, layered from crispy skin to tender flesh and down to the bone, was grasped in her small hands. The moment she took a bite, the rich sesame oil fragrance and the flavorful braising sauce, absorbed deep into the duck's fibers, burst in her mouth. Every bite was intensely savory and aromatic. It was so delicious that even her fingers felt like they should be eaten too. For a while, no one spoke. The only sounds filling the small house were the soft slurping noises of two children licking their fingers. Not a single drop of sauce was wasted. Watching them eat so heartily, Jiang Rou's own appetite surged, and she ended up eating an extra half bowl of rice. After finishing the meal, Zhou Xiaohua, clearly not satisfied yet, kept staring at the plate where the sesame oil duck had been, as if she wished she could lick up the remaining sauce. Even with her little belly round and full, she still wanted more. She was the very picture of a little glutton. Seeing her still craving food, Jiang Rou picked up a duck foot and placed it in her hand. "Here, take your time chewing on this." There wasn't much meat on the duck foot, just skin. And the skin clung tightly to the bones, requiring patience and effort to clean off completely. Especially for Zhou Xiaohua with her tiny teeth and little strength. It would take her a long time to finish. She could enjoy it for quite a while. Yet, after receiving the duck foot, Zhou Xiaohua didn't eat it right away. Instead, she ran over to Zhou Xiaochuan with soft, quick footsteps and held it out to him. "Brother, you eat it." Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head. "Brother doesn't want it. You eat it." Only after confirming that Zhou Xiaochuan truly didn't want it did Zhou Xiaohua finally smile happily and start nibbling on it. Although the little girl had grown increasingly close to Jiang Rou, she had never forgotten her favorite brother. Chapter 106. Chapter 106. He thought she was going to kiss him. That evening, when Jiang Rou washed Zhou Xiaohua's hands, she used soap twice before finally cleaning off the sticky sesame oil marinade. But even after her hands were clean, the little girl still brought them to her nose. She wrinkled her tiny nose and took a deep breath. Through the gaps between her fingers, she could smell the scent of soap, mixed with a faint trace of sesame oil. Instantly, her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled with joy. Even after lying in bed, she refused to let go of her hands, occasionally flashing her small teeth in a grin. Zhou Xiaohua lay comfortably and tugged at Jiang Rou's clothes with her small hands, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "All right, I know. You still want your melodica," Jiang Rou said with a smile. The melodica she had bought from the city had become Zhou Xiaohua's most treasured possession. She was reluctant to take it outside for fear of getting it dirty. Instead, she placed it in a prominent spot on the cabinet. Every now and then, she would glance at it or gently touch it, which was enough to make her happy. At night, she insisted on holding it while she slept, treating it like her most precious treasure. Jiang Rou took the melodica from the cabinet and placed it in Zhou Xiaohua's arms. The little girl stroked it with her tiny hands and then puffed up her cheeks to blow a few rounds of do re mi fa sol la. Her giggles replaced the melody. "Are you happy?" Zhou Xiaohua nodded enthusiastically. "If you're happy, then go to sleep early." Tomorrow will be just as happy. Jiang Rou lowered her head and kissed Zhou Xiaohua's forehead, tucked her in snugly, and gazed quietly at the two children lying side by side. She watched until Zhou Xiaohua closed her eyes, her breathing gradually slowing as she drifted into sleep. Only then did Jiang Rou stand up to turn off the lights. However, just as she got up, she felt a tug on her clothes. Looking down, she saw Zhou Xiaochuan's open eyes and the small hand clutching the hem of her shirt. The young boy's face was filled with hesitation and inner struggle, as if he wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. Jiang Rou asked softly, "Xiaochuan, what do you want to say?" Zhou Xiaochuan lifted his dark, shining eyes. "Where is Dad?" "Dad is still at the military unit. He has a lot of things to take care of, so he'll be back a little later. When you wake up tomorrow and have breakfast, you'll be able to see him." Jiang Rou spoke in a soft, soothing voice to comfort him. However, the worry in Zhou Xiaochuan's expression did not ease. His sharp eyes remained defiant as he continued asking, "Then what about the explosion? Would Dad be caught in an explosion?" Zhou Xiaochuan clenched his teeth tightly, feeling tense and helpless. He didn't want to say something so ominous, but the words still slipped out. Jiang Rou felt a sharp pang in her heart. That afternoon, when she had spoken with Zhao Guifan, she had lowered her voice, but she had not completely avoided the children. In the end, they had overheard. Zhou Xiaohua was too young to understand, but Zhou Xiaochuan was mature for his age. He was particularly sensitive to the words of adults and had immediately grasped the meaning. His vocabulary was not extensive enough to articulate everything clearly, but he had understood the situation. He knew that Zhou Zhongshan was in danger. Jiang Rou asked, "Xiaochuan, you're worried about Dad, aren't you?" Zhou Xiaochuan still clung tightly to Jiang Rou's clothes. He bit his lip and nodded firmly. He had already lost one father. He didn't want to lose a second one. Zhou Xiaochuan asked, "Will he be in danger?" "Yes, he will be in danger. As a soldier, it is his duty to stand at the front lines of danger." Jiang Rou said honestly. She did not hide the truth but explained it in the simplest way possible, hoping that Zhou Xiaochuan could understand what Zhou Zhongshan had to shoulder. At the same time, she spoke in a warm and reassuring tone. "But Dad is very strong, isn't he? He's so tall, so sturdy, and incredibly strong. Stronger than Huzi's dad from next door. Dad is so capable. He will definitely protect himself. Besides, he has a family. He has us waiting for him at home, hoping for his safe return. Dad knows this, so he will take even greater care not to get hurt. He wouldn't want us to worry, don't you think?" After Jiang Rou finished speaking, she waited quietly for a moment. She saw Zhou Xiaochuan's gaze lower slightly as he fell into silent contemplation. After a while, he lifted his head again, his dark eyes staring at Jiang Rou without blinking. "Then what about you? Do you worry about Dad?" "Of course. I don't just worry about Dad. I worry about you and Xiaohua too. I worry that you'll get hurt, that you'll get sick. Like last time when you had a stomachache and a fever, I was really worried. Because we are a family. Worrying about family is a natural feeling. It's also a way of expressing love." "Love?" In this era, traditional parents were too embarrassed to mention the word love. Zhou Xiaochuan's eyebrows furrowed together. Jiang Rou reached out and gently smoothed the crease between his brows. "Xiaochuan, life isn't just about worry. There are so many new and exciting things, so much happiness. Worry is only a small part of it. You're still a child. You should cherish your childhood and enjoy your happiness. The rest, leave it to Dad, leave it to me. You only need to believe that our family will be fine, and no one will leave you. No one will leave you." That one simple sentence struck the deepest part of the boy's heart. Zhou Xiaochuan's fingers, which were still gripping Jiang Rou's clothes, tightened slightly before slowly loosening. He was struggling internally. Having lost his biological father and then his mother, he had experienced too much hardship at too young an age. His heart lacked a sense of security. A few words from Jiang Rou weren't enough to change that overnight. Jiang Rou understood this well, which was why, in truth, she felt even more protective of Zhou Xiaochuan than she did of Zhou Xiaohua. It couldn't be rushed. It had to happen gradually. Jiang Rou gently smoothed the crease between his brows once more and leaned down. She pressed a soft kiss on his forehead. "Xiaochuan, good night. Sweet dreams." For a moment, as Jiang Rou leaned in, Zhou Xiaochuan felt a warmth that was almost motherly. His forehead tingled with a dull heat. Jiang Rou left and the bedroom lights went out, plunging the room into darkness. Zhou Xiaochuan reached up and touched his forehead, as if he could still feel the warmth Jiang Rou had left behind. Beside him, Zhou Xiaohua turned over in her sleep and burrowed into Zhou Xiaochuan's arms. "We are a family." Zhou Xiaochuan repeated Jiang Rou's words in his mind, gently holding Zhou Xiaohua before closing his eyes. Late at night, in the other bedroom, the atmosphere was far from peaceful. "Wife, you're still awake?" As soon as Zhou Zhongshan entered the room and saw the light still on, his steps quickened as he approached the bed. The moment he got close, Jiang Rou immediately grabbed the uniform he was about to unbutton and rushed toward him. The delicate woman was in such a hurry. Zhou Zhongshan thought she was going to kiss him. However, Jiang Rou pressed close to him, wrinkled her nose and like a little cat started sniffing him all over. She acted as if she were a wife searching for evidence on a husband who had been out sneaking around. However, Chapter 107. Chapter 107. A reassuring kiss. Jiang Rou was not trying to smell any traces of infidelity. Not to mention Zhou Zhongshan's personality, he was highly responsible, never casting a second glance at women. Cheating was absolutely impossible for him. Even if she took a step back and considered the possibility, there were no women on this island who would wear perfume. What Jiang Rou wanted to ask was what exactly Zhou Zhongshan had been doing. As a food blogger, her sense of smell was exceptionally keen. On top of that, in recent days, the nourishment from the spiritual spring water had enhanced all her senses. Sometimes she could hear the faintest sounds and detect the subtlest scents. For example, the smell of gunpowder. It was the scent of explosives. Jiang Rou had caught a faint, slightly acrid gunpowder scent on Zhou Zhongshan. In an instant, she tightened her grip on his military uniform, raised her slender, fair neck and asked anxiously, "Did you go to clear landmines?" The unease in Jiang Rou's heart had never settled throughout the night. She had persuaded Zhou Xiaochuan not to worry, yet she couldn't stop herself from worrying. Jiang Rou racked her brain, trying to recall the original novel's plot, wondering if it had ever mentioned a mine-clearing operation on the island. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember. For one, this event had taken place before the original owner's death. The novel had started with the reborn female protagonist arriving on the island, meaning the mine-clearing operation had likely already concluded, and was therefore not mentioned. On the other hand, when Jiang Rou had read the original novel, she had skipped around haphazardly. She had paid more attention to the subplot involving Song Qingqian than to the main character's storyline. As a result, she had little recollection of Zhou Zhongshan's experiences and had no idea if the novel had ever stated that he participated in the mine-clearing mission. Beyond that, Jiang Rou's biggest worry was the immense butterfly effect her presence had caused. Zhou Zhongshan's life trajectory had been completely altered. Rather than seeing this world as the one from the original novel, it was more accurate to describe it as a parallel world. There were similarities between the two but also many differences. Jiang Rou feared that the once protected Zhou Zhongshan, who had always carried the protagonist's halo in the original story, might truly be in danger this time. If he encountered an explosion, she didn't dare think about what would happen next. At this moment, under the dim yellow light, Jiang Rou caught the scent of gunpowder on Zhou Zhongshan and immediately tensed up, her heartbeat nearly leaping into her throat. Zhou Zhongshan was surprised. "Wife, you knew. You really went?" Jiang Rou's fingers tightened even more, her nails digging deeply into her palms, almost leaving marks. Her expression at this moment was eerily similar to that of Zhao Guifan, who had rushed over after hearing of an explosion. Her face was pale as paper. A military wife's worries were always the same. Zhou Zhongshan looked at Jiang Rou's visible anxiety and the worried gaze that repeatedly scanned him. His heart ached for her. Without hesitation, he pulled his delicate and soft wife into his embrace. His broad palms held her tightly, their bodies pressed closely together. He wanted to use their intimate contact to soothe Jiang Rou's concerns. Zhou Zhongshan spoke to explain. "Wife, the smell of gunpowder on me is from today's shooting training. I fired my gun. It's just the scent of bullet residue. I didn't tell you about the mine-clearing operation because I didn't want you to worry or overthink. I'm not in charge of the mine-clearing mission. The higher-ups assigned it to someone else." Jiang Rou didn't immediately believe him and asked again. "Really? Really?" Zhou Zhongshan gave a solemn promise and continued to explain. "This area doesn't just have landmines, there are also bombs. Disarming those things isn't something just anyone can do. It requires expertise. There's someone more qualified than me, and he's the one handling it." Zhou Zhongshan only told half the truth and concealed the other half. Back when he was on the battlefield, he had actually learned how to clear mines and dismantle bombs. Despite his rough exterior, he was meticulous. His ability to learn and his hands-on skills were exceptional. Initially, the higher-ups had indeed intended to assign the mine-clearing mission to Zhou Zhongshan, but someone else had volunteered. That person had taken on the dangerous task, and from a technical standpoint they were indeed the more suitable choice. So the leadership had changed their decision. Zhou Zhongshan didn't want to reveal these details, afraid that it would only make Jiang Rou worry more. After listening to Zhou Zhongshan's explanation, Jiang Rou thought it over carefully. It did seem reasonable. Her tense body finally started to relax. As the tension in her chest eased, her body softened. She felt weak. Luckily, Zhou Zhongshan's hand was supporting her waist, preventing her from collapsing onto the floor. Jiang Rou had been frightened for nothing. After steadying herself, she hesitantly asked, "Then who exactly did the higher-up send for the mine-clearing mission? Is this something you can talk about? It wouldn't be considered a military secret, right? If you are not allowed to say it, then don't. I can tell you this." Zhou Zhongshan watched Jiang Rou's conflicted and expressive face, her features lively and animated, looking more and more like Zhou Xiaohua. He tightened his arms around her, pulling her onto his lap as they sat down together. Then in a low voice, he murmured a name. "It's He Donglai." He Donglai, though only at the rank of company commander, was a graduate of a prestigious military academy and an undeniable genius with an exceptionally high IQ. For certain complex bombs, he only needed a single glance at their exterior to roughly sketch out their schematics. When it came to bomb disposal, there was no one in the entire military more suited for the job than him. The moment Jiang Rou heard He Donglai's name, her eyes, which had just begun to calm down, widened once again. It was actually He Donglai, and he had volunteered for this mission. Was he really doing this purely for technical reasons? A trace of doubt flashed through Jiang Rou's mind. Her brows furrowed slightly. Seeing her expression, Zhou Zhongshan assumed she was still worried, so he elaborated further. Actually, when the military unit first arrived, they had already carried out an initial mine-clearing operation, removing most of the dangers before allowing the production teams and farmers to return to the fields. However, some bombs were buried too deep, and sometimes the equipment couldn't detect them all, which is what led to this recent explosion. Jiang Rou tilted her head up, listening quietly. She understood the limitations of current technology. It wasn't that the soldiers hadn't done their job well. There were simply technical constraints. Zhou Zhongshan continued. This time the operation will be even more meticulous and thorough, ensuring the safety of civilians and their property, not just in the fields but also in the mountains on the beaches. At the mention of the beach, Jiang Rou suddenly recalled some vague memories. The original novel had indeed mentioned it. This island had once suffered the ravages of war. A fierce naval battle had taken place near the shore. As a result, the beach had the highest concentration of unexploded bombs. That was why, despite being an island, no one dared to go foraging along the coast to improve their livelihood. No one wanted to take such a huge risk. "Wife, don't worry. In just one more month, everything will be completely settled. Some of the restricted areas will finally be open to the public." "Really? Really? Promise. So, can you rest easy now?" Zhou Zhongshan lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Jiang Rou, who was just inches away. Jiang Rou gave a small nod. Now that she fully understood the situation, she was finally able to put her worries to rest. But Zhou Zhongshan's heart was still racing. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. Reassuring kiss too. At the moment Zhou Zhongshan saw Jiang Rou gently nod, he lowered his head and kissed her. He claimed those soft, rosy lips. The faint light in front of Jiang Rou was blocked by the man's tall figure. She was enveloped in the darkness created by Zhou Zhongshan, yet she did not feel afraid at all. On the contrary, she felt extraordinarily at ease. Unconsciously, Jiang Rou slightly parted her lips. What began as a deep, forceful kiss from the man transformed into an intertwining of the two. Her fingers, once again tense, clutched onto Zhou Zhongshan's military uniform, her fingertips turning a light shade of pink from the pressure. Compared to the moment before, her emotions had completely changed. It was mostly due to shyness and frustration. She could still catch a faint scent of gunpowder, but more than that, she felt the constant warmth radiating from Zhou Zhongshan. This man was alive, fiercely present, with an indomitable spirit and vitality. The flames of war had failed to take his life before, and in the days to come, it would surely remain the same. Jiang Rou did not know when, but at some point, Zhou Zhongshan had carried her onto the bed and tucked her into the blankets. Ever since they had begun sleeping separately from their two children, the bed had seemed much larger. Zhou Zhongshan, reluctant to part, placed one last peck on her lips. "Wife, I'm going to take a bath. Wait for me." The man got up, his towering figure turning off the light before striding out of the bedroom and heading to the bathroom. Jiang Rou lay under the covers, surrounded by darkness that conveniently concealed her flushed body. At that moment, she could hear the steady thumping of her own heartbeat inside her chest. That night was long and filled with warmth. The next morning. "Xiaochuan, take care of your sister at home. I have to go out for a bit. Stay in the courtyard to play, and if anything happens, go find the aunt next door. I'll be back soon." "I understand." After giving her instructions, Jiang Rou entrusted Zhou Xiaohua to Zhou Xiaochuan, picked up a bamboo basket, and stepped out the door. Inside the basket was the remaining half of the sesame oil duck she had specifically saved from the day before. It was finally time to put it to use. A short while later, Jiang Rou arrived at Song Qingqian's doorstep. The same spot as before. She raised her hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. This time Jiang Rou was certain she wouldn't have to wait long for Song Qingqian to open the door. Because Song Qingqian knew that if anyone else needed her, they would never knock on the door. Instead, they would go find He Donglai first and have him pass along the message. In recent days, the only person who had knocked on their door was Jiang Rou. And Jiang Rou was someone who did not know how to give up. Last time, when Song Qingqian refused to open the door for such a long time, Jiang Rou had simply waited outside. Now that she knew Song Qingqian was inside the house, she had no intention of leaving until she saw her. She would keep knocking. Keep knocking. Keep knocking. Song Qingqian had already witnessed Jiang Rou's persistence. To end this silent standoff sooner, she knew she should just get up and open the door. Besides, last time He Donglai had brought home the green rice cakes. Song Qingqian knew that it was Jiang Rou who had made it. No one else had received an extra portion, only He Donglai did, and he had been told to take it home. Thinking of the green rice balls. Thinking of Jiang Rou's gentle smile. This time Song Qingqian opened the door much faster than before. With a creak, the wooden door swung open. Jiang Rou's figure appeared before Song Qingqian, along with that same warm and completely non-threatening smile. When Jiang Rou looked at her, it was no different from how she looked at the others in the compound. As if she had never heard the rumors about her. As if she didn't know about her questionable status. As if she didn't understand why the others in the compound isolated and rejected her. Did Jiang Rou not fear that by associating with her, she too would be labeled the remnant of a capitalist family and be ostracized along with her? With doubts in her mind, Song Qingqian opened the door. She looked at Jiang Rou, her gaze still filled with arrogance. Ever since the Song family had fallen into trouble, it had been a long time since she had encountered someone who wanted to approach her like this. Song Qingqian was like a porcupine covered in sharp quills, rejecting any goodwill from others. Why is it you again? Song Qingqian frowned, sounding like she was complaining in irritation. But in the next second, her expression changed in an instant, as if something had flashed before her eyes. It was an enticing aroma. Familiar. Mouth-watering. Though her expression remained tense, her nose twitched involuntarily. Seemed to be Wenzhou sesame oil duck. A nearly imperceptible ripple crossed Song Qingqian's face. She knew that even the chef her family had employed in the past couldn't prepare this dish well. They had always bought it from a specialty shop. How could someone as young as Jiang Rou possibly have such skills? Just as Song Qingqian was caught in disbelief, Jiang Rou got straight to the point. I heard from Sister Yulan that you graduated from a fashion academy and know how to make clothes. I'd like to learn from you. This, she lifted the dish she had been holding in her hands, is my gift for becoming your apprentice. Song Qingqian's eyes flickered as she lowered her gaze toward the basket. Sure enough, inside was a fragrant, glistening sesame oil duck. For a brief moment she was lost in thought. It was as if she had been transported back to the villa in Shanghai City. As if she were still in her warm, familiar home. Memories and the rich aroma intertwined. But the salty scent of the sea breeze quickly pulled her back to reality. She was no longer the daughter of a department store tycoon. Instead, she had become the daughter of a capitalist, someone everyone despised. The grand villa and her large family were gone. All she had now was a small house on this isolated island. Still in a daze, Song Qingqian furrowed her brows deeply. She refused. I don't. I've been carrying this all the way here. My hands are sore. Let's go inside and talk. Jiang Rou deliberately ignored Song Qingqian's rejection. Holding the fragrant sesame oil duck, she cut off Song Qingqian's words before they could leave her lips and walked straight inside. The aroma of the sesame oil duck was not only enticing, but it also stirred up too many suppressed emotions within Song Qingqian. So much so that she kept losing herself in her thoughts. By the time she snapped back to reality, Jiang Rou was already standing in the courtyard that she had carefully tended to. This time Jiang Rou had truly stepped into Song Qingqian's home. She could see everything more clearly. The courtyard had a pebble pathway, and beside it, in a broken clay pot, grew a single rose. A pale pink rose blooming beautifully. This was a world that belonged solely to Song Qingqian. She was rejected by everyone. Yet in this little world of hers, she bloomed like that rose, resilient and radiant. How could someone so beautiful and stubborn not be likable? Jiang Rou took it all in, then stepped inside the house. Song Qingqian, however, was still in a trance. It had been the same with the millet last time, and now with the sesame oil duck it was happening again. Time and time again she had tried to reject Jiang Rou, but for some reason, when the words reached her lips she could never say them. Jiang Rou always managed to take the upper hand. Like a cat caught by the scruff of its neck. She had no way to deal with Jiang Rou. At this moment, Song Qingqian still naively believed that it was Jiang Rou who had control over her. But in reality, this so-called helpless compromise, was it not deep down her yearning for the world outside? Song Qingqian was waiting for someone who could lead her out of this courtyard. Chapter 109. Make clothes for my man too. Jiang Rou walked through the courtyard and entered the house. She took a quick glance around. Song Qingqian's house was similar to theirs, just as bare, just as clean. But it lacked the warmth of home. Song Qingqian's house felt like a model home. Cold and lifeless, without any trace of daily living. Perhaps it was because there were no children around. Jiang Rou briefly pondered this thought before immediately calling out. Qingqian, come sit with me. Let's eat some sesame oil duck. How about starting with the duck wings? I think the best part of roasted duck is the wings, followed by the legs. Come and taste it. I made it really well. At that moment, Jiang Rou seemed more like the owner of the house than Song Qingqian. Without waiting for a response, she shoved a duck wing into Song Qingqian's hand. Before she could react, the aroma had already drawn her in, and unconsciously, the duck wing found its way into her mouth. As soon as it touched her tongue, a rich and sweet flavor spread through her taste buds. Delicious. Song Qingqian's alluring phoenix eyes widened in disbelief. This taste. It was exactly the same as what she had eaten in Shanghai City before. It was a flavor that only a master with decades of experience could achieve. It had been so long since she last tasted something this good. Without realizing it, she devoured the duck wing in just a few bites, the lingering fragrance still filling her mouth. She bit down on the bone, licking her fingers, unwilling to stop. Wait! Song Qingqian suddenly froze. Her radiant face stiffened awkwardly. She had clearly planned to drive Jiang Rou away, so how did she end up eating the food she brought? Damn! Song Qingqian had a bad feeling about this. She looked up and sure enough met Jiang Rou's bright, twinkling eyes and the mischievous smile playing at the corners of her lips. Jiang Rou grinned and spoke slowly. Since you ate my food, that means you've agreed to teach me how to make clothes. Song Qingqian. As expected, she had fallen into the trap. She knew she had been tricked. Yet because the sesame oil duck was so delicious, she didn't even feel like she had lost anything. She didn't actually mind that much. Jiang Rou continued. You teach me how to make clothes and I'll teach you how to cook. That way, whenever you crave something, you'll be able to make it yourself. Hearing this, Song Qingqian was even more tempted. Rather than always relying on others for good food, wouldn't it be better to cook for herself? It wasn't that she was unwilling to cook. She simply didn't know how. She had not only tasted Jiang Rou's green rice cakes before, but had also tried making boiled pork using the method Jiang Rou had previously mentioned. By just adding the ingredients Jiang Rou suggested into the pot while boiling the pork, the meat lost its gamey smell and became exceptionally delicious. Jiang Rou was like a walking Chinese cookbook. Song Qingqian simply couldn't refuse. She licked the sauce from her lips, squinted slightly, and nodded. Alright, I can teach you how to make clothes. But a lady of high status was still a lady of high status. Even though she had lowered her noble head, she remained just as proud. Jiang Rou listened attentively, waiting for Song Qingqian's conditions. Making clothes requires talent. I'll only teach each step once. Whether you learn it or not depends entirely on you. You are not allowed to bother me over and over again. After saying that, Song Qingqian thought for a moment and added, even if you try to tempt me with delicious food again, I won't fall for it. Jiang Rou immediately nodded. Deal. I'll do as you say, master. And just like that, the matter of learning how to make clothes was settled. Jiang Rou then carefully explained her request. She wanted to make 3 pieces of clothing. A dress for Zhou Xiaohua, a summer outfit for Zhou Xiaochuan, and a top for Zhou Zhongshan. Song Qingqian, who had been focused on eating her sesame oil duck, looked up in surprise. She asked in confusion. You want to make clothes for your man? As a lady from Shanghai City, she had never interacted with ordinary civilians before, let alone married women. She wasn't sure how to refer to Zhou Zhongshan properly. It was only after coming to the compound that she occasionally overheard other wives chatting and referring to their husbands as the man of their house. Saying it herself for the first time felt a little awkward. But Jiang Rou had heard it plenty of times before. And besides, Zhou Zhongshan was indeed her man. There was nothing to be shy about. She nodded confidently. Yes, I want to make clothes for my man too. They always wear military uniforms but they still have time off. When he takes off his uniform, he also puts down his responsibilities. Wearing regular clothes might help him relax a little. Jiang Rou spoke her thoughts calmly. The care hidden in her words was simple yet heartfelt. Such a small thing, yet no one had ever thought about it before. Song Qingqian's hand, which was holding the sesame oil duck, stiffened slightly. Her long phoenix-shaped eyes darkened, as if deep in thought. Jiang Rou waited for a while, but Song Qingqian didn't seem to snap out of it. She called out, "Qingqian? Qingqian." Song Qingqian jolted back to reality flustered. Then let's start with the little girl's dress. That's the simplest and it'll be easier for you to learn. Bring the fabric when you come tomorrow and also bring the child. I'll teach you from the very first step, taking measurements. All right. Jiang Rou noticed that while Song Qingqian had agreed reluctantly at first, when it came down to actually handling things, she was extremely organized and thorough, even paying attention to the smallest details. Just like last time with the millet. She had given Jiang Rou all she had, but still reminded her that the weight might not be enough. Song Qingqian, with all her aloofness, was very much like a cat. She always appeared distant, as if keeping the world at arm's length. But the moment one reached out to touch her, she was unexpectedly soft. This personality of hers intrigued Jiang Rou far more than what she had read about her in the original novel. Speaking of the original novel, the thought of Song Qingqian's eventual tragic ending with He Donglai filled Jiang Rou with regret once again. Judging by how He Donglai had immediately thought of bringing Song Qingqian some green rice cakes after tasting them himself, it was clear that he had feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so mindful of his wife back home. Now the only thing left was to see how Song Qingqian would respond. Jiang Rou's gaze shifted slightly. After finishing their conversation about sewing, she suddenly changed the topic. "Qingqian, have you heard about the explosion a few days ago? They found a bomb on the island." Song Qingqian froze, a look of confusion flashing across her face. There was such an incident? It was obvious that she had no idea. After all, someone who rarely left her home had no way of knowing what was happening outside. And what Jiang Rou wanted to do was make sure Song Qingqian became more aware of the world around her, so that she could gradually integrate into the compound's life. More importantly, she wanted to bring up He Donglai. Chapter 110. Chapter 110. The Catalyst of Emotions. Jiang Rou knew that He Donglai had feelings for Song Qingqian. But what about Song Qingqian? If Song Qingqian had no feelings for He Donglai, then their relationship was nothing more than a one-sided love. Unrequited feelings would never bear fruit. If these two were really going to waste their lives like this, Jiang Rou might as well find an opportunity to help Song Qingqian get a divorce. After all, the storm of this era would pass sooner or later. Song Qingqian's political background issue would not trouble her for a lifetime. Jiang Rou pondered over these thoughts in her heart. Therefore, she told Song Qingqian everything she had heard from Zhao Guifan in full detail. She spoke of landmines, explosions, and injuries. Song Qingqian had lived in Shanghai City all her life. Due to her prestigious family background, she was completely ignorant of such matters. The country had been at peace for decades, yet there were still people getting injured by bombs while working in the fields. Had Jiang Rou not told her this personally, Song Qingqian would have thought it was just some bizarre tale from a tabloid newspaper. Listening to the story, she was so shocked that her lips slightly parted. With worry in her voice, she asked, "Was that person okay? Were the injuries serious?" This time the situation wasn't too bad. "I heard the person only suffered minor superficial wounds, nothing too serious. But this island isn't just home to one landmine. In the fields, on the beaches, there are still many unexploded bombs buried underground. The military unit has organized a demoning operation and arranged for professionals to search for and remove them." As Song Qingqian listened, she unconsciously clenched her hands. Her heart grew heavy because of Jiang Rou's words. After all, danger meant that people could get hurt, meant that people could die. No one could turn a blind eye to the loss of life. Jiang Rou observed Song Qingqian's reaction. She paused briefly before speaking again in a deep tone. "The person leading this demoning operation is Commander He." Thud. Song Qingqian's clenched fist accidentally knocked against the table. Her knuckles struck the edge, scraping off a thin layer of skin. A sharp pain flared up instantly. But at this moment, Song Qingqian had no time to care about the wounds on her hands. Her eyes were fixed on Jiang Rou, her expression filled with both worry and urgency as she asked, "You said it was He Donglai?" How she wished there could be a second Commander He in the military unit. However, Jiang Rou looked at her and nodded. In an instant, the color drained from Song Qingqian's face. Her long almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and her teeth unconsciously bit down on her lips. Her intense worry was impossible to hide. Even the fragrance of the sesame oil duck had disappeared at this moment. Song Qingqian's hands clenched together uncontrollably, her fingers nearly pressing against the wounds from earlier. "Be careful, don't touch your wound," Jiang Rou reminded her, reaching out to touch Song Qingqian's hand. Her fingertips were ice cold. Her reaction was a perfect reflection of how Jiang Rou had felt upon hearing the same news yesterday. The difference was that Song Qingqian did not know how to hide her emotions. making her feelings even more obvious. The way Jiang Rou worried about Zhou Zhongshan was exactly how Song Qingqian worried about He Donglai. With that in mind, it was impossible for He Donglai's feelings to be one-sided. If both of them had mutual feelings, then how had they ended up spending a lifetime in a loveless marriage, merely keeping up appearances? Could it be that neither of them knew how to speak? After all, not knowing how to talk was a common trope in many overly dramatic romance novels. Now that Jiang Rou had traveled through time, even if she had to force it, she was going to pry open their mouths. As a devoted matchmaker, she wasn't just here for the sweet moments. She wanted to see them happily in love, with a big family and children. Her reminder today was a perfect catalyst. It would surely have some effect on their relationship as husband and wife. Once their conversation was over, Song Qingqian, despite the change in her expression, still maintained her good manners and personally escorted Jiang Rou to the door, watching her leave. But as fate would have it, just as the door opened and Jiang Rou was about to step outside, the sudden sound of the door creaking drew the attention of someone standing nearby. Ah! Seeing Jiang Rou walk out of Song Qingqian's house, someone couldn't hold back a gasp, their eyes widening in surprise. Standing a short distance away were 5 or 6 women. Jiang Rou glanced over and first spotted Lin Yulan in the center, followed by Lin Yuyao standing beside her. Among the wives in the compound, there was one named Chan Mylan, who was known as the loudspeaker of the community. Anything she learned rarely took more than a day to spread throughout the entire compound. Sure enough, before Jiang Rou even had the chance to greet them, Chan Mylan had already pointed at her and shouted loudly, "Sister Rou Yu, how can you associate with this capitalist's daughter?" Jiang Rou frowned the moment she heard the words capitalist's daughter. Here we go again. Those same words over and over. She had heard them so much that they were practically ringing in her ears. It was always the same story. If they wanted to criticize someone, couldn't they at least come up with some new reasoning? But this time, the accusation of being a capitalist's daughter wasn't directed at Jiang Rou. Instead, it was aimed at Song Qingqian. Song Qingqian's expression had not been pleasant to begin with, and now, upon seeing the scrutinizing gazes of those around her, her face became even more distant and cold. Without a second thought, she turned to shut the door. If they looked down on her, she looked down on them just the same. It would be best if they simply stayed out of each other's sight. However, Jiang Rou was standing right by the doorway, preventing Song Qingqian from closing it completely. Seeing this, Song Qingqian hesitated for a moment before deciding to step back, wanting to put some distance between herself and Jiang Rou. The relationship between them was nothing more than a simple exchange. Jiang Rou provided delicious food, and in return Song Qingqian taught her how to make clothes. It was clear-cut and straightforward. Song Qingqian didn't want her background to drag Jiang Rou into trouble. Jiang Rou probably wouldn't want to be associated with her either. However, just as Song Qingqian was about to step back, she suddenly heard Jiang Rou speak in a firm and resolute tone. "So what if I associate with Song Qingqian? We all live in the same compound. What's wrong with socializing with each other?" Jiang Rou looked directly at Chan Mylan, throwing the question back at her without hesitation. Her voice was heavier than usual, and her expression more serious, as if she hadn't even noticed the implication in Chan Mylan's words. Caught off guard by Jiang Rou's retort and seeing the imposing manner in which she spoke, Chan Mylan hesitated. On top of that, she thought about Zhou Zhongshan's status. Her own husband was merely a low-ranking company commander. He couldn't afford to get into a dispute with the wife of Regiment Commander Zhou. So Chan Mylan immediately fell silent. She mumbled a weak defense. "I was just kindly reminding you." Though Chan Mylan no longer dared to speak loudly, there was still someone who wasn't willing to let this opportunity slip away. That person was Lin Yuyao. Chapter 111. Are you not afraid of breaking his heart? Bonus update. This person was Lin Yuyao. Lin Yuyao had been on the island for quite some time. She had tried every possible way to get close to Zhou Zhongshan, hoping to present her most beautiful and captivating side before him. However, are you looking for Regiment Commander Zhou? He's on marriage leave. He took his wife to the city. The two of them are truly affectionate. Did you get any wedding candies? Regiment Commander Zhou has been handing them out. Anyone who stops by gets a share. They say his wife specially prepared them, 5 whole bags. I've never seen so many candies before, and they're so sweet. Regiment Commander Zhou didn't eat at the canteen again today. He must have brought a lunchbox. His wife's cooking is amazing. Everyone who's tasted it has praised it. If I could cook like that, I'm sure I could marry a good man like Regiment Commander Zhou too. Inside the military camp, whether it was male soldiers or female soldiers, whenever Zhou Zhongshan was mentioned, Jiang Rou was inevitably brought up as well, and their words were always filled with admiration. The more Lin Yuyao heard these remarks, the more uneasy she felt. She had originally planned to wait it out, for that impending storm that would take Jiang Rou's life. After all, Jiang Rou was someone doomed to die. Was there really any reason to fear losing to a dead woman? But a deep sense of crisis welled up in Lin Yuyao's heart, making her realize that she might not win after all. Jiang Rou's image in everyone's mind was simply too perfect. With such a white moonlight of a former wife lingering in his heart, even if Jiang Rou truly died in the future, and Lin Yuyao successfully married Zhou Zhongshan, it might still affect their marital relationship. Because of this, Lin Yuyao had been investigating everything she could about Jiang Rou, looking for any dirt to tarnish her reputation. Only by shattering Jiang Rou's perfect image would she have a chance to win. However, Lin Yuyao had been stuck inside the military camp all this time and had only managed to come out today. By coincidence, an opportunity had just presented itself. As Chun Mylan hesitated in silence, Lin Yuyao suddenly stepped forward. With a cold expression, she directly rebuked Jiang Rou. I've seen Song Qingqian's records. She's nothing more than a capitalist's daughter, through and through. It's all clearly documented, black and white. Are you still trying to deny it? Jiang Rou, you'd better weigh your words carefully before speaking. You're associating with someone whose background is questionable. Aren't you afraid of affecting Regiment Commander Zhou? He Donglai failed to be promoted to regiment commander because of this woman's influence. He's still just a mere company commander. As Regiment Commander Zhou's wife, how can you not understand such things? Lin Yuyao was already filled with pent-up anger, and now that she had finally found something to use against Jiang Rou, she was desperate to drag her out and publicly criticize her. So as soon as she opened her mouth, she fired off her words like a machine gun, rattling on without pause. Even Lin Yulan, standing beside her, wanted to step in and stop her, but it was impossible to interrupt. Lin Yulan frowned deeply, her expression showing clear disapproval. Chun Mylan, hearing that someone else had spoken up, quickly chimed in from the side. That's right. Yue is absolutely right. This is exactly the issue. Sister Rou, even if you don't think of yourself, you should at least consider Regiment Commander Zhou. You must stop associating with people like her. After speaking, Chun Mylan shot Song Qingqian a disdainful glance, looking at her from the corner of her eye. The group of women stood there, openly displaying their contempt for Song Qingqian. Situations like this had actually happened several times before, long before Jiang Rou had even arrived on the island. At first, Song Qingqian had refused to accept it, but whenever she thought of her parents, who were still missing, she could only grit her teeth and endure in silence. You should leave. And don't come back. Song Qingqian turned to Jiang Rou, giving her a clear dismissal as she reached out to push the door closed. However, Jiang Rou did not move. She stood firmly at Song Qingqian's doorway, her gaze sweeping over the group of women. More precisely, her eyes locked onto Lin Yuyao. This entire conflict had been stirred up by Lin Yuyao from the very beginning. Lin Yuyao's real target was not Song Qingqian but Jiang Rou. She wanted to pin a reputation on Jiang Rou, one of a foolish wife who disregarded her husband and dragged him down. But did they really think Jiang Rou was so easily bullied? Her usual demeanor was soft and delicate, just as her name suggested, but deep down she had plenty of pride. Lin Yuyao wanted to argue with her? She was still too inexperienced. From the start, Jiang Rou had already picked up on the loopholes in Lin Yuyao's words. She countered immediately. Lin Yuyao, you claim you've seen Song Qingqian's records. You're just a low-ranking switchboard operator. What gives you the right to access other people's files? Where did you see them? Under what circumstances? Besides Song Qingqian, whose records have you looked at? Does what you did comply with organizational discipline? Did you have a leader's authorization? A confrontation was inevitable. If Lin Yuyao could question others, then so could Jiang Rou. If Lin Yuyao was a machine gun, then Jiang Rou was an Italian cannon. As soon as Jiang Rou spoke, her words carried immense weight. Lin Yuyao, who had been acting arrogant just moments ago, suddenly panicked. I. Lin Yuyao opened her mouth but stammered for a long time before finally blurting out. That's a military secret. Why should I report it to you? The truth was, Lin Yuyao had indeed looked through Song Qingqian's records. But her main objective had actually been to read Jiang Rou's file. After all, knowing one's enemy was the key to victory. While in the military camp, Lin Yuyao had used her brother-in-law Yang Guangming's name to gain access to the archives. While going through Jiang Rou's records, she had also taken a look at Song Qingqian's. This was a clear violation of discipline. Naturally, Lin Yuyao didn't dare to admit it outright, so she tried to cover it up with a flimsy excuse. However, her guilty expression made it obvious to everyone that something was amiss. Heh! Jiang Rou let out two cold chuckles, then continued speaking to Lin Yuyao. Then let me ask you, if Song Qingqian's records really label her as a capitalist's daughter, why is she still allowed to stay in the military family compound? Why hasn't Sister Hong expelled her? Are you suggesting that Sister Hong made a mistake, That she's deliberately shielding Song Qingqian. I never said that. Jiang Rou, those are your words, not mine. Lin Yuyao hurriedly denied it. At the mention of Yang Hongping's name, everyone around them immediately tensed up, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Such was the authority of a veteran revolutionary. And this was exactly the effect Jiang Rou had been aiming for. Once the crowd had settled down, she continued. I trust Sister Hong, and I trust the organization's decision regarding Song Qingqian. It was the organization that approved Song Qingqian and Company Commander He's marriage report. It was the organization that allowed her to live in the military family compound and integrate with us. Maybe Song Qingqian's background is different from ours, but the fact that she is living among us proves that she has been accepted, that she is no different from any of us. Right now, Company Commander He is leading the most dangerous mine-clearing operation. He's working in the most perilous conditions, facing the risk of injury, or even death at any moment. Yet here we are standing around accusing his wife of all sorts of things. If word of this reaches Company Commander He, aren't you afraid of breaking his heart? Chapter 112. Chapter 112. This person is probably a fox. At this point, Jiang Rou gritted her teeth heavily. She spoke these words not only to refute Lin Yuyao but also out of sheer anger. Jiang Rou, who was always full of smiles, her delicate and radiant face now bore a heavy expression of fury. She despised Lin Yuyao's aggressive demeanor just as much as she loathed how others blindly followed the trend, pushing a perfectly fine person into isolation. As soon as Jiang Rou's resolute words fell, the crowd fell into complete silence. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Especially when Jiang Rou mentioned He Donglai. They were all military wives just like Jiang Rou. When they learned about the demoning mission, they feared that the man risking his life for the task might be their own husband. And when they heard that He Donglai had volunteered for the mission, they unconsciously felt a sense of relief. One could even say, it was He Donglai who had wagered his life to ensure their peace and security at this very moment. Just as Jiang Rou had said, they were here repeatedly making things difficult for He Donglai's wife over Song Qingqian's identity. Such behavior was akin to trampling all over He Donglai's sacrifices. The other military wives, including Chan Mailan, looked troubled, their expressions complicated. They were filled with guilt, unable to meet Jiang Rou's questioning gaze. Nor did they dare to look at Song Qingqian. Only Lin Yuyao remained indignant. Because she was not yet a military wife, she could not understand the complex emotions the others were experiencing. Lin Yuyao was frustrated and angry. She could not comprehend how Jiang Rou's mere few words had suddenly changed the stance of the other wives. Without their support, how was she supposed to control Jiang Rou? It was infuriating. Now that she was completely isolated, Lin Yuyao no longer dared to speak. Even Song Qingqian was stunned at that moment. She stared at Jiang Rou in disbelief. Because she stood the closest to Jiang Rou, she could clearly see the violent rise and fall of Jiang Rou's chest. Even the veins on Jiang Rou's temples were faintly protruding. Jiang Rou had neither fled nor distanced herself from her. On the contrary, she had become so agitated for her sake. This was standing together in adversity. Jiang Rou was not only physically by her side, but also stood with her at heart. Song Qingqian had once had many friends. Friends who loved dining with her, shopping with her and watching movies with her. They had once entered the most elite circles of Shanghai City together, called each other sisters and even best friends. But when the threat came, it was precisely these friends who, for their own safety, turned on her and betrayed her from behind. They became the knife that stabbed her. Friends she had known for over 10 years had done so, yet she and Jiang Rou had only met twice at most. And Jiang Rou without hesitation stood by her side. Was she really not afraid at all? As Song Qingqian remained in shock, a glimmer of admiration flashed through her eyes. Previously, Song Qingqian's impression of Jiang Rou had remained at the surface level. Fair-skinned and beautiful, delicate and gentle. She always carried a faint scent of food, making people instinctively want to get close to her. And her smile, like the sunshine on the island, warm and natural. It gave people a sweet feeling in their hearts. But the island did not have only sunshine, it also had storms. At this moment Jiang Rou was like a raging storm. She fully revealed her sharp and resolute side. This person was probably a fox. Most of the time she appeared gentle and obedient, but when danger arose, she had the ability to grasp people's hearts. Compared to Jiang Rou's usual demeanor, Song Qingqian found her current sharpness even more admirable. It was truly breathtaking. Everyone remained silent. The tense and oppressive atmosphere continued to spread. In the end, it was Lin Yulan who stepped forward. She took a few steps closer to Jiang Rou and Song Qingqian, exuding the composure of a refined and well-bred lady, and spoke up. Sister Rou, you are right. This time we were wrong. I'm sorry. Her first words were an apology. Lin Yulan, who was widely recognized as Sister Hong's successor and the future head of the Women's Committee, actually apologized to Song Qingqian. The military wives in the distance widened their eyes in shock, suddenly gaining a much clearer understanding of the situation. Lin Yulan looked at Jiang Rou and Song Qingqian, then glanced at the other wives before explaining slowly. The reason Sister Rou is here today is because of my suggestion. She wanted to learn how to make clothes, and I knew that Qingqian graduated from a fashion institute, so I suggested that she come to Qingqian for lessons. If there is truly a problem with this, then it is my responsibility. Jiang Rou's gaze flickered slightly. That day, Lin Yulan had clearly reminded her to find someone else to learn from instead. Yet now, Lin Yulan was deliberately pulling herself into the situation as well. With this, the attitudes of the other wives instantly changed, completely by 180 degrees. Oh, so it was arranged by Sister Yulan? Then there's no issue. It must have been a misunderstanding. We just didn't get the full picture earlier. Yes, just a misunderstanding. We tend to speak bluntly, but we meant no harm. Now that it's cleared up, there's nothing more to say. Lin Yulan did not immediately respond to the others. Instead, she turned to Jiang Rou, as if seeking her opinion. Jiang Rou gently nodded. Since Lin Yulan had gone this far, Jiang Rou had to give her this courtesy. Seeing Jiang Rou nod, Lin Yulan continued. Since it was just a misunderstanding, let's put this matter to rest. No one should bring it up again. And as for Song Qingqian's identity, no one is allowed to question it anymore. As long as she remains in our compound, she is Commander He's wife, our comrade. That is her only identity. Lin Yulan still held significant authority in everyone's eyes. As soon as she made her stance clear, the other wives immediately nodded in agreement, eager to let the matter drop. If word of this spread to the military camp and reached He Donglai's ears, who knew what consequences it might bring? With the conflict resolved and Jiang Rou coming out unscathed, having even one Lin Yulan support, Lin Yuyao simply could not accept this outcome. Her face turned red with anger as she called out, "Sister! Yuyao, that's enough. Not another word." Lin Yulan had long wanted to put a stop to her younger sister. She was someone who understood the bigger picture. The one who had been stirring up trouble, deliberately provoking Jiang Rou and challenging discipline, had not been Chan Milan, it had been Lin Yuyao. In this compound, unity and harmony were paramount, principles that Sister Hong constantly emphasized. Lin Yulan had taken these words to heart. She would never allow her own sister to be the one to disrupt that order. When Lin Yulan lowered her voice and reprimanded Lin Yuyao, her authority was unmistakable. Lin Yuyao was immediately subdued, not daring to utter another word. Once Lin Yuyao fell silent, Lin Yulan turned to Jiang Rou and Song Qingqian, offering them a polite, apologetic smile. You two carry on. We'll be leaving now. Chapter 113. She was wrong, so wrong. Just like that, Lin Yulan firmly held on to Lin Yuyao, who was still gritting her teeth in anger, and along with the other sisters-in-law from the compound, gradually left. The front of Song Qingqian's house returned to its usual calm once again. The small commotion had finally passed. It's fine now. They're all gone, you. Jiang Rou turned to look at Song Qingqian, comforting words on the tip of her tongue, just about to be spoken. But in an instant, Jiang Rou's wrist was suddenly gripped tightly by a forceful hand. She saw Song Qingqian's face just inches away. All traces of her usual vibrance had disappeared. Instead, her complexion was somewhat pale, and her delicate brows, once furrowed, had never relaxed. A beauty with furrowed brows. It evoked both heartache and pity. But something was off. This was not the first time Song Qingqian had faced such an ordeal. She was proud by nature, a person who valued her dignity above all else. Even if she had to swallow broken teeth along with her blood, she would never show her vulnerability in front of others. Song Qingqian was definitely not frightened. There had to be another reason. As Jiang Rou was pondering this, Song Qingqian suddenly spoke in a hurried voice. Is what they said true? What's true or false? For a moment, Jiang Rou wasn't sure which statement Song Qingqian was referring to. After all, during the argument just now, both she and the sisters-in-law had said a lot. He Donglai. He could have been promoted to regiment commander. But because of me, not only did he not get promoted, he was even demoted instead. Song Qingqian's brows furrowed deeply. Her eyes burned with intensity as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Rou, her voice tight with urgency as she asked again. Is this true? She completely ignored all the accusations and slander directed at her, treating them with cold indifference. But when it came to He Donglai, she could not let it go. When she had first heard it, her heart had trembled. Even more so than when she had learned He Donglai had been assigned to a mine-clearing mission. That man, he was an officer. That was what Song Qingqian's grandfather had told her before the arranged meeting. At that time, the Song family was already on the verge of collapse. Song Qingqian had no interest in listening to any further details about He Donglai. She couldn't make sense of the difference between a company commander, a battalion commander, or a regiment commander. She didn't even remember He Donglai's name. It wasn't until she sat in the bedroom during the arranged meeting and saw the man who walked in that she realized the person her grandfather had arranged for her to meet was actually He Donglai. How could it be He Donglai? Something had happened between them in the past. Why would He Donglai be willing to meet her for an arranged marriage? Didn't he hate her? Throughout the entire meeting, Song Qingqian had been completely absent-minded. She was certain the marriage wouldn't happen, and her grandfather would surely be disappointed. After all, how could He Donglai possibly agree to marry her? And yet, something completely unexpected happened. Back then, He Donglai had actually agreed to the marriage. Not only that, but he had even taken the initiative to submit a marriage report to the military unit. Song Qingqian could hardly believe it. So, during their second meeting, she questioned him. Why are you willing to marry me? Is it to take revenge for what I did in the past? You don't have to do anything. I won't have a good ending anyway. The man wearing glasses did not answer her question. Instead, he simply told her, you don't have to worry. Our marriage report will definitely be approved. Later, just as He Donglai had said, the marriage report was indeed approved. That day, her grandfather was overjoyed, saying that his precious granddaughter was finally saved and would have a good life. At that time, Song Qingqian had thought it was because He Donglai's rank was high enough that the higher-ups had made an exception and approved their marriage. On the day the marriage report was approved, it was also on the day He Donglai's transfer order to the island was issued. There was no time for adjustment. Song Qingqian had no choice but to leave her home and follow He Donglai to the island. And it was during these days on the island that Song Qingqian gradually pieced things together. She realized that He Donglai's rank was company commander, not particularly high, yet not exactly low. He was just an ordinary officer within the military unit. However, among the other company commanders of his rank, it seemed that He Donglai commanded a bit more respect. Song Qingqian knew very well that the stability of her current life was entirely due to He Donglai's protection. She had once wondered, so even a mere company commander could shield her? A capitalist's daughter whom everyone despised? If He Donglai were promoted, wouldn't he be able to protect her family as well? That had been her dream. Until today. Until she heard the words blurted out by the sisters-in-law. Only then did she realize. She was wrong. So terribly wrong. Song Qingqian's eyes were tense, her grip tightening as she firmly held onto Jiang Rou's hand, persistently asking, Jiang Rou, tell me, are those words true or not? She was desperate for an answer. If it were true, if He Donglai had truly given up a golden opportunity for promotion just because he married her, then everything she had believed before would be overturned. This man had paid such a heavy price, yet he was still willing to marry her. Why? Doubt swelled in her heart like a snowball, growing bigger and bigger. It's... Jiang Rou almost blurted it out. But, the next second she bit her lip. Then she changed her words. Whether it's true or not, it's not up to us to say. Only company commander, he is the one involved. If you really want to know the truth, you should ask him yourself. Jiang Rou's earlier guess had been correct. The biggest issue between He Donglai and Song Qingqian was their silence. She didn't want to be the one to speak on his behalf. Song Qingqian had to ask for herself. But even after hearing Jiang Rou's words, Song Qingqian refused to give up. She stared intently at Jiang Rou. Those always cold and proud phoenix eyes now held a silent plea. Song Qingqian had compromised. All for the sake of uncovering the truth about He Donglai. But Jiang Rou remained resolute in her refusal. Qingqian, this is a matter between you and your husband. It's best if you talk it out between yourselves. The rest of us are just outsiders. With that, Jiang Rou pushed against Song Qingqian's hand. It took several tries before she finally managed to pry herself free. She watched as Song Qingqian bit her lower lip, standing dazedly by the door, utterly lost. In the end, Jiang Rou steeled herself, turned away and left. Jiang Rou returned to her small house. The courtyard was empty. There was no sign of the two children. As she stepped further inside, Zhou Xiaochuan was sitting by the window, holding a glass marble high in the air, watching the sunlight refract through it. The colorful light looked just like a rainbow. But the little shadow that usually followed him around was missing. Where was Zhou Xiaohua? That tiny little one who loved clinging to her big brother was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Rou continued walking further in. She spotted Zhou Xiaohua's small figure twirling around inside the tiny kitchen, his big round eyes darting about. A little glutton through and through. Chapter 114. Chapter 114, Married a Snail Girl. Jiang Rou immediately saw what Zhou Xiaohua was looking for. She walked over and gently patted the little girl's head. Unable to hold back a chuckle, she said, "Xiaohua, the duck is gone." As soon as Zhou Xiaohua heard this, she immediately lifted her head high. Her big, watery eyes were filled with disappointment. That delicious duck. She had only eaten it once and now it was gone? But there had been such a big duck yesterday, even bigger than her head. Jiang Rou looked at Zhou Xiaohua's chubby cheeks, and unable to resist the urge, she pinched the little girl's soft face. "The duck may be gone, but we still have other delicious food. If you really like it, we can make it again next time, okay?" "Okay." Seeing Zhou Xiaohua nodding her head like a little drum, it was easy to imagine how loudly she must have responded in her heart. That day, because she had been delayed by an argument, Jiang Rou returned home slightly later than usual. She immediately got busy preparing lunch. At the same time, she took a moment to glance at the clock. At this hour, Zhou Zhongshan should be eating as well. Military camp. Inside an office, Zhao Guosheng's guard had just brought back lunch for him from the canteen. 2 steamed buns, 2 steamed cornmeal buns, a serving of vinegar-soaked shredded potatoes, and a portion of minced meat with shredded radish. The food from the canteen was always watery. Even the vinegar-soaked shredded potatoes were floating in broth. Just looking at it was enough to make one lose their appetite. Although these rough men in the army had once endured field marches where they ate grass roots, tree bark, and even rats if necessary. Now in peacetime, when every household could live a good life, who wouldn't want to eat something decent and satisfying? Zhao Guosheng glanced at the open lunchbox and immediately let out a long sigh. "Sigh. The cooking in this mess hall is getting worse and worse. Not even as good as the random stew my wife makes at home. Old Zhou, why don't you just let your wife go to the mess hall again and properly teach those people how to cook?" Even as Zhao Guosheng grumbled, he didn't stop eating. Zhao Guosheng grabbed a large steamed bun in one hand and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The rugged man took a big bite, nearly devouring half of the bun in one go, chewing in large hearty mouthfuls. From the way he ate, anyone who didn't know better might have thought he was feasting on meat. As he chewed on the plain steamed bun, his mind was filled with the thought of braised pork belly. Chewing. Somehow Zhao Guosheng actually tasted the rich, savory flavor of meat. It was fragrant, full-bodied, and incredibly appetizing. Could it be that there was really braised pork belly hidden inside the bun? Zhao Guosheng was completely taken aback. He quickly tore open the steamed bun to take a look. The large white flour bun had a slightly yellowish exterior and a pure white interior, dotted with tiny, dense fermentation holes. Not to mention braised pork belly, there wasn't even a single shred of minced meat or a sprinkle of scallions. Since the bun was just a plain bun, then where was that mouth-watering aroma of meat coming from? Zhao Guosheng took a deep sniff of the air, and sure enough, he caught a familiar meaty scent. Then he suddenly looked up. Sitting across from him, Zhou Zhongshan had just taken out a lunchbox from his drawer and opened it. Jiang Rou, worried that Zhou Zhongshan might not have enough to eat, had prepared 2 lunchboxes for him, both packed with white rice and an assortment of dishes. One lunchbox contained a golden, glistening poached egg and a portion of fresh, green vegetables. The other lunchbox held a large duck leg. The duck leg had been braised to a deep, rich brown color. Its surface gleamed with oil, making it incredibly tempting. Even more enticing than its color was its aroma. Zhao Guosheng took another deep whiff, then excitedly shouted, "That's sesame oil. This is sesame oil duck, isn't it?" The big, rough northeastern man, standing well over 1.8 meters tall, was so thrilled that he nearly jumped out of his chair. In his excitement, he even slapped the desk. The potatoes and steamed buns in front of him trembled from the impact. In stark contrast, Zhou Zhongshan's lunchbox sat there, filled with steaming white rice and a perfectly balanced mix of meat and vegetables. "Probably," Zhou Zhongshan replied. Zhou Zhongshan responded. In truth, he had no idea what dishes were packed in his lunchbox. It had been Jiang Rou who handed it to him before he left in the morning. She had even made sure to do it behind the children's backs. Thinking of how Jiang Rou had been both nervous and secretive at that moment, Zhou Zhongshan's usually stern expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, Zhao Guosheng was still clicking his tongue in amazement. "It's definitely sesame oil duck, no doubt about it. I'd recognize this aroma anywhere. Tisk. Old Zhou, you got yourself a wife, but it's like you married a snail girl. You don't even know, when I got home last night my heir Hubby was making a fuss saying your family always has good food. He can smell it but never gets to eat it. He even pestered my wife about it." Zhou Zhongshan was in a good mood and for once replied, "Did sister-in-law make it for him?" "Make what? How?" "My wife only knows how to cook braised pork with vermicelli. Oh, and 3 delicacies stir-fry. Anything else? Forget it. Last night, heir Hubby threw such a tantrum that she served him a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork equals a good beating. Hearing this, Zhou Zhongshan chuckled. He and Zhao Guoxing had been comrades for years and knew each other very well. Unlike his own situation, Zhao Guoxing had 4 or 5 siblings, and Zhao Guoifen's family also had 3 or 4. Those siblings were still living in the village, struggling through tough days. Because of this, Zhao Guoxing's salary and allowance had to support not just his family of 4, but also his relatives back home. Life in his household was tight, and they had to be frugal with food and clothing. Zhou Zhongshan said, "If Dehuzi and Erhuzi are craving something good, just let them come over to my courtyard. Jiang Rou loves kids and would be happy to share with them. It's not a big deal. Don't be so formal with me." "Ha ha, old Zhou, you're a real brother." Zhao Guoxing burst into hearty laughter, shoveling another mouthful of potatoes into his mouth while taking another deep whiff of the air. He could smell it. That was enough. At the same time, in the military compound, people were also having lunch. "Elder sister, why is it shredded potatoes again? At the military unit's canteen, I eat shredded potatoes every single day. I'm sick of it. Isn't there any meat? I know brother-in-law gets 5 pounds of meat coupons every month. Don't tell me you already used them all? It's not even mid-month yet." Lin Yuyao held her chopsticks, picking through the shredded potatoes on the table with an expression of pure disdain. Lin Yulan sighed helplessly. She had no way to deal with her cousin's attitude, so she could only explain. "Yuyao, living on an island is different from being in the city. The supply and marketing cooperative doesn't open every day. All supplies on the island have to be brought over by transport ships. Even if we have meat coupons, if the transport ship doesn't come, we still can't buy any meat." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyao instantly scrunched up her entire face in frustration. Annoyed, she groaned, "Ugh! So if there's a storm or heavy rain, and the transport ship doesn't come for 10 days or half a month, are we just supposed to eat shredded potatoes the whole time?" Chapter 115. Only you know your true intentions. Lin Yulan listened to her cousin's complaints, her hand pausing midair as she reached for a dish. She set down her chopsticks and spoke with a serious expression. "Yuyao, before you were transferred to the island, did you really not have even the slightest understanding of the situation here?" Lin Yulan understood her cousin well. Lin Yuyao's family background was even better than hers. As the youngest daughter in her family, born when her parents were older, she had been doted on from birth. She was also among the youngest in their compound. Because she had been beautiful since childhood, she became the cherished favorite of the entire courtyard, with almost every child giving in to her whims. A girl raised with such care and affection would naturally become a little delicate, her temper a little willful. But Lin Yulan never saw this as a problem. Given Lin Yuyao's conditions, she never had to worry about finding a suitable man who would love and cherish her. Ideally, she would marry a soldier, continue living in the compound after marriage, and stay close to her parents. That way, Lin Yuyao could live a peaceful and smooth life without ever needing to endure hardship. That was what Lin Yulan had always thought. But then she suddenly received a telegram, an urgent message sent through military channels, informing her that Lin Yuyao had voluntarily requested a transfer to the island. Lin Yulan was utterly shocked. A delicate girl, pampered by everyone in the courtyard, willingly choosing to endure hardship on a remote island with scarce resources and inconvenient transportation? Had she hit her head? Lin Yulan had no choice but to call Lin Yuyao's parents to confirm the news herself. The telegram had been accurate. Lin Yuyao was indeed going to the island. And on that call, she had heard. A few days ago, Yuyao nearly drowned. When she woke up, she had changed a lot. She became more mature, her temper improved, and she was no longer as willful as before. No one forced her to go to the island, she made the decision herself. Contributing to the country's border defense development is an honorable thing. Since she's willing, we support her. Yulan will have to trouble you and Guangming to take good care of her. It's not a bother. This is what I should do. After hearing those words, Lin Yulan had believed that Lin Yuyao had finally grown up and matured, which explained all the changes in her. Who would have thought? After arriving on the island, Lin Yuyao behaved herself for only 3 days. Once the novelty wore off, her old habits resurfaced. If she wasn't complaining about this, she was complaining about that. Last time, she had spied on the Zhou family and ended up causing an embarrassing misunderstanding. And today, she repeatedly provoked Jiang Rou again and again. One incident after another, from start to finish, all revealed her spoiled and willful nature. She was exactly the same as she had been in childhood. It was even quite strange. If that was the case, then why hadn't she simply stayed in the city to enjoy a comfortable life? Why had she chosen to come to the island to suffer? Lin Yulan was filled with doubt. She looked at Lin Yuyao with a complicated expression. Faced with Lin Yulan's questioning, Lin Yuyao's expression became evasive. Her gaze flickered around, refusing to meet Lin Yulan's eyes. This was clearly a guilty reaction. Lin Yulan saw everything and once again sighed inwardly. Yu Yao, life here isn't as simple as you think. It's harsh and dangerous. You saw the explosion the other day with your own eyes. Since you just arrived, there's still room to change things. Call uncle and ask him to pull some strings to transfer you back. Life in the city suits you better. I'm not going back. I want to stay here. Lin Yuyao refused to listen to Lin Yulan's persuasion. She clenched her teeth stubbornly, her face filled with determination. Ever since she was reborn, the first thing she had done was beat up that scumbag and completely drive him out of her life. The second thing had been waiting for the opportunity to meet Zhou Zhongshan for a marriage interview. For this reason, Lin Yuyao had deliberately joined the cultural work troupe to give herself a polished background. She had heard that those rugged military officers especially liked women from the cultural work troupe. The title alone signified not only beauty but also gentleness and virtue. It was the ideal choice for a wife. So while training in dance at the troupe, Lin Yuyao also gathered information about Zhou Zhongshan, waiting for the storm that would come 6 months later. However, before the storm could arrive, she received shocking news. Zhou Zhongshan and his wife were living harmoniously. This had never happened in her past life. Immediately, a warning alarm blared in Lin Yuyao's heart. If she kept waiting, she might lose Zhou Zhongshan. Without hesitation, Lin Yuyao decisively submitted a request for transfer and volunteered to go to the island. As it happened, the island was in need of a switchboard operator, so the organization assigned Lin Yuyao to the post. That was the whole story. Before coming to the island, Lin Yuyao had acted on impulse. She had no real understanding of what life here would be like. She had thought that since her cousin Lin Yulan was also on the island, things wouldn't be too bad. Who would have known life here was almost as tough as the hardship she had endured in her past life when she was sent to the countryside. In her past life, Lin Yuyao had followed that scumbag and suffered countless hardships. Her once spoiled nature had been worn down by the harsh reality. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have the same temperament now. However, as the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After being reborn, Lin Yuyao had once again become the beloved darling of the courtyard, the treasured daughter of her parents, and now she even had the memories of her past life as a golden finger. She was convinced that she would win. As a result, her temperament had become even more arrogant than before. Lin Yuyao had merely learned to disguise herself. In front of important people, she would put on a gentle, considerate and poised facade. She hid away her spoiled and willful side. At this moment, the person before her was Lin Yulan. Lin Yuyao felt there was no need to pretend, so she gradually revealed her true self. She found everything about this island distasteful. She even said, "Cousin, if you can live on this island for so long, then I definitely can too. I'm not any worse than you, so don't think about sending me away." Her words were particularly unpleasant. Yet, Lin Yulan still tolerated her. She didn't get angry but instead continued to patiently persuade her. "Yuyao, I'm not trying to send you away. I just hope you can have a better life. Your situation is different from mine. I am a military spouse, and your brother-in-law is a regiment commander. I have to set an example as a military wife, so I must stay on the island. But you're different, you're free. You have more and better choices. My choice is to stay on the island. I will never leave." Lin Yuyao refused to listen to Lin Yulan's well-intentioned advice. In fact, she was even starting to get angry. In her fury, she blurted out recklessly, "Don't make yourself sound so noble. Don't think I don't know the truth. When you married my brother-in-law, he had just broken up with another woman, and you took advantage of the situation. Following him to the military base, was it really because you had no other choice, or were you just trying to keep an eye on him, afraid that he'd get back in touch with his ex? Only you know your real intentions." As soon as those words left her mouth, the entire room fell into silence. Author's note: why did Lin Yulan introduce Zhou Zhongshan to Lin Yuyao in their past life, but now try to persuade her to leave the island? Why had her attitude changed? In her past life, Lin Yuyao had been entangled with a scumbag, constantly caught in emotional turmoil. Her reputation in the compound had suffered because of it. On one hand, given her situation, it was difficult to introduce her to a military officer from the compound. On the other hand, Lin Yulan had wanted Lin Yuyao to leave that scumbag behind. Perhaps a fresh start in a new place would help her sever that toxic relationship. So, considering everything, the island had seemed like a good choice. However, after being reborn, Lin Yuyao had never been involved with that scumbag. She was still a clean and respectable young woman, and her circumstances were now completely different. Because of this, Lin Yulan no longer saw any reason for her to endure hardships on the island. Chapter 116. Chapter 116. Do you want to move out? Crack. It was the sound of something breaking. The bamboo chopsticks in Lin Yulan's hands had been forcefully snapped in two. Her gentle and serene face was now completely devoid of color. Lin Yulan clenched her teeth tightly, the anger on her face unmistakable. But beyond the anger, there was something else, embarrassment. A sense of helplessness from having the truth exposed. From the military camp to the courtyard, everyone believed that Regiment Commander Liang Guangming and his wife Lin Yulan were a loving couple. They were even considered the model couple of the entire military. Their families were well matched, both having parents who were high-ranking military officials. They were both children of the Grand Courtyard. They had been childhood sweethearts, growing up together in the same military compound. They had spent their childhood, adolescence, and youth together. Then, when they reached the age of first love, they developed feelings for each other, and naturally ended up together. After years of marriage, they remained as affectionate as ever, their relationship harmonious. They had never quarreled, never raised their voices at each other, never had any conflicts. Liang Guangming was imposing and domineering, while Lin Yulan was virtuous and gentle. One was a regiment commander, and the other was the future director of the women's committee. There was no couple more perfectly matched than them. They were the kind of couple that even storybooks couldn't do justice to. A lifetime of love, just the two of them. As time passed, even Lin Yulan herself started to believe it. It was as if those things from the past had never existed. As long as she and Liang Guangming lived well together, they were bound to love each other until old age. Lin Yulan had been deceiving herself all along. She had told herself this lie so many times that she had come to believe it. Now, Lin Yuyao's reckless words had instantly torn apart the loving facade that Lin Yulan had carefully maintained for so long. A devoted husband, yet he had a first love he never spoke of, someone deeply hidden in his heart. What was this supposed to mean? Lin Yulan felt as if a needle had pierced her chest, the sharp pain spreading in waves. She could hardly breathe. As the atmosphere grew heavier, Lin Yuyao finally realized that something was wrong. Damn it! This was a forbidden secret that no one in the Lin family dared to mention. If it weren't for Lin Yulan persistently persuading her to leave the island under the pretense of doing it for her own good, she wouldn't have panicked and blurted out the wrong words in a moment of desperation. Sister, I'm sorry, sister. I was talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. You and brother-in-law have been married for so many years, and your relationship has always been great. You're the most loving couple. I just have a loose tongue and said the wrong thing. Papa. Sister, please don't be angry. There was still a bond of sisterhood between Lin Yuyao and Lin Yulan. So when she saw Lin Yulan like this, she felt uneasy and immediately kept apologizing. At the same time, she added, Sister, I have a reason for wanting to stay on the island. I just can't tell you what it is yet, but you'll understand in the future. If things went smoothly and she married Zhou Zhongshan, then she and Lin Yulan would share an even closer bond, like true sisters. In the future, when Liang Guangming and Zhou Zhongshan were transferred to the capital, standing proudly on the Tiananmen Gate Tower, they would be basking in glory. Even their wives, who happened to be a pair of sisters, would become a widely talked about and admired story. Lin Yuyao eagerly looked forward to that day. But for now, Jiang Rou was still alive, and she had to keep everything a secret. Sister, don't worry. I won't say anything thoughtless again. No matter how many meals of shredded potatoes you make me eat, I won't complain. Lin Yuyao continued to plead playfully. Lin Yulan's emotions gradually stabilized. However, her gaze never turned toward Lin Yuyao. She kept her head down and spoke in a hoarse voice. Yuyao, you weren't wrong. Everyone has their own choices and I shouldn't force you. Since you want to stay on the island, do as you wish. That final do as you wish was spoken with such disheartened resignation. But Lin Yuyao failed to notice. She thought Lin Yulan had finally relented and broke into a delighted smile. Sister, thank you. Don't worry, I will definitely hold on and see this through. As time passed, the tense atmosphere at the dining table gradually eased. Lin Yulan's expression returned to its usual calm, though there was a lingering dullness in her eyes. Lin Yuyao, having already put the previous matter behind her, stole glances at Lin Yulan while mumbling to herself again. Sister, have you ever been to the dormitory in the military unit? It's a 12-person room. In such a tiny space, 12 people have to sleep together. And those iron bunk beds, never mind how small they are. Whenever one person climbs up or down, all 6 beds shake. It's impossible to sleep. Look at me, my eyes are completely dark and sunken. I haven't slept well for 3 days. I don't even look good anymore. Lin Yulan was already feeling extremely troubled by the earlier matter. She barely maintained her composure and asked directly, You want to move out and live elsewhere? Sister, I knew you were the smartest. You understood right away. You also think I'm too pitiful, don't you? I just checked, you still have an empty bedroom at home. Why don't you let me stay there? I promise I'll behave, listen to everything you say and never talk nonsense again. Sister, I'm begging you. Lin Yuyao softened her voice, holding Lin Yulan's hand as she pleaded coquettishly. Without her usual sharpness, her beautiful face took on a delicate and pitiful look. In the end, Lin Yulan's heart softened. All right, but I need to ask your brother-in-law first. He has to agree. Brother-in-law listens to you about everything. It'll definitely be fine. Sister, you're the best. I'll pack up and move in tomorrow. Lin Yuyao was overjoyed, even picking up a piece of shredded potato with her chopsticks and placing it on Lin Yulan's plate. Her eyes curved into a smile, glinting with a hint of cunning. It was true that she wanted to leave the harshly regulated and uncomfortable dormitory. But it was also true that she was looking for an opportunity to get close to Zhou Zhongshan. Inside the military camp, her work area was strictly restricted, and she was confined to the telecommunications department. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhongshan was either leading soldiers in training or carrying out missions, places she was never allowed to go near. Lin Yuyao had absolutely no chance to interact with Zhou Zhongshan. As for after work, Zhou Zhongshan would leave the military camp and return to the courtyard. But Lin Yuyao couldn't leave the military camp without submitting a request for approval. She could only watch as Zhou Zhongshan's figure disappeared from sight, seething with frustration. She refused to stay in the military camp any longer. She had to move into the courtyard. That way, she could come and go at the same time as Zhou Zhongshan, ensuring plenty of opportunities to be around him and make her presence known. Just thinking about it filled Lin Yuyao with anticipation. Even the shredded potatoes suddenly tasted delicious. Chapter 117. Chapter 117 Touching Abs. That afternoon, Zhao Guifan rushed into Jiang Rou's courtyard in a hurry, her expression filled with nervousness and concern. Judging by her demeanor, she was clearly not there for Jiang Rou's delicious food. As soon as she stepped through the door, Zhao Guifan blurted out, "Sister Rou, you're getting close to that capitalist daughter?" Hearing this, Jiang Rou immediately understood. Even though Lin Yulan had already said the matter was settled and no one was allowed to bring it up again, with Chan Mylan, the gossipmonger, around, there were no secrets in this courtyard. In just the time it took to have lunch, the news had already reached Zhao Guifan's ears. Who knew how many people had passed it along, adding their own fabrications along the way. Zhao Guifan's reaction was the same as most of the other sisters in the courtyard. She was worried that Jiang Rou might be implicated because of her association with Song Qingqian. Her concern was well-intentioned. So Jiang Rou was not angry, just a little helpless. "Sister Guifan, when I first arrived at the courtyard, you all said I was a capitalist's daughter too, and even wanted to drive me out." At this, Zhao Guifan awkwardly scratched her nose. That was just a misunderstanding. It was all because of Oh, I remember now. It was that Su Chuanxiang's fault. Sister Hong already looked into it. Su Chuanxiang was the one stirring up trouble, spreading rumors everywhere, making us misunderstand. If we had known back then that you were such a good person, we never would have believed her nonsense. Jiang Rou listened quietly, then asked in return, "What if the situation with Song Qingqian is also a misunderstanding?" "Impossible. The organization investigated her family. They're big capitalists, even richer than the landlords in our village. But now she's the same as us, just another woman living in this courtyard." Zhao Guifan hesitated. "That's true. Sister Guifan, has anyone in the courtyard ever interacted with Song Qingqian? Does anyone actually know her? What if she, like me, turns out to be a good person?" Jiang Rou's question immediately stumped Zhao Guifan. She wasn't the sharpest person, but she understood Jiang Rou's point. If they had once misunderstood Jiang Rou, could it be that they had also misunderstood Song Qingqian? Zhao Guifan's face showed her inner conflict. Jiang Rou continued speaking softly. "No one in the courtyard truly knows what kind of person Song Qingqian is. So let me interact with her and see if she's a good person. Our organization would never abandon a good person, right?" Zhao Guifan was stunned, her eyes widening in surprise. "Sister Rou, why do you sound just like Sister Hong?" "Ugh, I can't explain it, but I believe you. Next time those people start gossiping about you again, I'll make sure to scold them back for you." Zhao Guifan spoke with righteous indignation on Jiang Rou's behalf. However, she was still worried. "Sister Rou, should you tell Regiment Commander Zhou? I'm afraid he might overthink it. What if it affects your relationship?" Zhao Guifan's words served as a reminder for Jiang Rou. She had yet to mention to Zhou Zhongshan that she was planning to learn how to make clothes from Song Qingqian. That night, the night was deep. When Zhou Zhongshan returned, he had just finished leading the soldiers' evening training. They had run 10 kilometers around the military camp's field. He had taken the lead himself. By the time he got back, his uniform was soaked in sticky sweat, radiating an intense masculine scent. Instead of heading straight inside, he first went to the washroom to take a shower. Splash splash. Water cascaded over Zhou Zhongshan's bronze-toned body, leaving winding trails as it streamed down his firm muscles and the faint, slender red marks on his back. They were scratch marks, left by fingernails. When Jiang Rou grabbed him, it felt like she was just playfully scratching an itch. It didn't hurt at all. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhongshan adjusted the water stream, letting it wash over him a little lower. He cleaned himself thoroughly. A short while later, he emerged with a towel in hand, drying his damp hair as he strode toward the bedroom, his body still bare. Inside the room, the light was still on. Whenever Zhou Zhongshan wasn't home yet, Jiang Rou would always leave a small lamp on for him. The warm, dim glow illuminated the room and settled quietly into the man's heart. Jiang Rou had been exhausted during the day and had gone to bed early at night. On the bed, her figure formed a small, gentle curve beneath the blanket. She was afraid of the light when sleeping, so she lay on her side, her delicate shoulder exposed, her face tucked into the blanket. Even so, she couldn't bring herself to turn off the lamp. Zhou Zhongshan's expression softened, and a silent smile touched his lips. He switched off the light, placed his still damp towel aside, and climbed into bed in the dark. The moment there was the slightest movement, Jiang Rou, like a little cat, instinctively turned toward him, wanting to nestle against his chest. In a drowsy mumble, she murmured, "Husband, you're back?" It was the intimate whisper of a married couple at night. Wife, I'm back." Zhou Zhongshan's voice was low and gentle. Yet, he did not immediately pull his delicate little wife into his embrace. Still half asleep, Jiang Rou instinctively inched closer to him, her palm lightly brushing against something as she moved toward him on her own. However, halfway there, Zhou Zhongshan pressed her down. This impatient man, had he changed his ways? Was he practicing restraint now? Jiang Rou's long eyelashes trembled slightly as she became more awake. Slowly, she opened her eyes in the dim light, revealing their clear, bright depths. Zhou Zhongshan sensed her confusion. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly before he spoke. "I just took a shower. My body is cold." He had bathed in cold water. By nighttime, the water had long lost the warmth of the day, leaving a deep chill. As a man with thick skin and a strong physique, he never caught colds or fevers. Even if a basin of cold water was poured over his head, he wouldn't feel a thing. But Jiang Rou was different. She looked delicate, as frail as a willow in the wind, her waist barely a slender curve. Now, curled up in the warmth of the blankets, her body was radiating heat. If her warm, cozy self suddenly pressed against his chilly chest, wouldn't she catch a cold? So Zhou Zhongshan restrained himself. After hearing his explanation, Jiang Rou didn't insist on snuggling up to him. But she blinked, then stealthily reached out with both hands. Her palms landed directly on Zhou Zhongshan's abdominal muscles. She gave them a small squeeze. As expected of a soldier, his muscles were firm and unyielding, lean and taut. His abs were sculpted, each segment clearly defined, the ridges and grooves distinctly outlined. Jiang Rou's nimble little hands explored further, tracing over them again. From the moment she made contact, Zhou Zhongshan's breathing had already stopped. His entire chest remained still, not daring to rise and fall. He could feel the softness of her smooth palms gliding over his skin, moving here and there. A heavy weight settled in his chest. Just as he was tense with restraint, Jiang Rou's soft, sweet voice reached his ears. "I don't think you feel cold at all." Jiang Rou had personally verified this. Then, with a small roll of her body, she wriggled her way into Zhou Zhongshan's arms. She nestled against his chest, finding the most comfortable spot before settling in. Lying slightly on her side, their bodies pressed together skin against skin. Her chin happened to rest right against Zhou Zhongshan's shoulder. When she lifted her eyes just a little, her gaze fell upon his deep, chiseled profile. In a quiet voice, Jiang Rou murmured, "Zhongshan, let's talk for a bit." Chapter 118. Chapter 118 Midnight Whispers. Zhou Zhongshan had just spent last night indulging in Jiang Rou, experiencing a long and passionate night. Tonight, he dared not torment Jiang Rou again. He understood the principle of not draining the pond to catch the fish. His delicate and tender little wife, how could she withstand such exhaustion? So, even though his mind was somewhat restless, he suppressed his impulses with restraint. Inside the bedroom, everything was peaceful. Zhou Zhongshan held Jiang Rou in his arms, his arm wrapped around her slender waist, his fingers gently rubbing the fabric of her nightgown. It was pure cotton, very soft. A mere act of self-restraint, as if he were caressing Jiang Rou's skin. "All right. Have you been getting along well with the children lately?" Though Zhou Zhongshan was somewhat reserved, he knew he should show concern for Jiang Rou's well-being. In a household with children, conversations between husband and wife would inevitably involve them. The moment the topic turned to the children, Jiang Rou squinted her eyes and smiled silently. "Very well. Today I taught Xiaohua a new tune on the flute. As soon as Jiang Rou started speaking, she became unstoppable, with endless things to share. Her relationship with Zhou Xiaohua had always been quite good. What was even more gratifying was that her relationship with Zhou Xiaochuan had also unknowingly softened. That arrogant little wolf cub usually acted as if he didn't care much for people, but every time Jiang Rou turned her back, those dark, glistening eyes would always sneak glances at her. Even though Jiang Rou didn't have eyes on her back, she could still feel it. You wouldn't believe it, yesterday when I was cooking I started sweating, and Xiaohua actually took the initiative to fetch water and wipe my face. She's so tiny, her whole body isn't even as big as a wash basin, but she tried so hard to carry that heavy basin, wobbling as she walked over. She looked just like a little penguin. It was the cutest thing ever. As Jiang Rou spoke, she smiled blissfully. Zhou Zhongshan could feel the joy radiating from her chest, transmitting through their closely pressed bodies, spreading to him. But, penguin. Zhou Zhongshan furrowed his brows slightly. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Was it an animal? Jiang Rou explained. A penguin is an animal that only lives in Antarctica, in icy and snowy environments. Its whole body is only black and white, chubby, and when it walks it waddles just like a little duck. Duck, huh? Zhou Zhongshan imagined the creature based on Jiang Rou's description. Then it must be quite cute. Exactly. Penguins are cute and Xiaohua is cute too. At that moment, I even asked her if she would like to call me Mom. In the dim light, their vision was not very clear. Zhou Zhongshan couldn't see the subtle expressions on Jiang Rou's face, but he could imagine her eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. She must have looked even cuter than Zhou Xiaohua. This old father's heart silently leaned toward his wife. Following Jiang Rou's expectant words, Zhou Zhongshan asked, "What did Xiaohua say?" She nodded. Xiaohua nodded. Jiang Rou got so excited that she wrapped her arms tightly around Zhou Zhongshan's neck, rubbing her face against his shoulder. "Zhongshan, Xiaohua said she's willing to call me Mom. She called me Mom." At the beginning, Jiang Rou had indeed said that there was no need to call her Mom or even stepmom. Just calling her auntie was enough. She had already regarded Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan as the only children she would ever have in her life. Her love for them came from the depths of her heart. Love could be given without expecting anything in return. But that didn't mean there was no anticipation. Zhou Xiaohua's answer was the best response Jiang Rou could have received. That one word, Mom, firmly cemented their mother-daughter bond. Even though Jiang Rou was merely recounting what had happened, she was still as thrilled as she had been at the moment Zhou Xiaohua nodded. Zhou Zhongshan was happy for Jiang Rou as well. In a low voice he said, "Wife, Xiaohua and Xiaochuan can both feel your kindness. You have already been their mother for a long time." Of course. Jiang Rou was not the least bit modest. Instead, she lifted her chin proudly and admitted it. Not only did she want Zhou Xiaohua to call her Mom, but one day she would make sure Zhou Xiaochuan would too. They would truly become mother and son. Jiang Rou did not hide her ambitions in the slightest. Her burning and unwavering emotions made Zhou Zhongshan's heart pound wildly in his chest. The two of them continued talking about many things. Most of the time it was Jiang Rou speaking while Zhou Zhongshan listened quietly. But Zhou Zhongshan was not just listening absent-mindedly. He was genuinely paying attention, occasionally responding to her words. As their conversation went on, inevitably, they touched upon what had happened today. This was also the main reason why Jiang Rou wanted to talk to Zhou Zhongshan. "Zhongshan, I went to Company Commander He's house today." I went to see someone. It was Company Commander He's wife. Her name is Song Qingqian." Zhou Zhongshan responded with confusion. It wasn't the content of Jiang Rou's words that puzzled him, but rather the way she spoke about it, cautiously, with an unusual sense of seriousness and careful deliberation. Visiting a neighbor in the compound was an ordinary affair. Wasn't it just like dropping by Zhao Guifen's house next door? Why was Jiang Rou speaking in such a solemn and serious tone? Zhou Zhongshan asked, "Is there something special about this?" "It's Song Qingqian. Company Commander He's wife Song Qingqian." Jiang Rou deliberately emphasized her words, repeating the name with extra weight. Yet Zhou Zhongshan still didn't get it. His deep, dark eyes remained filled with confusion. He had no idea why this was significant. Using his straightforward male logic, he tried to make a guess. "Wife, did you have an argument with her? And lose?" "How could that be? I'm articulate, sharp-minded and have a strong sense of logic. How could I possibly lose an argument?" Jiang Rou had immense confidence in her debating skills. However, in Zhou Zhongshan's mind, his delicate wife was so slender and fragile that she must have been bullied. This misunderstanding in their thinking left the couple staring at each other in the dim light. The scene was quite amusing. Jiang Rou glared at him for a while until her eyes felt dry. Jiang Rou blinked and had no choice but to recount everything that had happened today in full detail, especially the argument in front of Song Qingqian's house. I admit I was a bit impulsive when I did this. I considered Song Qingqian's feelings, but I forgot to consider yours. In the end, it was Sister Guifan who reminded me. Zhongshan, what I did. It won't affect you, will it? After circling around the topic for so long, it still ultimately landed on Zhou Zhongshan. A warm current slowly flowed through the man's heart. This was his wife, like a little sun, always radiating warmth. Zhou Zhongshan tightened his arm around Jiang Rou's slender waist, holding her even closer. Instead of directly addressing her concerns, he responded with a question. Wife, what do you think of my relationship with Company Commander He? Jiang Rou replied. It should be quite good. When we built our new house, Company Commander He came to help, and he put in a lot of effort. From what I see, your relationship with him is better than that of ordinary comrades. You're good friends. Zhou Zhongshan asked again. Then do you think my interactions with Company Commander He will affect me? Chapter 119. Chapter 119. The couple actually slept in separate rooms. 1. Bonus update. How is that possible? You are from the same military camp, comrades and friends. It's only natural to interact with each other. Jiang Rou's response came out instinctively. The moment she finished speaking, a sudden realization dawned upon her. So, her words came to an abrupt halt midway. Zhou Zhongshan immediately understood that Jiang Rou's sharp mind had already grasped the meaning. In a deep voice he said, Wife, what difference is there between Company Commander He and Company Commander He's wife? If Zhou Zhongshan truly wanted to avoid risks, he would never have become friends with He Donglai in the first place. He could interact with He Donglai. Then why couldn't Jiang Rou interact with Song Qingqian? They were all from the same compound and part of the same military camp. What difference was there? Zhou Zhongshan's way of reasoning was direct, straightforward, and simple. Most people, when thinking about this matter, might take a roundabout approach, considering multiple layers of implications. But Zhou Zhongshan was a man of decisiveness and clarity. At the same time, wife, we are husband and wife, we are one. There is no such distant distinction as you affect me, or I affect you. The things I want to do, you will surely support me. The things you want to do, I will surely support you. I want to be your reliance. I want to be your reliance. Zhou Zhongshan spoke in the calmest tone, yet his words carried the weight of an unshakable vow. He laid bare his understanding of marriage, revealing it all to Jiang Rou. At this moment it was as if Jiang Rou could see into Zhou Zhongshan's heart, that burning crimson heart, placed right before her. Husband, you treat me so well. Jiang Rou's emotions melted like a gentle stream. She held Zhou Zhongshan tightly, pressing against his chest. The rhythmic thumping of his heartbeat. Their pulses were almost in sync. At this moment they felt even closer than when they were physically intimate. She promised, Zhongshan, I will definitely learn to make clothes properly from Song Qingqian. Just wait to wear the new clothes I make for you with my own hands. Alright, I'm looking forward to it. But don't push yourself too hard, take your time. Wife, go to sleep. Zhou Zhongshan spoke in a low voice, his strong and resolute face softened by a high-arching smile. That night, even in his dreams, he was surrounded by the sweet scent of Jiang Rou. At the same late hour, creak, a wooden door was pushed open and then closed again. A tall, upright figure melted into the darkness, stepping into the courtyard, where a path paved with cobblestones lay beneath his feet. He Donglai caught sight of a faint glow. It was coming from inside the house. His eyes flickered slightly, and the lenses of his glasses reflected a sliver of light. Then, his steps toward the house became just a fraction quicker. Upon entering, he found the room illuminated. Beneath the warm glow of the lamp stood a slender, graceful figure. Her long hair was tied up at the back of her head, and she wore a light-colored long dress. She leaned slightly forward, her head lowered. Song Qingqian was sitting at the writing desk, holding a pencil and a piece of letter paper. The pencil glided across the paper, producing a soft scratching sound. She was sketching something, making marks and erasures. He Donglai couldn't see what she was drawing, but he could tell that she was deeply focused, so focused that she hadn't even noticed his entrance. So He Donglai simply stood by the door in silence, watching her quietly for a long time without making a sound. They were husband and wife, living under the same roof, yet he hadn't seen Song Qingqian for quite some time. During the day, He Donglai had to go to the mine-clearing site to oversee and guide the soldiers in their operations. At night, the military headquarters organized training sessions. They had him serve as an instructor, training personnel capable of executing mine-clearing missions, helping them understand different types of landmines and explosives. That way, even when He Donglai was too occupied to be on site himself, there would still be others able to continue the work. From dawn until nightfall, He Donglai was practically rooted in the military camp. He could have just slept in his office. There was a folding bed and military blankets. The living conditions weren't bad. But in Hee Donglai's heart, there was always that small flicker of anticipation. No matter how late it got, he still wanted to come home. The house was always shrouded in darkness. By the time he returned, Song Qingqian had already gone to bed, and the two of them never even got to see each other. Although, even when they did see each other before, they never had much to say. But being able to see her at all was still better than not seeing her. Hee Donglai's anticipation was humble, almost insignificant. Tonight, unexpectedly, it was fulfilled. Behind the lenses of his glasses, his gaze burned with intensity and focus as he silently watched Song Qingqian. Hee Donglai could only see her side profile, unable to make out her full face. Yet in his mind he traced the image of her slender, almond-shaped phoenix eyes. No matter the time or occasion, the corners of her brows always lifted slightly, carrying an undeniable charm. Like a small, irresistible hook drawing people in. Hee Donglai's thoughts wavered for a moment. In the bedroom, the scratching sound of the pencil gradually came to a stop. Song Qingqian examined the design on the letter paper, then suddenly noticed a dark shadow beside her. She turned her head, and saw Hee Donglai standing by the door. The moment their eyes met, both of them flinched, startled by each other's presence. They could see the surprise on each other's faces. And within that surprise there was also an awkward unfamiliarity, a sense of not knowing how to react. Then, both of them quickly masked their expressions, pretending as if nothing had happened. Their faces smoothed into a composed calm, as if completely unbothered. "You're back. I'm back." They spoke at the same time, their voices overlapping. That single exchange only made the moment even more awkward. The bedroom once again fell into silence. Song Qingqian bit her lower lip. She didn't know why, but every time she spoke with Hee Donglai it always ended up like this. While Song Qingqian was feeling frustrated, Hee Donglai on the other hand was overjoyed. "She spoke to me." Not only did he get to see Song Qingqian today, but she actually took the initiative to speak to him. If Hee Donglai were a dog, his tail would have been wagging so fast in excitement that it left afterimages, happier than if he had been given a meaty bone. But Hee Donglai was not. He had no soft, fluffy tail to sway from side to side. All Song Qingqian could see was his indifferent expression, and the cold gleam reflected off his glasses. At any other time, Song Qingqian would have turned away immediately, refusing to exchange even half a sentence with Hee Donglai. Though they lived under the same eaves, they were nothing more than strangers. But tonight, Song Qingqian had heard so many things. She had waited for so long, just to confirm the truth from Hee Donglai's own mouth. In the silence she hesitated, struggled and wavered. Finally, Song Qingqian stood up from her chair and took a step toward Hee Donglai. "You." Just as she was about to speak, she saw Hee Donglai instinctively take a step back. Her voice abruptly stopped. Chapter 120. Chapter 120. A married couple sleeping in separate rooms too. Hee Donglai took a step back, and Song Qingqian saw it clearly. Her pupils contracted slightly in an instant. The corners of her alluring eyes, which had initially drooped slightly, swiftly lifted again. The hesitation and struggle in Song Qingqian's eyes vanished. In just a fleeting moment, she returned to being the proud and aloof heiress who always looked down at others with cold arrogance. She lifted her chin. No one could tarnish the wings of her self-esteem. Song Qingqian's hand hung behind her back, her fingers tightly gripping a pencil. Beneath the seemingly calm surface, she was clenching her fingers so tightly that she was nearly breaking the pencil in half. Whether it was her exertion or the unease swelling in her chest, Song Qingqian's fingertips trembled slightly as she held the pencil firmly. Hee Donglai could not see these subtle physical reactions of Song Qingqian, but he still noticed the sudden shift in her expression. His wife, who had always treated him like a stranger, had unexpectedly waited for him today and even taken the initiative to speak to him. Yet, he had ruined it. Even with his genius mind, Hee Donglai could not find the words to describe the regret he felt at this moment. All he could do was try to explain as he quickly spoke. "I'm dirty, I smell bad." Even so, Hee Donglai still did not tell the truth. His gaze flicked toward the lower left corner for a split second before quickly returning to Song Qingqian. This was a telltale sign of a guilty conscience. The biggest issue with Hee Donglai was not dirtiness, it was danger. Today, soldiers executing a mine-clearing operation had unearthed a bomb in the forest, one they had never seen before. The discovery had immediately frightened everyone into stillness, not daring to move recklessly. They had quickly dispatched someone to rush over and summon Hee Donglai. When Hee Donglai arrived at the scene, he took one look at the bomb's external structure, and immediately ordered the soldiers to evacuate. That was no ordinary bomb. It was a biochemical weapon. The bomb was not filled with regular explosives, but with unknown hazardous chemical substances. It could even contain viruses such as the plague, epidemic diseases, or smallpox. Even if the bomb were disassembled, without the expertise of a chemistry expert and a pathology expert, it would be impossible to determine its exact contents. But the bomb had already been discovered and unearthed. The vibration had already occurred. He Donglai could not just leave it there in the forest. If the bomb had sustained any damage or leakage, the harmful viral components could have already contaminated the island's soil and water sources. Soil and water were directly connected to everyone's survival. Thus, He Donglai had no choice but to risk dismantling the bomb's external structure first, then inspecting the interior to ensure that no viral agents had leaked. This work had occupied him for an entire day. On his way back just now, the excessive strain on his eyes and brain had caused sharp waves of pain. It was only when he saw the lights on that he suddenly felt more alert. Because of what had happened during the day, He Donglai could not be certain whether there were still traces of hazardous chemicals on his body. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly allow Song Qingqian to come near him, let alone touching his clothes? Even standing too close and inhaling his scent could risk exposure to residual bacteria. If he had not been so reluctant, he would have stepped outside the house entirely. Had he known this would happen, he would have made sure to take a thorough shower in the military camp bathhouse before returning. He Donglai bit down in frustration, secretly grinding his teeth. Song Qingqian listened to He Donglai's explanation with a cold expression, showing no visible reaction. It was impossible to tell whether she believed him or not. However, her gaze swept over his military uniform, scanning it up and down. She noticed that the collar of his white shirt was frayed, his sleeves had tiny burn holes, likely from exposure to flames, and the lower part of his pants was even shorter than before. Even if He Donglai's rank was not particularly high, he was still a company commander. Did he not even have a properly fitted military uniform? As Song Qingqian continued to observe him, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. He Donglai remained standing anxiously. The moment he felt Song Qingqian's gaze land on him, his heartbeat pounded loudly in his chest. But before he could savor the brief moment of joy, he immediately noticed the irritation in her knitted brows. Had she seen through his lie? Perhaps she despised him now. The phantom tail behind He Donglai, which had been standing tall, drooped in dejection. All because of a single change in Song Qingqian's expression. Due to her upbringing and later career choices, Song Qingqian was particularly attentive to clothing and appearance, not just her own, but also those of the people around her. Seeing He Donglai in pants that were visibly too short was unbearable for someone with her level of obsessive precision. Forcing herself to look away from his ill-fitting military trousers, Song Qingqian shifted her gaze back to his face. He Donglai clearly had refined yet striking features, with a perfectly proportioned physique. If he wore gold-rimmed glasses and a custom-made suit from an old tailor in Shanghai City, he would undoubtedly resemble an aristocratic young master from the heart of the bustling metropolis. But as he was now, best he didn't look bad. After all, Song Qingqian still had an appreciation for good looks. And she had never forgotten the question buried deep in her heart. Did He Donglai truly give up a promising future just to marry her? After witnessing his step backward earlier, Song Qingqian no longer had the courage to ask. The room was engulfed in an eerie silence. In the end, it was Song Qingqian who broke it. "That's for you. Thank you for bringing me the Qingtuan before. This is my gift in return." As she spoke, Song Qingqian pointed to a silver lunchbox placed on the table. He Donglai followed the direction of her finger and saw the silver container, but he had no idea what was inside. He also did not feel it was appropriate to walk over and check, so he could only nod. "All right, thank you." A courteous return gift. A polite expression of gratitude. This married couple was so distant that they weren't even friends. Perhaps just tenants under the same roof? After speaking, Song Qingqian withdrew her gaze. She no longer looked at He Donglai. Instead, she gathered her scribbled on letter paper and pencil, organizing them neatly before holding them against her chest. Then she turned and headed back to her bedroom. Song Qingqian's bedroom was on the right. She walked over in silence, not uttering another word, and gently closed the door behind her. That night, the brief interaction between He Donglai and Song Qingqian as husband and wife ended just like that. Chapter 121. The married couple actually slept in separate rooms 3. However, in He Donglai's heart, it felt as if a heavy stone had been thrown into his once calm mind, causing ripples that spread outward, unable to settle for a long time. As soon as Song Qingqian left, He Donglai immediately stepped forward, striding toward the table. He reached out in a hurry, eager to see what was inside the lunchbox. But just as his hand extended, it suddenly froze in midair. The next second, He Donglai's figure disappeared in a flash, only to reappear just as quickly. Because he had moved too fast, His steps seemed a bit unsteady. When he returned, his palms were wet, dripping with water. Only after drying them with a clean towel did he carefully pick up the lunchbox with both hands. Upon opening it, he saw a large duck leg, coated in a rich soy sauce glaze. It glistened under the light, emitting an enticing aroma. The strong, fragrant scent of sesame oil filled the air. Just from the smell alone, it seemed delicious. Donglai's eyes lit up in disbelief, a brightness that not even his glasses could conceal. He understood Song Qingqian well. His wife was a pampered young lady who had never lifted a finger to do household chores. Since childhood, she had never cooked and had likely never even stepped into a kitchen. Because she didn't know how to start a fire or use a stove, when she first arrived on the island, Song Qingqian had been eating cold mantu the entire time. She didn't even know how to boil water. For days, she had only been drinking cold water. In the end, she developed acute gastroenteritis. She had curled up in bed, pressing her hands tightly against her stomach, cold sweat covering her forehead. When Donglai found Song Qingqian, she was in such a feeble state, barely clinging to consciousness. At that time, Donglai had just arrived on the island as well. The military unit was bustling with activity, leaving him no time to care for Song Qingqian. On top of that, their marriage was complicated. He knew that Song Qingqian had been forced into marrying him against her will, with no other choice. Because of this, Donglai had no idea how to show concern for her. In the end, their relationship became completely frozen. It wasn't until Song Qingqian stayed locked in her room for an entire day and night that Donglai realized something was wrong. When he opened the door and went in, he found Song Qingqian unconscious from the pain. Only then did he finally understand how she had been living during those days. To ensure that she could take care of herself properly, Donglai had no choice but to teach her some survival skills: how to start a fire, how to cook, how to boil water. Though Song Qingqian remained silent, she had quietly learned everything. At last, she could take care of herself and wouldn't fall ill again. Only then did Donglai feel reassured. However, Song Qingqian's cooking skills were still lacking. At best, it was just slightly better than an inedible disaster, enough to keep herself from starving. So Donglai was almost certain that this fragrant, delicious-looking duck leg in the lunchbox was definitely not made by Song Qingqian. Could it have been her? A slender figure flashed through Donglai's mind: Jiang Rou. Not long ago, Donglai had received Qingtuan from Jiang Rou. When he brought it back to Song Qingqian, it was the first time since their marriage that he had ever seen her so happy. She squinted her eyes, the corners of her lips lifting slightly, almost like a smile. But as she smiled, the corners of her eyes reddened. It had been Qingming Festival after all. Holidays always intensified longing for family. Song Qingqian thought of her grandfather and the rest of her family. She wondered whether they had Qingtuan to eat. Tears slowly welled up in her eyes. Donglai did not disturb her and chose to leave quietly. In the courtyard, the one who knew how to make Qingtuan was Jiang Rou. Then the person who had made this sesame oil duck leg could only be Jiang Rou as well. Donglai pondered, had Song Qingqian been in contact with Jiang Rou? Had Song Qingqian gone out to see her? Or had Jiang Rou taken the initiative to visit? Regardless of the situation, it meant that Song Qingqian had finally made her first friend in this courtyard. At this thought, the corners of Donglai's lips lifted slightly in silence. Holding the lunchbox with both hands, he took another deep breath of its aroma. Then, he carefully closed the lid, holding it with great care before turning around and heading back to his bedroom. Donglai walked to the left, completely opposite the direction of Song Qingqian's room. Only upon closer inspection would one notice that Donglai's living space was different from the other rooms in the courtyard. He had partitioned a small bedroom from the living room. Song Qingqian stayed in the larger bedroom, while he took the smaller one. The couple had been married for over half a year, yet they were sleeping in separate rooms. The next day, in the early morning, a light rain had fallen but quickly stopped. As a result, the morning temperature was slightly lower than in previous days. The air carried a dampness from the dew, but as soon as the sun rose and the sea breeze blew, the air became fresh and crisp again. Droplets of dew clung to the green leaves, sliding down their surfaces before hanging at the very tips, refracting colorful rays of light. In the Zhou family courtyard, nourished by the spiritual spring water, the pea shoots planted a few days ago had grown vigorously, blooming with purple flowers. Their tender green tips were now ready to be eaten. The cucumber vines were also growing wildly, climbing up the fence and reaching the top of the courtyard wall, their broad green leaves stretching out. Bright yellow blossoms had begun to bloom among them. Cucumbers grew quickly, and their flowers signified that fruit would soon follow. To ensure a good harvest, some additional care was still needed. The first step was thinning the leaves. The lower leaves of the cucumber vine that touched the ground, including any wilted or side leaves, needed to be removed. Even those that had already bloomed had to be picked off. This helped keep the base of the cucumber vine loose and well ventilated, preventing pests and diseases from spreading from the soil. At the same time, doing this promoted the growth of the root system, making it stronger and more robust. Once the cucumbers started growing, they would be larger and more abundant. The second step was manual pollination. Since Jiang Rou's cucumbers were grown outdoors, where there was wind and bees, natural pollination was possible. However, natural pollination could be uneven, causing the cucumbers to grow crooked or even fail to develop properly. Combining natural pollination with manual assistance was the best approach. Jiang Rou carefully searched among the small yellow flowers, first identifying a male flower. It was easy to distinguish between male and female cucumber flowers. The male flower stood alone. The female flower, on the other hand, had a small swelling beneath the petals, a tiny segmented nub. This little nub would eventually grow into a cucumber, so female flowers could not be plucked. Next, Jiang Rou took some duck feathers that she had removed earlier while making the sesame oil duck. She trimmed a few feathers and tied them to the end of a small wooden stick. This became a makeshift brush. Then, she dipped the feather brush into the pollen of the male flower before gently brushing it onto the stigma of the female flower. And just like that, pollination was complete. Holding the feather brush in one hand and a delicate flower in the other, Jiang Rou was about to begin when she suddenly felt a gaze on her from behind. Her hands froze mid-action. Chapter 122. Chapter 122. He actually knows how to speak sweet words. Jiang Rou turned her head and happened to see Zhou Zhongshan avoiding her gaze. Zhou Zhongshan deliberately looked away, trying to hide the fact that he had been staring at Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou did not expose his pretense. She spoke, "Xiaochuan, come here." As soon as Jiang Rou beckoned, Zhou Zhongshan walked over without hesitation. This little wolf cub still did not like to talk, but he had already been tamed. When Zhou Zhongshan approached, Jiang Rou carefully explained to him about the cucumber's female and male flowers and the role of artificial pollination. Zhou Zhongshan listened and thought for a moment. He then spoke. "So now I need to transfer the pollen from the male flowers onto the pistils of the female flowers?" "Smart." Jiang Rou praised him. Then she handed him a plucked male flower and a feather-made brush. "Xiaochuan, I'm entrusting you with this task. Can you do it?" "I can." Zhou Zhongshan answered crisply, his dark eyes shining brightly. He was even more thoughtful than Jiang Rou had expected. Before pollinating, he first went inside and brought out a stool. The boy was not tall enough yet, and for the higher flowers, he needed to stand on the stool to reach them. Jiang Rou watched as Zhou Zhongshan stood in the sunlight, tiptoeing and stretching his neck in effort. He looked nothing like the gloomy and withdrawn character from the original novel. She hoped the boy could always bask in the sunlight. At that moment, the sound of light, pattering footsteps came from inside the house. The adorable little penguin, Zhou Xiaohua, had arrived. Zhou Xiaohua had slept in today. Jiang Rou had not woken her up, allowing her to sleep a little longer. Since she got up late, she did not get to see Zhou Zhongshan, and her breakfast had been specially set aside for her by Jiang Rou. The little girl had just finished drinking rice porridge. Holding a boiled egg in her hand, she took bites as she came outside to check the situation. Zhou Xiaohua wanted to know what Jiang Rou and Zhou Zhongshan were doing in the courtyard. As she peeked out, a messy little bird's nest came into view. Since the little girl had just woken up and Jiang Rou had been busy, she had not had time to brush Zhou Xiaohua's hair. Now that Zhou Zhongshan was helping out, Jiang Rou finally had some free time. She took a small stool and sat under the eaves. There was no need for Jiang Rou to call her over. Zhou Xiaohua had already walked up to Jiang Rou, her big eyes blinking in confusion. She seemed to be asking, "What is brother doing?" "Your brother is helping out with the work. In a little while we'll have cucumbers to eat. Cucumbers are crunchy and delicious." The moment Zhou Xiaohua heard there would be something tasty, she immediately squinted her eyes and smiled. She listened with her ears while continuing to eat with her mouth. Chomp! She opened her mouth wide and took a big bite, leaving a small dent in the smooth white boiled egg. Holding the boiled egg in her hand and chewing thoughtfully, Zhou Xiaohua pondered for a moment. Then she reached out. She offered the egg to Jiang Rou. "Here, mommy should eat too." For a little glutton like Zhou Xiaohua to willingly share her food, most people were not qualified to receive such generosity. Jiang Rou felt a sweetness in her heart. "Baby, you eat it. Mommy has already had an egg. This one is yours." Hearing Jiang Rou say this, Zhou Xiaohua happily squinted her eyes, her gaze curving into crescents. She then took another bite of her egg. "She called me baby. It sounds so nice. She is mommy's baby." Jiang Rou took out a small comb and began brushing Zhou Xiaohua's hair. Over time, with good food and proper rest, Zhou Xiaohua had gained a little weight, becoming chubbier and even cuter. Even her hair had grown longer and thicker. Now, not only could she have tiny pigtails, but she could also wear proper braids. Jiang Rou first smoothed out Zhou Xiaohua's hair, then divided it into 2 sections from the back of her head. The soft, silky strands rested in her palm. Using her index and middle fingers, she evenly split them into 3 sections. Jiang Rou's fingers moved nimbly, weaving the black strands, one moment to the left, the next to the right, continuously crossing over each other. In the blink of an eye, a neat and beautiful braid was done. Jiang Rou took out the red hair tie she had given Zhou Xiaohua before and wrapped it around the end, securing it. A delicate bow appeared. First the left side, then the right. 2 perfectly symmetrical braids were born from Jiang Rou's hands. With just a few nimble movements of her fair fingers, Jiang Rou created braids that were both neat and beautiful, as if performing a magic trick. By the time she finished tying the braids, Zhou Xiaohua had also finished her boiled egg. She licked the egg yolk from her lips and wiped her hands. Eagerly, she reached up to touch her newly braided hair. After feeling her own braids, Zhou Xiaohua lifted her head to look at Jiang Rou. She gently tugged Jiang Rou's hand. "Squat down, mommy, squat down." Jiang Rou lowered herself, bringing their faces to the same level, their eyes meeting directly. She asked softly, "What is it, baby?" Zhou Xiaohua gazed at the bows resting on Jiang Rou's shoulders and reached out with her tiny hands to touch them. Unlike the little girl's small braids, Jiang Rou's braids were thick and dark. Just the hair on one side of her head was enough to match the full volume of an average person's hair. Smooth and glossy without a single concern about hair loss. Jiang Rou immediately understood what Zhou Xiaohua was thinking. "That's right, we're the same. We both have 2 braids." Since there was no mirror nearby, Jiang Rou simply picked Zhou Xiaohua up, turning them both toward the glass window. In the reflection, their figures, one big, one small, appeared side by side. A charming woman and an adorable little girl, both wearing matching braided hairstyles. At first glance, they truly looked like a mother and daughter by blood. Zhou Xiaohua stared at her reflection, growing happier the longer she looked. The corners of her lips lifted high, and with a wide grin, she revealed her tiny teeth. After Jiang Rou put her down, Zhou Xiaohua immediately took off running toward Zhou Xiaochuan. She bounced excitedly, reaching out to grab Zhou Xiaochuan's hand. Jiang Rou quickly reminded her, "Xiaohua, your brother is on the stool. Don't pull him or he might fall." Hearing this, Zhou Xiaohua obediently withdrew her hands. She stood to the side, her big, bright eyes shimmering with anticipation as she gazed at Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan finished pollinating the last female flower, then held onto the courtyard wall and stepped down from the chair. As soon as he lowered his head, he met Zhou Xiaohua's eager, sparkling eyes. "Brother, do I look pretty?" Zhou Xiaochuan noticed her clean, neatly braided hair resting on her small shoulders, adorned with 2 vibrant red bows. "Pretty." Zhou Xiaochuan nodded without hesitation. "Xiaohua is the prettiest." The moment Zhou Xiaohua heard that, she beamed the sweetest, brightest smile. As expected, her brother was the best to her. Looking at the fair and round-faced Zhou Xiaohua, Zhou Xiaochuan thought to himself, his little sister was no longer a dirty, soot-covered little coal ball. Felt good. And all of these changes were because of Jiang Rou. Zhou Xiaochuan knew Jiang Rou was right nearby. He didn't dare look up at her, only kept the thought to himself. Jiang Rou, on the other hand, was watching the sibling pair, one big, one small. When Zhou Xiaochuan had blurted out, "Xiaohua is the prettiest." Just moments ago, Jiang Rou raised her brows in surprise. Who would have thought that this usually silent little wolf cub actually knew how to say sweet words? Truly a top-tier sister con. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. "This is your son? He's so grown up?" After the 3 of them were ready, Jiang Rou took the fabric she had bought from town, led the 2 children, and closed the courtyard gate before setting off for Song Qingqian's house. They had only walked a few steps when Jiang Rou suddenly felt her hand lighten. Lowering her head, she saw Zhou Xiaochuan reaching out from the side, taking hold of the fabric she was carrying. Zhou Xiaochuan's arm moved slightly. Pressing his lips together, he spoke in a dry voice. "I'll carry it." In fact, the full sentence should have been, "I'll help you carry it." Jiang Rou was pleasantly surprised. Not only was Zhou Xiaochuan helping, but he had also taken the initiative to speak. "All right, Xiaochuan, I'll leave it to you. The fabric is a bit heavy, so if you get tired, give it back to me and I'll carry it instead." Zhou Xiaochuan stubbornly muttered in a low voice, "I won't get tired." He was only 6 years old. Though he was tall for his age, he was still quite thin. The young boy had to hold the stack of fabric in his arms, wrapping both hands tightly around it. In reality, it was slightly strenuous for him. But Jiang Rou understood Zhou Xiaochuan's stubborn nature, so instead of comforting him, she praised him instead. "Xiaochuan is just like Dad, already a little man with great strength. He definitely won't get tired, so I'll leave it to you. Thank you for helping." Xiaohua, look at your brother. Isn't he amazing? He can carry something so heavy. Zhou Xiaohua immediately nodded. She was practically her brother's biggest fan, eager to shower him with endless praise. Unfortunately, she couldn't speak. So instead, she clapped her hands excitedly and gave a big thumbs up. Brother is amazing. Brother is the best. Just like Dad, he's a real man. That's right. Your brother is the best. In a few years, when Xiaochuan grows taller, he might even be taller than Dad. Jiang Rou had gradually learned to understand Zhou Xiaohua's gestures and expressions, and the two continued chatting. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaohua immediately tilted her head back to look up at the sky. If her brother grew even taller than Dad, that would be so tall. Brother will be so tall. Not only will he be as tall as Dad, but he will also be just as capable. Maybe even better, surpassing the master, as they say. Who knows, maybe Xiaochuan will be even more accomplished. Brother is capable. And by then, Xiaochuan will be tall, handsome, and talented. There will definitely be many little girls who like him. I wonder if any of them will take the initiative to come looking for him. Brother is liked. Throughout the entire journey, Zhou Xiaochuan remained silent, never joining in on the conversation. However, the conversation between Jiang Rou and Zhou Xiaohua never strayed far from Zhou Xiaochuan. As they walked, they continued praising him along the way. Zhou Xiaochuan felt that today's sun was unusually hot. Otherwise, why did his face feel so warm, as if it were about to catch fire? It must be because the fabric was too heavy. That had to be the reason. Before long, the three of them arrived at Song Qingqian's doorstep. It was Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua's first time coming to this part of the compound. Feeling unfamiliar with the place, they curiously glanced around, taking in their surroundings. Jiang Rou knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. This time Jiang Rou barely had to wait. The moment she knocked, the door swung open. Song Qingqian appeared immediately. It was as if she had been waiting in the courtyard, anticipating Jiang Rou's arrival. The instant Jiang Rou knocked, she came to open the door without the slightest hesitation. Song Qingqian's long, narrow phoenix eyes held a mix of nervousness and anticipation, but also a hint of relief. After hearing Jiang Rou's words yesterday, she had been certain that Jiang Rou would come. However, that certainty was only 90%. There was still a 10% chance that Jiang Rou might not show up. That lingering 10% had tormented Song Qingqian, leaving her heart in turmoil. She had been betrayed by a former friend, ostracized by the wives in the compound, and had long since given up any expectations for friendship, resigning herself to a life of solitude. Yet, Jiang Rou was like a blazing fire, completely shattering the defenses Song Qingqian had built around herself. Song Qingqian had no choice but to admit, she had been eagerly looking forward to Jiang Rou's bright, cheerful smile. Jiang Rou's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled warmly and greeted, "Qingqian, good morning." "Ji, good morning." Song Qingqian was momentarily stunned before responding. Compared to her cold rejection the day before, her attitude had already changed significantly. Before entering Song Qingqian's house, Jiang Rou first introduced the two children. "This is Zhou Xiaochuan, my son, and this is Zhou Xiaohua, my daughter. Xiaochuan, Xiaohua, greet Auntie Song." On the way there, Jiang Rou had briefly explained what they would be doing today. She also mentioned that Song Qingqian was a neighbor, just like Auntie Zhao Guifan from next door. Moreover, Auntie Song could make many beautiful clothes. She was very skilled. Zhou Xiaochuan, holding the fabric in his arms, solemnly greeted Song Qingqian. "Hello, Auntie Song." Zhou Xiaohua meanwhile clung to Jiang Rou's hand, half hidden behind Jiang Rou's leg. She peeked out with her fair little face and gave Song Qingqian a shy smile. That counted as her greeting. Song Qingqian recalled Jiang Rou mentioning yesterday that she wanted to make clothes for the children. She had assumed it was for a little girl around 3 or 4 years old, and had subconsciously overlooked the boy's age. After all, Jiang Rou looked so young. Women of this era had children early. Marrying and giving birth at 16 or 17 was common. It would match Jiang Rou's age. But, this is your son? He's already this big. Song Qingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. If her son was this old, how young had Jiang Rou been when she gave birth? Hearing this, Zhou Xiaochuan's expression shifted ever so slightly. He had heard such remarks too many times before, especially from Su Chuanxiang. Back when Su Chuanxiang was still taking care of them, she would always repeat the same story whenever someone asked about them. They're regiment commander Zhou's children, but not his biological ones. They're the orphan children of his fallen comrade. Adopted. Their grandparents, both paternal and maternal, didn't want them. Regiment Commander Zhou had no choice but to take them in. They're just two burdens. Zhou Xiaochuan pressed his lips together subtly, without making it noticeable. In his heart he braced himself, preparing to hear those unpleasant words once again. He also readied himself to cover Zhou Xiaohua's ears if necessary. Zhou Xiaohua was still young, and thanks to Zhou Xiaochuan's careful protection, she remained blissfully unaware of the disdainful looks from adults. The little wolf cub's nerves were wound impossibly tight. His small hands clenched into fists. However, what he heard next was, "That's right, he is my son. He's actually not that big, just 6 years old. But don't be fooled by his age. He can already help me carry things." Jiang Rou's voice was bright and clear, and her tone carried an unmistakable sense of pride. Earlier, when it had only been her and Zhou Xiaohua, Jiang Rou had continuously praised him. He hadn't expected that now, with an outsider like Song Qingqian present, Jiang Rou's tone of admiration would remain unchanged. The tight grip in Zhou Xiaochuan's palm loosened slightly in an instant. That soft, gentle force smoothed over the claws that had been about to reveal themselves. Song Qingqian had never heard the gossip circulating in the compound, nor did she know about the complicated relationship between Zhou Zhongshan and Jiang Rou. Moreover, given the environment she had come from, she had never seen such a young girl rushing to become a stepmother. So she didn't overthink it. She simply assumed Jiang Rou had married and had children early. It was just that Jiang Rou's husband, the so-called regiment commander Zhou, really seemed like a scumbag. He had actually made Jiang Rou bear children at such a young age. Military camp training ground. Zhou Zhongshan. Achoo, who's badmouthing me? Chapter 124. Chapter 124. All pretty little dresses. After Song Qingqian made up her mind, she glanced at Jiang Rou, then at Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua. The two identical braided pigtails swayed in her sight, momentarily dazzling her eyes. She said, "Your two children look quite like you." Of course. Jiang Rou particularly liked this comment, and her smile became even more radiant. Zhou Xiaohua seemed to sense the kindness from Song Qingqian, and gradually became a little braver. She moved 2/3 of her small body out from behind Jiang Rou. And this Auntie Song looks so beautiful. She wore such pretty clothes, ones Zhou Xiaohua had never seen before. Girls were naturally drawn to beautiful things. Song Qingqian invited the mother and children into the house. Only Zhou Xiaochuan remained standing in place, still in a daze. He had yet to understand why Jiang Rou did not clarify their relationship. They were not mother and children at all. She was merely a stepmother, and he was her stepson. There was absolutely no blood relation between them. Then, as he heard Song Qingqian's next words, he immediately lifted his head and looked at Jiang Rou. His youthful face, delicate and clear, furrowed into deep wrinkles. He looked like Jiang Rou. They had no blood relation at all, so how could they possibly resemble each other? Why was Jiang Rou so happy when she was told they looked alike? Was she really not going to explain? Jiang Rou took a few steps forward and had already entered the small courtyard when she realized someone was missing. Turning back, she saw Zhou Xiaochuan still standing outside the door, staring blankly into space. The shock in the young boy's heart was plain to see, written all over his face. A gleam flashed in Jiang Rou's eyes, and a smile played at the corners of her lips. Oh, this was just the beginning. There would be many more moments like this in the future. They were still far from truly becoming a family. Jiang Rou took Zhou Xiaohua's hand and turned back, gently patting Zhou Xiaochuan on the top of his head. "Xiaochuan, what are you standing there for? Come in quickly." Only then did Zhou Xiaochuan snap out of his daze. Holding the fabric in both hands, he followed Jiang Rou's steps and entered Song Qingqian's courtyard together. Song Qingqian's courtyard was completely different from their small vegetable garden. It had a distinct style of its own. The two children had never seen anything like lofty mountains and flowing water, pavilions and terraces, or the scenery of Jiangnan. Even the small pebbles on the stone pathway fascinated them. In a corner of the courtyard, a pink rose bloomed, still adorned with raindrops from that morning. The delicate petals glistened, appearing fresh and vibrant. Zhou Xiaohua couldn't help but steal a few extra glances, reluctant to look away. Upon entering the house, Jiang Rou reminded the two children that they could play but should not touch anything without permission. This was Auntie Song's home, and they needed to ask for her consent before handling anything. The two children immediately nodded, looking exceptionally obedient. Song Qingqian watched from the side. It was such a simple everyday scene, yet somehow she found it captivating. After all, this was her first time encountering children who were so well behaved and not the least bit unruly. She could tell that Jiang Rou had raised them very well. Once Jiang Rou had finished instructing the children, she turned to Song Qingqian to discuss the main purpose of her visit. Just as she was about to speak, Song Qingqian handed her a stack of letter paper. In a calm tone, Song Qingqian said, "I sketched these casually last night. Take a look and see if you like any of them. If not, I can make adjustments." Jiang Rou lowered her gaze and immediately saw fashion design sketches. The letter paper was white with red ruling lines, Yet Song Qingqian had drawn detailed designs on the thin sheets using a pencil. And not just one sheet, there was an entire stack. These are all for me? I had nothing better to do, so I just doodled a bit to pass the time. It's been a while since I last practiced, so my hands are a bit rusty. Song Qingqian's tone remained light and casual, as if she were merely lending Jiang Rou a small favor. Jiang Rou examined the sketches and could tell that they were far from casual doodles. Each design had been meticulously crafted and refined by Song Qingqian. From the cut of the garments to details like butterfly sleeves and flutter sleeves, down to the use of lace and the distinct styles of each piece, Song Qingqian had considered everything thoroughly. She had even given each dress a name. At the very top of the stack were 3 designs for girls' dresses. Per Jiang Rou's request, they were all beautiful and elegant little dresses. The first sketch depicted a girl's smock. Illustration. Since the author lacks sufficient ranking this time, they will personally provide an illustration, as images from the 1970s may be difficult to find. Contributions from everyone are also welcome. It featured a long-sleeve design, a loose-fitting baby doll cut, and a charming little pocket in the front perfect for holding small treats like candies. The buttons were placed on the back. They could either be arranged in a neat row or replaced with hidden snaps, both options looking equally attractive. Jiang Rou noticed a small note from Song Qingqian. A ribbon tie can be used instead. With a ribbon tie, there would be no risk of buttons pressing into a child's back while sleeping, making the dress much more comfortable to wear. This particular dress bore some resemblance to modern kindergarten uniforms. Zhou Xiaohua was at just the right age for kindergarten, and she would surely look adorable wearing it. Soft and round like a little penguin. The second sketch depicted a girl's elastic waist dress. The highlight of this design was the round neck embroidery and the puffed sleeves. Compared to the first smock-style dress, this one had a more fitted silhouette. At the very bottom of the skirt, Song Qingqian had drawn a delicate lace trim, noting in the margins that an additional layer of lace could be added. Jiang Rou couldn't help but smile as she read that note. She was grateful for Song Qingqian's thoughtfulness, but also helplessly aware of her lack of understanding of life on the island. Given the island's living conditions, even if one turned the entire place upside down, not a single strip of lace could be found. Everyone wore nothing but dull, dust-covered work clothes. The third sketch was a girl's dress with flutter sleeves and decorative trim. When drawing this design, Song Qingqian had put in even more effort, meticulously sketching even the tiny floral patterns on the fabric. The dress featured a flutter sleeve design, perfect for summer, ensuring it would be cool, breathable and comfortable to wear. As Jiang Rou examined it closely, she noticed that Song Qingqian had incorporated elements of a modified qipao into the neckline and bodice. A delicate stand-up collar, a rounded qipao-style front opening. Blending the vintage elegance of the qipao with children's fashion instantly made the design look youthful and full of energy. In the era Jiang Rou had lived in during her past life, this style had a fashionable name, New Chinese style. She hadn't expected that, in the 1970s, Song Qingqian would dare to make such a bold design choice. And it looked beautiful. No matter how intricate a design was, its ultimate purpose was to be worn by people. Looking good when worn was what truly mattered. After reviewing all 3 dress designs, Jiang Rou chose the third one without hesitation. I like this one. Let's go with this. Song Qingqian glanced at her selection and wasn't the least bit surprised. She also thought this dress was the most beautiful. After seeing Zhou Xiaohua in person today, she was even more convinced that it suited her perfectly. However, there was just one thing. Chapter 125. Chapter 125. Would she have a child? Song Qingqian reminded Jiang Rou. This dress incorporates the edging techniques of a qipao. It's not easy to make. You'll have to put in a lot of effort. It's fine, I have time. I can learn slowly. I'll eventually make it. Jiang Rou seemed to have forgotten Song Qingqian's previous reminder. She would only teach once. There was no such thing as learning slowly. However, this time Song Qingqian did not bring it up again. Thus, the two of them reached an agreement. Moreover, the fabric Jiang Rou bought for Zhou Xiaohua was pink with small floral patterns, almost identical to what Song Qingqian had drawn on the design sheet. It was a perfect match. Next, Jiang Rou looked at the design sketches for the little boy. There wasn't much variation in boys' clothing designs. Styles generally revolved around the same few options. Even so, Song Qingqian had drawn quite a few sketches. There was a shirt paired with suspender trousers. Illustration. A short-sleeved and shorts set. Illustration. A short-sleeved top with suspender pants. Illustration. And finally, a navy uniform design. When Jiang Rou saw that sketch, she had already made up her mind about what to choose. However, she did not decide immediately. Xiao Chuan, come here for a moment. Jiang Rou called out toward the courtyard. Xiao Chuan quickly ran over, with a little shadow trailing closely behind him, following his every step. Jiang Rou spoke carefully. These are the clothing designs Auntie Song drew. There are several styles. Take a look, choose the one you like the most. She then handed the sketches to Zhou Zhongshan one by one. Zhou Zhongshan was momentarily dazed. Was this something he could choose? For as long as he could remember, he had never worn new clothes, let alone had the privilege of choosing them himself. What he wore had always been the old tattered hand-me-downs from other children after they had outgrown them. But now, he actually had new clothes. And not only that, he could even pick the one he liked. On the surface, Zhou Zhongshan appeared calm, but deep inside, his heart was pounding wildly. His dark eyes slowly moved across the sketches. He examined them carefully, deliberately, as if savoring this rare happiness. Yet, it was happiness. A kind of happiness he had never known before. When Zhou Xiaochuan's gaze landed on the navy uniform, his eyes lit up instantly. He liked this one. Zhou Xiaochuan pressed his lips together nervously. He had never been in a position to ask for anything. This was the first time. Opening his mouth to make a request was something he was entirely unaccustomed to. But the room was silent. Jiang Rou, Song Qingqian and Zhou Xiaohua, all three of them quietly watched, waiting for Zhou Xiaochuan to speak on his own. In the stillness, Zhou Xiaochuan took a deep breath. He pointed at the sketch. This one. What? Jiang Rou asked in confusion, as if she hadn't understood. Song Qingqian, observing their exchange, frowned slightly. She couldn't shake off a strange feeling. They were mother and son, yet there was a distinct lack of closeness between them. And Jiang Rou was deliberately pretending not to understand. The atmosphere grew tense. Jiang Rou continued to feign confusion. Zhou Xiaochuan had no choice but to add, I like this one. All right. This time Jiang Rou smiled in satisfaction. Since Xiaochuan likes this one, we'll make this one. All right, you can go back to playing now. As soon as Jiang Rou finished speaking, Zhou Xiaochuan finally felt relieved. He immediately walked out of the courtyard, and Zhou Xiaohua followed closely behind, her little footsteps pattering as she went to admire the beautiful roses again. Inside the house, Song Qingqian still looked at Jiang Rou with a puzzled expression. Jiang Rou, however, remained calm as she slowly organized the design sketches, handing over the finalized one to Song Qingqian. When Song Qingqian took the sketch, she could no longer hold back her thoughts. She asked, You already guessed from the beginning which one Xiaochuan liked the most. Yes, I knew. Jiang Rou admitted without hesitation and explained. Xiaochuan admires Zhou Zhongshan a lot and has deep respect for soldiers. This sailor suit looks very similar to a navy uniform. He was bound to choose this one. If that's the case, why did you make him choose? Why did you insist on making him say it himself? Song Qingqian frowned in confusion. Because Xiaochuan is a boy. In the future, he will face many situations where he has to make his own decisions. Even though he's still young now, he should start getting used to it. As for why I wanted him to say it out loud, don't you think Xiaochuan is a bit withdrawn? I want him to feel involved to help him become more open. Children are like the morning sun at 8 or 9 o'clock. How can he stay so silent and reserved? Jiang Rou's thoughtful reasoning covered aspects that Song Qingqian, who had never been a mother, had never considered. For the first time, Song Qingqian realized that raising a child wasn't just about providing food, clothing, and necessities. Even the smallest daily details, especially psychological aspects, required careful attention. Truly wasn't an easy task. Still somewhat doubtful, Song Qingqian continued to ask, or rather to seek guidance. But you treat Xiaohua differently. Why didn't you make her choose for herself? Xiaohua, Qingqian, you don't understand her. If I let Xiaohua choose, she'd like everything and want them all. Asking her to pick just one favorite would be too difficult. It would only be a waste of time. A child could want everything. Hearing this, Song Qingqian raised her phoenix eyes, momentarily in disbelief. That timid little girl, who was so shy she could barely speak and seemed so fearful, wanted everything? Song Qingqian found it difficult to imagine. Yet, she also thought the little girl's contrasting personality was quite adorable. After deciding on the style, the next step was taking measurements. The first to be made was the little girl's dress. Jiang Rou called Zhou Xiaohua over first. After spending some time in the sun, Zhou Xiaohua's chubby little cheeks had turned rosy. She had started to grow more familiar with this unfamiliar environment. Her gaze was no longer filled with shyness, and her soft, endearing side gradually began to show. When Jiang Rou called for her, she looked at Song Qingqian with her big, watery eyes, full of curiosity. Song Qingqian gave her a smile. Zhou Xiaohua immediately lit up with joy. Pretty auntie looks so nice when she smiles too. She couldn't wait to share this exciting discovery with Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou affectionately stroked her small round face. Song Qingqian then took out a small box filled with various tools, wooden rulers marked with measurements, a soft measuring tape and triangular white chalk. Everything needed was neatly prepared. Holding the measuring tape, Song Qingqian began taking measurements, starting from the little girl's shoulders. Jiang Rou stood beside her, pen in hand jotting down the numbers. Xiaohua, turn around. Xiaohua, lift your arms. Xiaohua, don't move. Jiang Rou occasionally reminded Zhou Xiaohua to follow Song Qingqian's instructions. Meanwhile, Song Qingqian's hands, moving with the measuring tape, traced across Zhou Xiaohua's small frame, adjusting and comparing the measurements. Her fingertips brushed against the little girl's body, and in that moment she suddenly realized. A child's touch was unbelievably soft. Measured in tangible numbers, a child was so incredibly small and delicate. As this thought settled in, Song Qingqian found her mind drifting. Would she have a child in the future? A child with Hidong Lai? Chapter 126. I want to eat your wedding candy. Such a thought flashed through Song Qingqian's mind, instantly startling her. It was perfectly normal for her to like children. Every girl during her youth had envisioned a beautiful future with her partner, marriage, and family. And of course that included future children. However, why was it that when she thought of children, the first image that came to mind was having a child with Hidong Lai? She knew very well that ever since their marriage, they had been sleeping in separate rooms and had never shared marital intimacy. They could hardly be considered a real couple. Hidong Lai had never shown the slightest hint of male desire toward her. Because of this, she had always believed deep down that their marriage was nothing more than Hidong Lai's way of exacting revenge for the past. But ever since yesterday, the long-standing belief she had clung to was beginning to collapse like a snow-capped mountain crumbling, with snowflakes falling one after another, making a complete mess of her world. She had even entertained the thought of having a child with Hidong Lai. It was simply absurd. Song Qingqian quickly suppressed the thoughts that had no place in her mind and snapped back to reality. Lost in her daze, she suddenly realized that Jiang Rou was quietly gazing at her from the side. In front of her, Zhou Xiaohua tilted her head and looked up at her with big, curious eyes. A trace of awkward embarrassment flashed across Song Qingqian's face. Sorry, I got distracted. Let's continue. Next is the skirt length. It should be about here, just slightly above the knee. The length is. Zhou Xiaohua's measurements were carefully recorded. Once the measuring was done, Jiang Rou waved a hand, signaling Zhou Xiaohua to go outside and play. Just moments ago, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua had discovered that when playing marbles on the pebble-paved ground, the marbles would roll along the gaps between the stones, making it even more fun than playing on dirt. So now, the two children were squatting face to face, watching intently as the glass marbles rolled and spun along the ground. Indoors, Song Qingqian unfolded the fabric that Jiang Rou had brought and spread it smoothly on the table. She went over the design sketch in her mind, then picked up a white chalk marker. With the help of a wooden ruler, she began marking the pattern pieces according to the measurements. This step, known as pattern drafting, was one of the most technically demanding skills of a tailor. Whether a garment fit well and felt comfortable depended entirely on the tailor's expertise in this craft. It was not something that could be taught in just a few words. For this reason, Song Qingqian had no intention of explaining it to Jiang Rou. She chose to do it herself. Gradually, the outline of a garment began to take shape on the pink floral fabric. Song Qingqian worked with intense focus, her head lowered as she sketched out the pattern. At the same time, she felt an immersive sense of enjoyment. It had been a very, very long time since she had last picked up a ruler. An even longer time since she had made a piece of clothing. Now doing what she loved again. An indescribable excitement filled her heart. At that moment, from the corner of her eye, Song Qingqian occasionally glanced toward the two children outside the door, watching their small figures. Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan were playing happily. But there was no laughter. Where there were children, there was always the sound of giggling. Yet, these two children from Jiang Rou's family were eerily quiet. The boy might naturally be the reserved type, but a little girl at her age should be chattering away, full of endless words. Why wasn't she speaking at all? At this thought, Song Qingqian suddenly realized, since Zhou Xiaohua had arrived, she had not made a single sound. She froze. Her hands suddenly stopped moving. Song Qingqian quickly looked up, her gaze filled with shock as she turned to Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou was watching intently. She couldn't quite understand how Song Qingqian was making her calculations, but she could gradually see the garment's shape taking form. Moreover, Song Qingqian's movements were fluid and graceful, just like the way Jiang Rou cooked in the kitchen, effortlessly smooth and mesmerizing to watch. She was completely engrossed, until Song Qingqian suddenly stopped. Jiang Rou asked, "What's wrong?" Song Qingqian's eyes flickered. She glanced once more at the little girl outside in the courtyard, then turned her gaze back to Jiang Rou. She suppressed her voice and whispered, "Xiaohua, is she mute?" The word was too cruel for Song Qingqian to say out loud. Jiang Rou, however, did not show any distress or panic. She remained composed and calm as she responded. Xiaohua is not mute. When she was young, she went through some things, and since then she has been unable to speak. Is it psychological or physiological? Having been raised in privilege, Song Qingqian saw things differently from most people. Psychological. There aren't many medical resources on the island, so I plan to take Xiaohua to the provincial capital for a full checkup when she's older. With the help of doctors, I believe she will be able to speak again in the future. Jiang Rou spoke with confidence and determination, without the slightest trace of sorrow. She even smiled as if imagining the day to come. When Xiaohua starts talking, she'll probably be so chatty that she'll drive everyone crazy. As Song Qingqian pictured that scene in her mind, she couldn't help but curve her lips into a small smile. This was something that should have been painful, something people would normally avoid mentioning. After all, no one wanted to admit that their child had a defect. Yet, Jiang Rou's attitude was completely different. She wasn't afraid of others noticing, and she held an unwavering hope for the future. Song Qingqian couldn't help but admire Jiang Rou's resilience and vitality. At that moment, she also understood why the women in the compound enjoyed spending time with Jiang Rou, and why they always seemed so happy around her. Jiang Rou possessed an undeniable charm that drew people in. Once the pattern pieces were all drawn, the next step was cutting the fabric. Song Qingqian's toolbox had everything she needed. She picked up a pair of tailor's shears, their long sharp blades glinting under the light. With a crisp snip, the fabric was cut cleanly and smoothly. Holding the scissors in her hand, Song Qingqian continued cutting, the steady snip sound filling the room. At that moment, Jiang Rou suddenly remembered something even more important. She leaned in slightly and asked in a low voice, "Did you ask Company Commander He?" Song Qingqian's wrist trembled, and the scissors veered in the wrong direction, nearly ruining the fabric. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, stopping just in time to save it. However, that simple question had already changed Song Qingqian's expression. Jiang Rou observed the scene and clearly saw the tension on Song Qingqian's face. Even without hearing an answer, Jiang Rou already knew what it was. Sight. Getting a reserved person to open up was even harder than getting Zhou Xiaohua to speak. It wasn't something that could happen overnight. As expected, Song Qingqian gently shook her head. She had already done her best the night before, but the image of He Donglai stepping back kept replaying in her mind. Jiang Rou found it a pity, but she wasn't in a hurry. For one, they wouldn't be leaving the island anytime soon, and their marital relationship wasn't going to change overnight. For another, the sweeping changes of the era storm would continue for years to come. There was plenty of time they could take things slowly. Still, it was a shame. What a pity. No wedding candy today. A devoted shipper sighed over the lack of material to feed their fantasies. Song Qingqian looked completely confused. What candy? Is it time to eat candy now? Chapter 127. Chapter 127. Was she a Hercules? Just like that. For the entire morning, Song Qingqian had been teaching Jiang Rou pattern making, sketching, and cutting. She demonstrated everything once. By noon, however, the situation had reversed. When Jiang Rou stepped into Song Qingqian's kitchen, she was startled. This was way too messy. Song Qingqian had tidied up the entire house meticulously. Everything was neat and spotless, except for the kitchen, which was in utter chaos. The proud young lady stood awkwardly to the side, looking like a student caught without their school bag during an inspection. However, there was no way Song Qingqian would admit defeat. She pressed her lips together and said firmly, "I never learned this since I was a child. I don't know how to do it." Jiang Rou quickly composed herself, setting aside her initial surprise. "It's fine. You don't know how to cook and I don't know how to make clothes. Everyone has things they aren't good at. As long as we learn, we'll know how to do it in the future." She cheered them on with encouragement. Then she got straight to work. The small kitchen actually didn't have many things. The reason it looked so messy was because Song Qingqian didn't know how to deal with the soot from the iron wok, had no idea what to do with the charcoal after burning wood, and didn't even know how to properly arrange the firewood. Every time an iron wok was used on a stove, a layer of soot would accumulate on the bottom. The more it was used, the thicker the soot buildup became. Regular cleaning was necessary to remove the soot. Otherwise, it would leave black residue in the food while cooking. After surveying the situation, Jiang Rou immediately took action. The first thing she did was remove the iron wok from the stove. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair and slender arms, then firmly grasped both sides of the wok. And then, with just a simple lift, Song Qingqian's eyes widened in shock. Her long, narrow phoenix eyes were about to turn into round copper bells. Jiang Rou, was she a Hercules? Or had she eaten some canned spinach? An absurd thought flashed through Song Qingqian's mind. She suddenly recalled a foreign comic she had once read. However, Jiang Rou effortlessly held the iron wok. She flipped it over, gripping the wok in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. Using the back of the knife, she forcefully scraped the bottom of the wok. With a sharp rip, a thick layer of black soot came off just like that. Jiang Rou explained carefully. The stove here uses firewood, which is different from the coal stoves in the city. Firewood produces a lot of soot, so it must be cleaned regularly. This takes physical strength, and since you're not strong enough to handle it, just call Company Commander He when you need help. He'll definitely be happy to assist you. The scraping sound continued. Jiang Rou skillfully rotated the heavy wok with her wrist, making sure to scrape the entire bottom. A thick layer of black soot fell onto the floor. This is charcoal ash. You can sprinkle it in the flower beds. It works as fertilizer. Don't waste it. I understand. Song Qingqian listened attentively and silently committed it to memory. As the sounds of Jiang Rou tidying up filled the kitchen, Zhou Xiaochuan and Zhou Xiaohua stopped playing and came over to help. Song Qingqian watched the two children, following beside Jiang Rou, methodically handling small tasks. Meanwhile, as an adult, she could only stand there helplessly. Biting her lip, Song Qingqian finally took the initiative to speak. What should I do? Wash the dishes. I think some dust got on them earlier. Wash them again so we can use them for cooking later. Okay. Song Qingqian responded loudly, her voice filled with excitement. At last she had something useful to do. She was so thrilled that, for a moment, she completely forgot her upbringing as a pampered young lady. Her voice even grew louder. Jiang Rou lifted her head and looked at Song Qingqian. Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan also turned to look at her, their dark, shiny eyes fixed on her in unison. Song Qingqian, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly felt her chest tighten under the gaze of this mother and her two children. Nervousness crept up once again. Fortunately, Jiang Rou said nothing. She simply smiled, then lowered her head. Let's work hard. Once we finish tidying up, we can make lunch. The thought of a delicious, fragrant lunch made the work feel even more rewarding. Half an hour later, the small kitchen had undergone a complete transformation. Jiang Rou had also taken the opportunity to rearrange the kitchen's layout, placing pots, bowls, and utensils where they wouldn't easily collect dust. On the stove, she neatly arranged various seasonings within easy reach. After all the work, the four of them had a thin layer of sweat on their foreheads. At noon on the island, the sun was at its peak, blazing down fiercely. The temperature was high, and the small kitchen felt stuffy and hot. Jiang Rou wiped her sweat, a slight frown forming between her brows. Because there were no ingredients. Aside from some rice and flour, the only thing in the entire kitchen that could be considered food was a basket of potatoes. Jiang Rou turned to Song Qingqian and asked, "What do you usually eat for lunch?" "Steamed buns." "You know how to make steamed buns?" "I don't make them. He brings them back from the canteen." "You don't cook." "I'm not good at it. If I cook, it'll just be a waste of food." In just a few sentences, Jiang Rou had gained a clear understanding of what Song Qingqian's life had been like for the past half-year. Perhaps realizing that her situation sounded a bit pitiful, Song Qingqian quickly added, "Sometimes he also brings back some dishes from the military unit's canteen. Having steamed buns is already good enough. At least I can eat my fill." She wasn't trying to defend her own way of living. It sounded more like she was defending He Donglai. Song Qingqian, without a doubt, still carried the demeanor of a pampered young lady, but in this aspect, she was exceptionally pragmatic. In this era, simply being able to eat well, survive, and have a courtyard of her own already made her more fortunate than many. That was why Song Qingqian never resented those around her, nor did she resent the past. Everyone was just a speck of dust in the tide of their times. She lived her life with both pride and practicality. This was what Jiang Rou admired about her. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Rou spoke up. "Since we only have potatoes, then we'll have a grand potato feast for lunch." Who said potatoes could only be made into shredded potatoes with vinegar? Jiang Rou was determined to turn them into a delicious and abundant meal. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. Crispy Potato Pancakes. Jiang Rou came prepared today. She gradually took out a pile of items: pepper powder, spice salt powder, chili powder, all kinds of powdered seasonings, which she had bought directly from the Tao Duo Duo online marketplace. They were not particularly eye-catching but possessed a magical effect. Even dipping a plain steamed bun in a bit of chili powder would taste better than eating it dry. For those who were not skilled in cooking, these seasonings were like tools that could turn the ordinary into something extraordinary. Besides these, Jiang Rou had also picked some scallions from her own courtyard and brought along carrots, cucumbers, and onions. All of them were everyday vegetables and fruits, which would not seem out of place even on a remote island. If she were to eat lavish meals of fish and meat every day, she would certainly arouse suspicion. Jiang Rou picked through the basket of potatoes, selecting 3 large ones and several small ones. She handed the small potatoes to Zhou Zhongshan and instructed him to take them outside to wash. The large potatoes were given to Song Qingqian. Do you know how to peel potatoes? I do. I'm not that dumb. Song Qingqian muttered in a small voice before picking up the tool and starting to peel the potatoes. However, when it came to the next step, Song Qingqian was at a loss. Jiang Rou took the washed potatoes and began slicing them, one precise cut after another. The silver blade fell rhythmically. Once the slicing was done, she turned the potatoes and continued cutting, one stroke after another. Her wrist moved swiftly, rising and falling in a steady rhythm. In just the blink of an eye, the 3 large potatoes had been transformed into a pile of thin potato shreds, stacked like a small mountain. Song Qingqian barely had time to blink. Yet, Jiang Rou had already finished cutting. Next, she placed the shredded potatoes into a large basin, added water, and gently swirled them to rinse. Song Qingqian watched from the side, puzzled, and asked, "But these potato shreds are already clean. Why wash them again? There's a layer of starch on the surface of the potato shreds. Most of the time it's fine not to wash it off. But if you want them to be crispier when eaten, rinsing helps." Jiang Rou explained. Jiang Rou explained while her hands never stopped moving. She immediately turned her head and began shredding the carrots she had brought. A small portion was diced into tiny carrot cubes. The cucumber was even simpler. Jiang Rou placed the whole cucumber on the cutting board, held the kitchen knife in her right hand, and turned it sideways using the flat side of the blade. She reminded, "Xiaohua, cover your ears." Zhou Xiaohua was already used to the strange noises that occurred whenever Jiang Rou cooked. She had even witnessed an actual explosion before, so everything else was nothing in comparison. Since Jiang Rou told her to cover her ears, she obediently did so without hesitation. Immediately after, Jiang Rou's raised arm swung down in an instant. Pa, pa, pa. The whole intact cucumber was instantly smashed into sections, breaking apart into chunks. Jiang Rou then used the knife to make a few more cuts, ensuring the cucumber pieces were more uniform in size. Once she finished these preparations, Zhou Zhongshan returned. He had thoroughly washed a large basin full of small potatoes until they were spotless. Jiang Rou was completely at ease, not even needing to check his work. The next step was steaming the small potatoes over the fire. Song Qingqian watched Jiang Rou's skillful movements in a daze. Only after a moment did she finally realize that she should be helping with the fire. She hurriedly turned around, only to see that Zhou Zhongshan was already sitting in front of the stove. Jiang Rou did not even need to instruct him. Using matches and some fallen leaves, he had already started the fire. Jiang Rou stood by the stove and called out, "Xiaochuan, keep it on high heat so it cooks faster." "Got it." Zhou Zhongshan responded, and as the flames grew stronger, he added more firewood to keep the fire burning steadily. Not only Jiang Rou but even the young Zhou Zhongshan moved with an ease that made everything look effortless. Meanwhile, Song Qingqian, a fully grown adult, felt her face flush with embarrassment. She still vividly remembered how, when she first arrived on the island, it had taken He Donglai 3 separate lessons just to teach her how to start a fire. No matter how many times he explained it, she just couldn't get the hang of it. After the 3rd attempt, she was too embarrassed to ask He Donglai for more help, so she had no choice but to fumble her way through on her own. Even now, she was still not proficient. Compared to a child, she was completely outmatched, let alone compared to Jiang Rou. With the small potatoes now steaming in the large pot, the next step was handling the shredded potatoes. After rinsing off the surface starch, Jiang Rou lifted the shredded potatoes from the water, drained them thoroughly, and placed them in a large bowl. She then added some shredded carrots and a bit of flour. As she worked, she summarized the key techniques. There's no fixed amount of flour to add. Just grab some with your hand and mix it in. As long as every strand of shredded potato is coated with flour and feels a little sticky, that means it's enough. It's better to use a little less rather than too much. Finally, add chopped scallions. The green color of the scallions makes any dish look bright and appetizing. If we had eggs, we could add one. But since we don't have any today, we'll just stick to the shredded potatoes. As for seasoning, 1 spoonful of salt, 1 spoonful of cumin powder, 1 spoonful of pepper powder. If you like it spicy, you can add chili powder. Once everything is in, just mix it all together. Simple, right? Song Qingqian immediately nodded. It does seem pretty easy. Aside from the initial step of shredding the potatoes, which seemed a bit difficult, she had memorized everything else. Meanwhile, the iron wok was already heating up. Jiang Rou poured in some rapeseed oil, and once it reached the right temperature, she grabbed a handful of the seasoned shredded potatoes and placed them directly into the hot oil. The moment the hot oil made contact with the shredded potatoes, a sizzling sound erupted. It was the most delightful and appetizing sound. Jiang Rou picked up the spatula and carefully spread out the shredded potatoes, pressing them down slightly to form a round shape at the bottom of the wok. Potato pancake was taking shape. When you reach this step, you need to be patient and not rush. Wait until the bottom side is fully cooked, and the flour has solidified before flipping it over. If you flip it too early, the pancake will easily fall apart, and it won't look as good. So it's better to let it cook a little longer, even if it gets slightly crispy. The one I'm making today is quite large. If you try this yourself later, make a smaller one, it'll be easier to flip. As Song Qingqian listened, the enticing aroma filled the air. The potato pancake wasn't even done yet, but it was already making her mouth water. While waiting, Jiang Rou took the opportunity to wash her hands, rinsing off the leftover flour on her fingers. By the time she returned, the sizzling sound in the wok had quieted slightly, and the edges of the pancake had turned a beautiful golden crisp. It was just about ready. She slid the spatula under the pancake, then with a swift flick of her wrist, the large round potato pancake flipped over effortlessly. Standing nearby, Song Qingqian and Zhou Xiaohua watched in anticipation. They unconsciously stood on their tiptoes, eyes wide open, staring into the wok. The side that had just been flipped over revealed a golden, crispy crust. It looked absolutely irresistible. Gulp. Song Qingqian and Zhou Xiaohua swallowed hard at the same time. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. Full of color, aroma, and flavor, crispy to the core. Jiang Rou made 3 large, round shredded potato pancakes in one go. As the pancakes came out of the pan, she placed them onto a big plate. At that moment, the sizzling sound of residual hot oil crackled within the shredded potatoes. And when the pancakes landed on the plate, a crisp sound echoed. Crack, crack. If someone could take a bite, the crispiness would surely make the flakes fall apart. Song Qingqian and Zhou Xiaohua had just swallowed their saliva when they simultaneously licked their lips. It was just potatoes, something they ate every other day, to the point of feeling sick and tired of it. Yet, under Jiang Rou's skillful hands, the potatoes seemed to glow with a golden light, instantly becoming irresistible. While Jiang Rou was making the shredded potato pancakes, another iron pot was steaming small potatoes over high heat. 15 minutes had already passed. Jiang Rou lifted the lid and took a step back. A large cloud of steam rose into the air, curling and twisting. The vapor, at a scorching 100 degrees Celsius, was not only scalding but also dangerous if one got too close. Once the steam dispersed, the small potatoes were revealed. Each one was tiny, so small that people would usually consider them undesirable. After being steamed, they turned a light yellow color. They looked just like little golden beans. Jiang Rou picked up a pair of chopsticks and poked at the potatoes. She said to Song Qingqian, "If you're unsure whether the potatoes are fully steamed, just poke them with chopsticks. If you can pierce straight through from one end to the other, they're completely cooked." Next, Jiang Rou was going to make fragrant pan-fried cumin potatoes. Normally, small potatoes needed to be peeled after steaming. However, since peeling them would take too much time and they were rushing to have lunch, they decided to skip that step. Jiang Rou took out the steamed potatoes. Then, in the same iron pan she had just used for frying the shredded potato pancakes, she poured in another round of cooking oil. "Whoosh," she said. "Potatoes, like eggplants, absorb oil very easily, so when cooking, don't skimp on the oil. Adding a bit more will make them taste better." Not only was it necessary to use more oil for cooking, but it was also because, in this era, people rarely had the chance to eat pork. There were very few ways for the body to obtain fats. Eating more oil served as a nutritional supplement. Unlike people in later times, who never had to worry about food or clothing and even deliberately reduced their fat intake, opting for healthy low-fat meals that were sold at prices higher than meat. Without delay, Jiang Rou poured most of the small potatoes into the iron pan. As the potatoes tumbled down, each round and plump one bounced and jumped continuously. They hopped energetically into the hot oil. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. That sound rang out once again. After completing this step, Jiang Rou said to Song Qingqian, "Qingqian, it's your turn now." Can I really do it?" Song Qingqian's voice was hesitant, but her feet had already moved forward. She took the spatula Jiang Rou handed her. Standing where Jiang Rou had been just moments ago, she listened as Jiang Rou instructed. "The next step isn't difficult. Just keep an eye on these little potatoes and stir them occasionally. As long as they don't burn, it's fine." "All right, I'll do it." Hearing how simple it sounded, Song Qingqian felt a boost of confidence. She was sure she could handle it. After entrusting the pan-fried cumin potatoes to Song Qingqian, Jiang Rou moved on to another potato dish. Mashed potatoes. She had deliberately set aside a small portion of the steamed potatoes. After letting them cool slightly, she began peeling them one by one. The soft and glutinous potatoes were placed into a bowl, where she used a spoon to mash them until they became a sticky, smooth potato puree. Then, Jiang Rou added the finely diced carrots and cucumbers that she had prepared earlier. Looking up, she turned to Zhou Xiaohua and asked, Xiaohua, did you eat the boiled egg your mother put in your pocket before she left? Not yet. Zhou Xiaohua reached into his pocket and pulled out a round, smooth egg. Holding it with both hands, he passed it to Jiang Rou. Such a good boy. Tonight, Mommy will fry an extra poached egg for you. Let me use this boiled egg for now. Hearing himself called good boy, Zhou Xiaohua's cheeks flushed pink with joy. Jiang Rou peeled the boiled egg and added it to the mashed potatoes, crushing it with a spoon just like before. The white egg whites and golden yolk were all mashed into the mixture. She mixed the mashed potatoes with the sticky texture, along with the diced carrots and cucumbers. For seasoning, she added a pinch of salt and a dash of black pepper. After stirring everything together. Illustration. The mashed potatoes, now a blend of yellow, orange, and green, were complete. This method of making mashed potatoes did not belong to the traditional cuisine of Huaguo. As Song Qingqian looked at the bowl of mashed potatoes, memories surfaced in her mind, recalling something from long ago. She murmured, I know this dish. It's called mashed potatoes. Western restaurants serve it, and foreigners love eating it. Jiang Rou immediately lifted her gaze. With a serious expression, she firmly stopped her. You must never say something like that in front of outsiders. There's no such thing as foreign or not. This is just mashed potatoes. Anyone can eat it. I understand. Song Qingqian's long phoenix-shaped eyes flickered slightly as she nodded. At that moment, she and Jiang Rou shared an unspoken understanding. Not long ago, Song Qingqian would have scoffed at such words, insisting on expressing her own thoughts. But now, she was no longer alone. She had a friend, Jiang Rou, and also, He Donglai. For their sake, even if not for herself, she had to be more mindful of her words and actions. She couldn't cause trouble for them. As these thoughts ran through her mind, she did not forget about the small potatoes sizzling in the iron pan. The little potatoes crackled in the oil. Their outer skin had shrunk and dried, forming delicate wrinkles. A golden, crispy color, just like the shredded potato pancakes, had appeared. The aroma was irresistible. Jiang Rou reminded, you can add salt and cumin now. If you're unsure about the amount, use a small spoon. 1 spoonful should be enough. If it tastes too light after trying, you can always add more. When it came to seasoning, it was always better to add too little than too much. Song Qingqian certainly didn't want to turn the small potatoes into overly salty preserved potatoes. Following Jiang Rou's instructions, she carefully added a small spoonful, bit by bit. As for cumin, of course she had to be generous with it. It was called pan-fried cumin potatoes after all. Naturally, there had to be plenty of cumin. Illustration. Song Qingqian sprinkled cumin powder generously, along with a handful of finely chopped green onions. Meanwhile, achoo! Zhou Xiaohua let out a small sneeze. She immediately cupped her hands over her nose, revealing only a pair of big, round eyes. The aroma of cumin powder was something entirely new to both children. It tickled their noses, making them a little itchy. Yet at the same time it made them even more eager to eat. Jiang Rou chuckled and reassured them. Don't worry, lunch will be ready soon. As Song Qingqian watched the mother and daughter, she became even more certain. Zhou Xiaohua's inability to speak was indeed psychological. If it were a congenital issue with her vocal cords, she shouldn't have made any sound while sneezing either. With Jiang Rou around, this adorable little girl would definitely regain her voice one day. A short while later, all 3 potato dishes were placed on the table. Shredded potato pancakes, mashed potatoes, and pan-fried cumin potatoes, along with a large steamed bun for each person. The buns had been freshly steamed, absorbing moisture from the steam, making them soft and bouncy. Let's eat. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. The rough man was really heavy. The shredded potato pancakes were so crispy that they crumbled easily. When gently broken apart, a crisp cracking sound could be heard. The mashed potatoes were exceptionally soft, and with the addition of egg yolk, the texture became even more delicate and glutinous. However, the mixture also contained finely diced carrots and cucumbers, which added a crunchy texture. This contrast made the overall mouthfeel even richer. Jiang Rou split a steamed bun in half, used a small spoon to spread the mashed potatoes onto one side, and then pressed the 2 halves together. Song Qingqian watched from the side, surprised. You even know how to do this? This method of eating resembled a Western-style sandwich. How could Jiang Rou, a young girl from the countryside, be familiar with it? Jiang Rou played dumb. What do you mean this and that? I just think it tastes good this way. In Shandong they even eat steamed buns with green onions. Hearing this, Song Qingqian let out a sigh of relief. There was no such thing as strictly Chinese or Western styles. Whatever tasted good was the best way to eat. She had been overthinking it. Jiang Rou handed the steamed bun, now spread with mashed potatoes, to Zhou Xiaohua. allowing the little girl to hold it with both hands and eat. Song Qingqian imitated Jiang Rou's actions, also spreading mashed potatoes onto a steamed bun slice. At this moment, it felt as if she were holding a slice of bread, spreading imported jam over it. The scene before her, the surrounding environment, everything seemed to change. Yet, Song Qingqian's mood was even happier than it had been back then. She took a bite of the steamed bun and turned her gaze to the fragrant pan-fried cumin potatoes. Strictly speaking, she had made them herself. Song Qingqian was the first to pick up a small cumin potato and take a bite. The texture. It was as if the crispy shredded potato pancake and the soft mashed potatoes had been combined into one. The outer layer of the cumin potatoes was crisp, while the inside remained soft. And the rich aroma of cumin filled every bite. It was just like eating Xinjiang-style barbecue. The flavor was bold, satisfying. Who would have thought that something as simple as potatoes could be turned into such a rich and delicious dish? This time Song Qingqian was truly amazed. When she looked at Jiang Rou, there was now a touch of admiration in her gaze. After lunch, they rested for a while before Jiang Rou resumed her sewing lessons with Song Qingqian. At the same time, she stepped into Song Qingqian's bedroom, which was, as always, neat and tidy. What surprised Jiang Rou, however, was that she actually saw a sewing machine and a radio. Song Qingqian never flaunted anything, yet their family owned two of the so-called 3 rounds and 1 sound items. She was really keeping a low profile. Jiang Rou looked at the sewing machine, which was clean and well-maintained, and said happily, "Qingqian, I didn't expect you to be hiding such a treasure. With a sewing machine, making clothes will be so much easier. And you even have a radio. Is there a broadcasting station on the island? You probably can't pick up any signals, right? But just having this thing sitting here is enough to make someone happy." Jiang Rou reached out and gently stroked the sewing machine. There wasn't a speck of dust on it, which showed how much Song Qingqian cherished it. She must have cleaned it every day. Song Qingqian's gaze also fell on the sewing machine. Unlike Jiang Rou's excitement, she seemed a bit lost in thought. In a soft voice, Song Qingqian said, "These were all bought by He Donglai. He Donglai somehow had his own connections. Whenever the supply ship docked, he would bring back a few things for the household." In the past, Song Qingqian had never thought much about it. But today, Jiang Rou looked up at her, smiled knowingly, and said with a sigh, "Qingqian, company commander, he treats you so well." "Treats her well?" Song Qingqian hesitated and asked. "Jiang Rou, doesn't your family have one?" "No, of course not. Not only does my family not have one, but I doubt there's a second sewing machine in the entire compound. You have no idea how hard it is to buy these things now. Last time I went to the city, the department store had completely sold out of radios. There weren't any left to buy, even if you had the money. And this sewing machine, it's so big and heavy. Just carrying it from the dock to your house would have been quite a journey. You're so skilled at making clothes. Company commander, he must have known you'd love it. That's why he bought it for you." Jiang Rou seemed to be rambling on enviously, but in her slightly lowered eyes, there was a flicker of playful cunning. Having read hundreds of novels, she considered herself well-versed in these matters. 2 clueless supporting characters? They were as good as caught. Jiang Rou turned back just in time to see Song Qingqian lost in thought, a contemplative expression on her face. Song Qingqian's life had always been too smooth. Whatever she wanted, she got. There was never anything she couldn't buy. And there was always a crowd of people scrambling to give her things first. Because of this, she had forgotten that, for an ordinary family, a single radio or a sewing machine was enough to bring joy for an entire month. Yet she had never considered the effort He Donglai might have put in behind the scenes. She had naively assumed that these were nothing more than everyday household items. At the time, she had thought that He Donglai bought these things simply because the household lacked them. But now, had it all been for her? Song Qingqian stood beside the sewing machine, her fingers lowered, lightly tracing its surface. The unanswered questions in her heart grew larger and larger, like a snowball rolling downhill. That evening, Song Qingqian carefully wrote down every step of the recipe Jiang Rou had followed at noon, turning it into a proper cookbook entry, so she wouldn't forget in the future. Her handwriting was delicate and elegant, each word written with care and precision. At the same time, the table still held plenty of the leftover pan-fried cumin potatoes from lunch. This was, in a true sense, the first dish Song Qingqian had ever cooked herself. The very first dish she had made. Perhaps He Donglai would be willing to take a bite. After all, he had accepted the sesame oil duck leg that day. Under the night sky, the light in the small house stayed on for a long, long time. Resting her chin in her palm, Song Qingqian sat under the warm glow, waiting until she fell asleep. Yet, she never heard the sound of He Donglai returning and opening the door. "You're back." Jiang Rou spoke softly, looking up to see Zhou Zhongshan just stepping inside. The moment Zhou Zhongshan's gaze landed on Jiang Rou, his eyes instantly softened. In a low voice he said, "Wife, why aren't you asleep yet? I was making clothes. I just learned a little from Song Qingqian, but I'm still not very skilled. I thought I'd practice more at night so that when I sew clothes for Xiaohua and Xiaochuan later, they'll turn out neat and beautiful." Jiang Rou's delicate face was full of lively expression. Zhou Zhongshan took a closer look and noticed that the fabric in Jiang Rou's hands wasn't newly bought material. It was his old clothes. Being tall and strong, he frequently engaged in strength training, which often caused his clothes to tear at the seams. Jiang Rou held the garment in one hand and a needle and thread in the other, carefully stitching up the torn areas, one stitch at a time. Zhou Zhongshan murmured, "Wife, are you using me as a little white lab rat to practice on?" Jiang Rou lifted her head slightly, gazing at the tall, imposing man in front of her. Was this jealousy? Even over the children? Zhou Zhongshan had changed noticeably after marriage. The man who was always cold and silent in front of others turned out to be somewhat clingy when alone with Jiang Rou. Even clingier than Zhou Xiaohua. The kind of clinginess where he simply had to hold her tight, where if he didn't have her in his arms he felt uncomfortable. He had to pull her into a heavy embrace, his strong arms pressing firmly around her waist. More than once, Jiang Rou had woken up in the middle of the night feeling as if something heavy was pressing down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. But whenever she reached out, all she touched was Zhou Zhongshan's arm. This rough man, he was really heavy. Chapter 131. Chapter 131. Wife, I also want candy. Jiang Rou put down the needle and thread in her hand and moved closer to Zhou Zhongshan. There was a significant height difference between her and the man, who stood over 1.9 meters tall. When looking at him, she not only had to stand on her tiptoes but also lift her head. Jiang Rou's bright eyes gazed at Zhou Zhongshan's face, moving from his high, straight nose upward until they settled between his brows and eyes. She asked softly, "Are you jealous?" Zhou Zhongshan's dark eyes flickered, and only then did he realize something. That sentence just now had actually slipped out instinctively. He hadn't even thought about it. But now that Jiang Rou pointed it out, upon reflecting on it, it did seem to be the case. Jiang Rou was mending his old clothes, yet she was busy making new clothes for the children. Wasn't this a clear case of favoritism? Just slightly, he seemed to feel a bit sour. Before getting married, Zhou Zhongshan would have never imagined that someone as rough and straightforward as himself would one day become so sentimental. It did not match his tough personality at all. Perhaps after sharing the same bed with Jiang Rou for so long, certain parts of him had softened just like her. Zhou Zhongshan dazedly pondered over this thought. When he snapped out of it, his deep dark eyes met Jiang Rou's bright sparkling gaze. His Adam's apple moved quickly. "Wife, you've been spending a bit too much time with Xiaochuan and Xiaohua lately." Although Zhou Zhongshan did not directly admit that he was jealous, this sentence was, in a way, a subtle admission. The rough man was indeed jealous. Jiang Rou narrowed her eyes, her smile growing even more cheerful. Since this old man was feeling jealous, she might as well coax him. "That's because you're not home during the day. I spend the most time with Xiaochuan and Xiaohua, so naturally I tend to the children more. Don't be sour, have something sweet instead." Jiang Rou pulled out a fruit candy from somewhere. A red one. Its candy wrapper gleamed brightly. She unwrapped it and brought the candy to Zhou Zhongshan's lips. "Ah, open your mouth. I can do it, mice." Zhou Zhongshan mumbled, but Jiang Rou had already stuffed the candy into his mouth. Her soft palm even covered his lips. "You must eat this candy. No spitting it out. Keep it in your mouth properly. This is our wedding candy." Previously, when they bought a large batch of wedding candy in the city, Jiang Rou and Zhou Zhongshan had given most of it away, keeping only a small portion. Jiang Rou had stored them in the cabinet, planning to enjoy them slowly. She had even picked them out. Only the ones wrapped in red candy paper remained, making them look festive and joyful. Even the leftover candy wrappers were not wasted. Jiang Rou could cut them up to make a kaleidoscope, or fold them into butterfly wings. They would look lovely as hair clips for little girls. There were plenty of uses for them. With the candy melting in his mouth, Zhou Zhongshan tasted the sweetness spreading across his tongue. When he thought about how Jiang Rou said this was their wedding candy, the tip of his tongue instinctively brushed against the candy. Sweet. Just like Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou's way of coaxing this old man was top-notch. And she wasn't done yet. "Husband, don't get into bed just yet. Wait for me a moment." Jiang Rou stepped away and busied herself for a while. When she returned, she carried a notebook, a pencil, and a roll of measuring tape in her hands. She patted Zhou Zhongshan's chest and commanded, "Turn around. I need to measure your shoulder width first." Whoa. She touched his chest muscles. The feel was really nice. While comforting the old man, Jiang Rou didn't forget to give herself a little bonus. With a body like this, what woman wouldn't like it? With the candy silencing him, Zhou Zhongshan turned around quietly, avoiding Jiang Rou's gaze. Jiang Rou remained on tiptoe, holding the measuring tape from one end of Zhou Zhongshan's shoulder to the other. She carefully noted down the measurements, speaking softly as she worked. When we bought the fabric, didn't we agree that Xiaochuan and Xiaohua would get new clothes, and you would too? Don't raise your arms, just let them hang naturally. The measuring tape slid from his shoulder down to his wrist. I need to practice first, so I started with Xiaochuan and Xiaohua's clothes. By the time I get to yours, I should have learned enough to make it perfectly. Alright, you can turn back now. The measuring tape landed on Zhou Zhongshan's chest again, just in a different position this time. Company Commander He's wife is truly amazing. She made several design drafts for Xiaochuan and Xiaohua's clothes, and all of them were so professional. When I make yours, I'll ask her to draw a few more. We'll definitely pick the best-looking design for you. From the collar to the hem, Jiang Rou continued speaking softly while her hands never stopped moving. She multitasked effortlessly, carefully recording the measurements just as Song Qingqian had taught her. Then, only one last measurement remained. Jiang Rou said, Zhongshan, lift your arms. I need to measure your chest circumference. Zhou Zhongshan raised both arms. He was tall and broad, his body packed with firm muscles. His chest was naturally well-defined and solid. Jiang Rou held the measuring tape in one hand and attempted to wrap it around Zhou Zhongshan's chest, only to realize that one hand wasn't enough. She had no choice but to use both hands, one on the left, one on the right, encircling him. At that moment, it was as if Jiang Rou had voluntarily spread her arms wide and tightly embraced Zhou Zhongshan. Her fingertips brushed against his back as she passed the measuring tape from her right hand to her left. Just as she made contact, suddenly a firm grip tightened around her waist. Zhou Zhongshan had pulled her into his embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, leaving no space between them. A wave of scorching heat rushed from Zhou Zhongshan's chest, enveloping Jiang Rou entirely. His burning body temperature seared into her, making her fingertips tremble. The measuring tape almost slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Zhongshan. Jiang Rou called his name softly. Just 2 simple syllables, yet the way she murmured them made them sound warm and sticky, like they were coated in melted sugar. The one truly tasting the sweetness, Zhou Zhongshan, spoke in a deep hoarse voice. Wife, the candy is gone. I still want more. The candy ball had melted away, its sweetness fading from his mouth. As Zhou Zhongshan spoke, his firm chest rose and fell, pressing against Jiang Rou's own. Oh dear. It was getting even hotter. She could barely breathe. Jiang Rou's face flushed bright red. At this moment, her mind had turned into a tangled mess of cotton, nearly forgetting the measuring tape in her hand and what she had been doing just now. The candy. There's more in the cabinet. I'll get it for you. But Zhou Zhongshan didn't let go. He lowered his head, moving closer to the side of Jiang Rou's neck, brushing against her reddened ear. Then he placed a light kiss there. A warm breath drifted over her skin. Wife, I don't want that kind of candy. Jiang Rou dazedly lifted her head, meeting Zhou Zhongshan's dark eyes. Within them a surging heat swirled, deep and overwhelming. It was fierce, possessive, threatening to consume her whole. Her mind was muddled, and though she knew this old man was setting a trap, she still responded softly, her voice delicate and sweet. Then what do you want to eat? Chapter 132. Chapter 132. 2 women, a stark contrast. Then what do you want to eat? I want to eat it. As someone well-read, Jiang Rou had already envisioned such a response in her mind. Wasn't this exactly how novels were written? But in reality what Jiang Rou heard was a husky magnetic voice, laced with thick desire, and whispered low. Wife, you are my wedding candy. The moment Zhou Zhongshan's words fell, Jiang Rou's legs went weak. Compared to those greasy lines in novels, this old man's response was far more moving. She liked this. As her response, Jiang Rou stood on tiptoe, lifted her chin, and took the initiative to kiss Zhou Zhongshan's lips. Just as earlier, when she had fed him a piece of candy. Once again Jiang Rou fed Zhou Zhongshan a candy. Only this time she was the bright red candy ball. Zhou Zhongshan tightened his arms, holding Jiang Rou as he pressed her onto the bed nearby. During this, a soft measuring tape, forgotten by its owner, remained trapped between their overlapping chests. Additionally, Zhou Zhongshan was simply too tall. In his excitement as he leaned forward, the top of his head bumped into the bedroom's ceiling light. The light swayed, scattering shadows across the room. Their figures seemed to shift and sway along with it. The next day, when Jiang Rou arrived at Song Qingqian's home, she found that Song Qingqian looked utterly drained. Her face was slightly pale, with dark circles under her eyes. Her narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes seemed as though they could barely stay open. One look and it was obvious she hadn't slept well the night before. She looked as if she had been up to something mischievous. In contrast, Jiang Rou's face was glowing with health. She was full of energy, brimming with vitality. So much so that she could probably lift a large iron pot with one hand. The stark contrast between the two women was undeniable. Little did they know, Jiang Rou was actually the one who had been up to something bad. The one who had been tossed and turned all night. After stepping inside, she took a glance around Song Qingqian's home. She didn't notice any changes and saw no trace of He Donglai. Everything was clear now. Company commander He hadn't returned. Jiang Rou had been diligently playing matchmaker every day, but unfortunately, company commander He carried heavy responsibilities and had no time to come home. What a pity. By midday, Jiang Rou discreetly took out some spiritual spring water from her space, heated it up, and brewed tea before pouring a cup for Song Qingqian. Song Qingqian drank the hot tea in a daze, only slowly regaining her energy afterward. She began to focus and started teaching Jiang Rou how to use a sewing machine. The old-fashioned sewing machine wasn't electric. It operated through manual mechanics. On the right side was a handwheel, which was connected by a leather belt to a foot pedal below. Jiang Rou sat in front of the sewing machine, her feet resting on the pedal. She could control the sewing speed based on how quickly she pressed down. Since she was just starting out, she kept the speed slow. The sewing needle and presser foot were on the left side of the machine. Jiang Rou pressed the fabric down with both hands, carefully guiding it forward, bit by bit. The sewing machine moved steadily forward. And so the days passed one after another. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this time, Jiang Rou remained steadfast, following Song Qingqian every day to learn how to make clothes, while Song Qingqian continued learning how to cook from Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou was naturally skilled with her hands. Once she understood the mechanics of the sewing machine and grasped the sewing techniques, she quickly got the hang of it. However, when it came to certain areas that required hand stitching, her stitches were still a bit crooked and uneven. But with more practice, that could easily be improved. Song Qingqian, on the other hand, did not pick up cooking as quickly as Jiang Rou learned to sew. For 7 days she had been slicing potatoes, yet her cuts were still uneven. Several times she nearly cut her fingers. Jiang Rou only taught her simple, everyday dishes, quick stir-fries and cold appetizers. Even though Song Qingqian's knife skills weren't great, she had already managed to make simple meals with 3 dishes and 1 soup. She no longer had to eat steamed buns for every meal. But Song Qingqian's changes didn't stop there. In her courtyard beside the elegant pebble pathway, a row of scallions had appeared in the flower bed where pink roses were planted. After a week of growth, the scallions had already sprouted tender green shoots. Only Song Qingqian would think to plant scallions alongside roses. She found them fragrant, delicious, and aesthetically pleasing. A sprinkle of fresh scallions on her dishes always seemed to enhance her appetite. However, Jiang Rou told her that wild mountain scallions were even more aromatic and flavorful than the ones grown at home. Song Qingqian had never tasted wild mountain scallions, but the thought of them made her secretly yearn to try them. That afternoon the weather was stuffy and hot. After lunch, Zhou Xiaohua grew drowsy. Song Qingqian liked the quiet and adorable little girl, so she offered up her bed, letting Zhou Xiaohua nap there. She sat quietly beside the bed, lost in thought, or perhaps simply dazing off. The corners of her narrow eyes drooped slightly, casting shadows that concealed the light in her pupils. In her hand she held a fan, gently waving it to cool Zhou Xiaohua. Zhou Xiaochuan, however, did not take a nap. He wandered over to the other side of the living room, the area connected to He Donglai's bedroom. There, a bookshelf stood against the wall, filled with rows upon rows of neatly arranged books. Jiang Rou had glanced at them before: military theory research, missile and trajectory calculations, aerodynamics inferences. She recognized each individual character, but when put together they made no sense to her at all. These complex and obscure writings were far too much for someone who simply cooked for a living. After skimming through them once, Jiang Rou had no desire to take a second look. She had no interest in confronting the vast intellectual gap between herself and a genius mind. Zhou Xiaochuan, on the other hand, he seemed genuinely interested in that bookshelf. Whenever Zhou Xiaohua wasn't clinging to him to play games, Zhou Xiaochuan wasn't particularly fond of playing at all. Instead, he preferred to help Jiang Rou with whatever tasks he could manage. At the end of the day, he was a child who had grown up in hardship. Even as an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes, Zhou Xiaochuan had followed his birth mother to the fields, working alongside her. He had long since grown accustomed to such a life. If he didn't keep himself occupied, it felt as if his existence held no value, like he could be discarded at any moment. He liked it when Jiang Rou occasionally called him, whether to start a fire, wash a dish, or fetch a small item. Every task he completed brought him joy. But right now, Jiang Rou was working on her sewing, and Zhou Xiaochuan couldn't be of any help with that. So the small boy stood in front of the bookshelf, tilting his head up, studying it carefully. Zhou Xiaochuan knew these were books, filled with dense rows of words he couldn't recognize at all. Few days ago, in the neighboring courtyard, Dehuzi and Erhuzi had said that they could already write their own names. Zhao Zhaoer. Dehuzi and Erhuzi had grabbed sticks and scribbled on the ground, their handwriting crooked and clumsy. It was ugly, not nice to look at in the slightest. The two even nearly got into a fight over who had written the character Hu, tiger, correctly. At the time, Zhou Xiaochuan had stood to the side watching them argue. The twisted, uneven characters on the ground were completely unfamiliar to him. Still, he had made an effort to look. Among the messy strokes, he noticed 2 horizontal lines. 1, 2. So when put together, that meant R. 2? He quietly committed it to memory. Chapter 133. Chapter 133. Catch him. Catch it. Off to the side. Zhou Xiaochuan tilted his head back, gazing at the bookshelf. He remembered Jiang Rou's initial instructions, not to touch anything without the owner's permission. So he simply used his bright, dark eyes to scan the words one by one. He wondered if he could find the only character he recognized, R, among the countless words. Jiang Rou lowered her head, working on her needlework while keeping Zhou Xiaochuan in the corner of her vision. She silently lifted her gaze, her eyes landing on Zhou Xiaochuan's side profile as he looked up. The boy's focused and serious expression reflected quietly in her eyes. All the children Zhou Xiaochuan's age in the compound had already started school, yet Zhou Xiaochuan remained the exception. Due to his unique circumstances, Zhou Zhongshan had never arranged for him to attend. Was this little wolf cub eager to learn how to read? A thought flickered through Jiang Rou's mind. No matter the era, if a child wanted to change their fate, studying was the only path. Reading might not guarantee great success, but it set the moral baseline for a person. If Zhou Xiaochuan had gone to school, if he could read, if he understood the law, then perhaps he wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures in the original story. Jiang Rou silently made a note of this matter. She lowered her head again and continued threading the needle. At that moment, "You sewed this part wrong." Song Qingqian's voice suddenly drifted over. She spoke in a hushed tone, afraid of waking Zhou Xiaohua, her voice barely above a whisper. As soon as Jiang Rou heard that, she immediately widened her eyes and carefully inspected her work. In her hands was Zhou Xiaohua's little dress, already 80% complete, with its general shape taking form. The remaining unfinished sections were ones that a sewing machine couldn't handle. Only delicate hand stitching could complete the job. The chest area of the dress featured a modern Chinese-style design. Around the collar and front opening, there was a technique known as binding, a craftsmanship unique to traditional Chinese kipeos. The refinement of a garment often depended on these small details. Earlier, when Jiang Rou got distracted, she had accidentally pricked the wrong spot with her needle, leaving the stitches crooked and messy. It looked terrible. Jiang Rou frowned. She was still troubled over how to fix it when Song Qingqian reached out from the side, taking the needle, thread, and fabric from her hands. Her tone was indifferent. "Let me do it." The once impatient Song Qingqian, who used to say, "I'll only teach you once," with a face full of irritation, was now nowhere to be seen. Not only did she teach Jiang Rou with meticulous patience, ensuring she understood everything clearly, but every time Jiang Rou struggled with a part, Song Qingqian would wear a look of disdain, yet still give in with a resigned, "I'll do it." She put in her utmost effort to make the little dress as beautiful as possible. Jiang Rou handed over the task, instantly feeling relieved. In just the blink of an eye, she watched as the needle and thread moved fluidly in Song Qingqian's hands, as if obeying her command. The stitches she made were perfectly straight and even. Song Qingqian's technique was exceptional. She could even hide the stitches completely. At first glance, there was no trace of sewing at all. Jiang Rou, observing from the side, was in awe. Different trades really are like different worlds. "Qingqian, your craftsmanship is truly impeccable. It's like this." She raised a thumbs up toward Song Qingqian. Song Qingqian kept her head down, seemingly unmoved. But the delicate arch of her brows lifted ever so slightly. This was her pride. Jiang Rou watched for a while before turning to handle Zhou Xiaochuan's clothes. There was still plenty of work to do. Inside the house in the afternoon, the atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. The only sound was the rhythmic click-clack of the sewing machine in motion. However, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Catch him. Hurry, catch him. Don't let him get away. You must catch him. It's dangerous. Be careful, protect yourself. If we let him escape, we won't be able to explain to Sister Hong. Quick, quick, quick. Grab him. Catch him." The tense and urgent shouts carried through the door. Anyone who heard them would feel their chest tighten. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. That voice. It's Sister Yulan. Jiang Rou immediately recognized Lin Yulan's voice. Something was wrong. Her expression grew tense as she exchanged a glance with Song Qingqian. Without a word, both women set down the clothes in their hands and hurried toward the door. As they passed through the living room, Zhou Xiaochuan was staring at Jiang Rou with his dark, intense eyes, his posture rigid with familiar tension and vigilance. He had also heard the shouting outside and instinctively assumed the stance of a little wolf cub once again. Xiaochuan, stay inside and watch over your sister. Don't come out. Jiang Rou issued the command in a firm, low voice as she rushed toward the door. Zhou Xiaochuan hesitated mid-step, about to move forward, but then froze in place. A flicker of uncertainty flashed through his gaze. And in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Jiang Rou had already strode outside. All he could see was her resolute figure moving away. He was left behind in a safer place, while Jiang Rou pressed forward with determined strides. Zhou Xiaochuan silently watched for a moment, then turned around and walked toward the bedroom, following Jiang Rou's instructions to look after Zhou Xiaohua. Creak. Jiang Rou pushed open the wooden door. Her expression was tense, her gaze sharp. She was fully prepared to face danger at any moment. With the spiritual spring water space protecting her, even a man over 1.8 meters tall wouldn't necessarily be her match. She could easily throw him to the ground. If it was just catching a petty thief, there would be no problem at all. At the same time, Jiang Rou subtly shifted her position, slightly shielding Song Qingqian, who was following closely behind her. Just like that, in the midst of this high-stakes, nerve-wracking moment, Jiang Rou stepped outside and saw Lin Yulan frantically chasing something along the road. Lin Yulan stumbled as she ran, constantly darting back and forth. Her body had always been frail, and she was already quite thin. Now she looked utterly disheveled, barely managing to keep her balance. Even her neatly tied-up hair had come loose, strands falling across her forehead. Her clothes were stained with dust in several places, looking filthy. She had clearly fallen multiple times. But Lin Yulan wasn't the only one in this chaotic chase. Another woman, whom Jiang Rou had never seen before, was also running alongside her. Most likely another military wife from the compound. The two of them were both chasing a chicken. A plump, robust hen with beautiful reddish-brown feathers, a long black striped tail, and a strikingly bright red comb. It strutted about with such arrogance that it looked more like a proud, majestic rooster than a hen. But the most terrifying part was, the hen could fly. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The hen squawked loudly, flapping its fluffy wings and soaring about a meter into the air. Lin Yulan and the other military wife tried to corner it from different angles, attempting to trap it. Both of them were already out of breath, their faces dripping with sweat. Yet every time they were just about to grab the hen, it would either duck its head or flap its wings and take off, escaping right from under their hands, leaving them grasping at nothing but empty air, and eating mouthfuls of dust in the process. Not only did they look disheveled, but their entire bodies were covered in dirt. Even so, they refused to give up, continuing to shout, "Catch it! Hurry, catch it! Catch it! Wait! Him!" Chapter 134. Chapter 134. Isn't it just a chicken? If they didn't catch it, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to Sister Hong. It was that. Jiang Rou watched the fiery red hen still flapping wildly all over the place and suddenly realized she had misunderstood something. Earlier, when she was inside the house, she had heard Lin Yulan's urgent and panicked cries, even mentioning Sister Hong. She had immediately assumed that something serious had happened. Catch. She had thought it meant catching a person. She had speculated that it might be a thief or someone suspicious. That was why everyone had seemed so tense and serious, as if facing a formidable enemy. Who could have imagined that the truth turned out to be nothing more than a ridiculous hen? This misunderstanding was simply too absurd. Jiang Rou found it both laughable and exasperating. She wasn't sure whether to cry or to laugh at this moment. But in the end, at least there was no real danger. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Song Qingqian was having the exact same thoughts. She stood there dumbfounded, watching the chaotic scene unfold before her eyes. The always gentle and virtuous Lin Yulan was now in such a sorry state. A hen, one she had never seen before, was flying shockingly high. Its sharp clucks intertwined with the urgent shouts of the people, creating a scene of utter chaos. Everything happening before her was something Song Qingqian had never witnessed before. Not far away, Jiang Rou suddenly called out a warning. "Be careful." One of the military wives who had been helping Lin Yulan catch the chicken accidentally kicked a small protruding stone on the ground while running forward. She immediately lost her balance and staggered. Jiang Rou's warning had just left her lips when the military wife fell forward, landing flat on the ground in a miserable sprawl, her face covered in dust. Jiang Rou frowned and shut her eyes for a moment. That fall looked painful. After falling, The military wife remained on the ground for quite a while without getting up. Lin Yulan, who was already struggling with her poor health, was now completely exhausted. She was panting heavily, her face pale, almost breaking into a cold sweat. Yet, despite all this effort, they hadn't caught a single hen. This wouldn't do. If this continued, the hen would only run farther and farther away. If they wanted to catch it later, it would be even more difficult. Jiang Rou decisively joined the chaotic battle. She rolled up her sleeves and strode forward with large, determined steps. Jiang Rou, you! Song Qingqian called out anxiously, wanting to stop Jiang Rou. But after hesitating for a moment, she left the rest of her words unsaid. Instead, she followed, instinctively stepping forward. At this moment, deep inside, Song Qingqian also wanted to help. However, that bold and vigorous hen, let alone catching a live one, she had never even handled a dead one before. She had no idea how to help at all. All she could do was stand to the side, watching Jiang Rou stride forward with confidence, worrying for her yet also feeling envious. Jiang Rou seemed capable of doing anything. But could Jiang Rou really catch a chicken? To be honest, she could not. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Jiang Rou was a modern woman from the 21st century. How could she possibly have experience catching chickens? However, seeing Lin Yulan and the other military wife in such a sorry state, she could not just stand by and do nothing. She had to help. Jiang Rou quickly assessed the surroundings. Song Qingqian's house was in a secluded corner of the courtyard, with only one road in front of it. So if the hen wanted to escape, it could only run to the left or right. There were a total of 3 hens at the scene. 1 on the left, 2 on the right. Lin Yulan was on the left, blocking that side. She had no more strength left, but even if she could not catch the hen, she could at least chase it back toward the center. The problem was on the right. After the military wife fell, the hens on that side had become even more frantic, clucking nonstop as they fled. Jiang Rou made a snap decision and turned toward the right. She lightened her steps but moved forward swiftly. One of the hens had stopped under a tree. Jiang Rou silently approached from behind the hen and reached out. Fast, accurate, decisive. During this moment, Lin Yulan and Song Qingqian's eyes were fixed on Jiang Rou, their hearts in suspense. They were certain that Jiang Rou wouldn't be able to catch it. After all, these free-range mountain chickens were incredibly aggressive and agile. Trying to catch one just like that? It was almost impossible. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Jiang Rou moved so fast that their eyes couldn't even keep up. By the time they blinked trying to get a clearer view, Jiang Rou's hand had already firmly grasped the hen's wings. Jiang Rou didn't know how to catch chickens, but she knew where to grab. She lifted both of the hen's wings upward and secured them with one hand. This way, not only could the hen no longer fly, but even if it tried to peck her, no matter how hard it twisted its neck, it wouldn't be able to reach her wrist. It was just like catching a crab, grabbing it from behind so it couldn't pinch. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Jiang Rou had already secured the hen and held it effortlessly in her hand. This hen was easily around 10 to 20 jin in weight, yet Jiang Rou carried it as if it were nothing. She didn't seem to find it heavy at all. Sister Rou Yu. Lin Yulan swallowed hard in shock, her mouth open as if she wanted to say something, but she was too astonished to form words. Because, after catching one hen, Jiang Rou actually turned and walked toward the remaining one. That hen was even more agile. It was darting frantically along the roadside, occasionally flapping its wings and taking flight. Earlier, the military wife had tripped while trying to catch this very hen. If chickens had personality types, this one would definitely be the energetic, hyperactive kind, especially fond of flying. Jiang Rou chased it back and forth along the roadside. Several times she was just about to grab it, but the hen would suddenly spread its wings and zip away. Yet, because it was too fat, it couldn't stay in the air for long before landing again. So Jiang Rou had to keep chasing. One person and one chicken, constantly outmaneuvering each other. The scene had everyone on edge. It felt like watching an intense match. Sister Rou, if you can't catch it, it's fine. One is enough. Jiang Rou, be careful. Don't fall. Watch out. Your safety is more important. The 3 watching anxiously called out, their eyes never leaving Jiang Rou, afraid to blink. Gradually, Jiang Rou grew irritated. Wasn't it just a chicken? If she didn't show it some real skill, it wouldn't know who it was messing with. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. A sight of Song Qingqian never seen before. A showdown between one person and one chicken unfolded once again. Jiang Rou bent slightly, just as she had before, preparing to extend her hand to catch the chicken. The hen, having gone through countless battles of wits and reflexes against Jiang Rou, was now a seasoned veteran. So the moment Jiang Rou reached out, it immediately spread its wings. Cluck cluck. With a sharp cry, the hen was about to take flight once more. The three onlookers watching the scene sighed deeply in their hearts. As expected, she still couldn't catch it. However, Jiang Rou's previous movement had been a feint. It seemed as though she was reaching out, but in the very next instant, she swiftly raised her hand instead. She had anticipated where the hen would try to escape. With lightning-fast reflexes, in midair, she directly grabbed onto the hen's outstretched wing. Just like that, she caught it. Caught. At that moment, the three onlookers weren't just stunned. They were so shocked they couldn't even speak. After all, Jiang Rou had used her left hand to catch the chicken this time. She had managed to firmly grasp the hen's wing in midair with her left hand and effortlessly lifted it once again. Even the soldiers at the military camp might not have been able to pull off such a feat. The three of them stood there dumbfounded. But the scene was far from silent. Because in Jiang Rou's left hand was one hen, and in her right hand was another, both of them clucking even more frantically than before. Their cries sounded as if they were sending out a warning to their companion. A sign that danger had arrived. On the other end of the path, there was still one more hen left uncaught. That hen was even larger, its feathers shinier, and its comb standing tall and proud. If there were a hierarchy among the chickens, then this particular hen would undoubtedly be the mighty chicken king. The moment it heard the sharp cries, it instantly sprang into action, darting around frantically, attempting to take flight. The others were too slow to react. Jiang Rou was the only one who realized the danger. She hurriedly shouted, "Sister Yulan, stop it! Don't let it escape!" Lin Yulan snapped back to her senses. Though exhausted, she mustered her strength once again, immediately spreading her arms wide to block the path. Wherever the hen charged, she moved to intercept. She completely sealed off the escape route. The hen tried several times but failed to break through, forcing it to change direction. But standing in the other direction was Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou casually spread her arms, looking as if she were ready to go 300 rounds with the hen. Even the fierce hen could sense her intimidating presence. The creature simply refused to charge toward Jiang Rou. With both escape routes now blocked, the last remaining hen was trapped in the center. Even the military wife, who had previously fallen, had now gotten up to help Jiang Rou surround the hen. "Sister Yulan, this time we're definitely catching it." "That's right. If we work together, we can do it." "All right, let's catch it together." The three of them were full of confidence, cheering each other on. With no place left to run, the hen carefully observed its surroundings and locked onto the weakest point, Song Qingqian. Song Qingqian had been standing at a distance, watching. Behind her was an open doorway leading into the courtyard. The hen must have spotted the open space and sensed that Song Qingqian had the weakest presence, someone easy to intimidate. People might think chickens, ducks, and geese were just livestock with no intelligence. But as long as they were animals, they possessed a primal instinct. And this hen had already sensed that Song Qingqian was afraid of it. So it charged at her aggressively. "Qingqian, it's coming your way. Be careful, don't let it peck you." Jiang Rou shouted a warning. After all, a hen's peck could be quite painful. Since childhood, the only small animal Song Qingqian had ever interacted with was a pet cat. She had never encountered such a wild creature before. Seeing the hen charging straight at her, her first instinct was to dodge. Ideally, she would rush back into the courtyard, shut the door, and avoid any contact with the creature altogether. However, just as Jiang Rou was catching the hens, Zhou Xiaohua had woken up from her afternoon nap. Hearing the commotion outside, she had come out. She stood by the door with Zhou Xiaochuan. That meant they were standing not far behind Song Qingqian. If Song Qingqian were to turn around and flee into the courtyard in a panic, there was a high chance she might accidentally collide with the two children in her haste. And even if she managed to avoid them, the children might not be able to move away in time. If the hen failed to attack her, it might instead turn its aggression toward the weaker children. She could not dodge. In that split second, Song Qingqian made up her mind. Her long, narrow phoenix eyes took on a layer of steely determination, a cold yet resolute glint flashing within them as she stared down the charging hen with pride and defiance. At that moment, Jiang Rou understood Song Qingqian's decision. A thought flashed through her mind and she simply shouted, "Qingqian, catch it. You can do this." As soon as Jiang Rou called out, Lin Yulan and the military wife joined in. "Song Qingqian, try to grab it. Catch it. You've got this." Amidst their cheers and encouragement, Song Qingqian began to murmur to herself, "Catch it. I must catch it. I will catch it. Catch it. I can do this." Cluck cluck. The hen, full of momentum, came flying toward Song Qingqian. Song Qingqian stretched out her arms and lunged directly at the hen. That scene. There was an undeniable sense of absurdity, a touch of irony, and even a bit of comedy in the scene. Song Qingqian, dressed impeccably in elegant clothing, her strikingly beautiful and alluring face maintaining its usual cold aloofness, was catching a chicken. Even if someone had asked her just a few minutes ago, she would never have believed she would find herself doing something like this. And yet, this was truly happening. Not only was Song Qingqian catching a chicken, but she was putting every ounce of her strength into doing it as best as she could. She lunged forward, but her foot slipped, and she fell to the ground. It hurt. As dust swirled in the air, Song Qingqian frowned and shut her eyes tightly. Damn it. She had made a fool of herself. Her proud, dignified image as a refined young lady had shattered into 1,000 pieces. She gritted her teeth in embarrassment, unwilling to even open her eyes. But then, in her palm there was a warm, soft, unfamiliar sensation. Wait, what was this? She had caught something. And whatever it was still squirming wildly in her grasp. Before her mind could fully process what had happened, her fingers instinctively tightened, gripping onto the thing in her palm with all her strength. Even though her body ached from the fall, she refused to let go. At the same time, she slowly opened her eyes. Right in front of her was a hen. She had caught it. She caught it. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. Wife, I've come to take you home. Song Qingqian's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, astonishment and joy surged through her chest like two whirlwinds, sweeping over her entire body. She had accomplished something unimaginable. I caught it. Caught it. It was me. Sitting on the ground, Song Qingqian gripped the large hen tightly with both hands. Her delicate face was smudged with dirt, her carefully styled hair was disheveled, and her clothes were covered in dust. She had never looked like this before. Yet she did not care in the slightest. Instead, a radiant and exuberant smile spread across her face. Her proud phoenix eyes curved into crescent moons. The arrogance she once carried had been replaced by pure joy. Lifting her head excitedly, Song Qingqian called out loudly to Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou, look. I caught this big hen. She did not know why, but at that moment, she felt happier than when she bought an expensive French designer dress. Jiang Rou laughed along with her. She nodded. That's right, you caught it. Lin Yulan, recovering from her continuous state of shock, gradually calmed down and smiled with admiration. Qingqian, you're even more capable than we imagined. Another military wife chimed in. Yes, you're amazing. We've been trying so hard to catch it, but no matter what, we couldn't. Yet you managed to do it in just one try. None of them paid any attention to Song Qingqian's current disheveled state. Instead, they sincerely praised her and felt happy for what she had accomplished. There was no longer any distance between them and the capitalist's daughter. They were comrades in arms who had caught a chicken together. Seeing the dust on each other's faces, the four of them playfully teased one another and laughed even harder. I'm not that great. I was just lucky to catch it in one go, Song Qingqian said, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling with joy. It had been a long time since she had laughed so freely. What a wonderful afternoon. Just as the atmosphere was at its liveliest, Song Qingqian's gaze landed on something not far behind Jiang Rou. Her pupils trembled slightly. The smile on her face suddenly froze. Jiang Rou, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed the change in Song Qingqian's expression. At the same time, Jiang Rou's ears twitched slightly. She heard a faint voice. Regiment Commander Zhou, I've moved out of the military camp dormitory. I'm staying at my sister's place now. Lin Yulan, she's my sister. We're not blood related, but we grew up together and have always been very close. I'm really sorry about the misunderstanding last time. I've been wanting to apologize to you, but I just couldn't find the right opportunity. My sister's house is not far from Regiment Commander Zhou's place. Why don't I treat you to a meal as a token of my sincerity? Regiment Commander Zhou? Regiment Commander Zhou. You went to the city some time ago, didn't you? I know the city better than anyone. Where to have fun, where to eat, I know it all. If you ever need recommendations, feel free to ask me. The voice, at first distant, gradually came closer. Along with it came a series of approaching footsteps. Jiang Rou did not need to turn around. Her brows were already deeply furrowed. When she finally did turn, just as expected, Jiang Rou saw Zhou Zhongshan's tall figure, and following behind him was Lin Yuyao. Zhou Zhongshan strode forward with large steps, forcing Lin Yuyao to half-run just to barely keep up. However, the scene was slightly different from what Jiang Rou had imagined. Zhou Zhongshan was not alone. Beside him was guard Song Yan. And He Donglai. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Rou finally understood why Song Qingqian's expression had suddenly frozen. The annoyance she felt upon seeing Lin Yuyao quickly faded at the sight of He Donglai. After all, watching a potential couple interact was far more satisfying. Jiang Rou's gaze eventually landed on Zhou Zhongshan. As Zhou Zhongshan drew closer, he caught sight of her current state. His sharp eyes flickered, and his thick brows lifted slightly. This woman, holding a large hen in her left hand and another in her right, grinning from ear to ear. Was this really his delicate little wife? Zhou Zhongshan's entire worldview was shaken once again. And just like that, the atmosphere fell into silence. Only the captured hens continued clucking noisily. The situation had become quite delicate. Lin Yulan, who had just helped a fallen military wife to her feet, stood to the side with her. Zhou Xiaochuan held Zhou Xiaohua's hand by the entrance, his small face just beginning to relax, while Zhou Xiaohua beamed with excitement at the sight of Zhou Zhongshan. Off to the side, Song Qingqian sat on the ground, covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled. Her face was filled with embarrassment and helplessness, completely at a loss for what to do. The large hen in her hands nearly escaped again. She instinctively tightened her grip, lowered her head, and never looked up again. She did not want anyone to see her like this. Especially not He Donglai. This man had been gone for a whole week, yet he just had to return at the exact moment when she was at her most wretched. The pride of the aloof young lady shattered into pieces. Not far away stood Zhou Zhongshan, He Donglai, Song Yan, and Lin Yuyao, who had just arrived. Their expressions varied. There was no need to mention Lin Yuyao. Song Yan, on the other hand, had widened his eyes at the scene before him. His lips twitched as if he wanted to burst out laughing but held back due to the tense atmosphere. Zhou Zhongshan paid no attention to anyone else. His eyes were fixed solely on Jiang Rou. The sharp coldness in his dark gaze softened ever so slightly. He Donglai's expression was far more complex. There was shock, disbelief, and even a trace of absurdity, yet he could not look away. He adjusted the glasses on his nose, as if trying to confirm whether the woman in the distance was truly his wife. The distinguished heiress from Huqing, the one who always carried herself with elegance, was now sitting on the ground, her clothes dirty, holding a large hen in her arms. None of it seemed like something Song Qingqian would ever do. And yet here she was. With her head lowered, she refused to show her face. He Donglai could only see the faint redness of her cheek and her flushed ears. He found it captivating. The way Song Qingqian looked when she was flustered was beautiful. The way her hair was messy was beautiful. Even when she was covered in dust, she was still beautiful. His gaze silently swept over every detail. When his eyes landed on the faint redness of the scrapes on her wrist, he paused. His brows furrowed slightly. This scene, if it wasn't an Azura field, it was certainly a legendary moment. Finally, it was Zhou Zhongshan who broke the silence. "Wife, I've come to take you home." Chapter 137. Chapter 137. Not just mute, more like a block of wood. "Wife, I've come to take you home." Zhou Zhongshan spoke only to Jiang Rou before beckoning to the two children. Zhou Xiaochuan immediately took Zhou Xiaohua's hand, and the two of them happily walked over to Jiang Rou and Zhou Zhongshan. Zhou Xiaochuan tilted his head back and called out, "Dad." Zhou Xiaohua smiled, revealing small teeth. "Dad." Zhou Zhongshan reached out and patted the two children on their heads. Then, he took the two large hens from Jiang Rou's hands, one in each arm. They were quite heavy. Zhou Zhongshan's brow twitched slightly, puzzled by how Jiang Rou, who looked so frail, could be so strong. At the same time, He Donglai quickly walked over to Song Qingqian, wanting to help her up, but when he stretched out his hand, he suddenly didn't know where to place it. A logical-minded man was facing a dilemma. His already slightly furrowed brow tightened even more. Just as he was hesitating, Song Qingqian was the one who acted decisively. Without a word, she directly shoved the large hen in her arms into He Donglai's hands, making him hold it. Then she propped herself up on her arm and slowly stood up. She straightened her slightly disheveled clothes and patted the dust off her body, seemingly busy with her own matters. From start to finish, she didn't spare He Donglai a single glance. Not far away, Jiang Rou watched the interaction between the two. She was practically anxious to death. Such a great opportunity, and they just like that. No wonder they had been married for so long without making any progress in their relationship. These two weren't just mute, they were complete blocks of wood. Even denser than Zhou Zhongshan, that rough man. Zhou Zhongshan used to be clueless about romance, but at least now he could say a few sweet words. He Donglai was far more intelligent than Zhou Zhongshan, yet why was he so hopelessly dumb? Jiang Rou felt utterly frustrated. But at least the tense atmosphere had finally eased. Song Yan finally dared to speak. He was young, with a bit of a reckless air about him, and the first words out of his mouth left everyone both amused and exasperated. "Sisters-in-law, what are you doing? I've seen people play cockfighting, but are you guys playing at catching chickens?" The women, looking rather disheveled, didn't quite know how to respond to Song Yan's question. They weren't idly playing around. What were they, 3-year-olds catching chickens for fun? At that moment, Lin Yulan stepped forward and explained to the group. These hens were personally bought by Sister Hong with her own money. She purchased them to donate to the school. As soon as Jiang Rou heard the word school, she immediately perked up. She had been thinking that afternoon about sending Zhou Xiaochuan to school, and now was the perfect opportunity to learn more about it. Sister Yulan, what kind of school is it? Since Lin Yulan had already started talking about it, she continued explaining in detail. At first, there was no school on this island. Not even the village branch secretary could recognize many characters. After all, those who could afford to send their children to school had long moved away from the isolated and underdeveloped island. The ones who remained were all from poor families. It wasn't until the military station troops on the island, bringing along their families, that a school was established under Yang Hongping's organization. To call it a school was an overstatement. It was really just 2 classes. Children under the age of 8 were placed in the lower class, while those above 8 were grouped into the upper class. With this arrangement, each class could barely gather around a dozen or 20 students, which helped conserve teaching resources. After all, there weren't many teachers at the school to begin with. The school had been running for about half a year, but most of the students were children of the station troops. Hardly any of the local villagers' children attended. For ordinary farming families, as long as a child could work in the fields, they were considered a labor force for the household. So even though the school didn't charge tuition, the farmers still hesitated to send their children, fearing that it might mean having less food to eat. It wasn't that they lacked foresight. It was simply that this was as far ahead as they could see. What lay beyond was beyond their reach. Yang Hongping wanted to change this situation. She had been tirelessly working among the villagers, trying to persuade them to send their children to school. After all, only education could truly break the cycle of poverty. But progress had been slow, and the students still weren't coming. After racking her brain, Yang Hongping finally had a sudden stroke of inspiration. She would give out eggs. Sister Hong said that if a classmate came to school, they would receive an egg within a week. That's why she had me buy 3 large hens from the villagers, waiting for them to lay eggs. But just as we were walking over here earlier, one of the hens suddenly broke free, and no matter how hard Teacher Yang and I tried, we couldn't catch it. Lin Yulan let out a deep sigh as she finished speaking, then smiled. Luckily, Sister Rou and Qingqian heard the commotion and came out to help us catch the chicken. If not for the 2 of them, I really wouldn't know how to explain it to Sister Hong if the hen had escaped. With that, the entire situation was finally explained clearly. However, Jiang Rou's attention was fixed on giving out eggs. In the future, supermarkets would hand out eggs during promotions. Health product companies would lure elderly customers by offering eggs. Apps would give away eggs as incentives for new user registrations. She never expected that in the 1970s, eggs were still being used, this time to promote education. It seemed that giving away eggs was an infallible strategy no matter the era. Jiang Rou listened with great interest. At the same time, she felt even more admiration for Yang Hongping. As expected of a veteran revolutionary, only someone with such deep experience could come up with such a practical and grassroots-friendly solution. Jiang Rou also noticed something else. She asked, Sister Yulan, is this Teacher Yang? Yes, her name is Yang Zhenzhen. She's a sent-down youth who came to the countryside and is now working as a volunteer teacher. Lin Yulan introduced her. Yang Zhenzhen, who had just taken a fall earlier, gave everyone a shy yet polite smile. Hello, I'm Yang Zhenzhen. Now that Jiang Rou was seeing her up close, she realized that Yang Zhenzhen was very young, probably only around 18 or 19. She carried the fresh, innocent aura of a student. She had likely just graduated from school, as her gaze was particularly pure. Jiang Rou had initially misunderstood. She had assumed that any woman appearing in the military compound must be a military wife. Concerned, Jiang Rou asked, Teacher Yang, hello. How are you? Was your fall serious? Yang Zhenzhen's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied awkwardly, I think I twisted my ankle. Everyone was startled upon hearing this, especially Lin Yulan. Chapter 138. Chapter 138. Nausea and vomiting. Could you be pregnant? Lin Yulan looked anxious and worried. You sprained your ankle? It's already this serious, yet you endured it without saying anything. That must have hurt so much. You silly girl. Sister Yulan, it doesn't hurt. I can bear it. It's just a bit difficult to walk. No, a sprain can be a big or small issue. There's a saying, injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. You can't be careless. If your parents knew you were hurt, they would be heartbroken. Sister Yulan, I'm already an adult. Stop bringing up my parents all the time. As Yang Zhenzhen spoke with Lin Yulan, she kept enduring the pain. It was clear that she was still hurting. Jiang Rou hurriedly said, Let's not talk about this now. We should go to the infirmary right away, and have Pei military doctor take a look. Yes. Zhenzhen, you must go to the infirmary. Sister Yulan, Let's deliver the 3 hens to the school first. Lin Yulan and Yang Zhenzhen had differing opinions. In the end, it was Jiang Rou who made a suggestion. I can help Sister Yulan deliver the chickens to the school. That way I can also take a look at the school. It sounds like a good plan. Seeing Jiang Rou say this, Zhou Zhongshan immediately followed up. Song Yan, you take teacher Yang to the infirmary to see Pei military doctor. Yes, Commander Zhou. With Song Yan's firm and resolute response, the matter was settled. Lin Yulan and Yang Zhenzhen also nodded in agreement after hearing the arrangement. Thus, in the end, Song Yan supported Yang Zhenzhen as they headed to the military camp infirmary. Zhou Zhongshan accompanied Jiang Rou and 2 children to the school. Along with them were 3 large hens. One of the hens was still in He Donglai's hands. Zhou Zhongshan glanced at He Donglai. Understanding the signal, He Donglai handed the hen over to Zhou Zhongshan. The rugged man easily carried 1 hen in one hand and 2 in the other, making it look effortless. When Lin Yulan looked at He Donglai, something suddenly came to her mind. She asked worriedly, Company Commander He, has the trouble in the military unit been resolved? The trouble she referred to was the biochemical bomb that had been unearthed a few days ago. In the military camp, aside from He Donglai, no one else was capable of handling the bomb. Thus, He Donglai was fully responsible for the matter, and the person assisting him was Regimental Commander Liang Guangming. When He Donglai had gone home previously, he realized that if he had accidentally come into contact with bacterial or viral contaminants, it could create a chain of human-to-human transmission. Therefore, the day after he returned to the military camp, he immediately reported the situation and upgraded the safety protocols. Until the biochemical bomb crisis was completely resolved, all soldiers involved in the operation were strictly prohibited from leaving the designated area. They were not allowed to return to their dormitories, let alone go home. This was to prevent any potential spread of the virus. The military leadership took the situation very seriously, and even dispatched a ship overnight to bring in experts. The issue had to be resolved as quickly and safely as possible. And so, for 7 whole days, with He Donglai working alongside the experts, they finally eliminated the crisis. Only then was He Donglai able to return home. He said to Lin Yulan, Sister-in-law, it's all taken care of. Regimental Commander Liang is reporting the situation now, and once he's done, he can go home. You don't have to worry anymore. Upon hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Lin Yulan's slightly pale face. She murmured, That's good. That's really good. Nearby, Song Qingqian had overheard their conversation as well. Although she didn't know what kind of trouble they were referring to, she could tell that He Donglai must have been on a classified mission. Not only was he unable to go home, but many others in the military camp had also been restricted from returning. So, he hadn't been deliberately avoiding her? Song Qingqian's eyes flickered slightly, and a hint of brightness returned to them. With everything settled, Lin Yulan led the way in front. Zhou Zhongshan, along with his wife and 2 children, followed behind. Everyone had their tasks arranged. However, one person had been overlooked and left standing on the side, Lin Yuyao. She had finally managed to get close to Zhou Zhongshan. Yet before she could even say a word, she saw that he was already leaving. She bit her teeth in frustration and immediately followed after them. She called out, I'm going to the school with you all too. Jiang Rou's brows furrowed instantly. Lin Yulan also frowned. Lin Yulan turned around and said to Lin Yuyao, Yuyao, go home first. No, I'm not going back. Lin Yuyao was stubborn, her gaze drifting intentionally or not toward Zhou Zhongshan. Lin Yulan noticed this and felt uneasy. Though she had her suspicions, she couldn't voice them directly. She had been mild-mannered her whole life, understanding of the bigger picture, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Even now, when she was already irritated with Lin Yuyao, she had to suppress her temper and explain patiently. Yuyao, your parents sent a letter and a package. It's on the table at home. Go take a look. Maybe there's something nice to eat or something useful. Lin Yuyao was still reluctant to leave Zhou Zhongshan, but at the mention of food and gifts, her heart wavered. Besides, with Jiang Rou around, there wasn't much she could do anyway. Fine, she'd leave. Jiang Rou was just a dying person anyway. She could afford to let her have this for now. All right then. Sister, I'll head home first. Lin Yuyao reluctantly agreed and finally stopped following them. The group left the military family compound and walked toward the school. The so-called school was actually just a few empty rooms that had been repurposed by the village commune. Outside, there was a small open space with a wooden pole standing in the middle. A red flag was fluttering in the wind. Inside, the school consisted of 2 rundown bedrooms, filled with mismatched desks, chairs, a single blackboard, and some chalk. The conditions were extremely poor. The blackboard still had writing from the last class. Jiang Rou glanced at it. It was pinyin. Zhou Xiaochuan had been silently following behind Jiang Rou. Unlike Zhou Xiaohua, who was wide-eyed, curiously looking around at everything, Zhou Xiaochuan's gaze was focused and serious, especially when he looked at the blackboard with its written characters. Their arrival happened to coincide with dismissal time. The students were already outside, playing games in the courtyard, flicking marbles, hopping squares, filling the place with laughter and energy. Because the school was located near the village commune, many villagers were passing by. As soon as they saw Lin Yulan, they greeted her warmly. Sister-in-law Lin, hello? Lin Yulan had worked alongside Yang Hongping on various community tasks, so she was well acquainted with many villagers. One of the women who greeted her was around 40 or 50 years old, with slightly tanned skin. She carried a shoulder pole, with 2 baskets filled with cow dung she had collected. Cow dung was a common fertilizer in rural areas. Once dried, it didn't smell bad and was considered natural and eco-friendly. Lin Yulan nodded at the woman carrying the cow dung as they passed each other. At first, everything seemed fine until suddenly. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Lin Yulan clutched her chest with both hands, bent over, and began violently retching. She wasn't actually vomiting anything, just dry heaving. Her reaction was loud, immediately drawing the attention of everyone nearby. People turned their heads and saw Lin Yulan struggling with nausea, especially the women, whose faces showed concern. Then one of them, after watching for a moment, suddenly grinned and asked loudly, "Sister-in-law Lin, you're throwing up so badly. Could it be that you're pregnant?" The moment the word pregnant was spoken, the crowd, who were already paying attention, became even more excited. After all, expecting a child was always a joyful event. In an instant, villagers of all ages, men, women, and children, gathered around. "Sister-in-law Lin, are you pregnant? That's wonderful news. You and Regimental Commander Liang have been married for years. It's time for a child." Exactly, exactly. Everyone knows you and Regimental Commander Liang are the model couple of the compound. You didn't have children before because he was always stationed on the front line, and you two barely had time together. Sister-in-law Lin, you're such a kind person, always helping us villagers with Sister Hong. You'll definitely have a big healthy baby boy. Yes, yes. A boy in the first birth. A chubby little son. Regimental Commander Liang will be overjoyed. The villagers were talking non-stop, their chatter lively and full of excitement. On the contrary, Lin Yulan's face was pale and haggard, not just with exhaustion, but with an expression of pure terror, drained of all color. Pregnant. That word did not bring her joy. Instead, it sent her into a panic, leaving her flustered and at a loss. No, no. I'm not pregnant, really, I'm not. Ugh. Lin Yulan frantically waved her hands, desperately denying the possibility. But the villagers surrounded her, and the already pungent smells mixed together into an unbearable stench. It only intensified her nausea. Her stomach churned violently, and she simply couldn't suppress it any longer. Seeing this, the villagers' discussions grew even louder. With that reaction, she must be pregnant. When I was pregnant with my second child, I threw up just like this. Sister-in-law Lin, we have a doctor in the village who can check your pulse for a happy pregnancy. Should we call him over to take a look? The villagers already liked Lin Yulan. Now, hearing that she might be expecting, everyone was either congratulating her or offering to help. Only Lin Yulan kept shaking her head insistently. No, I'm really not pregnant. Please don't spread rumors, it wouldn't sound good if word got out. I'm just too tired, so my body isn't feeling well. Even though Lin Yulan explained, the people around her didn't believe her at all. They were certain that she was pregnant. And at this rate, in less than an hour, the entire village would be buzzing with the news. Just thinking about this possibility made Lin Yulan's already unwell face turn even worse. Jiang Rou, standing nearby, observed the scene with a slight frown. She remembered that in the original story, Lin Yulan and Liang Guangming had always been known as an affectionate couple. But their biggest regret in life was that they never had children. In the end, all their wealth and assets were left to the reborn female lead, Lin Yuyao's children. One of the many blessings of the protagonist's halo. Chapter 139. Was it really birth control pills? At this moment, Lin Yulan's sudden nausea, though just dry heaving, had led everyone to speculate that she might be pregnant. However, she was the only one who insisted that she was not. How could she be so certain? Did she not have even the slightest doubt? Instead of feeling happy, her expression grew even more solemn. Why was that? Lin Yulan's reaction was filled with too many peculiarities, leaving Jiang Rou utterly perplexed. Seeing Lin Yulan trapped amidst the crowd, unable to break free, and her expression becoming increasingly pained, Jiang Rou had no choice but to set aside her confusion for the moment and step forward to help her. She forcefully pushed through the crowd, creating a gap in the middle. Jiang Rou spoke loudly. Sister Yulan is not feeling well. Stop crowding her. If she can't get fresh air, she'll feel even worse. Move aside, move aside. Please everyone give her some space. Please. Sister Yulan, your face looks so pale. Are you feeling suffocated? Come on, let's go somewhere more open. The villagers did not recognize Jiang Rou. However, standing beside her was the tall and imposing Zhou Zhongshan. Because of that, no one dared to argue with Jiang Rou. Instead, someone chimed in. All right then, let's disperse. Sister-in-law Lin, if the good news is confirmed, don't forget to tell us. We're all waiting for you to have a big healthy baby boy. Lin Yulan could not even respond at this point. She could only force a bitter smile. Jiang Rou held Lin Yulan's hand tightly, and finally managed to pull her out of the crowd. The group walked toward the back of the school. Behind the building lay a small vegetable garden filled with lush green crops, and beside it stood a makeshift chicken coop. Sister Rou, Regiment Commander Zhou, just place the chickens over there. The male teachers will tidy up when they return later. Ugh. Excuse me, I'm feeling a little unwell. I need to wash my face. Lin Yulan took a deep breath, feeling slightly better, but the urge to vomit still wouldn't subside. She barely managed to finish her sentence before clutching her chest with both hands and rushing toward the water faucet in a panic. Jiang Rou watched Lin Yulan's frail figure retreating into the distance, feeling uneasy. She took a few steps forward, intending to catch up. Just then, a barely audible murmur reached her ears. Impossible. I can't be pregnant. I've been taking birth control pills all along. How could I be pregnant? It was Lin Yulan's voice, muttering to herself as she walked away. Judging by the distance, she had already gone quite far. Judging by her tone, she had spoken in an extremely low voice, one that no ordinary person could have overheard. It sounded more like a panicked attempt to reassure herself. However, Jiang Rou's senses were far sharper than most. Back at Song Qingqian's house, she had been able to hear Lin Yulan's voice from across a courtyard. Compared to that, this was nothing. Jiang Rou caught every single word of Lin Yulan's muttering with absolute clarity, especially those three particular words, birth control pills. She had been about to chase after Lin Yulan, but upon hearing this, she froze in place, unable to move forward. Wait, Lin Yulan had been taking birth control pills. Jiang Rou's brow furrowed tightly as a sudden wave of confusion crashed over her. All the clues she had pieced together seemed to have been thrown into chaos. In the original novel, Lin Yulan had been frail and frequently ill, which prevented her from conceiving. It had become one of the greatest regrets of her life. But in this reality, it wasn't that Lin Yulan couldn't get pregnant. Instead, she had been deliberately taking birth control pills? Was it because Lin Yulan didn't want children? Or was it because Liang Guangming didn't want them? There was no hospital on the island, so where had Lin Yulan gotten the birth control pills? If she had obtained them from the military's medical office, there was no way such information wouldn't have leaked out. At this thought, a memory suddenly flashed through Jiang Rou's mind. A small square-shaped white medicine packet, placed among a stack of letters. She had caught a glimpse of it the last time she visited Lin Yulan's home, purely by accident. Back then, Lin Yulan had hastily hidden the packet. Jiang Rou had assumed it was just medicine for Lin Yulan's health, so she hadn't given it much thought. But thinking back on it now, could it be that packet had contained birth control pills? Chapter 140. Your own happiness matters most. Jiang Rou's mind was still filled with certain images. She recalled the envelope that Lin Yulan had hurriedly put away. On its surface, 4 characters were clearly written. Lin Yulan Show. Addressed specifically to Lin Yulan. In other words, that letter had been sent solely to Lin Yulan. And that small square packet of medicine was most likely placed inside the envelope and mailed together with the letter. Which meant, the one who had taken the initiative to consume the contraceptive pills was Lin Yulan. There was even a possibility that Liang Guangming had no idea about this at all. At that thought, Jiang Rou felt as if she had unlocked a hidden storyline. There were too many truths in this world that had been concealed in the original novel. Or rather, everything presented in the original novel had been designed to highlight the perspective of the reborn female protagonist, Lin Yuyao, making it a one-sided narrative. Anything unfavorable to Lin Yuyao had likely been subconsciously omitted by the author. For instance, the reborn female protagonist possessed a spiritual spring water space, a kind of golden finger. If she had truly wanted to regulate Lin Yulan's health and help her conceive successfully, it would have been an easy task. And yet, Lin Yuyao had never done so. Because once Lin Yulan remained childless, she would shower all her maternal affection onto Lin Yuyao's child instead. As a result, the original novel created a well-loved, family-darling dynamic that appealed to readers. With that being the case, no one would have bothered to dig deeper into the real reason why Lin Yulan had never gotten pregnant. Following this train of thought, the question ultimately led back to Lin Yulan herself. because she had been the one actively preventing pregnancy. Thinking of the affection Lin Yulan had shown toward Zhou Xiaohua and Zhou Xiaochuan, Jiang Rou had always been certain that Lin Yulan was someone who loved children. But if she loved children, why would she use contraception? Could it be that it wasn't that she didn't want a child, but that she didn't want Liang Guangming's child? Jiang Rou's reasoning led her to a conclusion so shocking that she could hardly believe it. Impossible. Impossible. Lin Yulan and Liang Guangming were known throughout the compound as a model couple. Perfectly matched, deeply in love. How could Lin Yulan possibly not want his child? Jiang Rou found the thought so inconceivable that she refused to believe it. She was so stunned that she stood frozen in place, lost in thought. It wasn't until she felt a small tug on her palm that she snapped back to reality. Xiaohua. Jiang Rou instinctively assumed it was Zhou Xiaohua holding her hand and blurted out her name. However, when she lowered her gaze, she saw Zhou Xiaochuan instead. Zhou Xiaochuan looked up at Jiang Rou, his delicate yet youthful face carrying a faint frown. His bright dark eyes seemed to hold a hint of worry. He looked at Jiang Rou and asked, "What's wrong? Xiaochuan, are you worried about me?" Jiang Rou momentarily set aside her thoughts about Lin Yulan. She raised an eyebrow and countered his question. If this had been in the past, if this had been before, faced with Jiang Rou's self-assured question, Zhou Xiaochuan would have definitely turned away without hesitation, never giving her the chance to see through his thoughts. But at this moment, he pressed his lips together. Though he didn't nod, his silence was a form of acquiescence. Zhou Xiaochuan said, "You look strange." To him, Jiang Rou had always been full of bright smiles and an open, cheerful energy. But just now, she had suddenly seemed to be weighed down by a heavy atmosphere. Not only had her smile disappeared, but she had also looked somewhat sad. Though Zhou Xiaochuan appeared withdrawn and rarely spoke, he was extremely sensitive to the emotional shifts of those he cared about. That's right, those he cared about. Without even realizing it, Zhou Xiaochuan had placed Jiang Rou in that category. Jiang Rou could also sense that this little wolf cub's attitude toward her was changing day by day. Today the change was particularly obvious. Not only had he taken the initiative to approach her, but there was also genuine concern in his actions. Jiang Rou could feel all the emotions hidden beneath the boy's stubborn expression. She didn't avoid Zhou Xiaochuan's question, nor did she offer vague, philosophical words just because he might not fully understand. Instead, Jiang Rou admitted, "I was just thinking about something unpleasant." Zhou Xiaochuan frowned slightly. "Unpleasant? Unpleasant things can make people unhappy, but seeing you care about me makes all those bad things seem unimportant. Thank you for comforting me, Xiaochuan." Jiang Rou crouched down and gently brushed her fingers through Zhou Xiaochuan's slightly longer bangs. Her palm was warm, her touch light and soft, completely different from Zhou Zhongshan's rough, broad hands. And as she smiled again, her delicate lips curved into a sweet, radiant expression. Zhou Xiaochuan felt a sudden panic as Jiang Rou looked at him. A warm sensation spread through his small chest, like a gentle current flowing past. It was an unfamiliar feeling. Zhou Xiaochuan wasn't quite used to it, but he didn't dislike it. After soothing Zhou Xiaochuan, Jiang Rou turned toward Zhou Zhongshan, who stood not far away. Zhou Zhongshan was holding Zhou Xiaohua in his arms. The little girl lay against his shoulder, looking down from her high vantage point at the chicken coop. Below, a few majestic hens strutted about, clucking loudly and continuously. Somehow, the man had found a cabbage leaf and stuffed it into Zhou Xiaohua's hands. Zhou Xiaohua tore the leaf into small pieces and tossed them to the hens. Wherever she threw the scraps, the hens would rush toward them, their clucking growing even louder. The little girl was absolutely delighted. She was so absorbed in playing with the chickens that she didn't notice anything happening around her. However, Zhou Zhongshan had turned slightly to the side, his deep ink-black eyes fixed on Jiang Rou the entire time. When their gazes met, Jiang Rou immediately saw the concern in Zhou Zhongshan's eyes. It was the same worry she had just seen in Zhou Xiaochuan's. She smiled at him and waved her hand lightly, signaling that she was fine. But Zhou Zhongshan's expression remained serious, his dark eyes filled with unreadable thoughts. Before long, Lin Yulan returned. Lin Yulan had washed her face, but it was still damp, with strands of hair at her temples slightly wet. Her complexion remained pale, and her eyes were faintly red. She didn't look too well, but her mental state was much better than before. Perhaps because the nausea had finally subsided, she had gradually calmed down from the earlier shock. As she walked closer, Lin Yulan wiped her face with her sleeve and apologized. "I'm sorry, this should have been my problem to deal with, yet I troubled you all to help." Jiang Rou shook her head, still concerned about Lin Yulan's condition. "Sister Yulan, you don't have to be so polite. This was nothing at all. But what about your health? Are you really okay? Do you want me to accompany you to the clinic?" "No need, I'm fine now. I must have been too exhausted after running earlier," which made me feel nauseous. But look at me now, after resting for a bit I'm completely fine. Lin Yulan didn't directly explain anything, but in reality, she was still denying the possibility of her pregnancy. Jiang Rou had already overheard Lin Yulan's secret, and knew she didn't like discussing the matter, so she didn't press further. She only felt the need to remind her. Sister Yulan, there were so many people in front of the village commune earlier. There are bound to be rumors spreading afterward. If you don't like hearing them, just let them go in one ear and out the other. Don't take them to heart. Your own happiness is what matters most. Chapter 141. You are injured, you need medicine. Jiang Rou had spoken as tactfully as possible, but Lin Yulan could still sense the concern in her words. Especially that last sentence. Your own happiness is what matters most. Such words were something Lin Yulan had never heard in her entire life. She was the eldest daughter in her family, the older sister to her younger siblings, the role model for the children in the compound. Every expectant gaze had fallen upon her, demanding that she be the best, better than everyone else. Then after she got married, she became the awe-inspiring wife of an officer. Her husband was the highly admired regiment commander hero, and she was the exemplary military spouse in the compound, the future director of the women's committee. Everything rested on her shoulders. No one allowed her to make mistakes. Not even the smallest mistake was acceptable. Even just now, when everyone realized she might be pregnant, they all said that after being married for so many years, it was about time she had a child. They hoped she would give birth to a son, to extend the Liang family's lineage, to bring honor with the birth of a boy. As for Lin Yulan's own wishes, did they matter? Not at all. No one cared. Everyone was busy rejoicing and celebrating, yet not a single person noticed her resistance to the idea of pregnancy. Once long ago, when news came that Lin Yuyao was about to come to the island, Lin Yulan had been filled with anticipation and excitement. After all, they had grown up together. Lin Yulan had looked forward to having a younger sister who would care for her, understand her, and be someone with whom she could share her thoughts. But reality had been cruel. Not only did she not gain a thoughtful sister, but she also found herself burdened with even more responsibilities. She had no choice but to accommodate Lin Yuyao's every whim. She had even indulged Lin Yuyao's decision to move out of the military unit and into her home. Lin Yulan was left with no space to breathe. She was the eldest daughter, the wife, the sister, the pillar everyone relied on. But what about herself? Where was the soul named Lin Yulan? This had always been a question deeply buried in Lin Yulan's heart. And now at this very moment, standing before her was Jiang Rou, someone she had thought she didn't know well, merely a distant neighbor in the compound. Yet it was this distant acquaintance who had told her, "Your own happiness is what matters most." Jiang Rou had spoken seriously, addressing Lin Yulan, not the eldest daughter, not the wife, not the sister, but her. At that instant, a rush of heat and bitterness surged toward Lin Yulan's eyes. Her already slightly reddened eyes became even redder. Sister Yulan. Jiang Rou was startled. Lin Yulan quickly turned around, using her sleeve to wipe away the tears that were about to spill. I'm fine. There was a gust of wind just now, and some sand accidentally blew into my eyes. I'll just rub them and it'll be fine. Hearing Lin Yulan's explanation, Jiang Rou didn't press further. Between her and Lin Yulan, there was still Lin Yuyao, making it difficult for them to have too much interaction. After a moment, once Lin Yulan had regained her composure, she turned around again, now with a faint smile on her face. "You're here to visit the school. Let me show you around some more." "All right, Sister Yulan." Meanwhile, on the other side, after everyone had left, only Song Qingqian and He Donglai remained at the courtyard entrance. He Donglai's gaze had been fixed on Song Qingqian the entire time, especially on the scrape on her wrist. Song Qingqian could feel his strange stare, but she had no idea what exactly this man was looking at. It had to be because she was covered in dirt, looking utterly disheveled. She must be hideous right now. With that thought, she turned around and walked into the house. He Donglai followed closely behind, his brows slightly furrowed as he stepped inside as well. Once inside, Song Qingqian's posture remained resolute, her back to him as she headed straight for the bedroom. This was the usual state of their marriage. Even when He Donglai was home, they stayed in separate bedrooms, never speaking or making any contact. But on this day, just as Song Qingqian was about to escape into the bedroom, a force suddenly grabbed hold of her elbow. "Wait!" He Donglai's deep voice sounded behind her. Song Qingqian's body trembled slightly. A warmth spread through her elbow, the heat from He Donglai's palm. She had already been caught. Escaping was no longer an option. Since she couldn't run, she might as well face it. After all, Song Qingqian was a young lady from Shanghai City. Fear had never been part of her vocabulary. She lightly shook off Donglai's grip and turned around, her expression cold and proud. Her phoenix-shaped eyes lifted slightly as she raised her chin and pressed her lips together. What is it? This was the demeanor she always carried. Her naturally narrow, upturned eyes made her appear distant and unapproachable, sometimes even giving the impression of a mocking sneer. It was Song Qingqian's weapon. She had been like this since childhood, making others too intimidated to provoke her. Those detestable people who fawned over power and wealth would also stay far away. She had grown too accustomed to this mask of arrogance. However, she had forgotten something. At this moment she was a complete mess. Her face was smudged with dirt and dust. Her clothes were wrinkled with some areas even torn. Even the hem of her garment had a reddish-brown chicken feather stuck to it. With such an appearance, her usual haughty expression didn't make her look cold and superior at all. Instead, it was utterly ridiculous. The corners of Donglai's mouth twitched slightly, and a fleeting glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes. As if he was about to laugh, but he quickly suppressed it. His Adam's apple bobbed as he lowered his voice and said, "You're injured. You need medicine." Injured? Ever since she started catching chickens, followed immediately by Donglai's unexpected appearance, Song Qingqian's nerves had been on edge, her emotions crashing like relentless waves. With such intense emotions surging within her, she hadn't even noticed the pain or the wounds. Donglai's words brought Song Qingqian back to her senses. Her first reaction was confusion. Seeing her slightly furrowed brows, Donglai lifted a hand and pointed at her wrist. "Here. It's scraped." Only then did Song Qingqian look down at her wrist. From beneath her sleeve, a streak of bright red was exposed, an abrasion where the skin had been torn. Scratches marked her skin, leaving behind faint traces of blood. It looked rather bad. The only fortunate thing was that it hadn't started bleeding. Song Qingqian's frown deepened. Because it hurt. That sharp, tingling pain from broken skin, carrying a stinging sensation that made the area tighten uncomfortably. And it wasn't just her wrist, her elbow, hidden beneath her sleeve, throbbed painfully as well. Staring at the wound on her wrist, she sucked in a small breath. Neither she nor Jiang Rou had noticed this injury, so how had Donglai seen it? She was puzzled. Before she could figure it out, Donglai spoke again. "Sit down. I'll get the first aid kit." Still in a daze, Song Qingqian didn't react immediately. But somehow she was already seated in a chair in the living room. She silently watched Donglai's retreating figure as he walked off to retrieve the medical kit. Chapter 142. Humph, she would never cry. He had changed. He was no longer the same as he had been 7 years ago. Song Qingqian looked at Donglai's back in front of her. Yet what flashed through her mind was the image of a thin and youthful boy. The boy had been tall but very skinny. He had always worn the same old black jacket, one that was covered in a layer of dust that could never be completely shaken off, making it look like a stain. But in reality, it was just that the fabric had faded after too many washes, pilling over time. He had been clean, but no one had ever noticed that. All they had seen was how his ill-fitting clothes made his shoulder blades protrude. Though he had been so frail, he had always stood with his back straight, his eyes calm yet defiant, as if they could see right through people's hearts. Back then, Song Qingqian had already felt that this person was meant to be a soldier. He was like a blade, one that concealed its sharpness yet gleamed with a cold, piercing light. And later, he had truly gone to military school. The relationship between them had also changed. The once frail and slender boy had now grown into a tall and imposing man, becoming her source of support. Memories of the past, filled with bitterness, surged in Song Qingqian's mind. She stood there, lost in thought, her eyes misty with an unfocused gaze, clearly caught up in something. It was probably something unpleasant. Because Donglai had caught a trace of sorrow on her face. He spoke several times, but Song Qingqian did not hear him. It was not until the third time that he finally deepened his voice, as if commanding one of his soldiers. "Qingqian, roll up your sleeve." Only then did Song Qingqian snap back to reality. Her shoulders trembled as if startled, even her pupils quivering slightly. Like a frightened little rabbit. Shivering as if trying to hide its long furry ears. For some reason, Donglai repeated himself. "You need to clean the wound. Roll up your sleeve." This time his deep voice was slower, his tone softer. Incredibly gentle. Song Qingqian could clearly feel the difference between his two sentences, and suddenly, a tingling sensation spread through her earlobes. She blinked, pressing down all the blurred memories in her mind. Song Qingqian lifted her arm and slowly rolled up her sleeve. She had not expected much, but the sight still shocked her. The wound she had first noticed at the cuff was just the tip of the iceberg. Her slender arm was covered in scratches, some deep, some shallow, etched into the skin that had made contact with the ground. The sight was startling. Some wounds even had tiny grains of sand embedded in them. Initially, Song Qingqian had not felt much pain, but now, seeing the crimson wounds, even she couldn't help but take a sharp breath. How did it get this bad? I didn't even. She murmured softly. But He Donglai stood right in front of her, his presence making her words cut off immediately. The confusion and doubt on Song Qingqian's delicate face vanished in an instant. She pressed her lips together, lifted the corners of her eyes slightly, and her gaze turned cold again. She was still the proud young lady who would never show weakness. A wound like this, she would never care about it. He Donglai furrowed his brows deeply when he saw the bloodied scratches. Just how numb did she have to be to not even notice injuries this severe? If he hadn't looked closely, Song Qingqian would never have tended to the wound herself. She would rather let it fester and become inflamed than ask him for help. On the back of Song Qingqian's flawless fair hand, there was a dark scar. That was from when she first learned to use a stove. She had failed several times to light the fire and in the end, had burned her hand with stray sparks. The weather had been cold then, and she had worn thick layers of clothing. After getting injured, she had pulled down her sleeves to cover it, refusing to let anyone see. Not even He Donglai. She had hidden it for 10 days. The wound never healed properly. Instead, because it had not been cleaned, disinfected or treated, it had festered and become infected. At its worst, even holding a simple steamed bun had made her wince in pain. That was how He Donglai finally discovered it. It was the first time he had ever lost his temper. Without saying a word, he had dragged Song Qingqian straight to the infirmary. When military Dr. Pei saw the infected wound, his brows furrowed instantly. If this wound had turned into a fungal infection, you'd have lost this arm. Only then had Song Qingqian felt the slightest bit of fear. What followed was an excruciating process of wound cleaning, disinfection, and layer upon layer of alcohol being poured over the festering injury. Song Qingqian bit down hard on her teeth. She did not want to cry, nor did she want to show any sign of weakness. But the tears would not stop. Her eyes turned red, completely red. Tears like broken pearls rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. That day, the infirmary was filled with the sharp, stinging scent of alcohol. Song Qingqian turned her back, refusing to face He Donglai. She lowered her head slightly, like a swan with its neck drooping. Tears streamed down endlessly. Even Pei, the military doctor, started to wonder whether he should give her a painkiller injection. But painkillers were scarce medical resources, not to be used lightly. In the end, He Donglai shook his head, signaling that there was no need. Because he knew Song Qingqian's tears were not just from the pain. Ever since her family had fallen into chaos and she had been forced into marriage, this was the first time she had allowed herself to cry freely. For so long she had bottled up everything inside her. Now it was as if a flood had finally found a crack in the dam, impossible to contain. It was better to just let her cry it all out. That night, after returning home from the infirmary, before walking back to her bedroom, Song Qingqian had said a quiet thank you to He Donglai. Her wound had taken nearly half a month of continuous treatment before it finally healed. But on the back of her hand, a permanent ugly scar remained. From that moment on, every time He Donglai came home and saw Song Qingqian, he would always, without making it obvious, carefully examine her from head to toe. A beautiful swan was far too delicate. He feared that, without him knowing, she might have gotten hurt again. After a quick inspection of Song Qingqian's injuries, He Donglai opened the medical kit while reminding her, "Your wounds are quite severe. We need to disinfect them first. It's going to hurt. If it does, just cry. You don't have to hold it in." Song Qingqian pressed her lips together, a flicker of embarrassment flashing across her face. She also remembered that time, when she had broken down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. The proud and dignified Miss Song had never lost her composure like that in her entire life. She would never cry. He Donglai took out a bottle of alcohol. As soon as the cap was opened, the sharp disinfectant-like smell spread into the air. At that moment, Song Qingqian's delicate eyes twitched slightly. She was afraid of pain. Chapter 143. Chapter 143. I will be gentle. The familiar and pungent smell instantly reminded Song Qingqian of the last time her wound was cleaned, the pain of having the festering flesh cut away. Her eyelids trembled slightly, but she quickly suppressed the reaction. Her dust-covered little face tried hard to put on an expression of indifference. He Donglai saw everything, but his face remained unreadable. He spoke in a low voice. I will be gentle. Before Song Qingqian could even process the possible tenderness in his words, the alcohol-soaked cotton ball had already touched her wound. The open bloodstained flesh met the sting of disinfecting alcohol. The sharp pain and burning sensation were inevitable. Hiss hiss. No matter how hard she bit her teeth, Song Qingqian couldn't help but let out a sharp inhalation. She shut her eyes tightly. Her long phoenix-shaped eyes trembled at the corners, looking pitiful. He Donglai tried his best to soften his movements, but the sting of the disinfectant was unavoidable. If the wound wasn't properly cleaned, bacteria could remain in the skin, leading to a secondary infection and possibly leaving a scar. Song Qingqian was someone who loved beauty. Even when she was alone at home, she always made sure to dress up beautifully and keep herself clean and tidy. If she were left with a scar, she would undoubtedly be upset. With a firm resolve, He Donglai soaked the cotton ball in alcohol again, and carefully dabbed it over the blood-stained wounds. His head tilted slightly downward, and his glasses slid down the bridge of his nose. Even so, he could still clearly see the pain on Song Qingqian's face. As he worked, he asked in a calm voice, "Why did you help catch the chicken?" Huh. The pain was overwhelming, and for a moment, Song Qingqian didn't even register what He Donglai had said. He Donglai repeated himself just as calmly, "Why did you help catch the chicken? That big hen looked aggressive. It could have hurt you. But I caught it." Song Qingqian frowned tightly, enduring the pain while still making the effort to respond to He Donglai. He Donglai nodded. "Yes, I saw. You caught such a big chicken. Very impressive." Song Qingqian's tightly shut eyes opened slightly, revealing a sliver of doubt. She cast a glance at He Donglai, puzzled, but all she saw was his refined and handsome face, calm and expressionless. Was he complimenting her? Sincerely? Or was he being sarcastic? He had seen with his own eyes how she had ended up in such a sorry state just to catch a chicken, covered in dust and dirt, only to fall in the end. Was she really that impressive? Jiang Rou, on the other hand, had caught one in each hand without even dirtying her clothes. Unlike her. As Song Qingqian pondered this, she became unaware that her attention had shifted. The pain in her arm no longer felt as intense. He Donglai noticed this and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After disinfecting the wound, he began applying another medicinal solution. Compared to the alcohol, this medicine had a milder sting. Song Qingqian was a sharp person. It didn't take long for her to realize why He Donglai had suddenly brought up the topic. He was distracting her. She turned her head slightly and glanced at his side profile. Those dark eyes, always hidden behind his glasses, were now focused intently on her wound. It seemed as though they held a trace of concern. The ripples in Song Qingqian's heart, which had barely settled, surged once again. She bit her lip and blurted out, "Then what about you? Why did you come to this island?" Her question caught He Donglai completely off guard. His hands paused, and the cotton ball pressed a little too hard against her wrist, making her wince in pain. Song Qingqian furrowed her brows at the sting. But since she had already spoken up, she wasn't going to let the topic drop so easily. She steadied herself and asked again, "He Donglai, you studied at a military academy, didn't you? And you were an outstanding student. The military unit's leadership must have valued you highly. So why did they send you to this remote island? Why are you still just a company commander?" She didn't hold back. Song Qingqian let out every question that had been bottled up inside her. She was just one step away from directly asking, was it because of their marriage that he had been held back? He Donglai had been completely unprepared for her interrogation. For the first time, a trace of unease flashed across his usually composed and handsome face. Because he was tending to Song Qingqian's wound, He Donglai had been leaning down the entire time. The two of them were very close. The moment he lifted his gaze, he met Song Qingqian's eyes. Due to the pain she had been enduring, her eyes were rimmed with red, glistening with unshed tears of pure reflex. But her gaze, focused, cold, piercing. It was as if she were demanding an answer, refusing to look away until she got what she wanted from him. Song Qingqian had never looked at him like this before. That gaze burned into He Donglai, scalding him in a way he hadn't expected. He averted his eyes almost instantly. Reaching into the medical kit, He Donglai took out a roll of gauze. "I'll wrap your wound. Be careful not to get it wet for the next few days, and don't put too much strain on it." His attempt to dodge the conversation was obvious. He unrolled the white gauze, ready to wrap it around Song Qingqian's wrist, layer by layer. But then, with a sharp slap, her hand pressed down on his. Song Qingqian lifted her gaze. Her long phoenix-shaped eyes held a defiant gleam, the most unyielding expression she had ever worn. She stared straight at He Donglai, firm, unrelenting. And once again she spoke. "I overheard what the other wives in the compound were saying. They said you were sent to this island because you married me. That because of my background you lost your chance for promotion and were even demoted to company commander. He Donglai, tell me, are their words true or not?" He Donglai's hand was pinned beneath hers. Her eyes locked onto his. Inside his chest, his heart pounded wildly, out of control. He Donglai didn't know under what circumstances Song Qingqian had heard those words. But this was something he had wanted to bury forever, something he never wanted her to know. He didn't want her to carry any guilt or self-blame. Not even a little. He Donglai averted his gaze and replied, "It's not true. Coming to the island was my own decision. It had nothing to do with anyone else." The moment his words fell, the entire room fell silent. A suffocating stillness. He Donglai turned his head slightly, unwilling to let Song Qingqian see his expression at that moment. Song Qingqian lifted her chin slightly, her face frozen in an unreadable expression. Was it disappointment? Or relief? After a brief pause, she released her grip and took the gauze from He Donglai's hand. Clutching the roll tightly, she stood up without a care for her unbandaged wound and walked straight toward her bedroom. Her figure slim, determined and unwavering. Instinctively, He Donglai turned his head, his gaze following her retreating form. How many times had it been like this? How many times had they, as husband and wife, parted in silence? All he could do was watch as Song Qingqian's silhouette disappear behind the closing door. And this time it would be no different. A sudden wave of regret crashed over He Donglai. Had he said the wrong thing? T/N. Brew, just be honest. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. The first fresh taste of spring. He Donglai had expected to hear the resolute sound of a door slamming shut. However, just as Song Qingqian stepped into the bedroom and was about to close the door, she suddenly stopped. Her back remained still, her figure frozen in place. Then, He Donglai heard her voice drifting toward him, though she had her back turned. "Liar." Her voice was soft, like a whisper to herself. "He Donglai, you are a big liar." This time her words came out as a furious growl, a release of her pent-up frustration. And then, a loud bang. The door was ultimately slammed shut. The simple wooden door trembled with a low hum, a clear testament to how angry she was. Like an unruly young lady throwing a tantrum, she had stormed back into her bedroom and slammed the door shut in a fit of temper. He Donglai, a tall and imposing man, flinched slightly at the sound of the door slamming. But, slowly, a smile appeared on his usually calm and composed face. He looked at the closed door and chuckled under his breath. Such an obvious evasion, such a clumsy lie. How could it possibly fool someone as intelligent and proud as the young lady? That evening, Lin Yulan's home. As soon as Lin Yulan stepped through the door, her eyes fell on the scattered peach crisps on the table. These peach crisps were a gift that Lin Yuyao's parents had gone to great lengths to obtain. It had taken numerous connections and considerable effort to send them over. However, the long journey, first by car then by ship, had caused many of the crisps to break. Lin Yuyao had opened both packs, carefully picking out the intact pieces to eat while leaving the broken ones on the table. She found them unappetizing, so she neither ate them nor cleaned up the mess. The table was in utter disarray. Lin Yulan looked at the scene before her and, for no apparent reason, felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. Then, the scent of the peach crisps reached her nose, a mixture of walnuts and oil. Normally it would have been fragrant and appetizing, but Lin Yulan's situation was anything but normal. The moment she inhaled the smell, a wave of nausea surged from her stomach, threatening to overwhelm her. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Without hesitation, she rushed to open the window, taking deep, desperate breaths in an attempt to suppress the sickening sensation. Impossible, impossible. I'm not pregnant. There's no way I'm pregnant. It must be exhaustion, just my body feeling unwell. I am not pregnant. Lin Yulan muttered to herself over and over, desperately trying to convince her own mind. It took a long time for her to regain some composure. Then the courtyard gate swung open. Lin Yuyao had returned. Sister, I just went out for a bit. I heard from the other wives in the compound that you're pregnant. The color that had just returned to Lin Yulan's face drained away again. She gripped the window frame tightly, her fingers digging into the wood, almost leaving marks. Yet, Lin Yuyao remained completely oblivious to her reaction, her face filled with excitement as she spoke loudly. Sister, the child in your belly will be the Liang family's firstborn, the eldest son and grandson. If Uncle Liang finds out about this, he'll be overjoyed. Sister, has brother-in-law come home yet? You should tell him right away. He'll definitely be thrilled and buy you lots of things. Sister, can you feel anything yet? Do you think it's a boy or a girl? I think it would be best if it's a boy. In her past life, after being sent to the countryside, Lin Yuyao had lost all contact with Lin Yulan. She had no idea how many children Lin Yulan had back then. She had even forgotten that at this point in her previous life, Lin Yulan had never been pregnant at all. The only thing she remembered was the newspaper she had seen before her death. In the photograph, Liang Guangming and Zhou Zhongshan had stood side by side, their military uniforms adorned with numerous medals. That final sight before her death had become the obsession driving her second chance at life. No matter how many other promising men she could have married, she could never accept anyone else. Her heart had room for Zhou Zhongshan alone. As for Liang Guangming, there was no need to say more. In the future, he would become Commander Liang. As long as Lin Yulan remained connected to him, Liang Guangming would always be her brother-in-law. Now that there was a child, the bond between them became even more secure. Lin Yuyao indulged in beautiful fantasies about the future. However, enough. Lin Yulan's sharp reprimand abruptly shattered Lin Yuyao's daydreams. Her brows furrowed, her face stern as she spoke harshly. Yuyao, stop talking about things that don't exist. I am not pregnant. I'm just feeling unwell. I'll say it again. I am not pregnant. You are not allowed to spread rumors, and you are absolutely forbidden from mentioning this in front of your brother-in-law. The sudden outburst startled Lin Yuyao. It was the first time she had ever seen Lin Yulan lose her temper. She stood there, completely stunned. Lin Yulan took a deep breath, her voice weary as she continued. I'm tired. I'm going to my room to rest. Clean up the table. Your brother-in-law will be back soon. Don't let him see this mess and get annoyed. With that, Lin Yulan dragged her heavy steps and slowly walked toward the bedroom. Lin Yuyao only snapped out of her daze after Lin Yulan's figure disappeared from sight. She raised her voice and called out, Sister, then who's going to cook dinner tonight? Silence. No response. The Zhou household. Here it is, here it is. This is the last dish. Everything's ready. Jiang Rou used a cloth to shield her hands from the heat, carrying a large bowl, or more precisely a basin, to the table. She placed it right in the center. The steaming dish sent wisps of white smoke curling into the air, carrying an incredibly rich and tantalizing aroma. Zhou Zhongshan, Zhou Shaochuan, and Zhou Xiaohua, father and sons, all tilted their heads up, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they eagerly watched the dish being set down. The aroma was rich and enticing, yet unfamiliar. Jiang Rou smiled as she introduced the dish. This dish is called dusanxian. In some places it's also known as yenduxian. The main ingredients of yenduxian were spring bamboo shoots, cured pork, and tied tofu knots. The broth made from these three ingredients was clear and naturally sweet, capturing the first fresh taste of spring in a single sip. Jiang Rou continued, Sister Guifan from next door gave us some cured pork, so I used it to make this dish. She explained the cooking process. The cured pork was cut into pieces, then stir-fried with a bit of fresh pork belly, ideally ribs, until they turned golden and crisp. Only then was water added to the pot. As the hot oil released the rich aroma of the meat, the cured pork infused the broth with a deep smoky flavor. The moment the water was poured in, a delicate milky white layer formed on the surface. The soup was then left to simmer over low heat for half an hour, allowing the flavors to meld and the broth to become rich and concentrated. Finally, the bamboo shoots and tied tofu knots were added and cooked until tender. The fresh, tender bamboo shoots, the fragrant and savory cured pork, and the delicate tofu knots all combined into a single steaming pot of broth, light yet deeply flavorful. Jiang Rou glanced around the table, then laughed. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and eat. Zhou Xiaohua was the fastest to react. His little hands were already gripping a small spoon, his excitement barely contained. If he waited any longer, he might start drooling. I'll do it. Zhou Zhongshan picked up a small bowl and ladled out portions of yenduxian for everyone. First, he placed a bowl in front of Jiang Rou, then Zhou Xiaohua's, then Zhou Xiaochuan's, and lastly his own. Zhou Zhongshan said, Let's eat. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. The Gentleness of an Old Man. Everyone unconsciously picked up their bowls of soup first. A thin layer of oil floated on the clear broth, along with a piece of bamboo shoot, a slice of cured meat, and a tofu knot. Then they lowered their heads and took a sip. The yenduxian soup was piping hot, but the moment it touched their tongues, its fresh and sweet flavor burst forth, spreading across their taste buds. The broth looked so clear, yet it carried the depth and richness of a well-aged stock. The aftertaste was exceptionally strong. This was precisely why cured meat was used in the dish. The smoked and air-dried meat acted like a secret ingredient, drawing out a deep, rich flavor. Meanwhile, the freshest seasonal bamboo shoots contributed their natural tenderness and sweetness. Simply put, the taste was absolutely exquisite. A simple dinner left everyone completely satisfied. Especially that large pot of yenduxian. In the end, not a single drop of broth remained. Jiang Rou had prepared as much as possible, yet it still wasn't enough. After the meal, tongues instinctively licked their lips, savoring the lingering taste of deliciousness. That night, not only did Zhou Xiaohua rub her round belly, but even Zhou Shaochuan found himself patting his noticeably fuller stomach. He lowered his gaze in deep thought. Did I just get fatter? Night fell. Since Zhou Zhongshan had come home early that day, he had the rare opportunity to spend time with the children, something he hadn't done in a long time due to his busy schedule. So Jiang Rou handed him the task of putting the two kids to bed. She even insisted that he tell them a bedtime story before coming back. Bedtime stories were not Zhou Zhongshan's strong suit. After all, in his entire life, there had never been such a thing as a bedtime story. Even as a child, he had never been lulled to sleep by his mother. Since he couldn't come up with a proper story, he decided to share some of his own experiences instead. He spoke of his time on the front line, of the places he had been, of the different customs and landscapes he had encountered. He told them about the spoils of war they collected from the battlefield after each battle. Their favorites were always the American or German-made pistols, as well as canned beef, canned tomatoes, and compressed biscuits. One piece of compressed biscuit could keep them from eating for 3 whole days. Weapons were for survival, while canned food was a rare comfort in those blood-stained days. One of the most unforgettable memories in Zhou Zhongshan's mind was of 5 dirty, exhausted soldiers crouched in a ravine, sharing a single can of tomatoes. His deep, resonant voice filled the small bedroom as he recounted these stories. Zhou Xiaohua, however, had no interest in tales of fighting and killing. She didn't even know what a can of tomatoes was. She ate well these days but dressed lightly in a thin nightgown, exposing her small hands and tiny feet. She looked just like a plump little piglet. Her small hands clutched the soft blanket as she leaned against Zhou Xiaochuan. Before long, she drifted off into a drowsy sleep. Even after falling asleep, Zhou Xiaohua smacked her lips in her dreams. She was probably still sipping on Yandu Xian soup in her sleep. Zhou Xiaochuan, on the other hand, was deeply engrossed in Zhou Zhongshan's stories. His bright black eyes remained fixed on him, listening with unwavering focus. Dad, what happened next? Did you win? We won. Because we won, we now have these peaceful days. Zhou Zhongshan's voice was calm. But behind those simple words, we won, lay countless sacrifices, men who had given their lives one after another. Only someone who had lived through it like Zhou Zhongshan could truly understand the weight behind them. He reached out and gently touched Zhou Xiaochuan's forehead. Xiaochuan, do you like the life you have now? I do. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded firmly, his response crisp and resolute. Lying in his small bed, he tilted his head up to look at Zhou Zhongshan. After a moment of thought, he added, There's Dad, there's my little sister, and there's her. She's really nice too. Every day we have food to eat, we can take hot baths. And there are little chickens in the courtyard. Everything is wonderful. Such a life was something that had never even appeared in Zhou Xiaochuan's dreams before. Hearing Zhou Xiaochuan speak so much at once, Zhou Zhongshan felt both gratified and surprised. Zhou Xiaochuan had always been an obedient and sensible child, but he was quiet, keeping everything to himself. Even though he admired and respected Zhou Zhongshan, the fact that they were not related by blood had always placed an unspoken distance between them. But now Zhou Xiaochuan was different. He genuinely loved this family and wanted others to feel it too. Zhou Zhongshan knew that this change was all thanks to Jiang Rou's care and warmth. She was like a soft but unyielding force that had woven them together, turning them into a true family. Xiaochuan, things will only get better from here. Zhou Zhongshan's voice was low, carrying both certainty and a promise. I know. Dad, good night. Good night, Xiaochuan. With that, Zhou Xiaochuan slowly closed his eyes. Zhou Zhongshan remained in the small bedroom for a while longer, quietly keeping the children company before finally standing up, turning off the light and leaving. Gently, he closed the door behind him. Inside the room, Jiang Rou had just finished washing her hair. Her long black hair was still damp, glistening with tiny droplets of water, appearing even darker and thicker like strands of seaweed. She tilted her head slightly, letting the wet strands drape over one side of her neck. With a soft towel in hand, she pressed it gently against her hair, absorbing the excess moisture. As she tilted her head, her slender, fair neck was revealed. The delicate curve of her profile carried an elegance, akin to a swan. At the same time, her sleeveless floral nightgown slipped slightly off one shoulder, exposing the smooth, snow-white skin of the other. Just as Zhou Zhongshan stepped into the room, he was greeted with the sight of this breathtaking scene, a beauty after a bath. The air naturally carried a faint, sweet fragrance. It was the scent that drifted from Jiang Rou's body. Zhou Zhongshan couldn't help but take a deep breath, inhaling the subtle sweetness. Jiang Rou continued drying her hair without turning around. Recognizing the familiar sound of his footsteps, she spoke. Are Xiaochuan and Xiaohua asleep? Asleep. That's good. Next time we can't let Xiaohua eat so much. I'm really worried she'll overeat and feel uncomfortable in her sleep. Xiaochuan is much better. He already knows how to control himself at such a young age. Wife, it's because your cooking is too delicious. Even so, she can't eat like that. It's not like there won't be food in the future. If she likes it, I can always make it again. The couple naturally chatted about the children. Zhou Zhongshan then stepped forward and reached out, taking the dry towel from Jiang Rou's hands. Wife, let me dry your hair for you. Oh, all right. Here you go. Jiang Rou handed him the towel and reminded him. Don't rub it. Just press gently to absorb the water. It'll dry naturally afterward. As May approached, the weather on the island grew hotter and hotter. Even at night, the air felt stifling. Damp hair dried quickly in this heat. Since she had already handed the task to Zhou Zhongshan, Jiang Rou simply sat down on the edge of the bed, shifting into a more comfortable position, enjoying the service of her husband. Zhou Zhongshan drying her hair. Wasn't this just like a scene from a domineering CEO novel, where the CEO dries the heroine's hair? This old man was actually quite gentle. Jiang Rou found the thought surprisingly sweet. And now she didn't have to keep tilting her head or holding up her arm. She barely needed to exert any effort at all. It was much more relaxing. Listening to the soft rustling of her hair against the towel, her expression grew serene. Her eyes narrowed slightly in enjoyment. On her fair, delicate face, there was now a touch of lazy allure. Though her gaze lowered slightly, her mind remained clear, not lost in a daze. She spoke softly. Zhongshan, do you have something you want to say to me?